Blue Star, Dragon Country, in the male dormitory of Jinghai University of Science and Technology. What's going on? You guys actually signed me up for the welcome party? With a startled shout, Lin Yi, who had been lying on the top bunk playing on his phone, suddenly sat up. Lin Yi was a freshman majoring in civil engineering at Jinghai University of Science and Technology, and at this moment, he was in complete panic because his roommates had secretly signed him up for the 2025 freshman welcome party without his knowledge. Yeah, the counselor said our class needs to have a program. Didn't you perform a few magic tricks for us at the start of the semester? We all thought you were amazing, so everyone unanimously recommended you. The speaker was Lin Ye's roommate, Li Chaoyang, who was also the class monitor. Ha, you guys are such jerks, couldn't you at least ask me first? I only know a few simple tricks I learned from Douyin. If I really go up there to perform, won't I lose my dating prospects for the next 4 years of college? Lin Yi said with a wry smile. It's no big deal, it's just a freshman welcome party. Do you really think others will come up with something spectacular? At most, they'll sing or dance. This time, it was Lin Ye's other roommate, Ma Dongxi, who spoke up. As soon as the words were spoken, a melodious singing voice accompanied by the gentle strumming of a guitar came from outside the dormitory window. Hearing the sound, the four of them immediately crowded by the window, peering outside. They saw a handsome, fashionably dressed young man sitting by the edge of the sports field, less than 20 meters from the dormitory, strumming a guitar and singing passionately. His voice was outstanding to begin with, and his singing skills were remarkable, quickly attracting a crowd of students walking around the playground. Lin Yi listened to the singing and couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at his three roommates. He knew that boy, they were both freshmen of the same year. During military training, he had sung once and captured the attention of countless first-year girls. What was more crucial was that this boy had also signed up to participate in the upcoming welcome party. Look at their skill level. If someone like me, with my amateur level, were to perform, wouldn't I just be laughed to death? Hee hee, not everyone has the talent of Zhou Yuxuan. He participated in Dragon Nation's voice, after all. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The other performers at this evening's event are pretty average too. Just as Lin Yi was about to argue, another burst of exclamations came from the other side of the field. The four of them turned toward the sound and saw a burly, muscular male student wielding a guandao, performing with fluid movements and fierce energy, earning rounds of applause from the surrounding students. This guy seems to be attending the welcome party too, Lin Yi said again with a hint of melancholy. It's nothing, Li Chaoyang reassured once more. Look over there, look over there. At this moment, Lin Ye's other roommate, Wang Zimo, shouted excitedly. What did you see this time to get so excited? There's a girl dancing over there. Wang Zimo pointed to a corner of the sports field, his eyes sparkling. The three of them followed his finger and looked over. Sure enough, about 40 to 50 meters away, a group of girls dressed in JK uniforms, showing off their long legs, were rehearsing a dance, exuding youthful energy. Seeing this scene, a thoughtful expression appeared on Lin Ye's face. They're probably from the art department. Looks like they're also preparing a performance for the welcome party. Probably, this time we really need to watch the welcome party carefully. Li Chaoyang stroked his chin, looking serious. You bunch of jerks, you've really put me in a tough spot. Everyone else is so professional, and here I am, an amateur going on stage. I'm doomed no matter what. It's okay, don't be nervous. There are still 2 days until the party. Practice well, and who knows, if you perform well, the beautiful senior sisters and gentle junior girls might take the initiative to add your contact info. I also heard that there are quite a few girls participating this time. The host is our art department's campus beauty, Xia Shiyu. If you muster up some courage, wouldn't sweet love be just around the corner? Alright, focus on your practice. We won't disturb you. We'll bring you some pork knuckle rice later. Amidst the laughter, Li Chaoyang and the other two left the dormitory, leaving Lin Yi with a helpless expression. After letting out a soft sigh, he walked straight to his seat, opened the desk drawer, and a few magic props he had bought outside came into view. That's right, he was indeed a magic enthusiast, but only an amateur. He initially learned magic just to impress girls, at most performing some eye-catching tricks. Those large-scale magic acts were completely beyond his ability. This time, his roommates signed him up because he had performed a small magic trick in front of them at the beginning of the semester. Could it be that I'll just have to bite the bullet when the time comes? Forget it, let me first see if there are any simple yet impressive magic tricks. With that, he opened TikTok and started searching for various magic trick videos. After watching for a long time, he couldn't find one that he could easily learn. Performing good magic relies on 2 key points, hand speed and props. Hand speed requires years of practice, while props demand money and the ingenuity of the magician. Many advanced magic props are not available for sale at all. Just as Lin Ye's head was about to explode, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected crossing into another world. Supreme Magic God System has been activated. This system is dedicated to helping the host become the strongest mage. To help the host quickly enhance their strength, the host does not need to train. The magic power limit will automatically increase by 10 points each natural day. Completing Completing daily check-in tasks can earn generous rewards. Continuous check-ins can also grant additional rewards. Let you easily become the strongest mage. System backpack has been activated. Personal information panel has been activated. Skill tree has been activated. The daily task module has been activated. Hearing a series of prompts in his mind, Lin Yi's face instantly showed a look of shock. This is the legendary system? My very own system has finally arrived. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost forgotten that I'm a transmigrator. It's been 18 years since I transmigrated. Why is this system only appearing now? Awesome. But this name is a bit strange. Supreme Magic God? Strongest Mage? I didn't even transmigrate to a Western fantasy world. Oh well, having a cheat is better than not having one. After saying that, he eagerly searched for the system in the depths of his mind. The system interface was not complicated, with only a few modules. First is the Personal Information module. Lin Yi gently tapped, and the information immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Yi. Profession, Mage. Profession level, Apprentice Mage. Magic possessed, none. Magical items possessed, none. Magical pets possessed, none. Magical coins possessed, 0. Basic attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 8, Magic 10. Personal information is simple and clear, with no unnecessary content, easy to understand at a glance. Looks like I've really become a mage, but where did my magic come from? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a surge of power flowing into his body out of nowhere, spreading throughout like a gentle stream. Obviously, this is what is called magic. Feeling the magic within his body, Lin Yi was astonished. Casually closing the personal information panel, he opened the second module, the system backpack. This module is similar to a backpack in games, with a total of 81 slots. I wonder if this system backpack can store things from the real world. With this thought, his gaze fell on the water cup on the table. The next second, the water cup vanished into thin air, and at the same time, a slot in the system backpack now contained a water cup. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi immediately widened his eyes. It really works. This is amazing. If it can be stored, it can definitely be taken out too. As soon as the words were spoken, the water cup returned to its original place. Let's try and see how far away it can be retrieved from. Saying this, he took a few steps back and tried once again to store the water cup in the system backpack. Swish, the water cup disappeared again. After releasing it, he continued to step back. After trying several times in a row, he finally confirmed that as long as an item was within a 1-meter range of him, it could be stored in the system backpack. After testing the water cup, he began trying other items, table, stool, and even the bed. He tested them one by one. In the end, he came to the following conclusions. First, as long as the item is within a 1-meter range, regardless of its size, he can store it in the system's backpack. Second, all items, regardless of size, occupy only one slot. The third point is that as long as he can sense the existence of an object with his mind, he can retrieve it, even through a wall. This effect is similar to telekinesis. Similarly, he can also place objects back remotely, but this range is likewise limited to within 1 meter. Perhaps as his mental strength increases in the future, this distance may extend. The fourth point is that items physically connected to other objects cannot be retrieved. For example, a lock on a cabinet door cannot be taken without unlocking it first. Likewise, a ladder welded to a bed cannot be removed. The fifth point is that retrieving items is not entirely without conditions. He clearly felt a trace of mental fatigue when retrieving the bed. From this, he boldly speculated that using the system's backpack to retrieve items consumes mental energy, and the larger the object, the greater the consumption. Even so, he was still extremely excited. With just this system backpack, he could become an outstanding magician. After almost fully understanding the functions of the system backpack, his attention shifted to several other functional modules, the check-in module, task module, and mystery shop. The check-in module featured a check-in calendar, with each date corresponding to a gift pack. On the right side of the calendar, there were 4 more advanced gift packs for 7-day, 14-day, 21-day, and 28-day check-ins. Gazing at the gift packs on the check-in calendar, each radiating different kinds of light, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal a trace of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get. They should all be related to magic, right? He said, focusing his consciousness on the first gift pack. In the next second, the glow of the gift pack dimmed, and a beam of white light flew from the check-in calendar into the system backpack. Ding! Check-in successful. Today's check-in reward has been delivered to the system backpack. Please check it yourself, host. Hearing the prompt tone, Lin Yi eagerly opened the system backpack. In the previously empty backpack, a beautifully packaged gift pack had suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, he brought the gift pack into the real world. As soon as the gift pack entered his hands, it transformed into a beam of white light, eventually condensing into an item that fell into his grasp. It was an ancient and mysterious book, with 4 striking characters on the cover, Mage's Hand. The moment he saw the book, related information immediately flooded into his mind. Mage's Hand Tier 0 Non-Attribute Magic consumes 1 mana point per use, conjures an invisible mage's hand to assist in completing various tasks, can be upgraded. Feeling the information in his mind and then looking at the book in his hand, Lin Ye's eyes instantly became fervent. It's actually a spell. Although it's only level 0, a mage with spells is a true mage. But this thing isn't expecting me to learn it myself, is it? That would take forever. Muttering to himself, he prepared to open the book to take a closer look. Just as he opened the cover, the entire book immediately transformed into a ball of light and surged into his mind. In an instant, a flood of memories about the mage's hand surged like a tide. It was as if he had become a seasoned mage who had practiced magic since childhood, using the mage's hand to perform various complex tasks, assisting in spellcasting, alchemy, potion making, and even combat. After Lin Yi fully absorbed these memories, he had already become a seasoned mage who had studied the mage's hand for decades. Slowly opening his eyes, he turned his gaze to the side and, without any warning, cast the mage's hand. The next second, an invisible large hand swiftly reached for a chair several meters away. The chair silently and slowly floated up, swaying left and right along with the movements of the mage's hand. After setting the chair down, he tried using the mage's hand to perform other actions, such as washing clothes for himself or typing on a keyboard. No matter what it was, the mage's hand could remotely complete the task. Through practice, he discovered that with his current mental strength, the maximum control range of the mage hand was 10 meters, and the maximum weight it could lift was about 100 pounds. Most importantly, the mage hand did not require his focused control and possessed basic intelligence. With simple instructions, it could autonomously complete some relatively uncomplicated tasks. In other words, he could use the mage hand to brush his teeth while shaving with his own hand, making it both convenient and practical. After experiencing the various ingenious uses of the mage hand, Lin Yi was full of praise for this tier 0 spell. The person who invented this spell is truly a genius. Moreover, using this spell for magic performances would be quite impressive. Looks like I don't have to worry about this year's welcome party. Thinking of this, a confident smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Yi's face. Using spells to perform magic was practically a dimensional reduction attack. The appearance of the mage's hand undoubtedly gave Lin Yi a huge surprise. After the excitement, he turned his attention to the last 2 modules. One of them is the daily task module, and when he opened it, he unexpectedly found a task inside. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, you need a proper mage robe. Please have a mage robe custom made. No grade requirements. Task completion reward: 100 magic coins. Looking at this task, a trace of doubt flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Mage robe? Where am I supposed to get this thing? But it says there's no grade requirement, so does that mean as long as it looks like a mage's robe, it's fine? If that's the case, it's not impossible to get one. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward his roommate's wardrobe, which was filled with all sorts of strange and quirky outfits. These were all his roommate's cosplay costumes. Worst case, I could just get myself a cosplay outfit too. Then what are the magic coins for? Could it be? Before the voice had faded, Lin Yi clicked on the last module on the system panel, the mysterious shop. As the mysterious shop opened, 3 uniquely designed items came into view, each accompanied by a detailed description. Master level magic, meteor descent. Price: 1 million magic coins. Upon use, you can learn the master level magic meteor descent, summoning a massive meteor to deal devastating damage to enemies. Magical pet, starlight unicorn. Price: 5 million magic coins. Upon use, you can obtain the high-level magical beast starlight unicorn. Daily special item: the damaged magical watch of the great magician Roger, priced at 100 magic gold coins. A masterpiece by the great magician Roger. Though damaged, it remains a rare high-level magical artifact. After use, it can transform the user's appearance, but due to the damage, it can store up to 3 forms. Looking at these items, Lin Yi's face instantly showed shock. A magic that can summon meteors? That's just insane. Wouldn't that be enough to destroy an entire city in one move? It's practically a walking nuclear weapon. And a unicorn, could it be the legendary one? If I could get one as a mount, it would definitely be incredibly cool. As for this gold watch, what does it mean to change its own shape? At this moment, he was filled with curiosity about the items in the mysterious shop, but unfortunately, he didn't have any magic coins right now. Otherwise, he would really want to buy one to check it out. The only thing he could afford was the gold watch priced at 100 coins, provided he first completed the system task. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his phone and called his anime-loving roommate. "Mo, where do you buy your cosplay costumes? I want to get one." "No, I don't mix with the anime crowd. It's just that I have to perform magic at the welcome party, and as a magician, how can I go without a proper outfit? They sell them online, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time." "Are there any offline options? I don't have many requirements, just something cool looking." After hanging up the phone, he got up and left the dormitory. Before long, he found his anime-loving roommate, Wang Zmo, in the cafeteria. "I know a sister in the circle who runs a studio for renting costumes and also does custom orders. Renting is cheap, custom orders are expensive, depends on what type you want." As Lin Yi just sat down, Wang Zmo handed him a bottle of soda. "I want something like a mage robe, like the ones ones worn in wizard movies, you know? That kind, huh? I'm not too sure about it. I'll send you the address of her shop and you can check it out yourself. Alright, I've sent you the location on WeChat. I have things to do this afternoon, so I can't accompany you. Go check it out yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl on the other side of the cafeteria called out Wang Zimo's name, and he immediately ran over eagerly. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi chuckled to herself. As expected, his excuse for being busy this afternoon was exactly this. So it turns out he's off to be a lackey for the senior. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, glanced at the location on his phone, and then left the cafeteria, heading toward the outside of the school. The location Wang Zimo sent him was at the famous commercial street in Jinghai City, about 10 kilometers away from the school, requiring a bus ride to get there. Of course, taking a taxi was also an option, but where would he get that much spare money? He was still carrying the burden of a student loan. After waiting at the bus stop for less than 2 minutes, the bus arrived. His luck wasn't bad, there was an empty seat in the last row. Without hesitation, he sat down. At the same stop, a few other students from his school also boarded the bus, including a stylishly dressed girl carrying an anime-themed bag, wearing large headphones. She got on the bus, glanced around the carriage, silently found an empty spot to stand, and then took out a small handheld console to play. Lin Yi hadn't paid much attention to her at first, until he accidentally caught sight of an extra hand behind her. His first reaction was to think it was some pervert, but when that hand reached for the girl's pocket, his heart tightened. A long lanyard dangled outside the pocket, with the other end connected to a phone, and it was clear that the hand's target was the phone. Perhaps the girl was too engrossed in playing, or the technique was too discreet. Soon, her phone was stolen without her noticing at all. Watching this scene, Lin Yi frowned deeply. Didn't expect there to be a thief on this bus. He despised thieves. Just over a month into the school term, he had already encountered one. The family is not well off, and all living expenses rely on summer job earnings. Even the phone currently in use was bought after saving for several months. That time, it was almost stolen. A phone is practically essential in modern life. Although he noticed the thief at the time, he didn't have the courage to expose him. After all, he was just a freshman who had just started college. But now, it's different. Seeing that the girl still hadn't noticed, Lin Yi immediately stood up and walked toward her. Walking up behind the girl, he gently tapped her on the shoulder. The girl felt someone tap her, paused her game, took off her headphones, and turned around to look at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. "Excuse me, are you also a student at Jinghai University of Technology?" Listening to his words and looking at his delicate yet slightly handsome face, the girl seemed to think of something and smiled faintly. "What? Want my contact information? Judging by your appearance, you must be a freshman this year, right? I'm a senior, and I wouldn't be interested in a younger puppy-like junior like you. So you're a senior. Then you might have misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for your contact information. I want to show you a magic trick." "Oh, what kind of pickup line is this?" "Fine, if you want to perform, go ahead. I'm watching." "Well, actually, I've already started. If you don't believe me, check your phone and see if it's still there." As soon as Lin Yi said this, the girl instinctively reached for her pocket. When she found it empty, her expression immediately changed. In fact, right after Lin Yi finished speaking, not only did the girl's expression change, but the face of a middle-aged man not far away also shifted. The girl realized her phone was missing and immediately glared angrily at Lin Yi. "When did you take my phone? How did you take it?" "Hee, I told you it's magic. Of course, I made it disappear." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Disappear? Where did you make it disappear to?" The girl still seemed unaware of anything unusual, her eyes filled with nothing but curiosity. "Of course, I made it disappear to a place you'd never imagine, like onto that uncle over there." While speaking, Lin Yi smiled and pointed to the middle-aged man not far away who had just stolen her phone. After being identified, the man showed a trace of panic on his face. "Young man, don't talk nonsense. How could her phone possibly be with me?" At this moment, the attention of the other passengers on the bus was also drawn over. Like the girl, their eyes were filled with curiosity. "How come her phone is with you?" "Of course, I transformed it over. If you don't believe me, I'll call her phone right now." Saying this, Lin Yi took out his own phone and turned to the girl, saying, "Senior, would you mind sharing your phone number with me?" Hearing this, the girl immediately nodded. "No problem, but is this your trick to get my contact information?" "Never mind, whatever." After the girl finished giving her number, Lin Yi casually dialed it. At this moment, cold sweat was already dripping down the face of the middle-aged man, who hadn't had time to turn off his phone after his recent success. The next second, a playful ringtone sounded from the man's pocket. It was a little bee, opening its mouth and making a beep sound. Hearing the familiar ringtone, the girl's expression changed instantly, while the man's face turned extremely tense. Just as he thought Lin Yi was about to expose the truth about him stealing the phone, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. "See, I told you I moved your phone onto him." The girl still didn't notice, her face full of surprise and amazement. "That's incredible. How did you do it?" "Impressive, right? Let me show you again." After saying that, he reached out to the man for the phone. "Sir, could you please give me her phone?" The man quickly nodded, pulling out the phone while pretending to be amazed. Young man, your magic is incredible. I didn't even realize I had an extra phone on me. If I didn't know better, I'd think I stole it myself. After a while, the girl's phone was handed to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not immediately return it to her. Instead, he shook the phone and smiled at her, saying, "Senior, don't blink. The show is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, change." In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the girl and everyone in the car, the girl's phone magically disappeared from Lin Yi's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately exclaimed in amazement, and the girl's eyes were filled with admiration. "Wow, you're incredible. I didn't even see clearly, and my phone was gone. Where did you make my phone disappear to? Want to know?" Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. The girl nodded repeatedly. "Then I'll call your phone again. Wherever it rings, that's where your phone is." As he spoke, Lin Yi dialed the girl's number again with his phone. The carriage instantly fell silent. The next second, the familiar ringtone rang out again. The sound of the little bee opening its mouth and going beep 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 came from the side, and everyone's gaze instantly fell on the uncle from earlier. Shock and confusion were written across everyone's faces, while the uncle looked as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his face filled with sheer terror. He immediately began searching his pockets and quickly pulled the girl's phone out of the left pocket of his jacket. When the phone was taken out, the bus was instantly filled with enthusiastic applause and praise from the passengers. "Amazing! This young man's magic is incredible. Yeah, I didn't even see how he made the phone disappear. I can understand making it disappear, but the key is how he managed to make the phone appear on that person. The principles behind their magic aren't so easy to figure out. That's amazing. I never thought I'd get to watch a magic show on a bus." The passengers kept praising, and the admiration on the girl's face grew even stronger. "Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You really are a magician. Otherwise?" Lin Yi said with a smile, "I'm a professional." "Alright, mister, please give me back the phone." The bewildered man nodded instinctively. Lin Yi took the phone from his hand and casually returned it to the girl. "The magic show is over. Don't be so careless in the future, or you won't even realize if your phone gets stolen." Oh, thank you, Junior." The girl took the phone and opened WeChat. "Let's exchange contact information, Junior, so I can show off in front of my friends later." Lin Yi politely declined her request. "No need, I have another matter to deal with right now." "What matter?" the girl asked with a hint of confusion. "Of course, it's reporting to the police, because there's a thief on this bus. Everyone should check their belongings to see if anything is missing, especially your phones." As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the passengers on the bus immediately turned pale and began checking their belongings. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise, "My phone is missing. Mine is gone too. Where's my wallet? It was clearly there when I got on the bus." Looking at everyone's reaction, Lin Yi was not surprised. The next second, his gaze locked onto the middle-aged man who had just stolen the phone. "Are you going to obediently return the item to its owner, or should I call the police and let them help retrieve everything you've stolen?" His words instantly made everyone on the bus realize what was happening. The man struggled for a moment, and his expression suddenly turned fierce. Alright, I admit defeat today." After saying that, he took out a pile of items from his body, completely exposing his identity as a thief. Immediately, the crowd on the bus erupted, threatening to send him to the police station. At that moment, a red light suddenly lit up ahead, and the bus came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road. Taking advantage of the distraction, the thief pressed the emergency door release button at the rear door. As soon as the door opened, he attempted to dash out of the bus. Before leaving, he turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Yi. "Kid, just you wait, this isn't over." After saying that, he started to run away. Although the crowd wanted to stop him, they couldn't catch up for the moment. Just as he was about to dive into the roadside greenery, Lin Yi quietly activated the mage's hand and grabbed one of his legs, causing him to fall flat on his face. Seeing this, a burly man on the bus immediately rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. The others also hurried over to help. Before long, the thief was beaten black and blue by the crowd, and it wasn't until the police from the local station arrived that they handed him over. As the one who exposed the thief, Lin Yi earned the sincere gratitude of the passengers on the bus. At this moment, a girl from the same school as him suddenly realized that her phone had also been stolen. "Junior, you really helped me a lot today. If I had lost my phone, it would have been a huge hassle. How about this, if you ever run into trouble in Jinghai, just mention my name, Lukiki, and it will definitely work. I have something to do today, so I'll head off first. If we meet again at school, I'll treat you to a meal." When the bus reached the stop, the girl with the backpack quickly got off. As she left, she didn't forget to make a phone call gesture to Lin Yi. After she left, Lin Yi continued for 2 more stops and finally arrived at the address Wang Zimo had given him. Mickey Meow Meow House? Human Maintenance Center? Looking at the 2 signs on the door, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Looking through the main door, neatly arranged clothes hang on the wall. The styles are diverse, ranging from cosplay outfits to everyday wear, and even performance costumes, everything you could possibly need, looking quite reliable. There should be wizard robes here, he muttered softly, stepping into the shop. Just as he entered, he looked around. Ha, is there no one in the shop? Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from a pile of clothes nearby. There's someone here. Who said there's no one? Following the sound, Linyi saw a girl dressed in a maid outfit, barely over 1.5 meters tall, looking extremely cute, with her hands on her hips as she sized him up and down. What are you here for? To rent clothes. No, to buy clothes. Linyi was momentarily stunned and replied, buy clothes? Judging by your appearance, you don't look like someone into the anime subculture. The girl in the maid outfit spoke as she walked to the counter, picked up a cigarette from the table, and lit it. After taking a deep drag, she seemed to think of something and casually pulled another cigarette from the pack and handed it to Linyi. Want one, little brother? No, thanks. I don't smoke. Linyi quickly waved his hand. Judging by your expression, you really don't know how. Would you like some water? After saying this, the girl walked over to the water dispenser. Seeing that it was out of water, she immediately turned and entered a small room. Moments later, she came out carrying a large water jug with one hand. Without much visible effort, she steadily placed the jug onto the water dispenser, which was nearly half her height. Drink some water. She filled a cup with water and firmly handed it to Linyi, then walked over to a flower pot nearby and lightly flicked off some ash from her cigarette. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? What are they for? Well, I want a mage robe, like the ones in movies, for performing magic at the school's welcome party. Linyi didn't deliberately hide anything and straightforwardly stated his needs. The girl immediately showed a hint of interest in her eyes upon hearing that he was going to perform magic. Oh, little brother, you can perform magic tricks too. How about this? Show me a magic trick first. If it's good, I'll give you a discount later. As she spoke, the girl sat down on the sofa in front of her, resting her hands on both sides of the sofa, crossing her legs, and gently shaking her foot. Linyi hesitated for a moment after hearing her words, then nodded in agreement. Alright, then you have to give me a bigger discount. I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have some water first? Sure, go ahead, and drink. The girl nodded in agreement. As soon as she finished speaking, Linyi tilted his head back and drank the entire glass of water in one go. After finishing, he placed the empty glass upside down on the table, indicating that it was completely empty. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. What? Before the girl could react, Linyi flipped the cup upside down, covering the empty mouth of the cup with his palm. Slowly, he moved his palm away, and the cup, which had been completely empty, was now filled to the brim with water. The girl's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she suddenly stood up. She looked at the cup in front of her, then at Linyi, her gaze filled with disbelief. Awesome, bro, your magic is incredible. If you use it to pick up girls, wouldn't it be invincible? TSK. How exactly did you do it? Linyi smiled mysteriously. Magic tricks must not be revealed to outsiders, it's the rule. That's true, once it's revealed, it's not so mysterious anymore. Looks like you really are a magician. The girl was clearly impressed by Linyi's trick just now. By the way, you just said you wanted a mage robe, right? Come over and take a look at this one. After speaking, the girl stood up and walked toward a row of cosplay costumes nearby. After rummaging for a while, she picked out a black hooded cloak from a pile of outfits. The edges of the cloak were embroidered with golden astronomical patterns, and combined with the texture of the cloak itself, it indeed had a bit of a wizardly vibe. Linyi saw the cloak and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, looks pretty decent. Here, try it on. Taking the black cloak handed over by the girl, Linyi draped it over himself. However, the girl frowned, looked him up and down, and shook her head. No, it's completely mismatched. You need to pair it with a specific outfit inside, otherwise, it looks terrible. Hearing her say that, Linyi quickly stood in front of the mirror and carefully examined himself. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and decent looks. The only downside was his lack of attention to dressing. After all, he was dirt poor and usually only considered the price when buying clothes, without caring about matching. Just as he was staring blankly at himself in the mirror, the girl walked over to another row of clothes nearby. After rummaging around for a while, she picked up a set of clothes and walked over. Here, put this on. Since you want to look a bit more dashing, you definitely need the full set. Linyi looked at the set of clothes in her hands. It was a black suit with an overall British gentleman style, including a white shirt, vest, bow tie, and even a top hat and a pair of leather shoes. Seeing this outfit, Linyi couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. Then I'll give it a try? Go ahead, the fitting room is right next to you, the girl said nonchalantly. After taking the clothes, Linyi stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, he came out wearing the black suit. Although this suit was not tailor-made for him, it still fit him perfectly. The moment he stepped out of the fitting room, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, I didn't expect your figure to be this good. This outfit suits you perfectly. With a hint of curiosity, Linyi quickly walked to the full-length mirror. The figure in the mirror, dressed in a black fitted suit and resembled resembling an elegant gentleman, made him nod repeatedly. It does fit well, and it is indeed very handsome. However, the girl standing beside him shook her head again. No, something's still missing. What else is missing? What on earth is going on? Sit down here. The girl pointed to the makeup table beside her. Although a bit puzzled, Lin Yi still complied. After he sat down, the girl picked up the eyebrow trimmer on the table. Your face still needs a bit of work. Let me help you. The next second, the girl leaned close to his face. Over 20 minutes later, Lin Yi looked at his lightly made-up face in the mirror, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Turns out I can be this handsome too. Of course, little brother, you already have a good foundation. You just didn't know how to groom yourself. Now that I've shaped your eyebrows and added some light makeup, you look several levels more handsome. As she spoke, the girl grabbed a handful of hair wax from the side and began styling his hair. A few minutes later, his previously slightly messy hairstyle was transformed into a dashing look comparable to that of an anime protagonist. Paired with the light makeup and formal attire from earlier, he now looked like a noble English gentleman with aristocratic lineage. How is it? Do you feel like you're super handsome now? Lin Yi was still in a daze when the girl started winking and making faces. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly. Hee, consider yourself lucky. I, your big sister, am a renowned makeup artist in the industry. Come on, take out your phone. What are you doing with your phone? Paying, of course. You don't think you can freeload off me, do you? Although you're handsome, I don't like boys. The clothes are 4,000 yuan. I'll give you a 20% discount, so it's 3,200. The makeup and styling are 600, so it's 480, totaling 3,680. Are you using WealthPay or Green Bubble? Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot, but seeing his explosively handsome reflection in the mirror, he gritted his teeth. To Wealth Treasure. Alright, if you're short on cash, let me know. I may not like boys, but I know quite a few rich ladies. I can recommend you as a model. With your looks, earning tens of thousands in one night wouldn't be a problem. As she spoke, the girl scanned the code while touching Lin Yi's chest muscles. That's absolutely unnecessary. Lin Yi immediately refused sternly. Hee, I'm just kidding. I don't know any rich ladies, nor do I have any connections to introduce you to modeling, but I have a friend who owns a bar, and it seems like she's looking for a magician performer recently. Here's her business card. If you're interested, you can contact her. After saying that, the girl picked up a business card from the counter. Black Rose Bar? Is that bar reliable? It's not a gay bar, is it? Lin Yi looked at the business card, his brows furrowed. Of course not. How could it be? If you want to go, just call her and arrange an interview. Little brother, come again next time if you need anything. I'll continue to give you a discount. After the girl saw him out, a wry smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. He originally just wanted to buy an ordinary wizard robe to make do, but ended up spending over 3,000 after entering the store. It was truly adding insult to injury. Sigh, now I owe my baba over 2,000. Looks like I need to figure out a way to make money. Speaking of which, he remembered the business card the girl had given him. Performing magic at a bar? Not a bad idea. At least I can monetize the abilities granted by the system. Forget it. I'll head back to school first. Lin Yi, holding the expensive suit he had just bought, walked toward the bus stop. Unexpectedly, many people kept turning their heads to look at him along the way, especially the opposite sex. Vaguely, he heard a few girls whispering, "Wow, that guy is so handsome." He is indeed handsome, but his fashion sense seems a bit average. I didn't expect there to be handsome guys in real life too. Suddenly, I feel like clothing and styling aren't that important after all. As long as you're handsome, even wearing a rag can look stylish. If I were a few years younger, I would definitely ask for his contact information. Listening to these comments, Lin Yi couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. It seems that spending over 3,000 yuan was worth it. This makeup technique is truly impressive. Unfortunately, the effect isn't permanent. After a night's sleep, the hairstyle gets messed up. It would be great if it could stay fixed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Daily task completed. 100 magic coins earned. Hearing the prompt tone, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Sure enough, even a purchased cosplay prop can be recognized by the system. With these 100 gold coins, I should be able to buy that gold watch in the mysterious shop. Filled with anticipation, he quickened his pace. Over 40 minutes later, he took the bus back to school. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found that none of his 3 roommates had returned. Could they all have gone to be assistants for the senior? But this works out well too. He conveniently locked the dormitory door and immediately opened the system panel to enter the mysterious shop. Seeing the gold watch priced at only 100 magic gold coins, he bought it without hesitation. The next second, a white light flashed and finally condensed into a golden pocket watch with a strong classical charm. Holding the heavy gold watch in his hand, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Is this a magical tool? Could it really be made of pure gold? If it's actually made of gold, it must be worth a fortune. But he was just saying it casually and would never sell something so precious. With his current abilities, earning as much money as he wanted in the future would be a piece of cake. If he were bold enough to do do something illegal. He could probably get rich in no time, considering how powerful the system backpack's functions were. After carefully examining the pocket watch, he more or less figured out how to use it. The pocket watch is essentially a transformation tool that can store various appearances. When needed, you can summon them and instantly switch appearances by pressing the button on top. For example, if your clothes get accidentally damaged during a battle, just press the button and they will instantly return to their original state, with makeup and hairstyle restored in one click. As a noble magician, one must always maintain elegance. After understanding how to use the pocket watch, Lin Yi once again donned the black formal suit. Put on the cloak, wear the black top hat, black bow tie, and monocle, then place the gold watch into the right pocket, letting the golden chain show. After completing the entire outfit, Lin Yi instantly transformed from an ordinary college student into a mysterious and elegant gentleman magician. Paired with his lightly made-up handsome face, even he couldn't help but be impressed by his own charm. Elegant, truly elegant. This look appears extremely professional. Quickly save it first. After expressing admiration, he took out a gold watch, gently pressed a button, and saved the current appearance. In the future, whenever needed, he just has to select this appearance and press the button again to instantly transform into this look. Once saved, he immediately took off his clothes and accessories, casually removed the light makeup from his face, and tousled his hair. After confirming he had returned to his normal human form, he casually pressed the button on the gold watch. The next moment, he immediately transformed back into the elegant magician he had just been. Such a miraculous scene left Lin Yi deeply moved. Magical artifacts are truly awesome, absolutely incredible. With this treasure, there's no need to specifically find someone to do makeup. Changing clothes can also be done with one click. It's a pity it can only save 3 appearances. After saying that, he pressed the button again and returned to his normal appearance. He played with it several times until a knock came from outside the dormitory, prompting him to revert to his normal human form to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Chaoyang coming in with a large pile of food. He walked in and looked at Lin Yi with a mischievous grin. "Why did you lock the door during the day, kid? I hope I didn't interrupt your flight schedule?" "I'm not that kind of person," Lin Yi replied earnestly. "It's fine, no worries. We're all young people here. You don't have a girlfriend, so I understand. I have a few boarding passes here, you can use them." "Thank you. By the way, have you gotten more handsome?" Li Chaoyang stroked his chin, sizing up Lin Yi. "What are you talking about? I've always been very handsome," Lin Yi replied confidently. "Well, that makes sense. Oh, I brought you some food as compensation. Hurry up and eat it before it gets cold." As he spoke, Li Chaoyang placed all the food he was carrying onto Lin Yi's desk. Seeing the food, Lin Yi's heart instantly warmed. His 3 roommates knew he was in a tough situation and often helped him openly and discreetly. Coincidentally, he was feeling a bit hungry. Just as Lin Yi sat down to start eating, Li Chaoyang suddenly added, "By the way, the literature and arts department just sent me a message. They want you to go to the school auditorium at 6 o'clock tonight to meet with them, briefly discuss the program you'll be performing at the evening event, and do a bit of rehearsal. Don't forget to go." Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at the time while eating. "Damn it, you bastard, you're only telling me now at 5 o'clock. He couldn't help but curse. "Ha, I just had a date with my girlfriend and forgot about this," Li Chaoyang said with a laugh. "This food isn't just leftovers you two couldn't finish and packed up, is it?" "Hee, not entirely. Some of it is stuff my girlfriend ordered but didn't like. Don't worry, it's clean and untouched." Li Chaoyang grinned. "Eat quickly, don't be late." Lin Yi devoured the food like a whirlwind, wiped his mouth, and hurriedly ran out of the dormitory. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the auditorium of Jinghai University of Technology. By then, quite a few people had already gathered inside the auditorium. He even spotted the guy who had played the guitar earlier and the boy who had been wielding a broadsword. Clearly, they were also here for the rehearsal. In addition, there was a group of student council members with work badges hanging on their chests. A tall girl with a high ponytail and glasses was holding a list and calling out names. "Is Zhou Yuxuan from Finance Class 3 here?" As soon as the words were spoken, the boy holding a guitar and singing on the playground raised his hand and walked up to her. "You're preparing to perform a song, right? What song are you going to perform?" "The rainy season of that year when I was 17. Could you play a piece? This time the rehearsal schedule is tight and we need to ensure the quality of the performance." "No problem." Zhou Yuxuan sat down with his guitar, and soon the auditorium was filled with his melodious and youthful singing. After he finished playing and singing, the tall girl immediately showed a satisfied smile, and the others applauded one after another. "Thank you, Zhou, you sang well. You just need to come for a group rehearsal once, and we will notify you." "Alright, then can I leave now?" After Zhou Yuxuan left with his guitar, many girls on site whispered among themselves, clearly attracted by his handsome appearance. The tall girl continued calling names. "Finance Class 1, Sun Zhiyuan. Here." As she called out the names one by one, groups of students who had signed up for the welcome party went on stage one after another, reporting their performances while giving a brief demonstration. Lin Yi watched their performances, feeling a trace of relief in his heart. This school is truly full of hidden talents, everyone has extraordinary skills. If I had gone on stage with my previous level, I would probably have been a joke. I need to think carefully about what magic trick to perform. At the very least I should come up with a name for the act. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi already had an answer in his heart. Just then, the tall girl from the student council's arts department suddenly called out his name. Lin Yi from Civil Engineering Class 1. Hearing his name, Lin Yi responded loudly like everyone else, then walked onto the stage. Student Lin Yi, you signed up for magic on the registration form, right? The girl glanced at the form in her hand and asked. That's right, magic. Lin Yi nodded. Since magic performances tend to take more time, and we have another student who also signed up for magic, we need you both to showcase your acts so we can select the one with the better stage effect. You should be able to understand that, right? Did anyone else sign up for magic? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Yes, the tall girl said, then shouted toward the audience, is Manchichi from Business English Class 2 here? Is that so? As soon as she finished speaking, a cold female voice came from the audience. Here. The next moment, a short-haired girl dressed stylishly walked onto the stage. Classmate, it's her. She signed up for the magic competition just like you. Now we need to choose one of you. The tall girl said somewhat awkwardly. Lin Yi nodded. I can understand. Isn't it obvious? It's definitely about who's better. I won't let her succeed so easily. Meng Qiqi stood with her hands in her pockets, staring at Lin Yi arrogantly. Hey, dare to compete with me? How do we compete? Lin Yi asked curiously. One person performs a magic trick live, and the winner is decided by the audience raising their hands to vote. No problem. Lin Yi nodded. Did you bring any magic props? Sort of. Lin Yi thought for a moment and secretly chuckled to himself thinking, isn't the system backpack the best magic prop? Who goes first? You go ahead. Then I won't hold back. After saying this, Manchichi walked to the edge of the stage and began her performance in front of the crowd. She first took out a handkerchief and gave it a gentle shake, and to everyone's surprise, the handkerchief turned into a magic wand. Then, she conjured a deck of cards out of thin air and performed an intricate card magic routine. Although these tricks were often seen on television, her skillful techniques, combined with the fact that she was just a college student, left the audience of fellow students in awe. Finally, she ended the performance by turning a hand of playing cards into money. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, and her face was full of pride, clearly very satisfied with her performance. Returning to Lin Yi's side, she whispered, it's your turn. All right. Lin Yi nodded and walked to the edge of the stage. Facing the hundreds of spectators below, he suddenly smiled. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Yi. Actually, I don't know magic, nor am I a magician. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No one expected him to say that, until he continued, because I am a magician, and everything I know is magic. The people who were confused just a moment ago couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You might not believe me, so let me show you my magic. As we all know, as magicians, we need to carry many magical tools, all of which are stored in our magic pockets. Our magic pockets can hold a large number of items and never get full. Saying this, he patted his trouser pocket. By the way, everyone should have brought their phones, right? The audience nodded one after another. Who can lend me a phone for an experiment? As soon as the words were spoken, a boy sitting near the front voluntarily handed over his phone. Thank you, classmate. Now I'll put the phone into my magic pocket. Lin Yi stuffed the phone into his pocket, but in reality, he secretly placed it into the system backpack. The pocket still feels a bit empty. Bring me another one. Someone immediately handed over another phone. Lin Yi stored it the same way as before. Still empty, this time make it two. Curious spectators didn't think much and handed over two more phones. At this moment, they still hadn't realized the secret of the magic, until Lin Yi continuously stuffed the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, a total of more than 20 phones into his pocket, yet his pocket didn't bulge at all. The scene instantly erupted in astonishment. Even Manchichi was stunned. Her magic relied entirely on specialized props. She'd never seen someone like Lin Yi conjure so many items barehanded. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out where Lin Yi had made the phone disappear to. Just as she was completely puzzled, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Oh, it seems like there's a problem with my magic pocket. The pocket's exit seems to have connected to another place. Everyone, don't worry. I will definitely help you get your phone back. I've already sensed it. The exit of the magic pocket is in the bag carried by classmate Manchichi. As soon as these words were spoken, Manchichi immediately widened her eyes. How is that possible? When did those phones end up in my bag? My intuition doesn't lie. Those phones are indeed in your bag. Let me take a look and I'll find them quickly, Lin Yi said with a smile. Alright then, go ahead and check. Manchichi nonchalantly handed her shoulder bag to Lin Yi. Lin Yi unceremoniously pulled open the zipper and reached inside, pretending to search. Ha, found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a phone out of his bag. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Before long, he had taken all the phones he had previously hidden in his pants pocket out of the Manchichi bag. Manchichi witnessed this scene firsthand and was utterly shocked, as if he'd seen seen a ghost. But when Lin Yi returned all the phones to their owners, a girl anxiously said, "My phone hasn't been returned to me yet." Lin Yi immediately slapped his forehead. "Oh no, there might have been a space-time turbulence just now. Your phone might have been lost in the space-time turbulence." Hearing this, the girl panicked. "What should I do then?" "Don't worry, I have a spell that can help you retrieve your phone from the space-time turbulence. You need to get closer to me and silently call out to your phone in your heart. It will naturally return to you." The girl was so startled by Lin Yi's words that she froze, then walked to the front of the stage, standing less than half a meter away from him. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were focused on Lin Yi and the girl, everyone eagerly anticipating how the magic trick would unfold and how the girl's phone would reappear. Lin Yi suddenly let out a long breath. "Alright, with your call and my magic, your phone has successfully returned to you. Check if it's in your pocket." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl immediately reached into her pocket. The next second, her expression changed dramatically, and in front of everyone, she actually pulled out her phone from her pocket. "My phone is really back." In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. The moment the girl pulled a phone out of her pocket, everyone present, including Manchichi, was so shocked they were left speechless. They had just witnessed the whole process, how the girl had been far away from Lin Yi and couldn't figure out how the phone ended up back in her pocket. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This is like a cow flying a plane, utterly incredible. I didn't even blink. How did her phone come back? The phone is so agile, it came back on its own. What scientific principle is this? Can someone explain it to me? Could he really be a magician? Don't even think about it. There's no such thing as a wizard in this world. All the magic tricks you can't understand are just because you haven't figured out the principles behind them. I have to admit, his magic trick was really impressive. I'm starting to suspect he's a professional magician. Although the magic performed by that girl earlier was flashy, in terms of substance, this guy is definitely better. I can't even figure out where he hid those 20-something phones earlier. Amazing, absolutely amazing. For a moment, the scene was filled with continuous applause and exclamations of admiration. Lin Yi also finished his magic performance and turned to look at the dumbfounded Meng Qiqi nearby. "Classmate, what do you think of the magic I just performed?" Hearing this, the previously dazed Meng Qiqi suddenly snapped back to reality and said with a wry smile, "Your magic is still more impressive. This is all professional level stuff. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have come. I feel a bit embarrassed." "It's okay, your magic was already great," Lin Yi comforted. "Don't comfort me. Our skill levels are simply not on the same level. But don't worry, I won't be discouraged. I'll practice hard when I get back, and I believe I can become an outstanding magician in the future. Let's go." After saying this, the reinvigorated Manchichi gracefully left the stage. After she left, the tall girl from the arts department walked up to Lin Yi. "Classmate Lin Yi, your magic performance just now was absolutely amazing. I believe you will definitely shine at the welcome party. So, are you planning to perform this magic trick again at the welcome party?" Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. "No, the magic trick just now was a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'll perform a different magic trick at the welcome party." "Another magic trick?" The tall girl showed a hint of curiosity on her face. "Can you tell me its name?" "Sure, I call it Mage's Hand." "Mage's Hand? The name is quite interesting. I'll write it down and look forward to your performance." Saying this, she wrote the words Mage's Hand on the program list. At this point, Lin Yi had nothing else to do. He turned around, left the auditorium, and returned to his dormitory. After exchanging a few simple greetings with his 3 roommates, he joined their gaming team, not realizing that time had flown by to midnight. As soon as it passed midnight, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! A new day has arrived. The sign-in calendar and the mysterious shop have been refreshed. Host, please don't forget to sign in. Hearing the notification sound, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He took out his phone to check the time and realized it was already midnight. Time flies when playing games. Let's quickly finish this round and check what good stuff is available in today's sign-in. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a warm current surge through his body, clearly indicating that the daily increase of 10 magic points had been credited. After finally finishing the game, he immediately went to wash up and then crawled into the bed curtain. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened the system panel's sign-in interface right away. Seeing the glittering gift package above, he clicked on it without hesitation. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in reward has been sent to the system backpack. Please check, host. The next second, the gift package turned into a white dot and entered the system backpack. Without hesitation, he brought the gift package into the real world. Upon touching it, it immediately transformed into a new book. This book is similar to the previous Mage's Hand, except for the different text on the cover. Illumination spell? What kind of magic is this? Lin Yi looked on in confusion, and the relevant information instantly appeared in his mind. Illumination spell, 0-level non-attribute spell, consumes 1 point of mana per use. When activated, a ball of white light can be condensed in the palm, illuminating the surrounding environment. The light ball can float nearby for continuous illumination, and if detonated, it can release an intense flash cash instantly. Listening to the introduction in his mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of garbage spell is this? It only glows? Isn't this just a flashlight? Truly the trashiest of trash. Although speechless, he had no choice but to accept whatever the system gave him. He casually flipped open the book, and memories of the illumination spell instantly flooded his mind. In that memory, he transformed into a seasoned mage who had devoted years to studying the illumination spell. After fully absorbing the memory, a slight change appeared on his face. This illumination spell doesn't seem as useless as I thought. It can actually adjust the brightness, change the shape of the light source, attach to other objects, and even alter the color of the light. This is getting interesting. Indeed, there are no useless spells, only useless mages. With that, he set the illumination spell aside and turned his gaze toward the mysterious shop. Evidently, the mysterious shop also refreshed daily, and this time, 3 items appeared as well. Magical equipment, Phoenix Feather Staff, a high-tier staff meticulously crafted with phoenix feathers, providing a powerful boost to fire magic. Price, 2.5 million magic coins. Magical item, Flying Cloak, a magical artifact crafted by an alchemy master, enchanted with tier 3 spell flight. When worn, it allows brief soaring in the sky. Price, 1,000 magic coins. Daily special, Card Master Trist's Fate card set, incomplete, a personal magical item of the renowned Mage Trist, possessing powerful magical effects. Although some cards are missing, it remains a rare treasure. Price, 300 magic coins. Looking at the 3 items displayed in the mysterious shop and their descriptions, Lin Yi couldn't help but drool with desire, especially when he saw the second item, a magical tool with the ability to fly. Who could resist the allure of soaring through the skies? The only regret was that its price was simply too high. So despite how tempted he was, he could only turn his head to look at the third special offer. Fortunately, this particular item seemed decent enough. That was until he saw the price. Fate card? It doesn't even say what this thing is for, but even if it's not very useful, at the price of 100 magic coins, what else can I choose? Wait, wasn't it 100 coins? How did it turn into 300 coins? Where am I supposed to get 300 coins from? As soon as the price was confirmed, Lin Yi's head buzzed loudly. Speaking of which, can I only rely on daily tasks to earn magic coins? If that's the case, I'll only be able to buy discounted items for the rest of my life, and not even every time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask the system. System, is the daily task really the only way to obtain magic coins? Is there no other way to get magic coins? As soon as the question was asked, the system immediately responded. Magic coins can also be obtained with a certain probability by completing daily check-ins and cumulative check-ins, in addition to daily tasks. Furthermore, the host can use real-world currency to exchange for magic coins. Please check the specific exchange rate yourself. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lin Yi's expression immediately changed. Here, damn it, why didn't you say that earlier? System, the host had not inquired about this matter before. Alright, I really didn't ask. That was my mistake. Yes. After speaking, Lin Yi quickly began studying the system interface. Before long, he found the exchange portal for magic coins in real-world currency. According to the description, he only needed to present real-world money, and the system would automatically evaluate the exchange rate. He pulled out the 100 yuan hidden behind his phone case. As soon as he took out the 100 yuan, the system displayed the exchange rate. The moment he saw the rate, he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, 100 bucks for just one magic coin? That's daylight robbery. If I want to exchange for that flying cloak, wouldn't it cost 100,000? So greedy, absolutely greedy. Forget it, I won't exchange it. I can barely afford food. Survival is the real priority. Looks like I can't afford today's fate cards either. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave up the idea of exchanging cash for magic coins. By the way, today's daily tasks should have refreshed. Let's see what today's task is. Maybe the gold coin reward will be higher. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, he quickly opened the task interface. The next second, a new daily task appeared before his eyes. Daily task, as a noble mage, you need to have a magical pet of your own. Please capture and tame a magical pet within 1 day. The pet's grade is not restricted. Task rewards, 100 magic coins, 1 bottle of pet advancement potion, which can be used to advance a magical pet. To assist the host in completing the task, the host is permitted to temporarily use a contract spell. The system will provide a prompt when a suitable target is encountered. Lin Yi didn't even bother to look at the task details and directly glanced at the task rewards. Seeing that it was only 100 magic coins, his heart sank. I'm doomed. Looks like I won't be able to buy today's special offer again. I'm short 200 magic coins, which is equivalent to 20,000 bucks. Even if I go out and sell stuff, I can't make 20,000 in a day. Besides, today's task seems a bit different. A magic pet? Where am I supposed to get a magic pet? Would an ordinary pet work? For a moment, Lin Yi felt a bit lost. Alright, since things have come to this, let's sleep first. Tomorrow, I'll figure out a way to complete the task and see if I can gather enough money. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing I can do. do. Besides, it seems my Huabei repayment is almost due. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the business card given to him by the girl running the clothing store during the day. Maybe performing magic at the bar is also a good option. Thinking about the plans for tomorrow, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. Having just finished military training, they temporarily had no classes scheduled. Their daily activities consisted of attending meetings, taking psychological assessments, and listening to lectures. By the afternoon, there was basically nothing to do. While his roommates were still immersed in games, Lin Yi walked out of the dormitory alone. As soon as he stepped outside, he began searching around and quickly fixed his gaze on a stray dog. No one knew who had raised this stray dog, but it wandered around the school all day. Then it's decided, I'll try to tame you as my magical pet first. After saying this, Lin Yi walked into a nearby store and bought a sausage, then called the stray dog over. However, after feeding the sausage, there was still no system notification indicating the task was completed. Clearly, the task had failed, and this stray dog could not be tamed as a magical pet. If dogs won't work, how about cats? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then bought another sausage and began searching for stray cats on campus. Before long, he spotted a tabby cat senior lounging in the shade of a tree. He thought he could easily win over the cat senior with the sausage, but to his surprise, when he tore open the sausage and placed it in front of the cat senior, the cat completely ignored him. Not only that, the tabby cat was impatiently flicking its tail, leaving Lin Yi completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? The cat won't even eat the sausage anymore? As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's voice came from beside him. It's already been spoiled. Now it only eats canned cat food and cat treats, the girl said gently. Lin Yi immediately turned his head to look and saw a gentle-looking girl holding 2 books standing there. This cat has been at the school for 3 years. Every day, many people feed it, so it definitely doesn't lack food. Just look at its big belly and you'll know, the girl continued. Lin Yi immediately lowered his head to look at the tabby cat's belly. Sure enough, the layers of fat were obvious. The girl spoke again, if you want to feed one, there's a little black cat over there. As she spoke, she pointed to the corner of the wall not far away. Lin Yi followed the direction of her finger and indeed saw a small, skinny black cat curled up in the corner of the wall. Compared to the big fat cat from earlier, its size was less than a third. Seeing that the big fat cat ignored him, Lin Yi immediately took the sausage and walked toward the small black cat. Before he could get close, the small black cat suddenly transformed into a Spinosaurus form. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks and broke off a small piece of sausage to toss in front of it. The piece of sausage had just hit the ground when the little black cat immediately perked up its airplane ears and gently patted the sausage with its front paw. After confirming it wouldn't attack, the little black cat finally let down its guard. Perhaps it smelled the aroma of the sausage and realized that what lay before it was not an enemy, but food. Before long, the little black cat began devouring the food ravenously, making a gurgling sound as it ate, clearly starving. After it finished the first piece, Lin Yi tossed out a second piece, then a third. While feeding it, Lin Yi slowly approached it, and at this moment, the little black cat was no longer as nervous as before. When he got close to it, the little black cat was still focused on eating the sausage. Taking advantage of its concentration, Lin Yi carefully reached out and touched its little head, and the little creature still showed no reaction. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief in his heart. 2 minutes later, the little black cat had devoured the entire sausage. After eating, it licked the corner of its mouth and looked at Lin Yi with longing eyes. The wariness in its emerald green gaze was gone, replaced by a hint of flattery. Little one, are you still hungry? How about we make a deal? You become my pet, and I promise you'll never worry about food or drink. What do you say? If you agree, give me a meow. As soon as the words fell, the little black cat meowed. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! The current creature meets the conditions for a magical pet. Would you like to capture it? Just as Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, the little black cat, having just eaten its fill, suddenly seemed to sense something and leapt to the side. Lin Yi was surprised to see a crow that had just landed being pinned to the ground. Afterward, the little black cat trotted over to him with the crow in its mouth. It loosened its grip, and the crow fell to the ground. At this moment, the crow was already seriously injured. It flapped its wings a few times but couldn't take off. Clearly, the little black cat intended to present the crow as a gift in return. Just as Lin Yi was about to praise the little black cat, the system notification sounded once again. Ding! The current creature meets the conditions for a magical pet. Would you like to tame it? Hearing 2 consecutive prompts, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance back and forth between the little black cat in front of him and the crow caught by the black cat. What does this mean? Can this crow also be tamed as a magical pet? What exactly are the requirements to be recognized as a magical pet? Is it intelligence, or some other hidden criteria? For a moment, he was at a loss, so he decided not to dwell on the question. However, he now faced a new dilemma. Which one should he choose as his magical pet, the black cat or the crow? Although he was still unclear about the specific role of magical pets, a vague premonition arose in his heart. Magical pets might be closely tied to his future development. cat. After thinking for quite a while, he finally decided to choose the black cat. Then, he softly recited the contract spell granted by the system. As soon as the spell was finished, he immediately felt a portion of his magic power diminish, while a symbol formed from magic flew out of his hand and landed on the little black cat. The symbol drilled into the little black cat's body, and he immediately felt a mysterious connection established between himself and the cat. The little black cat's gaze toward him also became more affectionate. This meant that the little black cat had officially become his magical pet. After completing this action, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to the injured crow on the ground. Without hesitation, he cast the contract spell once again. With the second extraction of magic, the same contract symbol as before flew toward the crow. That familiar feeling surged in his heart once more. The crow on the ground also established a mysterious connection with him, and he could even sense the crow's emotions and physical pain at that moment. Without a doubt, this crow had also become his magical pet. Just as he was feeling amazed, the prompt for completing the daily task rang on time. Ding! Daily task completed. You have received 100 magic coins and a bottle of pet advancement potion. The rewards have been sent to the system backpack. Host, please check them yourself. Hearing the prompt tone, Lin Ye's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Ever since he learned that 100 yuan could only exchange for one magic coin, in his eyes, 100 magic coins were almost equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Getting 10,000 yuan all at once, how could he not be happy? However, compared to this huge sum, he was even more curious about the magical effects of that bottle of pet advancement potion. As the name suggests, potions can help pets evolve, but how exactly they evolve and what changes occur afterward remain unknown. Now that we have magical pets, why not use you two to give it a try? As he spoke, his gaze fell on the little black cat in front of him and the unfortunate crow. Holding the little black cat in one arm and grabbing the crow with the other, he headed toward a small grove beside the school. After ensuring there was no one around, he gently placed the cat and the crow on the ground. As soon as they were put down, the little black cat was eager to make a move on the crow. If Lin Yi hadn't reacted quickly, the crow might have already been bitten to death by the little black cat. Don't use your mouth. From now on, you two are companions, so get along harmoniously, understand? Squat down. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the little black cat obediently squatted in front of him. After confirming that the two wouldn't fight anymore, he took out the rewarded pet advancement potion from the system backpack. The potion was contained in a glass test tube, dark green in color, faintly glowing with a mysterious light, and held about 200 milliliters. If he only had one magical pet, he would definitely feed it the entire vial. But now that there were two, he decided to give each half. Pulling out the stopper of the vial, he slowly crouched down and gently patted the black cat's head. Open your mouth. As soon as the words were spoken, the little black cat obediently opened its mouth. Lin Yi carefully poured half of the potion into its mouth. After pouring, he began to observe the changes in the little black cat. In the next second, under his gaze, a green glow suddenly emerged from the little black cat's body. Affected by the green light, its originally thin and shriveled body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a half-grown kitten into a fully mature adult cat. Not only did its size change, but its overall appearance was also completely renewed. The little creature, which had previously looked scrawny and unkempt due to malnutrition, now had sleek, jet-black fur that shone as if it had just been treated with high-end shampoo. Every muscle on its body was perfectly defined, its streamlined figure complemented by a face that was both elegant and commanding, with sharp contours. Its emerald-like, translucent green eyes exuded a faint aura of nobility, making it resemble a regal and graceful aristocratic cat. However, that wasn't the most astonishing part. What truly shocked Lin Yi was the additional eye that had appeared in the center of its forehead. At first, Lin Yi thought it was just a golden line, but as the line slowly parted, he was startled to discover that it was actually a vertical eye. Oh my god, it's turned into a three-eyed cat. This is incredible, he couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the difference between magical pets and ordinary animals? But surely, the changes aren't just in appearance. Just as he finished speaking, the little black cat seemed to read his thoughts. With a smug expression, it began to showcase its abilities. Without making any movements, it slowly floated into the air right before Lin Ye's eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but display a mix of envy and astonishment. What the? You can fly, he blurted out. Do you have any other abilities? Swish! The black cat, which had just been hovering in mid-air, suddenly vanished into thin air. Yet Lin Yi could still sense its presence. In an instant, he guessed its second ability, invisibility. When the invisibility ended, the little black cat landed back on the ground. With a swift motion, it transformed into a black top hat. Clearly, this was its third ability, shapeshifting. After consecutively demonstrating 3 abilities, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. As a magician, he found it hard to accept that his abilities were outmatched by this little cat. By the way, what's the purpose of that eye in the middle of your forehead? Lin Yi asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the little black cat, which had just transformed into a top hat, immediately reverted to its feline form, crouched on the ground and meowed at Lin Yi. Then, Lin Yi suddenly felt a momentary daze in his mind. Shortly after, an image appeared before his eyes, a couple walking into the small forest where he was. The vision lasted only a few seconds, but when it ended, Lin Yi's heart was in turmoil because he had already guessed the source of the image. Foreseeing the future? You can actually foresee the future. That's incredible, Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. Flying, invisibility, shapeshifting, foreseeing the future, any one of these 4 abilities would be enough to make someone extraordinary. And now, all these abilities were concentrated in a single cat. Lin Yi's envy was almost palpable. This pet evolution potion is truly amazing. I wonder if I can drink it. Just hearing about it makes me want to give it a try. After marveling for a moment, Lin Yi picked up the little black cat on the ground along with the crow that hadn't been fed the potion yet and walked toward another corner nearby. Not long after he left, a sweet and loving couple walked over. Seeing this couple, who were identical to the ones in the vision he had just seen, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance once more at the black cat in his arms. It's roughly about a minute, which means you can foresee what will happen a minute later and even transmit the foresight to me, he thought. In this way, it's as if I also indirectly have the ability to foresee the next minute. Not bad at all. By the way, we haven't given you a name yet. It has to be something impressive. Little Black sounds too plain. It needs to be something more stylish. Let's call you Black. It sounds pretty cool. The black cat seemed to like the name a lot and even nodded its head. Great, from now on, your name is Black. From now on, if I have food to eat, I'll make sure you get a cat treat too. But you have to hide that eye on your forehead. Don't let anyone else see it, Lin Yi said with a smile. Meow Black responded. Alright, stay aside for now. I'll feed the medicine to this crow and see what it turns into. Lin Yi placed Black on the ground and turned his attention to the crow in his hand. Open your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the crow opened its mouth on its own. Crows are inherently very intelligent birds, their intelligence even comparable to that of young children. Otherwise, the story of the crow and the pitcher wouldn't have been passed down. After being tamed by Lin Yi, its responsiveness to commands was even sharper than that of the black cat, Black. As soon as it opened its mouth, Lin Yi poured the remaining half bottle of pet advancement potion directly into it. Before long, the entire half bottle of potion had been fed to the crow. The crow's body quickly began to change. Just like the little black cat earlier, the first transformation occurred in its body. The wing that had been injured by Black instantly healed, and its size grew significantly larger than before. Its feathers appeared as if meticulously groomed, gleaming with a glossy black sheen. Its claws and beak shimmered with a metallic luster, and Lin Yi had no doubt that a single strike from its claw could easily crush a child's skull. If it weren't for the fact that it still retained the shape of a crow, others would surely mistake it for a mighty eagle. Apart from its appearance, the crow also exhibited obvious signs of mutation. Unlike Black, who had an extra eye, it had grown a pair of devil-like goat horns on its head. Coupled with its jet-black feathers, it gave off an eerie and grotesque vibe. So this is what you look like after advancing? You actually look pretty cool, Lin Yi couldn't help but praise. Meow. The little black cat chimed in. You look pretty cool too, Lin Yi said to it with a smile. As soon as the words fell, a voice suddenly came from the crow's mouth. Stupid cat. Big stupid cat. The hoarse and noisy voice left Lin Yi stunned. What the heck? You can actually talk. Of course, it's all thanks to you, master, the crow spoke again. Now Lin Yi was completely certain that this crow could actually speak human language. It seems your first ability is speaking human language. Do you have any other abilities? Yes, master. Then let me see them. After speaking, the crow flew from his hand. In the next second, it turned from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. In the blink of an eye, a large flock of crows appeared in front of Lin Yi. Seeing that they were about to multiply further, Lin Yi quickly shouted to stop. Stop, stop, that's enough, quickly turn back. Not long after, the flock of crows in the sky disappeared without a trace, leaving only one behind. It seems your second ability is cloning. This ability is pretty impressive. It would definitely look cool in a magic performance. Lin Yi immediately thought of using it for a magic show. Even imagining the scene in his mind, countless crows swirling around him as he slowly appeared, exuding an incredible charm, practically cosplaying as the Raven Messenger. Do you have any other abilities? Of course, master, the crow replied in that same raspy voice. Where did you learn all these words? I don't know, master. I just suddenly knew them. It's fine, go on. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the crow began to demonstrate its third ability. It flapped its wings, and a large number of black feathers fell from the sky. Immediately, the black feathers turned into heavy snow, and in an instant, the entire school was covered in silver. However, this scene didn't last long. Lin Yi blinked, and the black feathers and snowflakes all disappeared. Everything that had just happened turned out to be an illusion, clearly a trick played by the crow. So your third ability is illusion? Yes, master. The weaker a person's mental strength, the longer I can control them. As for a powerful mage like you, I can't control you for very long. The crow spoke, not forgetting to flatter Lin Yi with some praise. Not bad. This ability is also quite suitable for performing magic tricks. Go on, on, is there anything else? For example, the horns on your head must have some special purpose, right? That's right, master. These horns come from an abyssal demon, so I carry a trace of demonic blood in me. Demons are best at deception, so my fourth ability is deception. As soon as the words fell, the crow transformed into Lin Ye's appearance right before his eyes. Seeing someone who looked exactly like himself, Lin Ye immediately showed an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Can you transform into a human? That's right, I can take the form of anyone I've seen and even mimic their voice. Not just humans, I can transform into other things too, unlike that dumb cat. As he spoke, the Lin Ye in front of him suddenly emitted a voice identical to his own. Then, he transformed into the appearance of the couple, who had just run in, perfectly imitating their expressions, movements, and voices. Lin Ye couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of magical pets, truly incredible. You two are even more capable than I am. As soon as these words were spoken, the crow immediately reverted to its original form, flew to Lin Ye's shoulder, and said with a fawning expression, "No matter how strong our abilities are, they are all granted by you, master. We will always be your most loyal servants and will never betray you in this lifetime." "Right, you big dumb cat?" Meow the black cat Blake bared its teeth in frustration, hating more than anything that it couldn't speak human language. "Great, from today onwards, you two will be my right-hand men. As long as you stick with me, you'll have endless delicacies to enjoy in the future," Lin Ye said with a smile. "By the way, let me give you names. The cat will be called Black, and the crow will be called Brian. You can call me anything, master. I especially like this name." The crow once again showcased its ability to speak. A few minutes later, Lin Ye walked out of the small grove again. When he went in, he had a cat and a crow on his shoulders. When he came out, he had two small figurines at his waist, a cat and a bird. The daily tasks were successfully completed, earning 100 magic gold coins, but he was still 200 coins short of buying the fate card. If he didn't buy it, Lin Ye would feel unwilling. If he did, he didn't have enough coins, unless he could earn 20,000 yuan in a single day. But for a freshman, that was simply a pipe dream. Even if he were given a month, he might not be able to make it. After thinking for a long time, he still decided to take a gamble. Taking out the business card given to him by the girl from the clothing store, Lin Ye hesitated for a moment before dialing the number on it. As soon as the call connected, a lazy yet mature female voice came from the other end. "Who is this?" Hearing this alluring voice, Lin Ye quickly began to introduce himself. "Hello, Ms. Hu Dai, I'm a friend of Tang Tang, an amateur magician. I heard you're looking for a resident performer, and I'd like to give it a try." Sugar's friend? Since when did she have a male friend? The woman on the other end of the phone sounded slightly surprised. "But, you're right, my bar does need a resident performer, though we've never tried magic shows before." "It sounds quite interesting. Since I'm free this afternoon, why don't you come over for an audition? If you perform well, I'll consider it." "Alright, can I head over now?" "Come on over. Call me when you arrive. I'll take a nap in the meantime." The other party finished reporting the number, and the call was disconnected. "Hope I can make some money." Lin Ye took a deep breath and walked out of the school. After taking the bus for more than 10 stops, he finally arrived at the Black Rose Bar. The bar's location was easy to find, and the sign at the entrance was very conspicuous. Since it was the afternoon, the bar had not yet opened. Seeing the tightly closed door, Lin Ye dialed the number Hu Dai had given him. When the call connected, a coquettish female voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I'm the magician here for the interview. I previously made an appointment with Ms. Hu Dai, and she asked me to make this call." "The boss sent you, huh? Are you at the entrance? If you're here, I'll come open the door for you right now. I'm already here." Shortly after the call ended, the tightly shut door of the bar slowly opened. A girl dressed in a bunny costume with rabbit ears on her head peeked out. Seeing Lin Ye, she waved repeatedly, come in quickly." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Lin Ye quickly stepped into the bar. The interior of the bar was no different from an ordinary bar, fully equipped, with a small stage in the center. Since it had just been cleaned, the air still carried the scent of disinfectant. The girl dressed as a bunny led him to a booth. As soon as Lin Ye sat down, she casually plopped down beside him, curiously sizing him up while asking, "Are you a magician?" Lin Ye didn't dare to look directly at her. After all, her outfit seemed criminal no matter how he looked at it. "Well, my main occupation is being a college student, and my side job is being a magician." "Oh, a college student, no wonder you look so innocent. I've heard that magicians have particularly nimble hands." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl casually grabbed Lin Ye's hand. "Wow, your hand is indeed very soft, but I still don't know if it's nimble." "Ah, this." Lin Ye's face instantly turned red, his body stiff as if nailed in place by steel bars. Seeing this, the girl suddenly burst into laughter. "Hee hee, college boys are so fun. Judging by your reaction, you must still be a freshman, right? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If I keep going, you might have a stress reaction." With that, she let go of Lin Ye's hand, got up, and walked toward the bar not far away. "Little brother, what would you like to drink?" "Right, you're a student, so you probably don't drink alcohol. I'll get you a bottle of Wangzai milk. Here you go." The girl casually grabbed a can of Wangzai from the nearby shelf and handed it to Lin Ye. While she took a bottle of soda water for herself. The boss is probably still asleep at this time. Just have a seat for now. She sipped soda water while sitting cross-legged on a high stool opposite Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at her neatly folded, slender legs and couldn't help but turn his head to the side again. Seeing this, the girl laughed even more joyfully. You can't be like this, little brother. If you want to perform here, you need to toughen up a bit. By the way, you said Tang introduced you here. Did she tell you about the situation here? The situation here? Is there something special about it? Lin Yi faintly felt that something was amiss. Well, it is indeed a bit special, the girl said after pondering for a moment. There's Southern tongue here? No, there aren't even any men in this bar, and men aren't welcome here because this is an all-women bar. Moreover, this is a lesbian bar, so everyone who comes here is a lesbian. As soon as the girl spoke, Lin Yi's expression immediately changed. Of course, I'm talking about the guests. As for me, I still like men. You don't need to be afraid. Except for a few who dislike men, most of them are quite normal, and some are even bisexual. If you perform here, they won't make things difficult for you. Besides, there are many wealthy women here. If your performance is impressive, they might give you generous tips. With some luck, you could earn tens of thousands in one night. Tens of thousands? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately perked up. Wasn't this exactly the reason he came? That's right. One of our previous lead singers easily made hundreds of thousands a month. I sometimes get tips too. It's much better than working outside. Then what about the lead singer here? Earning hundreds of thousands a month and just quits like that? Lin Yi asked curiously. Yeah, it's quite an interesting story. That lead singer always claimed to be a hardcore tomboy and was stringing along several rich women, but last month she got pregnant. Later we found out that she had actually been married with a husband all along, and her whole tomboy persona was just a facade. Lin Yi was completely confused. You find it hard to believe too, right? Let me tell you, I've heard more gossip here than I have in over a decade outside. You know that overbearing female CEO of the Yume group, right? She's also a lesbian, and she's a P. Before the words were finished, a cold reprimand suddenly echoed in the bar. Yo-yo, you're not allowed to gossip about customers in the store. If I catch you again, don't blame me for being harsh. As the voice fell, the bunny girl sitting across from Lin Yi suddenly stood up, like a startled little rabbit. Not long after, the crisp sound of high heels striking the floor echoed in the dimly lit bar. Lin Yi looked over curiously, only to see a mature woman in a burgundy silk gown, with a graceful figure in chestnut wavy long hair, walking over slowly. Maybe she had just woken up, as her face carried a hint of blush, and her steps exuded the charm of a ripe peach, radiating an irresistible allure. She was the owner of this Black Rose bar, Hudai. When Hudai approached Lin Yi, the girl from earlier hurriedly brought her a chair. After sitting down, she smiled and looked at Lin Yi. You must be Lin Yi, the one who said over the phone that you were coming to apply for the magician position. Sitting up straight with his hands folded on his clasped legs, Lin Yi appeared somewhat uneasy as he said, "No need to be nervous, I won't bite." As Hudai spoke, she crossed her legs, and the slit on the side of her long dress inadvertently revealed her fair thigh. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly turned his face away, but the faint redness of his ears still betrayed his racing heartbeat. The corners of Hudai's mouth curved into a perfect smile as she casually pulled out a slim pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, preparing to light one with a lighter. Before lighting it, she deliberately asked, "You don't mind if I smoke, do you?" Go ahead and smoke." What an adorable boy. "Never mind, I won't smoke after all. Too much smoking is bad for your health." With that, she put the cigarette and lighter back into her bag. Yo-yo should have already told you about the situation here. We generally don't welcome men here, but you probably aren't that kind of man. Lin Yi was filled with confusion. Don't get me wrong, I mean you're still a boy right now. Your eyes are clear and transparent, completely different from those men outside who only know how to sweet talk and think about seducing women, Hudai explained with a smile. This is both your advantage and your disadvantage. If you want to work here, you must learn how to be likable, especially how to make women happy. When they're happy, they'll spend money here. You understand what I mean, right? I'm running a business, so of course, I need to make money. If you can't help me make money, no matter how much I like you, I won't keep you here. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. I understand what you mean. Although I'm not very good at making women happy, I believe my magic tricks should come in handy. Oh, so confident? Hudai asked softly. Of course, I have great confidence in myself. Alright then, go ahead and perform. If you pass, we'll sign the contract. Every time you come, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan, and all the tips from the guests will be yours. Perform well, and there will be bonuses. I, Hudai, never mistreat talent. By the way, do you need to prepare any magic props? Hudai sized up Lin Yi and asked. No need, I have them with me, Lin Yi said as he got up and walked toward the small stage in the center of the dance floor. The place wasn't officially open yet, and the stage was shrouded in darkness. Just as Lin Yi stepped onto it, Hudai turned to the bunny girl Yo-yo and said, "Go turn on the lights for him." Just as Yo-yo was about to turn on the lights, Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out from the darkness, "No need." Before Yo-yo and Hudai could react, a ball of light suddenly appeared at the center of the stage. At first, it was only the size of a firefly, but it quickly grew to the size of an egg. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The egg-sized ball of light slowly rose, resembling a small sun, flying higher and higher as its size gradually expanded. Before long, it became as large as a basketball, quietly hovering above the small stage and emitting a soft white glow. Lin Yi stood beneath the light source, his posture upright, one hand placed in front of him and the other behind his back. Facing Hu Dai, he gave a slight bow, a faint, slightly shy smile appearing on his face. The performance is about to begin. Don't blink. Next, please welcome my magic assistant, Black the Black Cat. As soon as the words were spoken, a crisp meow suddenly echoed through the bar. Hu Dai's eyes widened instantly. The next moment, a pair of eerie green eyes slowly appeared behind Lin Yi. Then, an elegant black cat stepped out from behind Lin Yi. It walked with graceful steps as Lin Yi slowly crouched down, silently giving a command in his mind, Black, turn into a hat. As soon as the words fell, Black transformed with a bang from a black cat into a black top hat. This move immediately made Hu Dai and Yo-Yo scream in surprise. Lin Yi elegantly placed the black top hat on his head. With just this trick, Hu Dai and Yo-Yo were already astonished. At this moment, Lin Yi pulled a doll from his waist. Next, I will introduce another magic assistant, Brian the Crow. With that, he clasped his hands together and gently blew. The next moment, the cawing of a crow echoed through the bar. A large, jet-black crow nimbly emerged from between Lin Yi's hands. It was none other than his other magical pet, Brian. At this moment, Brian had not transformed into his complete form but was disguised as an ordinary crow. Even so, the scene of Lin Yi conjuring a crow with his bare hands was still utterly astonishing. Oh my god, how did he do that? Is this really a crow? Bunny girl Yo-Yo covered her mouth, her face full of shock as she spoke. I thought he was just an ordinary amateur magician, but I didn't expect his skills to rival those of professionals. Boss, where did you find such a gem like Tang Tang? You absolutely have to sign him. I bet that as long as he performs at our bar, it will be insanely popular. Hearing her words, Hu Dai beside her gave her a fierce glare. I have a good eye. I can see clearly. He. Yo-Yo smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Lin Ye's mind received an instruction for Blake, transform into a staff. As soon as the words were spoken, Blake transformed with a bang from a raven into a staff. The staff was about 1 meter long, entirely black, with a raven perched at the top. The raven's eyes were embedded with 2 red gemstones, exuding an air of mystery. With the black top hat on his head and the raven staff in his hand, Lin Yi, who had previously carried a hint of youthful inexperience, instantly radiated the demeanor of a professional magician. But this was merely the beginning. His gaze swept toward a bottle of wine and a glass on the bar counter. In the next moment, he directly cast Mage Hand, causing the bottle and glass to float simultaneously. Mage Hand was invisible and intangible, and to Hu Dai and Yo-Yo, these two items seemed to be floating in midair out of nowhere. After the bottle and glass floated in front of Lin Yi, the bottle slowly tilted, pouring the wine precisely into the glass. As the glass was nearly full, the bottle automatically returned to an upright position. Lin Yi casually picked up the glass floating before him and walked toward Hu Dai. He approached Hu Dai and handed her the wine glass. Please, have some. Hu Dai looked at the full glass of wine in front of her, stunned for a moment, then smiled and was about to drink it all in one go. But just as she took the glass, she suddenly felt something unusual about its weight. Looking down, she was shocked to find that the wine was completely gone. The glass was empty, not a single drop remained. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice sounded again, drinking right after waking up isn't good for your health. Better not drink it. The once full glass of wine had emptied in just a second or two. Hu Dai stood there holding the empty glass, dumbfounded. It wasn't until Lin Yi's voice broke the silence that she snapped out of it. Looking at Lin Yi's smiling face in front of her, then glancing down at the empty glass in her hand, Hu Dai's lips curved into a faint dimpled smile. Paired with her stunningly beautiful face, it was enough to captivate countless men. The next second, she gently placed the wine glass on the table beside her, slowly stood up, and extended her fair right hand to Lin Yi. Congratulations, you've been hired. From today onwards, you are the resident magician of the Black Rose Bar. In addition to the salary and benefits we discussed earlier, I'll add an extra 5,000 yuan for you. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart first filled with joy, and he then proactively shook Hu Dai's outstretched hand. Why are you giving me an extra 5,000? Of course, it's to get you some clothes and spruce yourself up. Working at the Black Rose Bar, you definitely can't wear what you have on now. After saying that, Hu Dai withdrew her hand and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. You have a good figure and appearance. With a little grooming, you'll definitely look dashing and charm a lot of people. But judging by the way you look, you probably aren't great at picking out clothes. How about this? There are still a few hours before the bar officially opens, so I'll personally take you to pick out a couple of outfits at the mall next door. After all, you'll be representing our Black Rose Bar in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed. That doesn't seem right. It would take up your time. It's fine. I'm free anyway. It's settled then. Wait for me. I'll go change my clothes and put on some simple makeup. After saying that, Hu Dai turned and walked toward the back of the bar. As she walked away, Suddenly, the bunny girl Yo-Yo immediately leaned close to Lin Yi, almost pressing against his body. Hey handsome, how did you do that magic trick just now? How did the drink disappear? How did the glass float? And what about that cat? Where did the crow go? Her eyes sparkled as she fired off a barrage of questions. Faced with her curiosity, Lin Yi replied mysteriously, "That's the magician's secret. The rules state it can't be casually revealed. If outsiders find out, the magic loses its sense of mystery." Upon hearing this, Yoyo's face instantly showed a trace of disappointment. "Alright then. Anyway, since you'll be performing here every day, I can enjoy your magic every day. Alright, wait here for the boss. I'll go get busy now." After speaking, she hopped away cheerfully. After Yodo left, Lin Yi sat bored on the sofa, playing with his phone. About 20 minutes later, Hu Dai walked out from the back of the bar. At this moment, she had changed into a casual outfit, a black blazer paired with a pearl-collared white shirt, her chestnut wavy hair tied up, and her long skirt replaced with trousers. She transformed from a nightlife star to a career woman. "Let's go." She handed her handbag to Lin Yi with one hand, while putting both hands in her pockets and walking out of the bar. Lin Yi looked at the bag in his hand and smiled helplessly. Haven't received the salary yet, but already started working for someone else. He quickly caught up with Hu Dai, and the two walked out of the bar one after the other. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a high-end shopping mall next to the bar street. As a poor student, Lin Yi usually bought clothes either at street stalls or on Pinduoduo. He had hardly ever been to such a high-end mall, but Hu Dai was at ease, as if she were returning home. She first went to a milk tea shop and bought 2 cups of milk tea, one for herself and one for Lin Yi. Then she went to a cake shop and bought 2 small cakes. Lin Yi didn't get to eat the cakes, Hu Dai finished them all herself. After finishing, Hu Dai wiped her mouth and said contentedly, "Today, I finally got to try the 2 flavors I've always wanted. When I come alone, I feel embarrassed to buy 2. After speaking, she looked at the milk tea in front of Lin Yi. "Are you going to drink this milk tea or not? If not, I'll drink it." Before Lin Yi could react, she grabbed his cup and took 2 or 3 sips. "The taste is pretty good. Normally, I wouldn't dare touch milk tea because of my workouts, but today I'll indulge a little." Lin Yi smiled wryly and said, "You mainly came to drink milk tea and eat cake. Buying clothes for me was just an afterthought, right? Ha, you found out. But buying clothes is also important. Come on, I'll take you to buy clothes now." After saying that, Hu Dai stood up with her milk tea and walked decisively toward the nearby high-end clothing store. Lin Yi naturally followed. A few minutes later, they entered the high-end clothing store. The shop assistant seemed to recognize Hu Dai and greeted her warmly as soon as she saw her. "President Hu, you're here. We've just received a new batch of clothes and bags recently. Would you like me to show you?" Before she finished speaking, Hu Dai shook her head and said, "No need, I'm not buying for myself this time, but for my younger brother." Speaking, she turned to look at Lin Yi. "That's him, just came to Jinghai for school. Help him pick out 2 sets of decent clothes." "Forget it, I'll do it myself. I don't quite trust your sense of style. Where's the men's section?" "Right this way, Manager Hu." The salesperson quickly led the way. Butterfly waved to Lin Yi, signaling him to follow. Soon, the saleswoman led Butterfly and Lin Yi to the men's clothing section. Before Lin Yi could decide what to choose, Butterfly was already pointing at a few pieces and said, this one, and this one, take them out for him to try on. There are 2 more pieces here, bring them over as well. These are the only 2 pairs of shoes." After some guidance, Hu Dai quickly matched 2 sets of outfits for Lin Yi. From inside to outside, except for underwear, all other components were prepared in 2 sets. Before long, Lin Yi had changed into the first outfit. The moment he stepped out of the fitting room, Hu Dai couldn't help but nod repeatedly in praise, as expected of the clothes I personally picked out. "Wearing this, you've instantly turned into a handsome guy." Hearing her compliment, Lin Yi walked over to the mirror to carefully examine himself. Reflected in the mirror was him wearing a black slightly oversized blazer, paired with a light gray shirt underneath, deep gray slightly flared suit pants, and a pair of derby shoes. With his 1.85-meter height, 150-pound build, and already remarkable looks, he appeared to be a sophisticated and mature business elite. "Try on the other outfit." After admiring his new look, Lin Yi stepped back into the fitting room. The second time he came out, he had changed into another outfit. On top, he wore a light gray pinstriped casual blazer, paired with a white Cuban collar shirt with the neckline slightly open, revealing his slender neck adorned with a narrow metallic necklace. On the bottom, he wore dark blue straight-cut cropped suit pants and a pair of dark brown Chelsea boots. The overall ensemble was equally impressive, exuding both professionalism and youthful energy. "This outfit is also great. You can wear it when performing magic on stage in the future." "In that case, I'll take these 2 sets." Hu Dai nodded in satisfaction, took out her phone, and prepared to head to the front desk to pay. Just then, a voice with a sarcastic tone suddenly came from the side. Yo, isn't this President Hu? What, have you started liking young fresh meat now? He's still a college student, and you dare to make a move?" Hearing this, Lin Yi, who had been admiring himself in the mirror, immediately turned his head to look. With just one glance, he saw a greasy middle-aged man holding the arm of a flamboyantly dressed woman, standing standing in the women's clothing section not far away. Inside the clothing store, as soon as the greasy middle-aged man's voice rang out, Hudai, who was about to make a payment, instinctively furrowed her brows. But soon, she relaxed her expression and continued scanning to pay. After completing the payment, she walked over to Lin Yi. "The clothes are bought, let's go." Lin Yi nodded repeatedly in response. "Then I'll go change back into my old clothes." "No need, just throw away your old clothes and wear this new set directly." Alright." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi nodded. The few clothes he had bought from a bargain site combined were not as expensive as the socks he was wearing now, so there was indeed no need to wear old clothes anymore. However, just as Hudai was about to take him away, the greasy middle-aged man suddenly blocked the store entrance with his female companion. "President Hu, we're business partners after all. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to see me and not even say hello? By the way, the person next to you wouldn't happen to be the pretty boy you've recently been keeping, would he? I always say, women can't live without men, especially women like you in your 30s, it's the age when you're most in need of a man. But these young boys are still a bit too inexperienced." The greasy man became more and more outrageous, and the anger on Hudai's face deepened. She glared fiercely at the greasy man in front of her. "Mr. Lee, watch your words. Don't act like you've been eating garbage all day. Are you trying to make me spill all your dirty secrets? If you don't want to, then get lost." Her words directly caused the greasy man to lose his composure. "Cutie, don't act tough with me. Last time, I let it slide when you disrespected me, but you've repeatedly ruined my plans. Just wait, when I finally take you down, I'll make sure you understand how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Cutie fiercely stomped on his shoe with the heel of her high heel, causing him to cry out in pain on the spot. Under the intense pain, he lost his sanity and actually raised his hand, intending to slap Hudai. Before the slap could land, a hand grabbed his wrist, and the owner of that hand was none other than Lin Yi. Seeing his wrist tightly held by Lin Yi, the greasy man cursed on the spot. "Pretty boy, get out of my way, or I'll hit you too." Speaking, he tried to pull out his right hand, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Yi's grip, which was as firm as a hydraulic clamp. As time went on, Lin Yi's strength increased even more, and the greasy man's face gradually showed an expression of pain, clearly indicating that his wrist was under immense pressure. In fact, that was indeed the case, because at this moment, gripping his wrist was not just Lin Yi's hand but also two invisible mage hands. Each of these mage hands could exert about 100 pounds of force, adding up to 200 pounds. Combined with Lin Yi's own grip strength, even an ordinary strongman would find it hard to compete. Let go now. My hand is about to break." The greasy man's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. Hudai, who was standing nearby, was full of surprise at his appearance. For the greasy man to be in such pain, it was clear he was under immense pressure. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly said coldly, "Apologize." Hearing this, the greasy man, already in unbearable pain, immediately spoke up. Sorry, I misspoke. I spewed foul language. I'm a bastard." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi slowly released his right wrist and simultaneously lifted the restraint of the mage's hand. At this moment, 5 deep handprints had already been left on the greasy man's wrist. Terrified by Lin Yi, he gasped heavily while hurriedly leading his female companion to clear a path for Hudai. "Let's go." Lin Yi turned his head and softly said to Hudai. Hudai, as if waking from a dream, nodded and then prepared to walk out of the shop. However, at that moment, the greasy man who had just stepped aside suddenly spoke again. "Hudai, don't get cocky. As long as this thing is in my hands, you'll have to listen to me sooner or later. You wouldn't want those videos of your sisters to be leaked, would you?" As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of panic flashed across Hudai's face. The next second, she glared viciously at the greasy man. "Li Haichao, you bastard, aren't you afraid of legal consequences?" "Legal consequences? I haven't broken any laws. Back then, they willingly came with me, and the videos were recorded with their consent. How have I broken the law?" The greasy man revealed a lewd smile, and at some point, a hard drive appeared in his left hand. Lin Yi, standing to the side, watched the scene with both curiosity and vigilance, and quietly asked Hudai, "What's inside that?" Hudai hesitated for a moment before answering. "There's some private videos of girls." At first, he lured a group of girls under the pretense of recruiting models, then made them take a lot of indecent photos and videos. He often uses these things to threaten and coerce those girls. "I never thought someone could be so shameless." "I see." After listening to Hudai's explanation, Lin Yi immediately understood, and his gaze turned icy. Not only does this guy have a foul mouth, but he's downright scum. At this moment, the greasy man smugly slipped the hard drive into his pocket. "Butterfly, I just love that look in your eyes, hating me yet unable to do anything about it. We will meet again." With that, he prepared to leave with his female companion. However, Lin Yi suddenly stepped in front of him. Faced with the unexpected obstruction, the greasy man was visibly flustered. "What do you want to do? This is a public place, a society governed by law. Hitting someone is against the law. Don't be afraid, I won't hit you. I just want to get a good look at your face," Lin Yi said with a faint smile. "Alright, this has nothing to do with you anymore. You can go now." now. After saying that, Lin Yi walked away under the greasy man's puzzled gaze. The greasy man saw Lin Yi voluntarily make way and immediately left the clothing store with his female companion in a hurry. After he walked away, Lin Yi approached Hu Dai, who was full of confusion. Before Hu Dai could speak, he said first, "Hold out your hand, I'll show you a magic trick." "Ha? Performing magic at this time? What kind of magic?" Hu Dai was even more puzzled. "Don't worry about it, just do as I say." Although she didn't understand Lin Yi's intention, Hu Dai still extended her right hand. The next second, under her astonished gaze, Lin Yi took a hard drive out of his pocket and placed it in her hand. "How about it? Isn't this magic surprising enough?" Looking at the familiar hard drive in her hand, Hu Dai was first stunned, then overjoyed. She immediately understood that this was the very hard drive the greasy man had just taken out. "When did you take it from him? Don't forget, I'm a magician. There's nothing in this world I can't get." Lin Yi's face was full of confidence as he said this. "By the way, wait here for me for a moment. I'm going to the restroom." Hearing this, Hu Dai, her face brimming with a smile, nodded repeatedly and said, all right, go ahead." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he headed toward the men's restroom not far away. He entered the restroom, casually chose an empty stall, and after confirming no one was nearby, took a crow doll out of his pocket. "Brian, transform into that dead fat guy from earlier." As soon as the words were spoken, the crow doll immediately turned into Brian, and then Brian transformed into the greasy man from earlier. Looking at the Brian in front of him, who was now identical to the greasy man, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Brian, turn into his naked form, then streak 10 laps around the mall, and while you're at it, take a stroll through those shops." "Very good. After you're done, come find me, and remember not to get caught." As soon as the words were spoken, Brian's clothes instantly vanished without a trace. Afterward, he strutted confidently through the mall, stark naked, in the appearance of that greasy man. Wherever he went, screams rose one after another, and phones were raised to take photos and videos. It probably won't be long before these photos and videos go viral online. That greasy man surnamed Lee will soon become a nationally famous internet celebrity. His friends, relatives, and company colleagues will all come to know about his glorious and remarkable feat. What's more, streaking in a public place like a shopping mall violates the Dragon Kingdom's public security management law. Not only would he be detained, but he might also face administrative penalties, and a 15-day detention would be unavoidable. This was precisely the punishment Lin Yi gave him. After effortlessly disciplining this scumbag, Lin Yi returned to the Black Rose Bar together with Hu Dai. After signing the contract and finalizing the performance schedule and number of shows, Lin Yi prepared to leave. According to the agreement, he will start his personal magic debut at the Black Rose Bar at 11:30 tonight, so he needs to go back and prepare well. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and said, "President Hu." Before he could finish, Hu Dai interrupted him. "Don't call me President Hu anymore, just call me Sis." Her voice was gentle. "Sis, can you advance me 20,000 yuan? You can deduct it from my salary." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Dai took out her phone. "Open the payment code." Lin Yi was stunned, not expecting her to be so straightforward. Hu Dai saw him dazed and laughed. "What, don't want the money anymore? If you're ever short on money, just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush. Just treat me like your own sister." Speaking, she patted him on the shoulder. "Just now, you really helped me a lot. Don't just say 20,000. Even if you asked me for 200,000, I would give it to you." Lin Yi listened and a smile appeared on his face. A minute later, his phone showed an additional 20,000 yuan. After receiving the money, Lin Yi bid farewell to Hu Dai and turned to leave the Black Rose Bar. These 20,000 yuan, combined with the 100 magic coins he had on hand, were enough to purchase today's special item from the mysterious shop. Since he wasn't sure if the system could only exchange cash, Lin Yi made a special trip to the bank after leaving the Black Rose Bar to withdraw the 20,000 yuan given by Hu Dai. After obtaining the cash, he didn't immediately return to the dormitory but instead found a chain hotel near the school and rented a room by the hour. As soon as he entered the room, the first thing he did was lock the door. The moment the door was locked, two figures jumped off him. It was the Black Cat Black and the Raven Brian. When others were around, they could only pretend to be dolls. Now that no one was present, the two immediately reverted to their true forms. "You two behave yourselves. Don't run around or make noise. These are for you to eat." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the cat food and freeze-dried snacks he had just bought from a roadside shop. Seeing the food, the two little ones began devouring it without hesitation. While they were eating, Lin Yi opened the system interface, found the magic coins section, and without hesitation, exchanged the 20,000 yuan cash at hand for 200 magic coins. 20,000 in cash was no small amount for him, but he firmly believed that with his current abilities, earning 20,000 or even more was absolutely not a difficult task. Money could always be earned again, but the special law for magic items in the store would be refreshed after midnight. As soon as he chose to exchange, the cash in his hand instantly disappeared, replaced by magic coins, which skyrocketed from the original 100 to 300. Seeing this, Lin Yi's lips involuntarily curved into a slight slight smile. Then let me see just how amazing this magical item is this time. Before the words had even faded, he eagerly opened the mysterious shop and fixed his gaze on the item named Twisted Fate's Destiny cards. With a click to purchase, the item transformed into a beam of white light, emerging from the screen and appearing in his hand. As the white light dissipated, a set of ancient-looking cards appeared in his once empty palm. To be precise, this is not a complete deck of cards, but half a deck consisting of 27 cards. Each card is about the size of a palm, with a hard texture and a faint metallic sheen. The back of the cards is adorned with various astrological patterns, while the front features diverse, eerie, and mysterious designs such as knights, priestesses, monsters, and demons. However, the magical aura on these cards is not very strong, perhaps because they are incomplete. It is precisely because of this that it became a special offer. Looking at the ancient card exuding a mysterious aura in his hand, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with curiosity. What exactly is this thing for? There's not even any explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Activate the illustration function? In the illustration, the host can view the attributes and descriptions of various items, spells, and pets obtained. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a useful feature? Activate it for me now. Okay, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, a new option named Illustrated Handbook appeared in the system's backpack interface. The Illustrated Handbook was divided into several modules, including magical items, magical pets, magic, and potions. He opened the magical items interface, and two glowing magical items came into view. One is Roger's gold watch, and the other is the Twisted Fate's Destiny card in his hand. Gently tapping the card, the relevant information appeared before his eyes. Twisted Fate's Destiny card. Item level, intermediate magic item, damaged. Information, the renowned magical item of the famous wizard Drizzt, originally consisting of 54 cards, lost half during battles, resulting in a downgrade in level. Effect 1, Card Control. As the owner of the cards, you can freely manipulate them, making them your most loyal servants. Effect 2, Flying cards. When necessary, these cards can transform into ranged weapons to inflict damage on enemies. Effect 3, Gambling. As long as you propose and the opponent agrees to gamble, the matter you mention has a certain probability of coming true. The first gamble of the day is guaranteed to win. This effect has certain limitations and is invalid for overly unrealistic scenarios. Effect 4, Enchantment. You can seal any spell into a card, and the card will temporarily possess that magical effect. If you can't lose at all, then it's not called gambling. Cardmaster Twisted Fate. Looking at the detailed description of the Fate card in front of him, Lin Ye's face instantly lit up with intense joy. These 300 magic gold coins were totally worth it. It actually has 4 effects. This is way better than Roger's gold watch. Especially the third effect. This thing is definitely not an ordinary ability, it's practically conceptual level. Staring at the effect named Gamble, Lin Ye immediately thought of someone called Yen Xuanying. Does that mean if someone points a gun at me, I just need to bet that their gun has no bullets, and it turns out there really are no bullets? If that's the case, this ability is downright insane. Right, I could also bet on the Dragon Nation men's soccer team winning when they play against other countries. As long as I wisely use the guaranteed daily win from the gamble, I wouldn't just be a gambling king, I'd be a gambling god. Excitement surged in his heart, and Lin Ye couldn't wait to start carefully studying the usage of the cards. After some attempts, he quickly mastered the first 2 functions of the cards. With a light snap of his fingers, a card appeared in his hand. As he pulled it apart with both hands, the card transformed into 27 cards. When he folded them back together, it reverted to a single card. With a gentle flick, the soul card instantly vanished without a trace. Using his hand to touch the cards on Blake, Lin Ye gently reached out and drew the 3 of diamonds. With another touch, he pulled out the 3 of hearts. The 2 cards stuck together and instantly transformed into the 6 of clubs. If he wished, he could draw any card he desired from any corner or place, completely controlling the suit and rank. Even if he threw these cards hundreds of meters away, a single thought would instantly bring them back to his hand. Even more impressive, he could make the cards float and fly as effortlessly as a cultivator wielding a sword. In his hands, these cards seemed to come alive. This was the art of card control. After experiencing the card control technique, he tried the flying card technique. Compared to the former, the flying card technique was much simpler. He casually picked up a card and flicked it lightly. The card shot out like a sharp flying knife, moving so fast that an ordinary person couldn't see it clearly. With a sharp swish, the blade-like card instantly sliced a bottle of cola in front of the TV cabinet into 2 halves, then flew back to Lin Ye's hand without a scratch. Looking at the cola bottle split in 2, then glancing at the card in his hand, Lin Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this were aimed at a person, it could probably cut their head clean off. It's truly terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all the cards. With just these 2 skills, he was already capable of becoming a top-tier card magician. After cleaning up the spilled cola on the table, he walked to the bed and patted Blake and Brian, who were playfully wrestling. Let's go, it's time for us to leave. I'll buy you some delicious delicious food tonight and then we'll have fresh beef. With that, Lin Yi stuffed the broken cola bottle into his pocket, took Blake and Brian, who had returned to their dull forms, and walked out of the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Yi went straight back to school. Walking along the campus path, he noticed quite a few people staring at him, especially some girls. He could vaguely hear exclamations like "so handsome." A few bold girls even approached him, asking to exchange contact information. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi first looked down at the clothes he was wearing and then sighed. As expected, clothes make the man, just like a saddle makes the horse. Once I make big money, all my old clothes have to go. Even as a man, you should dress yourself up well. Only by becoming more handsome will you feel more confident. After saying this, he walked all the way back to the dormitory. As soon as he pushed the door open, the three of them, Li Chaoyang, who was playing games, immediately turned their attention to him. Noticing Lin Ye's transformation, everyone swarmed over. Whoa, who is this? Where did this handsome guy come from, barging into our dorm? Handsome guy, who exactly are you? TSK. So handsome it makes people want to kneel. Lin Yi, did you suddenly strike it rich? Oh no, were you perhaps taken in by a rich woman? This outfit of yours isn't cheap, and the combination is pretty good. It doesn't seem like something you could put together yourself. Someone must have helped you, and it's highly likely it was a woman. Li Chaoyang said confidently while sizing up Lin Ye's outfit from head to toe. That's right, I recognize this brand. It's not exactly top-tier luxury, but it's definitely a high-end brand. This outfit must cost around 10,000 or so. Ma Dongxi, whose family was relatively well off, flipped Lin Ye's collar and remarked in surprise. Where did you get so much money? You didn't go sell yourself as a gaga, did you? Being a gaga is not okay. Those rich women play in such twisted ways, you might get played to death. I heard that gagas not only have to take female clients but also male clients. Facing the teasing from the three, Lin Yi immediately laughed and scolded. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? This outfit was bought for me by an older sister. Sister? What sister? As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the eyes of his three roommates instantly widened like copper bells, and the flames of gossip were immediately ignited. Seeing this, Lin Yi recounted his experience of going to the Black Rose Bar for an interview, omitting some details in the process. When the others learned that Lin Yi was going to perform magic at a LES bar, their eyes were filled with envy. You've really made it, being able to perform at an all-women's bar, and even catching the eye of a rich older sister. I'm so jealous. I know that bar. Many white-collar rich women and some beauties like to go there. Lin Yi, make sure to seize the opportunity. If a rich woman really takes a liking to you, it's not a dream to save yourself from struggling for 10 or even dozens of years. Just don't forget us brothers when the time comes. But after all, you're a guy. When you're out there alone, you need to protect yourself. Don't let those women take advantage of you, and don't be fooled by their sweet talk. Alright, I'm not going there to accompany anyone for drinks. I'm just going to perform magic. Stop making random comments, all of you. Lin Yi shook his head with a helpless smile. Just kidding. By the way, if you happen to meet a rich woman, help me ask them if anyone likes ugly ones. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the four roommates each got busy, and Lin Yi began planning his debut magic performance at the bar tonight. With the system space and mage hand at his disposal, he was already well versed in most of the magic tricks on the market, handling them with ease. However, since it was his first time on stage, he had to bring out his ultimate trick to completely captivate the women at the Black Rose Bar. Only then could he truly establish himself. Thinking of this, he casually took out a notebook and a pen, turned to a blank page, and fell into deep thought. To instantly captivate the audience in a magic show, a stylish entrance is indispensable. At this moment, Lin Yi had already come up with his entrance plan. Soon, he wrote a single word in his notebook: fly. Is there any more stunning way to make an entrance than flying? Although he cannot truly fly, with the mage's hand, one hand can bear a weight of 100 pounds, and two hands are enough to lift him up. However, the limited space inside the bar means the flight design still needs careful consideration. After deciding on the entrance method, he began designing the subsequent performance segments, writing several thousand words. In the middle, he took a break to have dinner, and afterward, he specifically went to the commercial street near the school to buy some magic props that might come in handy. When everything was ready, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the sky had completely darkened. There were still more than 3 hours until the Black Rose Bar opened. Lin Yi didn't plan to waste this time. He decided to practice how to use the mage's hand to achieve short-distance flight. In the small grove at school, he found a secluded spot and cast the mage's hand to support himself from beneath his feet. In an instant, two invisible large hands appeared under his feet, and his body slowly began to rise. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, eventually about half a meter off the ground. In the eyes of an outsider, he seemed to be floating in mid-air. If someone accidentally walked in, they might mistake him for a ghost. But after trying it for a while, he found this posture unsuitable. His feet had to be firmly planted on the mage's hand, making his body appear stiff. Let's try a different way. With a single thought, the mage hand moved away from his feet and instead supported his shoulders from from the left and right, lifting him entirely as if suspended by wires. This way, his feet were freed, and he could even perform mid-air stepping motions. This is much better. Remember, the ceiling height at the Black Rose Bar is quite high. You can descend slowly from above. However, we need to discuss with them in advance and have them cooperate with the lighting to create the atmosphere. After saying this, he continued practicing the levitation technique of Mage Hand, and before long, he was able to skillfully perform low-altitude flight. With his current mental strength and magic power, he could fly for about 20 minutes, maintaining an altitude of around 10 meters. The higher he flies, the shorter the duration. If only the tips of his toes slightly left the ground, he could stay suspended even longer. By then, wearing a long robe to cover his feet, he could truly pass for a floating ghost. When he felt he had completely mastered the technique, he took out his phone and glanced at the time. It's already 9 o'clock, 2 hours left. It's time to set off. Just as he was about to move, a firefly suddenly flew out from the nearby bushes. The moment he saw it, Lin Ye's mind was instantly filled with inspiration. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon, it was 11 o'clock at night. At this moment, the night was deep. Some people had already drifted into dreams, while others were just beginning their nightlife. For instance, those white-collar workers who had just finished a day's work, and those hardworking individuals yearning to completely unwind. A bar is precisely the kind of place where people can release stress and let themselves go. As the most famous LAS bar in Jinghai City, the Black Rose Bar hung up its open sign at this time. A large number of stylishly dressed and exquisitely attired women poured into the bar. Among them were office workers, college students, government employees, and even corporate executives and freelancers. As the bar doors swung open, explosive music surged like a tide, and the flickering lights instantly stimulated everyone's nerves. Occasionally, a few young women dressed in sexy bunny outfits would shuttle through the bar. On the small stage in the center of the bar, a female DJ with dreadlocks was swiftly working the turntables, while another woman dressed in leather with a lip piercing held a microphone, energizing the crowd. Several newly arrived guests immediately joined the dance floor, moving their bodies with abandon. At the nearby VIP booths, people were already having a great time. Less than 10 minutes after opening, the place was buzzing with excitement. At this moment, Hudai, the proprietress, lounged lazily by the bar, dressed in a striking red silk gown, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, exuding charm and grace. Just then, a few stylishly dressed girls approached Hudai with glasses of wine in hand. "Sister Dai, what's on the agenda tonight? Don't tell me you've invited some second-rate singer from outside again." "Yeah, yesterday's act was so dull, I don't even want to talk about it. The singing was lifeless, like they owed someone money." Honestly, Li Shui might be a fraud, but her singing was genuinely good, and she knew how to captivate an audience. Too bad she left to have a baby, always claiming to hate men, and then she turns around and has a child with one. What a betrayal to us women. Listening to their chatter, Hudai gave a faint smile before raising her glass to clink lightly with theirs. "Don't worry, tonight's program will be absolutely spectacular, more exciting than ever before." At these words, the girls immediately looked intrigued. "Sister Dai, can you give us a little hint? What's the program tonight?" "Yeah, how exciting is it? Is it R-rated or something? That wouldn't be good. If the place gets shut down, we won't have anywhere to go anymore. Did you invite some big-name singer to perform? That would be amazing." Faced with their persistent questions, Hudai took a small sip of her wine, then winked at them after finishing. "It's a secret. You'll find out soon enough." Her cryptic response only heightened the girls' curiosity. Just then, the deafening music in the bar suddenly came to an abrupt stop. The music abruptly stopped, immediately drawing the attention of all the patrons in the bar. Before anyone could figure out why the music had ceased, the MC on stage holding the microphone suddenly spoke. "Dear patrons, beautiful ladies, welcome to the Black Rose Bar. I am MC Lele. On this long night, for lonely souls, our Black Rose Bar not only offers fine wine but also spectacular performances. Tonight, we have invited a special guest, a mysterious magician from another world, who will present a magical feast for everyone. Now, let us welcome the magician of the night, Yi Lin." The MC's passionate words instantly ignited the atmosphere, and many female patrons became excited as a result. However, as they looked around, the lights in the bar suddenly went out. The spacious bar was instantly plunged into darkness. The sudden change left many people bewildered. The next second, a strange chanting sound arose, and the previously dark stage slowly lit up with a faint glow. The light was initially as weak as a firefly, barely noticeable, but it gradually grew larger, its color shifting from white to an eerie blue. Under everyone's gaze, the bluish glow slowly transformed into a luminous butterfly. The butterfly, about the size of a kite, floated quietly above the center of the stage, gently flapping its wings. Each time its wings fluttered, tiny specks of blue light gently fell, and these specks eventually transformed into small, glowing, blue butterflies. Before long, the space above and around the stage was filled with these fluttering blue luminescent butterflies. The once dark bar was now bathed in a soft, ethereal blue glow, creating a scene so beautiful it felt almost dreamlike. The patrons, mesmerized by the poetic and picturesque sight, instinctively reached out to touch the pale blue butterflies, only to see them dissolve like bubbles into the air. Soon, only the giant blue butterfly hovering above the stage remained. However, as everyone's eyes focused on this massive blue butterfly, they were astonished to discover that, at some point, a figure had appeared beside it, a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black, floating mid-air. Just as the crowd was still in shock, the blue butterfly slowly dissipated, reforming behind the figure into a pair of radiant, glowing wings. As the wings gently flapped, the figure descended step by step from the air until his toes lightly touched the stage. The wings then silently vanished, and the bar was once again plunged into darkness. The darkness lasted only a moment, just 1 second, before a dazzling light suddenly burst forth in the center of the stage. The light grew larger and brighter, illuminating the entire stage. The patrons were stunned to see that the light was emanating from a pair of hands. At that moment, everyone was filled with awe. Then, those hands suddenly flung the light high into the air. Swish, the bar's lights came back on simultaneously. As the lights abruptly brightened, everyone turned their gaze to the stage. There, the black-cloaked figure who had been floating earlier now stood in the center of the stage, his head lowered. The massive cloak completely obscured his face, sparking curiosity about the mysterious visage hidden beneath. Just then, a magnetic, youthful voice emerged from beneath the cloak. "Beautiful ladies, the magician Yi Lin greets you. Are you ready to enjoy my magical performance? It's showtime." As soon as the words were spoken, he suddenly tore off the cloak draped over him, revealing his true appearance. A black suit, complemented by a mysterious black cape flowing behind him, a black bow tie around his neck, and a gentleman-style round-top hat perched on his head. When his right hand, clad in white gloves, slowly lifted the brim of the hat, it revealed his handsome face and the monocle on his right eye that glimmered faintly. The night magician, Lin Yi, had officially made his entrance. Without a doubt, Lin Yi's entrance was not only dazzling but also deeply impactful. Whether it was the initial flurry of glowing butterflies dancing in the air, his mysterious descent from above, or the moment he unveiled his true appearance by removing the cloak, every detail left a profound impression on the audience. The scene was so striking that the crowd remained silent for a full 10 seconds. After those 10 seconds, the venue erupted into a wave of overwhelming sound. Cheers and screams intertwined. "Oh my god, today's show is actually magic. This magic is so cool. Those butterflies just now were dreamy and beautiful. What a pity, I actually forgot to take a photo. Wow, is this person a magician? It seemed like he was flying in the sky just now. He's so handsome, practically a magician himself. Cool and handsome. I suddenly think men are pretty great after all. He's still the little puppy type. This entrance is incredible, totally blew my mind. Didn't expect such a surprise today. Magic is way more interesting than singing." Suddenly feeling a bit excited. Although he is a man, it seems he is not annoying at all. For a moment, the female customers on site were full of praise and anticipation in their words. Meanwhile, the bar owner, who was leaning against the bar counter, also had a sparkle in her eyes. Although Lin Yi had shared some details and ideas with her before the performance, she had not expected that even his entrance could be so explosive. The opening fluorescent butterfly performance had deeply moved her. Looking at Lin Yi on the stage, dressed in a gentleman's suit, exuding calm confidence and a mysterious aura, Dai's lips unconsciously curved into a perfect smile. "It seems I've truly found a treasure. This little brother is no ordinary person. However, where did he get that outfit? Why isn't he wearing the two I bought for him?" Just as everyone was feeling shocked by Lin Yi's dramatic entrance, Lin Yi officially began his debut performance on stage. "Beautiful ladies, next I will present to you my first magic trick called Blossoming Beauty. Legend has it that every woman is a flower goddess descended from the heavens. At their most enchanting moments, flowers symbolizing their personalities bloom on their bodies. However, not everyone can see these flowers, only magicians like me can perceive them. If you'd like to know which flower goddess you are, you can raise your hand and come up on stage. I will pluck the flower that represents you." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, many female customers in the audience immediately showed great interest. They raised their hands one after another, and Lin Yi casually pointed to a hot girl wearing heavy Western-style makeup. "Miss, please come up to the stage first." The hot girl who was called out immediately walked up to his side. Lin Yi carefully examined her for a moment and then nodded. "I've already found the flower blooming on you. It's right above your head. Would you like me to help you pick it off?" The girl nodded cheerfully upon hearing this. The next second, Lin Yi extended his right hand and gently touched the top of her head. All eyes in the audience instantly focused on the top of her head. Swish! A bright red rose suddenly appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's empty hand. As soon as the rose appeared, the audience erupted in astonishment. "Wow, how did this rose appear out of nowhere? Yeah, I didn't even blink, and it just appeared so vividly. That hand speed is incredible. It must have been taken out from his sleeve. It has to be." When everyone was talking, Lin Yi handed the bouquet of roses to the hot girl. "Miss, it seems your personality is like this rose. beautiful yet thorny. The hot girl took the rose, her eyes filled with joy. You're right, that's exactly my personality, and I also really like roses. Thank you. Alright, please step off the stage and take a rest. We'll invite the next lady to come up. After the lively girl excitedly stepped off the stage with the rose, Lin Yi randomly selected another girl dressed adorably who was only about 1.5 meters tall. Miss, are you ready? The cute girl nodded in response. Let me see what kind of flower is blooming on you. I see it, it's growing on your back. As he spoke, Lin Yi moved behind her, and the audience's gaze followed. Ha! The next second, a pale pink tulip appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. Although they had seen it once before, when he took the flower from the girl's back, the audience was still amazed. Miss, this is the flower growing on your back, a tulip. Tulips symbolize eternal love and beauty, just like you. After saying this, Lin Yi handed the tulip to the cute girl. Hearing the compliment, the cute girl's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Thank you, I really like tulips. You're welcome, and I wish you to find your eternal love soon. Next, may the next lady please come on stage. Just like that, Lin Yi invited more than 10 female customers in succession, and flowers of various kinds bloomed on each of them: lavender, lilies, lisianthus, daisies, hydrangeas, hyacinths. Every woman who received flowers had a beaming smile, and the audience below the stage was completely captivated by his magic. When Lin Yi escorted the 13th female guest off the stage, he bowed deeply to the crowd. Thank you all for your cooperation. My first magic trick has come to an end, and my magic power is almost completely exhausted. Please allow me to step off the stage and rest for a while. You may continue with the music and dancing. Once my magic power is restored, I will present the second magic trick for everyone. Thank you all. As soon as the words fell, the bar immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Accompanied by the applause, Lin Yi slowly stepped off the stage and walked toward the nearby lounge area. Just as he sat down, Hu Dai came over holding two glasses, one for herself and the other handed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was about to decline, but Hu Dai spoke first, saying, "This isn't alcohol, it's juice. I know you don't drink, so I specially prepared juice for you." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly took the juice and softly said thank you. Hu Dai, on the other hand, sat directly across from him. Your performance just now was outstanding, especially your stage presence, it completely exceeded my expectations, she praised. Before, I thought you were the kind of introverted guy who would get shy just talking to girls. Looks like I really underestimated you. Thanks for the compliment. I don't have any particularly special strengths, just a bit of adaptability, Lin Yi said with a slight smile, though he felt a bit puzzled inside. In the past, while he wasn't exactly socially anxious, it was still difficult for him to perform so calmly in front of such a large crowd. Ever since obtaining the system and becoming a magician, his confidence had gradually grown. Perhaps, subconsciously, he had already started seeing himself as a noble magician above ordinary people. By the way, while I was watching earlier, I was wondering, if flowers were to bloom on me, what kind of flowers would they be? Could you perform that magic trick on me again? I'm really curious, Hu Dai suddenly asked. Lin Yi paused briefly, then nodded. Of course, no problem. Let me take a look for you. Yes. Speaking, he focused intently on observing Hu Dai. She had drunk a little, and at this moment appeared even more charming and captivating. Lin Yi dared not look too much and gently placed his hand on the top of her head. If I were to describe you with a flower, I think it would be this one. As soon as he finished speaking, he plucked a flower from the top of Hu Dai's head, a dark red dahlia. When Lin Yi plucked a blooming dark red dahlia from the top of Hu Dai's head, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This is a dahlia. Yes, a dahlia. Auspicious and grand, passionate and bold, brave and resilient. No matter what flowers it is paired with, it is always the most dazzling one, with other flowers merely serving as its backdrop, Lin Yi explained. As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Dai broke into a radiant smile. Are you praising the flower or praising me? Well, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before answering. Then I'd rather hear a lie. Then I'll praise you. Alright, it seems I was overthinking, but I really like this flower. Saying this, Hu Dai pinned the dahlia in her hair, gracefully stood up, picked up her wine glass, and slowly walked away. After walking a short distance, she suddenly turned back, glaring at Lin Yi with a hint of annoyance. Next time you perform, wear the two outfits I gave you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Alright, that's more like it. If you get hungry later, there's staff meals in the back. Help yourself, and if it's cold, there's a microwave. If there's no car when you go back, just take a taxi, and I'll reimburse you. Thank you, boss. Not long after, Hu Dai, with flowers pinned in her hair, walked gracefully to another booth and engaged in lively conversation with several guests, laughing so hard she swayed like a blooming flower. At this moment, inside the bar, the atmosphere had been pushed to a new high following Lin Yi's earlier magic performance. Half an hour later, Lin Yi once again stepped onto the small central stage. His previous performance had already made most customers recognize him as the magician, but there were still some who were unaware, such as a group of girls who had just entered. These girls are dressed in trendy outfits, with accessories leaning towards a hip-hop style. The leading girl, though cute, has her face covered in metal ornaments. Her lips, nose, eyelids, and and even cheeks are adorned with various piercings. Her fiery red hair is wrapped in a patterned headscarf, exuding vibrant energy. At this moment, Lin Yi stepped onto the stage, drawing the attention of everyone in the bar. The quiet atmosphere immediately caught the girls' notice. What's going on? Why is it so quiet today? Yeah, did someone get into a fight? Not really. Who would dare cause trouble here? What are they looking at? Why not go over and see for yourself? Saying this, the group of hip-hop girls squeezed into the center of the bar, and with just one glance, they saw Lin Yi standing on the small stage. Ha, boss lady, turns out it's a man. A girl dressed in Shibuya Gyro fashion, upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance clearly, immediately exclaimed in shock. Don't call me boss lady. That title is so low class. How many times do I have to tell you? The girl with the lip piercing glared fiercely at her friend beside her. And I don't need you to remind me he's a man. Do you think I can't tell? How strange. Why would there be a man here? What exactly is he here for? From my judgment, he must be performing magic. Another girl, adorned with so much jewelry that she could open a dollar store just by walking, glanced over and said while stroking her chin, "What you're saying is nonsense too. If it's not magic, what else could it be? Sorcery." As soon as the words were spoken, the girl with the lip piercing suddenly clenched her fist tightly. No way. I absolutely cannot tolerate a man appearing here. When he performs magic, we must find a way to expose him, make him lose face, and then drive him out. Got it? Don't worry, boss. The Black Rose Bar is our big women's territory, and we absolutely won't allow any men to come in. We'll ruin his act later. That's right, drive him out. But he is quite handsome, though. Don't be fooled by his appearance. The more handsome a man is, the more unfaithful he is. Guys like him play with you like playing with a dog. Exactly. He's so good looking and dresses so well, he must have ulterior motives. Let me tell you as someone who's been through it, don't date handsome guys, and don't be swayed by their constant baby sweet talk. Their phones are like kindergartens, full of babies. And don't date ugly guys either. Ugly guys not only lie but are also ugly. The girl with the lip piercing said with a serious expression. Wow, boss, your words are so profound. You must have had a lot of boyfriends, right? A skinny girl looked at the girl with the lip piercing with admiration. The lip-pierced girl immediately flashed a confident smile at the corner of her mouth. Of course, I've dated more boyfriends than the number of men you've ever seen, all kinds of types. That's exactly why I think soft and sweet girls are the best. Come on, let the boss give you a kiss. With that, the lip-pierced girl wrapped her arm around another girl beside her, cupped her face, and leaned in to kiss her. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice came from the stage. The next magic trick is quite special. I need a beautiful lady to come on stage and be my assistant. To become my assistant, one must not only possess stunning beauty but also have a pure heart. Unfortunately, my magic is limited and I cannot discern who among the many beautiful ladies present has the purest heart. So next, I will let my animal companion, who is also my magical assistant, Blake, do the selection. Please welcome Blake. As soon as the words were spoken, a sudden meowing sound echoed from the stage. The unexpected meowing immediately caught everyone's attention, and they all turned their gaze to the stage, trying to locate the source of the sound. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of it. Until someone exclaimed, "The cat is there, on his head." Hearing the shout, everyone instinctively looked toward Lin Yi's head. Under the dim bar lights, a high-profile black cat, entirely pitch black and elegant like a noble, stood steadily on Lin Yi's head, its eyes shimmering like emeralds. The bar instantly erupted upon discovering the black cat, because they hadn't noticed when the black cat had appeared. At that moment, the black cat suddenly jumped down from above Lin Yi's head and obediently crouched at his feet. "Black, go find the lady with the pure heart." Meow. The black cat let out a cry, stretched lazily, and wobbled off the stage. Amid the curious gazes of many women at the scene, Black sniffed here and there, occasionally rubbing against people, completely unafraid of strangers. Everyone showed great interest in this adorable cat and wanted to hold it, but it skillfully dodged them all. Finally, Black seemed to catch a scent of something, slowly walked over to the lip-pierced girl, crouched down, gently placed his left front paw on her pants, and then turned his head toward Lin Yi on the stage and let out a meow. In an instant, all eyes in the room simultaneously focused on the lip-pierced girl. Faced with this sudden situation, the lip-pierced girl was instantly flustered. She had never expected Black to choose her. Could it be that my pure heart has truly been seen through by him? At this moment, she was completely unaware that Blake's small eyes were fixed intently on the bag she was holding. The bag prominently displayed a few large characters, big chicken cutlet. "Miss, it seems you are the purest soul in the Black Rose Bar. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to be my magical assistant." Just as the girl with the lip piercing was still in a daze, Lin Yi's voice came from the stage. The girl snapped back to reality, and her friend beside her quickly whispered a reminder. "Boss, this is a great opportunity. Hurry up and expose his magic tricks, kick him out of Black Rose." "That's right, boss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Listening to her friends, the lip-pierced girl, who had been hesitant, suddenly had a determined look in her eyes. "Alright, since you're inviting me on stage, let's see how I expose you." With that, she confidently walked onto the stage, followed closely by Black Cat Blake, whose eyes eyes were fixed on the bag of chicken fillets in her hand. Once on stage, the girl casually shoved her hands into her pockets and said nonchalantly, "What do you want me to do? If it's too hard, I won't do it." Lin Yi responded with a light laugh, "It won't be too hard. Just do as I say." "Alright then, tell me, I'll try my best to cooperate." As she spoke, a trace of cunning flashed in the girl's eyes. "Great, our magic officially begins." As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yi snapped his fingers, and a set of ancient-looking cards suddenly appeared in his previously empty right hand. "I have a set of magic cards here, imbued with my magical power, allowing me to establish a telepathic connection with them. Even if they are sent to the ends of the earth, I can still sense their presence. Now, I need you to help me randomly distribute these cards to the 27 ladies present. Don't tell me who you gave them to, and don't reveal which card they received. In the end, I will find them one by one." After speaking, Lin Yi handed the cards to the girl with the lip piercing. "Can you handle this task?" The girl nodded repeatedly. "No problem, I promise to complete the task. However, to prevent you from peeking, I need to blindfold you." As she spoke, she took off the patterned scarf from her head and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, while speaking, folded the scarf neatly and tied it over his eyes in front of everyone. He could faintly smell the light fragrance lingering on the scarf. Seeing Lin Yi so readily cover his eyes, the girl felt a bit uneasy. She waved her right hand twice in front of him to confirm he couldn't see anything, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "Today you ran into me, consider yourself unlucky." Silently reciting in her mind, she casually drew 2 cards from the pile and tucked them into her waist bag. Then, holding the remaining cards, she walked toward the crowd. Soon, she distributed the remaining cards one by one to the female customers present, until only 1 card was left. She did not hand it out, but instead walked to the bar's wine storage area, opened a drawer, and placed the last card inside. After placing it, she even made a shushing gesture to the bartender, who responded with an OK sign. Her actions were naturally noticed by the bar's patrons, but no one spoke up, as everyone wanted to see how Lin Yi would handle this situation and just how amazing his magic tricks really were. Only Hu Dai, sitting in the rear booth, frowned slightly. A tall and elegant woman beside her noticed and teased, "What's wrong? Starting to worry about that brother of yours?" "Not really, I just think this girl is being a bit too much," Hu Dai replied with a faint smile. "Then do you want to go over and remind him?" "No need, I believe if he dared to say something like that, he must have a way. He always carries a kind of mysterious confidence." "Oh, I rarely hear you praise a man like that," the tall and elegant woman said with a light laugh. "He's not a man, he's still just a boy," Hu Dai said with a gentle shake of her head. "The boy, huh? I just happen to like this type." A fiery glint flashed in the eyes of the tall and elegant woman. "Don't get any ideas about him. He's just a freshman in college and hasn't even had a girlfriend yet," Hu Dai quickly reminded her. "Ha ha ha, look at you getting all worked up. Relax, I won't steal him from you. I'm not interested in men right now, I'm more intrigued by stunning beauties like you." As soon as she finished speaking, the tall, supermodel-like woman lifted Hu Dai's chin. Hu Dai swiftly dodged to the side. "Alright, my international supermodel, I only see him as a younger brother. Let's continue watching the performance." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the stage. At this moment, the lip-pierced girl who had handed out the cards earlier also returned to the stage. She came to Lin Ye's side with a playful smile and said, "Alright, I've sent out all the cards as you requested. You can take off the blindfold now." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi pulled off the blindfold and handed it back to the girl with the lip piercing. "Are you sure all the cards have been sent out?" I didn't miss a single one." The girl nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. "Very good, it seems you're a qualified magic assistant. Well done, this is your reward." The next second, Lin Yi pulled out a teddy bear from who knows where and handed it to the girl. The lip-pierced girl took the teddy bear and was visibly stunned. "Now, I will begin sensing each card you sent out." As he spoke, Lin Yi placed 2 fingers against his temple. "Found it." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight off the stage toward a female customer who appeared to be in her 30s. He walked up to her and said bluntly, "The card you have should be the 8 of clubs, right?" Upon hearing this, the female customer quickly pulled out a card and revealed it to everyone, the 8 of clubs, just as Lin Yi had said. The bar instantly erupted in thunderous applause, with astonishment and disbelief written all over everyone's faces. In the next few minutes, Lin Yi successively found several cards from other customers, accurately identifying the card face each time. His performance once again won over all the customers present. Soon, he had found 24 cards, leaving only the last 3 unfound. At this moment, a trace of curiosity and anticipation appeared on everyone's faces, eager to see if Lin Yi could find the last 3 cards. At this moment, Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Seeing Lin Yi frown, the girl with the lip piercing revealed a smug expression. However, Lin Yi's next words left her utterly embarrassed on the spot. "How strange, 2 of the last 3 cards are actually on the same person, and 1 isn't even on a person at all. Is it my perception that's wrong, or did my magic assistant fail to deal the cards as required?" "Assistant, did you complete the task carefully?" Lin Yi asked this with a serious expression, causing the lip-pierced girl to immediately show a flustered flustered look. But soon, she regained her composure and replied calmly. Of course, I followed your instructions completely, and every card has been sent out. Really? It seems my intuition might be off. Lin Yi feigned confusion. Yes, it must be your intuition that's wrong. Look carefully again, and you'll definitely find it. The lip-pierced girl nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll take a closer look. As he spoke, Lin Ye's gaze swept across the bar. Finally, his gaze locked onto Hu Dai. The next second, he walked toward Hu Dai in front of everyone. Seeing Lin Yi walking toward her, Hu Dai couldn't help but show a trace of doubt on her face. Lin Yi stood in front of her and suddenly spoke. This beautiful lady, I just sensed that there seems to be a card with you. I wonder if you've seen my card? As soon as the words were spoken, the female patrons in the bar exchanged glances and began whispering softly. He finally made a mistake. I really thought he could accurately guess the location of every single card. Yeah, what a pity. He was just 3 cards away from finding them all. But even so, he's already very impressive. That's right. If it weren't for that little girl deliberately causing trouble, he probably would have found them all by now. Clearly, everyone who had just seen the lip-pierced girl hiding the cards assumed Lin Yi was doomed this time. Even Hu Dai herself kept signaling to Lin Yi repeatedly. Yet Lin Yi seemed completely oblivious. Miss, if you're unwilling to voluntarily return my cards, then I'll have to take action myself. Let me see where it's hidden. Oh, found it. Saying that, Lin Yi took it down from the dahlia on Hu Dai's head. So you hid the card in this flower. The crowd saw him pick up a flower and immediately showed puzzled expressions. What is he doing? Such a big card, how could it possibly be hidden in this tiny flower? Exactly, it's completely unrealistic, and the other 3 cards have already been hidden by that little girl. Just as everyone was expressing their confusion, Lin Yi suddenly tore off a petal from the dahlia. In front of everyone, he threw the petals into the air. Everyone's gaze instinctively followed the drifting petals. The next moment, Lin Yi suddenly reached out to grab the petals in the air. When the petals landed in his palm, they instantly transformed into a card. This incredible skill of catching a card with bare hands immediately elicited a wave of astonished exclamations from the crowd. Oh my, the petals actually turned into cards. How did it change? I didn't see it clearly at all. It was so fast, the card just whooshed out of his hand. Is this the legendary magician? Brilliant, simply brilliant. Of course, there were also doubts raised. That's not right, that card is clearly still in the bar counter drawer. How could he possibly get it? Alright, exactly, could he really retrieve objects from a distance? I think this shouldn't be the 3 cards that were just hidden. He might have known long ago that the remaining 3 couldn't be found, so he took out a new one instead. Yes, that's definitely it. We saw with our own eyes those 3 cards being hidden. Just as the voices of doubt grew louder, the girl with the lip piercing also stepped forward. The card in your hand is definitely not one of the 27 cards I just hid. It's a new card you brought out. Before the voice faded, Lin Yi looked at her with a smile. Oh, you're so sure? Then do you still remember the faces of the remaining 3 cards? Of course I remember. I even made a special note of them, just in case you tried to pull a trick. The lip-pierced girl said proudly. The remaining 3 are the King of Hearts, the 9 of Diamonds, and the Ace of Spades. Seems like your memory is pretty good, but unfortunately, the card in my hand happens to be the King of Hearts. After speaking, Lin Yi turned over the card in his hand, revealing a King of Hearts. As soon as he showed the card, everyone gathered around. After seeing the card clearly, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. It really is a King of Hearts. Wow, doesn't this mean he really found one of the last 3 cards? That's simply amazing. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This guy is definitely the most amazing magician I've ever seen. What exactly is the principle behind this? If it were so easy to figure out, wouldn't all magicians be out of a job? The charm of magic lies in its unpredictability. Just as everyone was being won over by Lin Yi, a trace of panic appeared on the lip-pierced girl's face. The next second, she hurriedly ran into the bar counter and pulled open a drawer. After carefully searching through it, her expression instantly turned to shock. How is this possible? How could this be possible? I clearly placed the card here. How could it disappear? Shocked, she quickly looked toward the bartender by the bar. The bartender was also full of confusion at this moment. Was it you who gave him the card? The lip-pierced girl asked softly. How could it be? I've been so busy, constantly mixing drinks, and haven't left the bar at all, the bartender said innocently. Then did he come to the bar? The lip-pierced girl continued to ask. No, you saw it too. What's going on here? Have I seen a ghost? Just as the lip-pierced girl was puzzling over it, Lin Yi's voice sounded again. Looks like I got lucky and immediately guessed the position of the third to last card. With this, there are only 2 cards left to find. I need to sense it again. After speaking, he placed 2 fingers on his temples again. Seeing this scene, the girl with the lip piercing immediately touched her bag. After confirming that the 2 cards were still inside, she let out a long sigh of relief. Let's see how you find these last 2 cards. I don't believe you can just make them disappear from my bag. Just as she was thinking this, Lin Yi suddenly lowered his fingers. Found it. So, this is where they were hiding. Ha! Hearing Lin Yi's confident words, the girl with the lip piercing was stunned on the spot. The next second, she saw Lin Yi walking toward her with a beaming smile. Before she could react, Lin Yi had already pinned her against the pillar next to the bar counter. Looking at Lin Yi's handsome face, the lip-pierced girl's face instantly turned red, timid like a startled little white rabbit. The lip-pierced girl never expected Lin Yi to be so bold, directly pinning her against the pillar. The female customers on the scene also didn't anticipate such a situation, and for a moment, everyone showed expressions of curiosity and amusement. Just as everyone was quietly waiting to see how things would unfold, Lin Yi suddenly pulled off the scarf from the girl's head and quickly stepped back. Turns out you hid the card here. This is indeed a good spot. Ha! Hearing this, the lip-pierced girl with a flushed face looked puzzled. Are you saying the card is hidden in my headscarf? Yeah, isn't it right here? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi reached under the headscarf and pulled out a card. He immediately displayed the card face, revealing it to be the 9 of diamonds from the last 3 cards. The onlookers nearby instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes filled with astonishment. Wow, found another one. I clearly saw that girl put the card into her bag. Yeah, how did it end up in the headscarf? Could she have moved it later? Impossible, right? The card is so big, and the headscarf is so small. How could it fit? Then what exactly is going on here? Compared to everyone's surprise, the lip-pierced girl involved could only describe her mood as shocked at this moment. She knew best where she had hidden the card. How could it have ended up in the headscarf? As if realizing something, she hurriedly reached for her bag. At a touch, her heart instantly sank halfway. Of the 2 cards just now, only one remained. When exactly did he take the card? Beyond shock, her gaze toward Lin Yi grew increasingly complicated. No matter what, I absolutely can't let him take this last card. She made up her mind, tightly holding onto the card, refusing to believe that Lin Yi could make the card disappear under such circumstances. However, Lin Yi suddenly smiled mysteriously. Now there's only 1 card left. This one is hidden quite deeply, but I've already sensed its presence. Beautiful lady, I feel that the last card is still on you. When speaking, his eyes were fixed intently on the girl with the lip piercing. Hearing this, she shook her head repeatedly. It's not with me, you're mistaken. Really? I don't think I'm wrong, and I've already found it. If you don't believe me, unzip the back of the little bear I gave you. The card is hidden inside the bear's body. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the girl with the lip piercing immediately became agitated. Impossible. How could it end up there? If you don't believe me, just open it and see for yourself. Lin Yi shrugged. Fine, I'll look. If I say it's not in there, then it's definitely not. With that, the girl with the lip piercing grabbed the teddy bear keychain hanging on her bag without hesitation and unzipped the back. When she reached into the teddy bear's lining to feel around, she froze instantly because she clearly felt something hard inside. Seeing her dazed expression, Lin Yi's lips unconsciously curved into a slight smile. So, is the card inside? The girl, who was momentarily stunned, immediately clenched her teeth and shook her little head like a rattledrum. It's not. The card isn't inside at all. Obviously, she had already made up her mind that as long as she refused to admit it, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to forcibly take it away. Just as she thought she could get away with this trick by playing dumb, Lin Yi made a move that completely caught her off guard. You're right, the card isn't in the bear's stomach because it just ran into your stomach. As soon as he finished speaking, a card flew out from the girl's clothes, circled around Lin Yi, and was finally firmly caught between his right index and middle fingers. He raised his right hand high, illuminated by a spotlight. In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn to his fingertips. When they saw the face of the card clearly, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. It turned out to be the Ace of Spades. At this moment, the DJ in charge of the music played the background track for the God of Gamblers entrance perfectly. The atmosphere in the bar was instantly ignited. The audience witnessing this top-tier card magic gave enthusiastic applause. Even the bar owner, who died, couldn't help but stand up and applaud. God, that's incredible. This is real magic, 100 times more amazing than the magic on the Spring Festival gala stage. Exactly, I even feel like this isn't magic, it's practically sorcery. He actually managed to find all the cards in this situation. That's ridiculously impressive. Yeah, this little girl gave him such a hard time, yet he still managed to produce a card. If that's not magic, then what is? I didn't even see clearly how that last card appeared. Could it really have come out of that little girl's stomach? That's impossible. I'm more curious about how that card managed to fly. Tonight's show was amazing. Where on earth did the bar owner find such an incredible magician? He doesn't look very old, yet his magic skills are so masterful. Good-looking and graded magic. I suddenly feel that men can actually be pretty amazing. At this moment, everyone was lavish with their praise for Lin Yi. Only the girl with the lip piercing still looked completely baffled. She even found it hard to distinguish whether that scene just now was a dream or reality. As someone who experienced it firsthand, she knew better than anyone what had just happened. She couldn't figure out how the card ended up inside the teddy bear's belly, nor could she understand how it moved from the teddy bear's belly to her clothes. The 3 cards she had hidden were all found by Lin Yi without exception, and yet he didn't expose her. Could he really know magic? When her heart was restless and uneasy, she noticed Lin Yi had been staring at her face. Suddenly, her face turned red again, and the next second she stomped her right foot hard. What What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Keep staring at me, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi suddenly reached out to touch her face. In an instant, her feigned angry expression crumbled. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly opened the hand that had reached for her face. In his palm lay a few bling-bling nails. Your stud fell off. I thought it was nailed in, but it turns out it was glued on. The others aren't glued on too, are they? As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the girl with the lip stud panicked and quickly took out a small mirror from her bag to check. Confirming that the stud on her face had indeed fallen off, her expression instantly turned awkward. The girls nearby also gathered around. Boss, so your studs are glued on? Didn't you tell us they were all pierced into your face? Yeah, and you even said you didn't use anesthesia at the time. Boss, are you really someone who hangs out on the streets? Wow, you're so cunning, actually making us go while you just use glue. That tattoo isn't from a tattoo shop, is it? Ugh, so annoying. I'm afraid of pain, okay? What's wrong with using glue? Is that not allowed? The girl with the lip piercing angrily retorted with her hands on her hips. Before she finished speaking, she yanked off the remaining piercings on her face, including the one on her lip. Let's go, let's go. Let's not stay here tonight. This place is so boring. The girl, whose face was flushed red and had a lip piercing, finished speaking and pulled her girlfriends toward the bar's exit. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back and glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Kid, just you wait, this isn't over. You've offended me, Song Bauer, so don't expect to get away with it. You only know a few flashy magic tricks. I'll find an even better magician to teach you a lesson. Understood, master. After saying this, she held the teddy bear in her hand, seemingly intending to throw it at Lin Yi. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it and hung it back on her bag. Let's go. Let's sing. People like us who live on the edge should be out late and back late. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Thank you, boss. Amid the noisy chatter, the girl with the lip piercing left the Black Rose Bar with her group of streetwise girlfriends. Their departure did not affect the atmosphere inside the bar. Everyone continued with their own activities. Lin Yi, who had just finished a round of magic performances, received his first tip. Just like online live streams, performances at the bar could also receive tips from the audience. After all, few people who come to bars for entertainment are frugal, and the Black Rose Bar was no exception. Lin Yi had just amazed the crowd with his extraordinary card magic when a long-haired beauty, whom he had just handed a flower to, walked up to him. Handsome boy, your magic tonight made me very happy. Please accept this small token of appreciation with a smile. As she spoke, the long-haired beauty took out a few 100 yuan bills from her bag and placed them into Lin Yi's top hat. This sudden scene left Lin Yi a bit at a loss. Before he could react, several other female customers also started stuffing money into his top hat. One bold woman even took off a gold ring and tossed it into the hat, blowing him a kiss as she left. What's more, taking advantage of Lin Yi's days, she suddenly leaned in and gave him a fierce kiss, leaving a bright red lipstick mark on his face. Before long, his face was covered with 7 or 8 kiss marks of varying sizes. Having never encountered such a situation before, Lin Yi stood frozen in place, his mind unable to process what had just happened. At this moment, Hu Dai's voice came from beside him. Don't feel strange, that's just how people are. Once the alcohol kicks in, they dare to do many things they wouldn't normally do. They come here to relieve stress and have fun. You brought them joy, so these tips are well deserved. Hearing this, Lin Yi gradually came back to his senses. The next moment, Hu Dai handed over a wet tissue. Clean yourself up. These people really have no boundaries. Don't let them scare you away. If I scared you away, that would be a huge loss for me. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, quickly took the wet tissue, and wiped his face before looking down at the top hat in his hand. The once empty top hat was now stuffed to the brim. In addition to cash and jewelry like rings, there were also a few notes with contact information written on them, and even a piece of sexy women's lingerie. Seeing these items, he instinctively froze. At this moment, Hu Dai spoke up again to remind him. Just keep the money, and as for the rest of these things, just toss them in a trash can. Don't keep them. You'd better not randomly add those people. I'm not saying they're bad, but you have no idea who they really are behind the scenes. If you accidentally provoke them, it could lead to big trouble. As she spoke, Hu Dai pointed to the long-haired beauty who had been the first to tip Lin Yi earlier. Did you see her? She's not an ordinary person. Her husband is the CEO of the Zhang Group. The last man who slept with her disappeared for several months, and I bet they couldn't even find his body. And that one over there, don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. She's a notorious madam of the flower house, with a group of daredevils under her command. Listening to Hu Dai's introduction, Lin Yi's expression shifted. He never expected these women to have such hardcore backgrounds. Noticing his peculiar expression, Hu Dai smiled. Alright, I'm just teasing you. It's not that scary. As long as you do your job, no one will dare to touch you in the Black Rose Bar. After all, you're under my protection. After saying that, Hu Dai lightly patted Lin Yi's shoulder. You must be tired too. Come over here and take a break. Keep me company for a while. Seeing Lin Yi remain motionless, Hu Dai directly grabbed his hand and led him to the nearby booth. When they arrived at the booth, Lin Yi noticed that there were 4 young women with excellent temperament and figures sitting there. Let me introduce you, they are all my friends, each one a workplace elite. As Hudai pressed Lin Yi onto the sofa in the booth, she said, this one here is a renowned fashion model in the country. Listening to her introduction, Lin Yi glanced at the group. One of them, a tall and elegant woman, indeed had the demeanor of a model, especially her slender and delicate neck, as graceful as a swan's. After introducing the 4 people in the booth, Hudai then introduced Lin Yi to them. This is my younger brother Lin Yi, currently a freshman and an amateur magician. Be careful when you talk, don't scare him. Don't worry, we're not man-eating monsters. How could we possibly scare him? The female model said with a smile. By the way, my name is Huang Ying. You can just treat me as your real sister, little brother. And also, Sister Hudai just said he is an amateur magician, but that's not right. An amateur couldn't reach his level. Those 2 magic tricks just now are enough to outshine 90% of magicians in the country. As soon as Huang Ying spoke, Lin Yi quickly responded modestly, you're too kind. I just practice casually in my spare time. Practicing casually and you're already this amazing? If you studied systematically, imagine how incredible you'd be. You must be tired from performing, have some wine to relax, Huang Ying said as she picked up a new wine glass and poured Lin Yi a drink. Seeing the wine glass being handed over, Lin Yi quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, I don't drink alcohol. How can a man not know how to drink? Especially a cute and handsome guy like you, if you don't learn to drink, you'll easily suffer losses in the future. As soon as Huang Ying finished speaking, Hudai glared at her. I already told you he's still in school, and you want to make him drink? He has class tomorrow. It's fine, 1 drink won't be a problem. This alcohol isn't strong, it's almost like a soft drink. Actually, I just want to see his face turn red, it would be so adorable, Huang Ying teased. The 3 other women nearby also quickly chimed in. Exactly, 1 drink won't hurt. There's always a first time for everything. Who knows, maybe he's naturally good at drinking but just doesn't know it yet. At this moment, Huang Ying suddenly pulled out a thick stack of cash from her bag and said in front of everyone, alright then, I won't bully you. For every drink you have, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Speaking, she picked up the wine bottle and a dozen empty glasses beside her, pouring half a glass of wine into each. After pouring the wine, she placed 1,000 yuan in cash under each glass. Soon, a circle of glasses surrounded the table. Drink as much as you can, I won't force you. As long as you have the ability, this money is yours. The next moment, Huang Ying took out about 10,000 yuan from her bag and placed an unopened bottle of wine under the glasses. After finishing these, she looked at Lin Yi with a teasing smile. Meanwhile, the commotion at the booth also caught the attention of other guests in the bar. What's going on over there? Could it be that magician performing something again? Doesn't seem like it. It looks like someone made him drink. Made him drink? Isn't that putting him in a tough spot? That magician still looks like he's in college. Exactly, he's still a kid. Don't make things hard for him. 1 glass for 1,000? That's fine. Boys learning to drink isn't a bad thing. I think I can give it a try. I can't drink much, but 2 or 3 glasses are no problem. I can't stand seeing these adorable boys suffer. Let me drink for him. Just give me half the money. I only charge 300 per glass. This is way too competitive. More and more people gathered around. Hudai tugged on Huang Ying's arm and said, that's enough. Why are you making things difficult for him? Huang Ying smiled faintly. I'm not making things difficult for him. He's just a student. Can he make 1,000 yuan in a day? Now, he only needs to drink half a glass of wine to easily earn 1,000. Besides, I'm not forcing him. It's all up to him, right, little brother? As she spoke, Huang Ying's gaze fell back on Lin Yi. Hearing her words, Lin Yi smiled helplessly. This elder sister thinks too highly of me. But you're not wrong. As a university student, there really aren't many jobs where I can earn 1,000 yuan in a day. Even as a tutor, I only make 80 yuan an hour. Since you think so highly of me, elder sister, I would feel bad not giving you face. So, as long as I finish all the drinks here, the money will be mine, right? Of course. I keep my word, and with so many witnesses here, as long as you have the ability, the money is yours. But I advise you to know your limits. After all, your health is the most important thing. If something happens to you from drinking, this Miss Hudai might hold me accountable, Huang Ying said, teasingly glancing at Hudai beside her. Lin Yi quickly chimed in, it won't happen. Although I haven't drunk much before, I can handle a little. Can I start now? Go ahead, Huang Ying said, pushing a glass of wine in front of Lin Yi. In full view of everyone, Lin Yi unhesitatingly picked up the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he even deliberately turned the glass upside down, leaving not a single drop inside. Refreshing, the money is yours. Huang Ying nodded in approval. Thank you. Lin Yi casually pocketed the 1,000 yuan on the table and, without hesitation, picked up the second glass of wine. Once again, he tilted his head back and swallowed all the wine in the glass without changing his expression. He put down the glass, took the money, and drank 4 glasses in a row. The gazes of the onlookers began to take on a subtle change. Not bad, little brother, 4 glasses down and your complexion hasn't changed a bit, Huang Ying, sitting across from Lin Yi, remarked with slight surprise. It's alright, this drink doesn't seem that intoxicating. intoxicating, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Sitting next to him, Hu Dai asked with concern, don't push yourself. If you can't drink anymore, just stop. Your health is the most important. Hearing her say this, Lin Yi immediately gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I don't feel a thing right now. I think I can still drink 4 more glasses. Big talk. I think you drank too fast and it hasn't hit you yet. You'll see how strong it is in a bit, Huang Ying said as she pushed 4 glasses of wine in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, without hesitation, picked up one of the glasses and downed it in one gulp. As soon as he set the glass down, he grabbed the 5th one. Thud. 6th cup. Thud. 7th cup. Thud. 8th cup. In the blink of an eye, he downed another 4 cups of liquor, his expression unchanged throughout the process. His complexion remained fair, without the slightest hint of redness. After finishing the drinks, he swiftly pocketed the 4,000 yuan at the bottom of the cups, his movements deft, showing no sign of intoxication. At this moment, the onlookers nearby finally couldn't help but exclaim, not bad, he's already downed 8 cups and still seems perfectly fine. Yeah, each cup here holds 200 milliliters, half a cup is about 100. 8 half cups are roughly 400 milliliters, almost a pound of liquor. I can drink that much too, but I definitely wouldn't look as clear-headed as he does. Indeed, his alcohol tolerance is incredible. He's clear-headed, moves swiftly, and doesn't even slur his words, definitely not drunk. Who would have thought this young man could hold his liquor so well? Looking at his delicate appearance, I thought he couldn't drink at all, so he's just playing the fool to catch the tiger. The onlookers, surprised, also began to subtly change their perception of Lin Yi. Sitting across from Lin Yi, Huang Ying was even more surprised, her almond-shaped eyes scanning him up and down. Not bad, little brother. Just now you said you could only drink a little, but it turns out you were just pretending. Who says you can only drink a little? Handsome guys are always the best liars. You must have had plenty of drinks before, right? Hearing her say this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. I wasn't lying, I really haven't drunk much before, and how can this amount of alcohol be considered just a little? Altogether, it was only 4 glasses just now, and I don't feel anything after drinking them. Wow, such bold words. Then keep drinking. I want to see how much you can handle. As she spoke, Huang Ying pulled out a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills from her bag. Bring me 2 more bottles of wine. Today, I want to have a good time with this little brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the waiter quickly brought over 2 bottles of wine. Hu Dai, who was sitting next to Lin Yi, immediately reminded, that's enough, isn't it? I'm really worried something might happen if we keep drinking like this. Let's switch to something else. It's fine. This lady wants to play, so I'll accompany her. Besides, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape, Lin Yi responded calmly. At this moment, he wasn't the least bit flustered. Forget 2 bottles of alcohol, even 2 barrels or 2 bathtubs of it wouldn't be enough to get him drunk. This was because no matter how much he drank, the alcohol would never actually enter his stomach. He had set the entrance to his system backpack directly in his mouth, so as soon as the alcohol entered, it would immediately flow into the backpack. At this moment, he was practically a god of alcohol, capable of out-drinking everyone in the entire bar. At this point, Huang Ying had filled the table in front of him with alcohol, arranged in 3 rows, with a full bottle of liquor placed at the end of each row. Underneath each bottle was 10,000 yuan in cash. As long as Lin Yi finished the glasses of alcohol in front of him and then downed the entire bottle, he could take the 10,000 yuan beneath it. The total cash on the table added up to tens of thousands, but it wasn't money that could be easily claimed. As soon as Huang Ying issued this challenge, the entire bar's patrons were drawn in. The singing and dancing came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi even started drinking, everyone assumed he was just a young college boy who didn't even know how to handle alcohol. After all, his clean and handsome appearance was highly deceptive. When he drank 4 glasses, the crowd was slightly surprised. By the 8th glass, they began to sense something was off. But even at this point, they still didn't believe Lin Yi could finish all the alcohol on the table. To achieve such a feat, one would have to be a seasoned alcoholic who frequented bars for years. Even for a heavy drinker, finishing all the alcohol on the table would likely result in passing out and being rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. However, at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly picked up a glass of alcohol and downed it in one gulp. The way he drank made it seem like he was just drinking water. After finishing the first glass, he flipped the glass upside down and set it aside, his gaze fixed directly on Huang Ying across from him. Then, he proceeded to drink the second glass, the third, the fourth, the fifth. He drank all 8 glasses in the first row in one go. His expression remained calm, his breathing steady, and he stood upright. From the pocket of his suit, he pulled out a handkerchief and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. After folding the handkerchief neatly, he placed it back into his jacket pocket. In the next moment, his hand reached for the full bottle of alcohol at the end of the first row. At this moment, the bar had fallen completely silent, and all eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. If they had doubted earlier whether he could last until the end, their confidence began to waver after watching him down 8 consecutive glasses of alcohol. Even Hu Dai no longer tried to stop him. Just as Lin Yi raised the bottle, he suddenly finally spoke. Drinking straight from the bottle doesn't look very elegant, and it wastes time. Why not try a different way? With that, Lin Yi put down the bottle and walked straight to the bar counter. His gaze swept across the bar and finally settled on an oversized brandy glass. The glass resembled a fishbowl with a base attached at the bottom, and its capacity was estimated to be no less than 5 liters. While everyone was still wondering what he was planning to do, he picked up the decorative oversized brandy glass. Seeing this, the crowd vaguely guessed his intention, and Lin Yi's next actions confirmed their suspicions. He first placed the large glass on the table, then grabbed 2 bottles of alcohol at the same time, opened the caps, and poured them into the glass with a glug-glug sound. After finishing those, he added a third bottle to the mix. Finally, the remaining bottles on the table were all emptied into the glass. The 5-liter glass was filled more than halfway, holding at least 2 to 3 liters of alcohol. At this point, the crowd in the bar completely lost control. What is he planning to do? Could it be that he wants to drink all the alcohol in one go? Is he crazy? This must be 5 or 6 pounds. Even drinking 5 or 6 pounds of water might make you throw up from being too full. TSK, he really dares to do it. If he drinks it all, I think even if he doesn't die from alcohol poisoning, he'll die from being too full. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a person drink so much alcohol? Unless an elephant came, maybe then it would be possible. I bet $100 he absolutely can't finish it. I bet 500. Today was truly worth coming. Not only did I see such an amazing magic show, but I also witnessed such an amusing scene. Look, he's about to drink. Just as the onlookers were discussing fervently, Lin Yi, in front of everyone, lifted the enormous wine glass with both hands. At this moment, Huang Ying, who had been sitting calmly across from him, and Hu Dai, who was seated beside him, both instinctively stood up. Little brother, don't push yourself too hard. I was just joking. If something happens to you from drinking, I can't take responsibility. How about this? Let's call it a day, and you can take all the money on the table. Huang Ying had completely lost her previous composure. Yeah, there's no need to joke around with your own body out of spite. Just take it easy, Hu Dai quickly advised. However, Lin Yi merely gave a faint smile, his gaze resolute. It's okay, don't forget, I'm a magician, someone who can create miracles. Tonight, this glass of wine is for all the beautiful ladies present. I wish you all a wonderful evening. After speaking, Lin Yi directly brought his mouth to the rim of the giant wine glass. The wine glass tilted slightly, and the dark brown liquid continuously flowed into his mouth, visibly decreasing at an astonishing speed. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Surprise, confusion, shock, disbelief. They couldn't figure out how Lin Yi's not-so-sturdy body managed to hold so much alcohol. 2 minutes later, with the last drop of wine down his throat, Lin Yi finally removed the glass from his face. He even made a point of turning the glass upside down, showing all the spectators and the aureole across from him that it was completely empty. By this time, everyone was already frozen in place as if under a spell, their minds blank as if they had crashed. In my mind, apart from the scene of Lin Yi downing those 5 or 6 pounds of alcohol in one go, there was nothing else. There was no helping it. The impact of that scene was too overwhelming, even far surpassing the 2 magic tricks he had performed earlier. Just as everyone was still lost in their daze, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Beautiful ladies, I've finished my drink. I wonder, are you satisfied with my performance? As soon as these words were spoken, the bar instantly became lively. Crash! The previously quiet bar suddenly turned into a marketplace, with exclamations, praises, cheers, and applause rising and falling, continuous and unending. The most frequent among them, without a doubt, were exclamations. God! He's simply a god. The ancient Greek god in charge of drinking. How can someone drink so much? Is this considered a little? This is probably an enormous amount. Is this scientific? Is it reasonable? Where did all the alcohol he drank go? Why doesn't he seem even a little drunk? It's neither scientific nor reasonable, just like his magic. I'm really curious about his physical structure. Just how big is his stomach? 1,000 drinks without getting drunk, turns out that's no exaggeration. It was only then that Huang Ying realized, staring at the empty giant wine glass and then at Lin Yi's composed expression. She wanted to speak several times but couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, she finally gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. I'm impressed. I'm truly impressed. Little brother, you really gave me a big surprise. From now on, whenever there's a drinking party, I'll definitely bring you alone. You alone can drink a whole group under the table. All this money is yours now. With that, she directly pushed all the cash on the table in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also unceremoniously put it away. Thank you. However, at this moment, Hu Dai suddenly showed a puzzled expression, sizing up Lin Yi. Those drinks, you didn't actually drink them, did you? As soon as these words were spoken, the bar immediately quieted down significantly. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Lin Yi. Facing Hu Dai and the crowd's stares, Lin Yi smiled. I said, I am a magician, and magicians are omnipotent. But you're right, I didn't drink those wines. After saying this, he picked up an empty wine glass from the table and then pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket to cover the glass. Once the glass was completely covered. He gently tugged the handkerchief. In the next moment, a full glass of wine astonishingly appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yi personally admit that he hadn't drunk those wines, everyone was still stunned. But when he conjured a glass of wine out of thin air, they immediately couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So you used magic to make those drinks disappear? Hu Dai curiously looked at the wine in Lin Yi's hand and asked. That's right. Lin Yi nodded and handed the wine glass to Hu Dai. Then, he picked up another wine glass, this time without even covering it with a handkerchief. With a gentle shake, the glass was filled with wine. The second glass was handed to Huang Ying. I did use a little magic trick. After all, I really hadn't drunk alcohol before. After saying that, he picked up the third empty wine glass, gave it a gentle shake, and the third glass of wine appeared again. Just like that, one glass after another, he quickly poured a drink for everyone around him. The last glass, he kept for himself. He raised his glass high, his gaze sweeping over the people around him, signaling to everyone, my sincerest apologies, lovely ladies, I really can't drink, but I didn't want to dampen your spirits, so I used magic to make the wine disappear. However, to thank everyone for their support today, I still want to toast to all of you. Hearing Lin Yi's sincere words, everyone gave him face and raised their glasses in response. The next second, Lin Yi picked up his glass and drank it all in one go. After finishing the drink, his face immediately turned red. Seeing this, everyone knew that this time he had really drunk. At that moment, the voice of the Oriole suddenly rang out in the bar. Ladies, let's raise a glass to this lovely magician. Cheers! Cheers! Keep playing the music, keep dancing. The atmosphere in the bar instantly reached a new climax. After finishing his drink, Lin Yi sat back beside Hu Dai. Right in front of Huang Ying, he returned all the money he had just received, leaving only 1,000 yuan. Because I didn't drink those drinks, I can't take the money either. I only had one drink, so I'll just take 1,000 yuan from you. As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Ying immediately pretended to look angry. What? Looking down on your sister? Or do you think your sister would feel bad about this little bit of money? I can earn this amount of money back just by doing one show. Even though you didn't drink those drinks, you performed an amazing magic trick for me. Consider this money as a tip for you. Take it. If you don't, I'll be really upset. Just take it. If she wants you to have it, then accept it. She's a little rich lady, and this amount of money is nothing to her. She spends more than this casually on a bag, Hu Dai advised with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally accepted the cash on the table. After collecting the money, Hu Dai took out her phone and glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Xiao Ye, it's getting late. You have school tomorrow, so head back first. Hearing this, Lin Ye's cheeks flushed slightly, and he nodded. Thank you, sis. I'll head back now. By the way, doesn't your school dormitory close at night? Can you still get in? If not, we have some vacant staff dormitories here. You can stay for the night and head back in the morning. No need, sis. I have a way to get in. Lin Yi shook his head and declined. Alright, after you leave, just take a taxi, and I'll reimburse the fare. Be careful on your way back, and send me a message when you get to the dorm. Huang Ying, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but tease. You care so much about your brother. Why not just take him back yourself? I'd like to, but I drank and can't drive, so how can I take him? Hu Dai rolled her eyes. It's fine, sis. I'm a guy, there's nothing unsafe about it. I've only had one drink, it's no big deal. You all have fun, I'll head out first. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up, bid everyone farewell, went backstage to change into his regular clothes, and then left the bar. By this time, it was already the early hours of the morning. Apart from a few thrill seekers, the streets were almost empty. The slightly tipsy Lin Yi was sobered up quite a bit by the gentle night breeze. Thinking back on what had happened at the bar tonight, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. This feeling, it's actually pretty nice. Call a car and hurry back. It's best to rent a place near the school tomorrow, otherwise, going home this late every day isn't very appropriate. He took out his phone to call a car, only to find that it was impossible to get one nearby. It wasn't that there were no cars, but there were too many people trying to book rides, and the queue would take at least 10 minutes. Clearly, there were many others like him who had just finished their nightlife and were ready to head home. Forget it, let's walk 2 more streets over. There are fewer people there, so it should be easier to get a car. Lin Yi casually stuffed his phone into his pocket and started walking forward. After a few hundred meters, he arrived at the commercial street opposite the bar street. The commercial street had closed early, with shop doors tightly shut in dim, unclear lighting. As soon as he stepped into the shopping street, he suddenly heard a scream coming from the nearby alley and immediately stopped in his tracks. Why does this voice sound a bit familiar? Before he could figure out where the voice was coming from, another cry came from the alley. Help! Help! Don't come over! Go away! Go away! This time, Lin Yi finally remembered who the owner of the voice was. How could it be her? Could she be in some kind of danger? The her he was referring to was the lip-pierced girl who had undermined him earlier at the Black Rose bar. Her cries for help made him realize that she might be in danger at this very moment. Forget it, let's go take a look. Not wanting to be tormented by his conscience, Lin Yi finally decided to head in the direction of the cries for help. After walking more than 10 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a dark alley. The alley seemed to be a nighttime exit for a KTV, deserted except for a dim street lamp. Under the faint light, the girl with the lip piercing was cornered against the wall by 4 men. Lin Yi initially thought she had just run into a few petty thugs, but he quickly realized the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Brother Chang, are you sure it's this girl? It's her. I've been following her for several days now. How could Song Jianghe's daughter be a quirky little girl? Who cares, just tie her up first. Do it now, or someone might discover us later. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 men prepared to seize the girl with the lip piercing, but she struggled desperately, resisting with all her might. When one of them was kicked in the groin by her, he immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll show you how tough I am. He raised his right hand high, ready to slap the girl with the lip piercing hard. At that moment, a cold glint shot from the side, slicing through his arm. His clothes were torn, revealing a long gash on his forearm, with blood dripping to the ground. The intense pain made him scream in agony, and his scream also caught the attention of his companions. What happened? Dewey. Something scratched my hand. The man clutched his wound while gasping for air. Did it cut your hand? What was it that cut you? Hiss. It seems to be this thing. The injured man looked toward the wall, where an ancient-looking card was deeply embedded. The 4 of them saw the card and immediately showed expressions of terror. It's a playing card. Is that what scratched your hand? Swish. Another person was about to take the card down for a closer look. But just then, the card on the wall suddenly flew out on its own, tracing a perfect arc before disappearing into the darkness of the alley. The group looked in the direction the card had flown and immediately spotted a strange man standing under the dim streetlight. A black gentleman's suit, a long cape draped over his shoulders, a black top hat on his head, and a black butterfly mask covering his face. In the quiet alley late at night, he was dressed in a black suit with a cape draped over his back, looking nothing like an ordinary person. The 4 men were no exception. After a moment of hesitation, one of them couldn't help but ask, what exactly is that guy doing, and why is he dressed like that? Not sure. Looks like he's doing some kind of cosplay. Wait, look at his hand. At this moment, the person whose arm had just been scratched by the card suddenly stared in shock at the masked stranger's right hand. Between his middle and index fingers was a card, identical to the one that had embedded itself in the wall and then suddenly flown away. When the 4 of them noticed the card, they immediately realized that it was he who had injured their companion with it. Although it sounded somewhat absurd, the facts seemed to confirm it. Damn it! It was him just now. He threw the card. The man clutching the wound on his arm shouted angrily. The faces of the other 3 grew serious. A burly man in a tight black tank top, his chest hair exposed, first cracked his knuckles and then threatened. I don't care who you are, mind your own business, or you'll be the one to suffer. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 pulled folding knives from their pockets, taking up menacing stances. Yet under the street lamp, the masked man remained completely unfazed. With a flick of his fingers, the card in his hand vanished into thin air. In the next moment, under the tense gazes of the 4, he started walking toward them, slowly, deliberately. His steps were not fast, and he made no movements along the way, yet this inexplicable pressure still made the 4 feel a sense of oppression. At this moment, the lip-pierced girl cornered against the wall also forgot her fear. Her round, wide eyes stared fixedly at the masked man, filled with surprise and joy, along with a trace of doubt. It's him! How could he appear here? Is he here to save me? Why did he save me? What if he can't beat those bad guys? Obviously, the girl had already recognized the identity of the masked man in front of her. His clothes were extremely distinctive, and apart from the black butterfly mask on his face, he looked exactly the same as when he performed at the Black Rose Bar. The girl with the lip piercing vaguely remembered his name, Yilin. Just as she was worrying about whether Yilin could handle those 4 men, the 4 men had already surrounded him. Kid, I already gave you a chance earlier. You brought this on yourself, so don't blame us for being rude. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll think we're easy to bully. As the words fell, the burly man leading the group swung his fist toward Yilin. Facing this aggressive strike, Yilin showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he suddenly spread his hands open. The next second, a burst of intense white light erupted from his palms. The light instantly bloomed, like a flashbang exploding. The 4 were caught off guard, their eyes stung by the intense light, leaving them momentarily blinded and crying out in pain. My eyes. I can't see. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Bastard, what did you do? Despite being temporarily blinded, the 4 refused to give up their attack, wildly swinging their weapons. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Nightfall casually used Mage's hand to easily trip them to the ground. Taking advantage of their impaired vision, he pulled out a rope from the system backpack and tied the 4 back to back. Everything was over in just a few minutes. As the 4 barely regained their sight, Nightfall's voice suddenly came from above them. Look here. Hearing this, the 4 of them instinctively looked up, and the next second, another flash of white light dazzled. Ah, my eyes are blind again. Damn it, don't let me catch you, or you're dead. Woo woo woo, my eyes aren't really blind, are they? The 4 who had just regained their vision were forced forcibly blinded again. Seeing this scene, Yilin's lips curled slightly under the mask. Illumination spell, it's indeed much more useful than I imagined. After a murmur, Lin Yi turned to look to the side. Have you taken enough photos? Following his gaze, she saw the girl with the lip piercing holding her phone, taking pictures of him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the girl smiled slightly, with a hint of shyness. Hee, I've taken enough. If you've taken enough, then leave. Don't linger, or it'll be trouble later. Oh, got it. Nodding obediently, the girl with the lip piercing picked up the bag that had fallen to the ground and was about to follow Lin Yi out. But just then, as if remembering something, she turned around and jogged over to the four men, giving each of them a hard kick. Oomph, bad guys, trying to catch me. Bah! I have a bodyguard protecting me, and my bodyguard is really strong. And you, how dare you slap my face? I'll poke your eyeballs. With that, she extended two fair, delicate fingers and lightly poked the injured man's eyes. After finishing the action, she hopped back to Lin Yi's side. Not long after, Lin Yi led her out of the alley and onto a relatively central main road. Alright, no one should dare to kidnap you here. You can go home now. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi took out his phone, ready to call a ride back to the dormitory, when he suddenly felt something tightly gripping his arm. Looking down, it turned out to be the lip-pierced girl clinging to him tightly, her eyes full of pity. No way, they might have accomplices. If you leave and their accomplices come to grab me, what am I supposed to do? I'm so small, they could just take me away. Then call your family to come pick you up, Lin Yi replied thoughtfully. No, I've already left home. My dad found a mistress about his age and even had a younger brother for me. I don't want to go back. I want to make it on my own outside. Even if it means dying out here, I won't go back home. The lip-pierced girl shook her head like a rattle drum. Then what should we do? You can't follow me around forever. I have to go back to school. Lin Yi frowned. How about calling the police? I'll take you to the police station. The girl immediately shook her head. No way, if I go to the police station, they'll definitely notify my dad, and I don't want to see him. If this doesn't work and that doesn't work, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Yi was starting to lose patience. Let's get a room. The girl suddenly blurted out, catching Lin Yi completely off guard. Ha, that doesn't seem appropriate. Are you even of age? Of course I'm an adult. The girl puffed out her chest. I'm a college student, a freshman this year. And don't overthink it. We'll each have our own room, and I won't let you pay. Even though I ran away from home, I have money. As she spoke, she pulled out a cute frog-shaped children's wallet from her bag, which was stuffed with cash and bank cards. Lin Yi was stunned when he saw this scene. He suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was definitely not a naive little sister. On the contrary, she was likely a wealthy heiress. However, no matter what her identity was, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to go back and sleep as soon as possible. Alright, I'll take you to the hotel. Is that okay? Once I drop you off inside, I'll leave. Alright, the girl nodded. Then let's go. With that, Lin Yi led her to a nearby hotel that looked fairly upscale. After completing the check-in, the two arrived at the suite's door. Alright, I've already brought you to the hotel. It should be safe now, so I should get going. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the girl suddenly grabbed him. Wait, there's one last thing. Promise me, and then I'll let you go. Something else? Yes, take out your phone and unlock it for me to see. Although he didn't understand her intentions, Lin Yi had no choice but to comply in order to get away quickly. When he unlocked his phone and handed it to the girl, she also unlocked her own phone. Soon, a ding sound was heard. Subsequently, the girl operated on two phones for a while. Alright, here's your phone back. Lin Yi, curious, casually glanced at the phone screen. It was then he noticed that the girl had opened his green chat app and even added a friend. Not only did she pin this friend to the top, but she also gave them a note. 17036D. Long-legged beauty. Seeing this note and then looking back at the girl in front of him, whose front and back were barely covered, Lin Yi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Alright, you can go back now. Remember to message me after you get back. Good night, brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl swiped open the door and entered the room. Seeing her go in, Lin Yi left the hotel directly, called a rideshare car at the entrance, and returned to school. When Lin Yi returned to the dormitory, it was already close to 3 in the morning. He had thought his roommates would be fast asleep, but as he gently pushed open the door, he realized he had been mistaken. Although the dorm lights were off, 3 faces glowed faintly in the darkness. As soon as Lin Yi stepped inside, 3 pairs of large, bell-like eyes stared at him in unison. Wow, you're finally back. Yeah, if you didn't come back soon, we would have thought you spent the night with some pretty girl. Just thinking about you spending the night with a beauty kept us awake in the dorm. Come on, tell us, how was the vibe at the bar today? Did any women take advantage of you? Did the beautiful boss try to exploit you? Was there even a rich lady wanting to keep you? Turn on the light, turn on the light. Snap. The dormitory was instantly brightly lit, and all 3 roommates got up without hesitation, gathering around. At this moment, Lin Yi had already changed into his casual clothes, with various lingering fragrances on him. The roommates, like detectives, scrutinized him from all angles and quickly noticed the few lipstick marks on his face that hadn't been wiped clean. Wow, what's What's this? Are these lipstick marks? Goodness, not just one. How many people kissed you? TSK TSK TSK, it really makes people envious. How come such a good thing happened to you? There's still a smell of alcohol. Did you drink? Come, sit down and tell us. Tonight we specifically waited for you to come back, just to hear about what you've been through. Want something to eat? I have some snacks here. At this moment, the three were full of enthusiasm. Lin Yi also sat down leisurely and began to recount his experiences at the Black Rose Bar. Although he deliberately omitted certain details, it still left the three present extremely excited. Wow, this Black Rose Bar sounds so interesting. Too bad I'm a guy, otherwise I'd want to go in and check it out. So you really made tens of thousands in one night? This is even more profitable than doing live streams. Why didn't I learn magic? Is it too late to start now? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yi began to freshen up. The day's busyness had left him feeling exhausted. He thought he would fall asleep as soon as he lay down after showering, but to his surprise, he realized that he had already passed the point of being sleepy and felt no trace of drowsiness. Right, I haven't told sister who died that I'm back at school yet. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up his phone and opened Green Bubble. As soon as he opened it, he saw over a dozen unread messages. A few were from Hudai, while the remaining dozen or so were from the lip-pierced girl he had saved, Song Bauer. After informing Hudai that he was already lying down in his dorm, he curiously opened Song Bauer's chat interface. As soon as he opened it, he was greeted by a bunch of cute emojis and two messages. Has brother arrived at the dormitory? I'm going to sleep now. Good night, brother. Looking at these two messages, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He really couldn't understand earlier, Song Bauer deliberately disrupted his magic performance, yet just a few hours later, she had become so enthusiastic. Girls are truly incomprehensible creatures. Lin Yi casually replied to the message, telling her that he had already returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in a hotel room, Song Bauer, who had removed her makeup and changed into cute bear pajamas, lay on the bed with her legs raised high, immediately opening the Green Bubble app. Seeing Lin Yi's reply, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on her charming little face. He replied to my message. Wait, why am I happy about this? I wasn't expecting him to reply to me anyway. This feeling is so strange. I should clearly hate men. Song Bauer, you need to stay rational. You can't let yourself be completely smitten just because he's handsome and saved you. Doesn't TikTok always say that getting involved with men brings bad luck? But he seems a bit different from other men. What am I even saying? I'll definitely delete him tomorrow morning. She finished the sentence viciously, but her finger uncontrollably sent Lin Yi a cute nodding emoji. Stupid hand. What on earth are you doing? Turn it off. Turn it off. No more playing with the phone. Decisions made in the middle of the night are all impulsive and irrational. With that, Song Bauer forcefully turned off her phone and buried her head into the pillow. But it wasn't long before a suppressed hee-hee-hee laugh came from under the pillow, clearly because she had thought of something amusing. At the same time, as Lin Yi put down his phone and prepared to sleep, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. After midnight, the system's daily tasks and sign-in rewards should have refreshed, and he was eager to see what rewards the system would offer today. He casually opened the system interface, and just as he expected, not only had the daily sign-in rewards refreshed, but the daily tasks and the mysterious shop had also been updated. His magic power limit had also increased from 20 points to 30 points, making the magic within him even more abundant. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Yi clicked on the daily sign-in gift pack. The next moment, a notification sound, ding, rang out. Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in reward has been sent to the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Host. A beam of white light flew from the sign-in interface into the system backpack. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi quickly glanced in the direction of his three roommates, confirmed they were all asleep, and then carefully took the gift pack out of the system backpack. As soon as the gift pack entered the real world, it immediately turned into a book. Upon seeing the book title, Lin Yi instantly understood that today's sign-in reward was another spell. He used the light from his phone screen to illuminate the cover. Soon, 4 large characters came into view. Language proficiency. Seeing these 4 characters, a trace of disappointment flashed across Lin Yi's face. He was more looking forward to those flashy spells, like Fireball, Windblade, or Lightning Strike. Language proficiency was clearly a support-type spell. It couldn't be said to be completely useless, but it certainly didn't appeal to him much. He couldn't even imagine how to combine this spell with magic tricks. Forget it, having something is better than nothing. Let's start by learning and observing. After saying that, he directly flipped open the book cover. The next second, a flood of memories about the practice of comprehend languages surged into his brain, merging with his own memories. In these memories, he became a language master. No matter the language, as long as he cast this spell, he could instantly grasp and master it. Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Orcish, and even the language of magical beasts could all be learned with ease. When he finished absorbing all the information, the expression on his face gradually turned serious. It seems this spell is far more useful than I imagined. Not only can I communicate with people, but I can also talk to animals. As long as I cast the spell, I can instantly learn the other party's language. In this way, foreign language classes will no longer be a problem for me. As long as I want, I can master all the languages on Blue Star. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face. By the way, let's also check if there are any new items in the mysterious shop today. Speaking, he opened the mysterious shop, and as before, today's mysterious shop had refreshed with brand new items. However, this time, there were actually 4 items inside. Magical item, Deathbringer's Slaughter Revolver. This is an alchemical weapon that combines magic and goblin technology. Simply pull the trigger to fire deadly magical bullets, dealing massive damage to enemies. I bloom and slaughter, like a flower at dawn. Price, 500,000 magic gold coins. Potion Dragon Blood Elixir. A powerful potion crafted by a renowned alchemist using fresh dragon blood as the main ingredient. After consumption, one can gain dragon bloodline and become a dragon blood sorcerer. Price, 1 million magic gold coins. Daily special item, Fairy Prank Silver Coin. A special magical artifact gifted by the fairy clan to magicians. It houses a cunning and wicked fairy that knows all worldly matters. It can answer 10 questions per day, with heads meaning yes and tails meaning no. Price, 300 magic coins. Skill point *1 grants 1 skill point upon use, which can be used to enhance existing magical skills and strengthen magical effects. Price, 100 magic coins. Looking at the 4 items in front of him, Lin Ye's eyes immediately lit up. These 4 items were undoubtedly extremely powerful. The first item is obviously a weapon, but Lin Ye was somewhat puzzled as to why a mage would use a handgun. The second item is a potion, and just from the name and description, it can be judged that this potion is no ordinary product, as dragons are the most powerful magical creatures in legend. However, neither the first nor the second item was the target Lin Ye should be considering at the moment. The price was simply too high, 500,000 magic coins, which, based on the exchange rate between real currency and magic coins, amounted to a staggering 50 million in cash. And the dragon blood potion costs as much as 100 million. Even if he received 10,000 yuan in tips every night, it would still take him 10,000 consecutive days to save enough money. So, Lin Ye's attention immediately shifted to the last 2 items, especially the Fairy Prank Silver Coin. Although this silver coin can only be used 10 times a day, and each time it can only answer yes or no, if used cleverly, it is undoubtedly an artifact capable of foreseeing the future. With it, he could even tell fortunes for people. 300 magic gold coins, it doesn't seem entirely unaffordable. The tips earned from tonight's performance at the Black Rose Bar, combined with the cash made from drinking with Huang Ying, amount to about 40,000 yuan. Converted into gold coins, it's enough to buy the fairy silver coin and skill points. However, he doesn't plan to make the purchase immediately. Instead, he wants to first see how many magic coins he can get from completing today's daily tasks. If the task rewards are sufficient, there will be no need to waste money. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the task interface and immediately saw today's daily task. Daily task: as a noble magician, you must have your own magic cottage as a place for living and practicing magic. Task completion reward, 200 magic coins, magic cleaning spell. Seeing this daily task, Lin Ye couldn't help but show a trace of joy. 200 magic coins, 100 more than before, which is equivalent to an extra 10,000 bucks. In this way, I only need to spend 20,000 yuan to buy both of today's special offer items. The cleaning spell sounds like it's for cleaning, probably not very useful. As for the magic cottage, could it mean I get my own house? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, the clothes he bought earlier were recognized as a magic robe, so renting a house might also fulfill this task. Besides, he had already planned to rent a place. On one hand, it would give him his own private space. On the other hand, he got off work very late every night, and staying in the dormitory would definitely disturb his roommate's rest. But all of this will have to wait until tomorrow. For now, his task is to sleep. After closing the system interface and charging his phone, Lin Ye closed his eyes and soon drifted into a dream. In the dream, he transformed into a powerful mage capable of summoning wind and rain. When he woke up the next morning, it was already 9 o'clock. Half asleep, he was woken up by his roommate. Just like yesterday, there are no classes today, only a mental health lecture and a campus safety lecture. After the lectures, students are free to engage in other activities. Finally enduring until the afternoon, Lin Ye immediately left the school and headed straight to a residential area not far from the campus. He had just arrived at the entrance of the residential area when he saw a young man in a white shirt with a green work badge hanging on his chest already waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the man immediately walked over proactively. "Hello, are you the one interested in viewing the apartment here? I am Wan Qing, the apartment manager. Tell me your requirements first, and then I'll recommend a place based on them." "Well, I need one with a private bathroom, preferably a one-bedroom, or a loft would work too," Lin Ye clarified after thinking for a moment. The other person frowned slightly after hearing this. "The 2 types of apartments you mentioned are in high demand. You know, there are several universities nearby, and it's close to the business district, so many young people rent here. I don't have these 2 types of housing available right now." After saying this, he changed his tone, but I can meet your requirement for a private bathroom. I happen to have a master bedroom, with an ensuite bathroom in a shared apartment. It's about 20 square meters, with a balcony. Would you like to consider it? This unit just became available today. If you don't rent it, it might be gone soon. Alright. Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. After all, he only needed a slightly private space and didn't have high demands for the living environment, especially since he wouldn't be home during the day. Alright, I'll take you to see the apartment now. This way, please. Led by the apartment manager, Lin Yi walked into the residential complex. 10 minutes later, he was brought to the 33rd floor of Building 12. Here it is, Unit 3303. This is a 3-bedroom apartment with a floor area of 128 square meters, which we've converted into 4 bedrooms. The secondary bedroom, study, and balcony room are all occupied by tenants, and only the master bedroom was vacated this morning. As he spoke, the manager knocked on the door, then entered the password to unlock it. As the door opened, a small living room came into Lin Yi's view. The living room was relatively clean, except for the leftover late-night snacks on the dining table and a few pairs of women's shoes by the door. There was hardly anything else. After glancing around, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, how many people live here now? What do they do? The housekeeper quickly replied, 3 in total. One seems to be a graduate student, one is an office worker, and the other is a streamer. Yes, a streamer. Male or female? They're all girls, but they're probably not around during the day, so you likely won't run into them. If you choose the master bedroom, you probably won't have much interaction with them. Then there really shouldn't be much interaction. Lin Yi nodded. Can I take a look at the room? Of course. This way, please. Speaking, the butler led him into the master bedroom at the very back of the room. The master bedroom was fairly spacious. Apart from the bed, desk, and chair, there was hardly anything extra, giving it an extremely minimalist feel. The decor followed the common style of chain rental apartments, cheap but refined. Judging from the traces of daily life in the room, the renovations seemed to have been done a long time ago, so there was no need to worry about formaldehyde. If there was any, it had likely been mostly absorbed by previous tenants. To the right of the master bedroom was a private bathroom, equipped with a smart toilet and a shower. What surprised Lin Yi the most was that standing on the master bedroom balcony, he could see Drunken Moon Lake next to their school. The jade-like lake surface was gently rippled by the breeze, sunlight scattering shimmering waves, and faint gusts of lake wind wafting over. The scenery was so beautiful it was utterly refreshing. After viewing the entire apartment, Lin Yi walked straight to the apartment manager. This one. How much? How do I pay? How do we sign the contract? The other party didn't expect Lin Yi to be so straightforward, froze for a moment, and quickly took out their phone. Half an hour later, after completing all the formalities and paying 4 months' rent, Lin Yi officially became the tenant of this room. At 1,300 yuan a month, it wasn't expensive, and the room fully met his expectations. With just a few more household items, he could move in right away. After the apartment manager left, Lin Yi sat alone in the room for a while. Just as he was about to get up and go downstairs to buy some household items, the door to the second bedroom suddenly opened. As the door opened, a girl wearing a loose white men's t-shirt, revealing 2 long, slender legs, and with tousled long hair, groggily walked toward the bathroom opposite the second bedroom, completely unaware of Lin Yi standing at the master bedroom door. She walked into the bathroom without even closing the door. Before long, Lin Yi heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, followed by the sound of tearing toilet paper and the flush of the toilet. At that moment, an awkward expression immediately appeared on his face. Just as he was about to quietly retreat back to the master bedroom, the girl from earlier sleepily walked out of the bathroom, yawning as she headed toward her room. Just as she was about to enter her room, she suddenly glanced in Lin Yi's direction. That one glance caused her previously drowsy eyes to whiten instantly. Letting out a scream, she quickly dashed back into her room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly ran out of the room as well. His heart was in a panic, even though he hadn't seen anything or done anything, yet somehow, he ended up looking like a perverted creep. Wasn't it supposed to be empty? Why was someone still here? She won't think I'm a pervert, will she? As soon as the words fell, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Daily task completed. You have received 200 magic coins and the magic spell cleaning technique. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Just as I thought, renting a house can complete the magic cottage task. As for the cleaning technique, he scanned his surroundings, ensuring there was neither anyone around nor any surveillance, then retrieved the awarded cleaning spell from the system. Backpack. With a gentle tap, the cleaning spell transformed into a ball of light and burrowed into his mind. Instantly, a flood of related memories emerged. Through these memories, he finally understood the purpose of the cleaning spell. Just as he had speculated earlier, this spell was invented by magicians for household cleaning. With just a simple wave of the hand, stains and dust in the room could be automatically cleaned. It could not only tidy up rooms but also clean clothes, making it both convenient and practical. With this spell, there would no longer be a need for robotic vacuum cleaners or vacuum machines, and even washing machines could be spared. Of course, if one wasn't too particular, this magic could even be used to clean the body. What an incredibly practical magic for daily life. When will I be able to learn combat magic? Do I have to advance to a first-tier magician to do so? By the way, how exactly am I supposed to level up? System, can you give me a clear answer? As soon as the words were spoken, the system's voice echoed in his mind. If the host wishes to advance as a mage, you need to master the meditation technique. By continuously meditating, you can enhance your mental power. Once your mental power reaches a certain value, you can complete the advancement. Meditation technique? Where am I supposed to get that? After signing in for 7 days, the host will automatically receive it. Hearing this answer, Lin Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Today is the 3rd day, 4 more days until I get the meditation technique. Putting this matter aside for now, he immediately went downstairs and casually found a larger supermarket near the neighborhood. He bought some daily necessities, including a 4-piece bedding set and toiletries. After buying these, he was about to return to the room he had just rented and purchase the 2 items from the mysterious shop as well. However, as he passed by a pet store, he suddenly remembered something. Right, I almost forgot to buy some food for those 2 guys. After speaking, he immediately turned around and walked into the pet shop, ready to buy some snacks for Black and Brian. Although they had become magical creatures, it didn't mean they could go without eating or drinking, and he had promised yesterday to buy some treats for the 2 little ones. As soon as he entered the shop, a girl wearing an apron, who looked like a staff member, came over. Hello, may I help you with anything? I'd like to buy some pet food. What kind of pet do you have? I can help you with recommendations. A cat, and also a crow. When Lin Yi mentioned his pets, the female shop assistant was visibly stunned for a moment. Did you say you have a crow? Yes, a crow, Lin Yi nodded. Well, your pet is really quite special, the girl said with a smile. We have cat food, cat treats, canned cat food, and freeze-dried snacks. We don't have food specifically for crows, but it should be similar to what parrots eat. You could try parrot food. Let's go with what you suggested. A little of everything. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied. Alright, it seems like this is your first time raising a pet, so let me help you put together a selection. As soon as the words were spoken, the girl picked up a basket and began selecting suitable pet food for Lin Yi. Taking advantage of the girl's moment of selection, Lin Yi walked toward the pet sales and boarding area inside the store. Various types of pets were gathered here, with common ones like cats, dogs, parrots, and rabbits, and rarer ones such as geckos, snakes, and guinea pigs. His gaze fell on a silver-shaded cat meowing in a cage ahead. A sudden idea struck him, and he raised his hand to cast a spell of language comprehension. A beam of light, imperceptible to ordinary people, shone on the silver gradient, and he immediately felt a strange perception emerge in his mind. The next second, to his shock, the silver gradient in front of him actually started speaking. Human, let me out quickly. Human, do you hear me? Human. Hearing this sudden voice, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot. Damn it, the cat can actually talk. But then he quickly realized and thought to himself, it's not that cats can talk, it's that I can understand what they're saying. Realizing this, he walked toward another chubby blue cat's cage and knocked on the glass door. The blue cat, originally lying down, lazily lifted its head and let out a meow. What? Nothing, you can keep sleeping. Oh, the blue cat lazily buried its head and went back to sleep. After wandering around the cat area, he finally confirmed that he could communicate with the cats. The words spoken by the cat, he could understand. The words he spoke, the cat could also comprehend. It's just that most cats have limited intelligence and can only exchange a few words. However, Siamese cats, with their high intelligence, can have a simple conversation with him. After mastering the language of cats, he went to the dog area, selected a corgi, and once again cast the spell of language comprehension. Instantly, the barking of all the dogs in the room turned into words he could understand. Little corgi, I really want to play ball. I really want to play ball. Little husky, let me out. Let me out. Little border collie, can those 2 idiots next to me stop yelling? Why do I have to live with them? Little Shiba Inu, pet me quickly, pet me quickly. Little French bulldog, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, feed me quickly. Little Teddy, asterisk 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 asterisk. Listening to the noisy demands of the dogs, Lin Yi thought to himself, it's actually easier not to understand them. At this moment, a man holding a kitten walked into the pet shop. As soon as he entered, he found a staff member, his face full of panic. Is Dr. Xiao Zhou here? This kitten is seriously injured, and I want her to take a look. Hearing the man's words, the shop assistant quickly shouted upstairs, Sister Rue, there's an injured cat here. Come down and take a look. Soon, footsteps sounded on the stairs, and a female doctor wearing clogs quickly came downstairs. She was dressed in a white coat, had fair skin, a tall figure, gold-rimmed glasses on her face, and her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exuding both intellect and competence. She immediately walked up to the man holding the kitten, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It's you. Did the cat from last time recover? The man nodded repeatedly. Mao Mao is much better now, eating and drinking normally. By the way, I picked up this stray kitten on my way home from work. Its leg seems to be broken, so I brought it to you as soon as I saw it. Dr. Xiaozhou, please help it. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with anxiety and concern. Lin Yi, standing nearby, watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are still more good people in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the side. He's lying. Lin Yi was drawn by the sudden voice and turned to look in the direction it came from. Soon, he discovered that the one speaking was actually a one-eyed tabby cat. The one-eyed tabby was locked in an iron cage. Unlike the other sweet-looking cats, it not only had a fierce appearance but also an unusually stern demeanor, resembling a boss. It paced back and forth in the cage, its single eye fixed intently on the young man holding a kitten not far away. Was it you speaking just now? Lin Yi cautiously walked to the edge of the cage and asked. It's me, you can call me Sang Biao. Ha, who gave you that name? They all call me that, but I'm not sure what the name specifically means, the tabby cat said while licking its right front paw. You just said, who is lying? Lin Yi asked further. That man, he's lying. I can smell the scent of lies on him, and the little kitten in his arms seems very afraid of him. The one-eyed tabby cat finished speaking, and Lin Yi immediately turned to look at the little cow-patterned kitten being examined. Sure enough, just as the one-eyed tabby cat had said, the kitten's body was trembling violently, and its eyes were filled with fear. Especially when the young man who brought it reached out to touch it, its reaction became even more intense. The next second, the kitten actually spoke. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The kitten's words made Lin Yi's gaze instantly sharp. It seems he really is lying. Just as he began to sense something, the voice of the female shop assistant suddenly came from the side. Sir, I've already prepared the items you requested. Hearing the shop assistant's voice, Lin Yi snapped back to reality and said casually, you even have a pet hospital here. Yes, the second and third floors are the pet hospital. The shop assistant nodded in response. Is that your pet doctor over there? Lin Yi pointed to the bespectacled female doctor examining a kitten. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. The saleswoman first gave a knowing smile, then nodded. Yes, do you think she's very beautiful? She is indeed quite beautiful. Lin Yi carefully observed the female doctor for a moment, then nodded. Hee, all the male customers who come here think so. I also think Dr. Zhou is especially beautiful, almost like a celebrity, fair-skinned, tall, with great skin, and highly educated. If I were a man, I would like her too, the saleswoman said with a face full of envy. Then Dr. Zhou must have a lot of admirers, right? Lin Yi asked. How should I put it? Dr. Zhou once said that she doesn't plan to get married and isn't interested in dating. She does have many admirers, but she simply has no interest, the shop assistant replied. I think that man might be pursuing Dr. Zhou, the shop assistant whispered in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately became intrigued. What do you mean? Is he being obvious about it? Dr. Zhou might not have noticed, but I can sense it. He comes here at least 7 or 8 times a week, and each time it's either to treat his own pets or to rescue stray cats he picks up outside. A few days ago, his cat was just discharged from the hospital, and today he picked up a stray cat. To be honest, he really is quite compassionate. I see, he truly is very kind-hearted. After hearing the female shop assistant's words, Lin Yi already had some suspicions in his mind. If that man is indeed lying, and he frequently finds injured stray cats, there's only one possibility. Dr. Zhou, this kitten doesn't have any major issues, right? At the table near the entrance of the pet hospital, the young man holding the kitten asked with a face full of concern. He was talking about the cat, but his gaze remained fixed on the female doctor's profile. The female doctor finished examining the kitten and slowly raised her head, while the young man immediately averted his gaze. I've checked it. Both of its front legs are fractured, but other than that, there's nothing serious. However, the nature of its injuries is a bit strange, not like it was run over by a car. As soon as the female doctor spoke, a trace of panic flashed in the young man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Really? I thought it was accidentally run over by a car. When I saw it, it was already like that. Poor little thing. Dr. Zhou, please make sure to cure it. I'll cover the treatment and hospitalization costs. Actually, it doesn't require very complicated treatment. It's just a minor fracture. I've already set the bone. As long as it's immobilized for a short period to prevent movement and its nutrition is enhanced, it will recover soon. Once I stabilize its front leg and prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication, you can take it home for observation. Just come back for a follow-up in a few days. The female doctor said this while taking out paper and pen from her pocket, quickly prescribing medicine, completely unaware of the fleeting disappointment on the young man's face upon hearing that hospitalization wasn't necessary. The female doctor didn't notice, but Lin Yi saw it clearly. At that moment, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. In the scene, a young man walks out of a pet store with a broad smile, holding a cat in his arms. When he reaches a trash can about 100 meters away from the store, he suddenly twists the kitten's neck, killing it, and then tosses the injured kitten's body into the trash can as if discarding garbage. After finishing, he strides away nonchalantly. Witnessing this, Lin Yi was first stunned, then lowered his head to look at the black cat plush toy in his chest pocket. While the female clerk was taking his items to the register, he whispered, Blake, is this the future scene you wanted me to see? The plush form of Blake did not respond, only trembling slightly. politely. Lin Yi immediately understood its meaning. It seems this is indeed something that will happen in the future, he thought to himself. This guy is clearly a cat abuser, using the harm of stray cats to get close to that female doctor, gaining her sympathy and then turning around to cruelly kill these helpless lives. If that's true, then the stray cats he previously rescued were likely all killed by him as well. At this thought, Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. While he wasn't an extreme cat lover, he would never allow such a beast to use the lives of small animals to deceive others. Moreover, if this man truly used such methods to win over the female doctor, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for her. It is well known that psychopathic killers often start by abusing and killing small animals. At that moment, the young man, having picked up the medicine and paid, was preparing to leave with the kitten in his arms. Lin Yi quickly walked up to him. "Excuse me, sir, could you wait a moment?" As soon as these words were spoken, the young man who was about to leave immediately stopped in his tracks. Everyone else in the pet shop, including the female doctor, also turned their gaze toward him. Facing the crowd's confusion, Lin Yi spoke again. "This little cat probably doesn't want to leave with you." What do you mean by that?" the young man holding the kitten asked with a frown. Lin Yi didn't mince words. "What I mean is, I don't think it would ever like someone who personally broke its legs." This statement shocked everyone present, and the young man instantly panicked upon hearing it. "Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly break its legs?" he hurriedly defended himself. "Watch your words," Lin Yi responded coldly. "Do you think these little creatures can't speak, that they won't tell others it was you who hurt them?" Perhaps being exposed, the young man suddenly calmed down. While gently stroking the trembling kitten in his arms, he said with a smile, "You're quite strange. You immediately accuse me of injuring this kitten, yet you have no evidence." "Without evidence, this is slander, damaging my reputation," he continued to emphasize. "By the way, let me inform you, I am a practicing lawyer." "A lawyer?" "A lawyer who enjoys abusing cats. Now that's even more terrifying." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "But it works out. You're a lawyer, and I'm a magician who happens to know a bit about animal training. I'll let this little one reveal the truth." "Magician? You?" The young man was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "You, a magician? Alright, can you make this cat talk?" As soon as he finished speaking, the store clerks, the pet doctor Zhou Rui, and several customers who were buying pet supplies or washing their dogs all gathered around. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi confidently said, "Making them talk is, of course, impossible, but I can understand what these furry kids are saying. If you don't believe me, you can bring your cats or dogs over to try." These words immediately piqued the interest of several pet owners on the spot. The next second, a lady holding a dog walked up to Lin Yi. "Young man, my dog hasn't been eating much lately. Can you ask it what's going on?" Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately turned his gaze to the white bichon in her arms. The chubby little bichon, with its clean fur, barked a few times as soon as it saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi patted it first, then, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, asked, "Why haven't you been eating lately? Can you tell me the reason?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man holding the injured kitten sneered disdainfully, "TCH. Crazy. Talking to a dog, if it could answer you, now that would be something supernatural." No sooner had he finished speaking than the white bichon barked twice. To others, it just sounded like regular barking, but Lin Yi discerned a different meaning. After listening, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. The next second, he looked solemnly at the ant in front of him and said, "Auntie, do you happen to have another white bichon that looks similar to this one?" "Ha, young man, how did you know that?" Auntie looked completely shocked. "It's my daughter's dog, and it's been staying at my house recently." "That explains it. Have you considered that maybe you're feeding this dog several meals a day, while your daughter's dog might have gone hungry for several days?" Overeating can lead to indigestion, which naturally affects appetite. I suggest you go back and take a good look at the other one to see if it's about to faint from hunger. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the lady holding the bichon froze. The people around them also started discussing. "Wow, who would have thought? This dog doesn't like eating because it overate and got indigestion. This is hilarious. The old lady probably has poor eyesight and can't tell the two dogs apart, so she ends up feeding only one every time. Ha, isn't this just like having twins, giving one baby 2 baths, and forgetting to bathe the other?" Good thing the old lady came to take a look, otherwise she could have gone to every pet hospital in the country and still not figured it out. The other dog would probably have no choice but to chew on this dog's poop. That being said, I feel like bichons and toy poodles look pretty similar. If it were me, I might not be able to tell them apart either. Can this person really understand what animals are saying? Impossible. Could something so miraculous really happen? While the onlookers were discussing animatedly, the elderly lady holding the bichon frise quickly called her husband. "Honey, check on Dodo right now and quickly give it some food. I was wondering why this dog has been so protective of its food lately. I even scolded it, but it turns out I hadn't fed it at all." "What? It ate an entire bowl of food in one go?" After hanging up the phone, the old lady looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, my other dog would probably still be starving. I need to quickly make it up to her with some good food. Otherwise, when my daughter comes back and sees her pet looking so skinny, she'll definitely think I favor my own dog and mistreat hers. Hearing the old lady's words, Lin Yi just smiled faintly. No need to thank me, ma'am. Just put different colored collars on them when you get back, and you won't mix them up next time. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll go buy them right away, right away. The old lady's words undoubtedly proved that everything Lin Yi said was correct. The crowd on the scene was even more shocked. When the old lady went to pick out a collar, another girl holding a samoyed squeezed in front of Lin Yi. Hey handsome, can you help me ask why my dog has recently started biting people? And it specifically bites girls with long hair. It used to have a pretty stable temperament and didn't go out much. Recently, I don't know what's wrong, but several times it almost bit someone, and it only bites women, not men. Is that so? Then I'll try asking it. Saying this, Lin Yi squatted down, patted the samoyed's head, and directly asked, why have you been biting people lately, and specifically biting girls? Listening to the samoyed's sounds, Lin Yi nodded from time to time. The people nearby, seeing this amusing scene, all showed curious expressions. He really seems to be talking to the dog. Is it really that amazing? Can humans actually talk to dogs? I saw someone online claiming they could understand what dogs say, but I didn't think it was true. What exactly did they talk about? After the man and the dog communicated for about 2 minutes, Lin Yi slowly stood up, his face showing a hint of oddness. He looked at the girl holding the samoyed, his eyes carrying a trace of sympathy. The girl saw him looking at her like that and couldn't help but ask, what exactly is going on? Well, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally. Lin Yi sighed softly. What kind of mental preparation? The girl became even more curious. Are you living together with your boyfriend? Lin Yi didn't directly answer her question but instead asked a new one. Yes, but what does that have to do with it biting people? Of course, it has something to do with it. It just told me that a bad woman broke into your home. That woman not only stepped on its tail but also hit it, which is why it holds such a grudge against women. By the way, that bad woman was brought home by your boyfriend. Think carefully. Do you two have any mutual female friends? If not, before finishing his sentence, Lin Yi stopped, but the girl had clearly already understood. Her face instantly turned red. Alright, I knew it. A few days ago, the smart scale uploaded a strange weight data, and I was wondering why someone who never takes out the trash suddenly volunteered to do it that day. So that's what happened. He actually brought a wild woman home and even dared to mess with the dog I raised. Isn't this like hitting my dog? It's practically slapping me in the face. The girl said this while unhesitatingly leading the dog away from the pet shop in a huff. After she left, the pet owners and shop staff who had been watching exchanged bewildered glances. No one could have imagined that such explosive gossip could be heard here, and that it would actually be spilled from the mouth of a dog. He can really understand what dogs say. At first, I was a bit skeptical, but now it seems to be true. After all, he's not familiar with that girl, and there's no way he could know about her family's situation. The only possibility is that the dog told him. TSK. I never thought there would be someone in this world who understands dog language. After the shock, people started approaching Lin Yi with their pets. Hey, handsome, can you ask my dog where it hid my gold ring? Well, I asked, and it said it swallowed it. Hey, handsome, my cat hasn't been using the litter box much lately. Can you help me ask why? It says there's too much poop and pee in the toilet. No place to go. Remember to clean up the poop more often when you get back. Hey, I just bought this new cat, and it keeps meowing nonstop. What's going on? Well, just take out its battery and it'll stop. Just kidding. It says it's very happy. Hey, my dog has been looking at me strangely lately. Can you help me find out why? I asked. In the future, don't casually pet other dogs outside. It gets jealous. Excuse me, my dog has been making strange noises lately, like a person crying out. What's the reason? In the future, when you have your private moments as a couple, try to keep it out of the dog's sight. At this moment, Lin Yi transformed into a pet healer, casually communicating with cats and dogs and immediately identifying their issues. Even those who never believed someone could communicate with pets had to be convinced at this moment, as the evidence was right before their eyes. When everyone realized that Lin Yi could truly communicate with animals, their gazes toward the young man who had brought the injured kitten for treatment changed, including that of the female doctor. Lin Yi's ability to communicate with animals meant that everything he had said earlier was true. The so-called compassionate individual who claimed to rescue injured stray cats instantly turned into a cat-abusing psychopath. The people on the scene pointed at him and whispered, while the female doctor, Zhou Rue, stared at him with utter disgust. Seeing this, the young man panicked. Dr. Zhou, please let me explain. I really didn't. Before he could finish, the kitten in his arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit him. Feeling the pain coming from his hand, his face instantly twisted, becoming ferocious. You little beast, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously threw the kitten to the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. Seeing the injured kitten about to fall to the ground, an invisible large hand suddenly caught it. Cushioning the immense impact, the kitten landed steadily. The next second, a slender, fair, and well-defined hand gently picked up the kitten. By the time everyone reacted, the kitten was already in Lin Yi's arms. At this moment, seeing Seeing the true nature of the young man, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill rise from the depths of their hearts. The female doctor was even more furious. So, all those injured kittens before were your doing, weren't they? The young man, who had been surprised a moment ago that the kitten hadn't died from his throw, suddenly revealed a cold smile upon hearing the female doctor's words. His originally gentle and refined face now revealed a strange, morbid expression. That's right, you're not mistaken. It was indeed me who did those things to the cats. Otherwise, how could I have found so many injured stray cats? You can only blame yourself. Who told you to care so much about these little animals? This was the only way I could get close to you. What happened to those cats afterward? The female doctor gritted her teeth, her voice filled with rage. They're dead. I crushed them all. They were nothing but trash, and their final destination is the garbage bin. The young man still wore a smile that sent a chill through everyone present. It doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, they're just animals not protected by the law. There's nothing you can do to me. Alright, I have things to do. I don't have time to waste talking nonsense with you. After speaking, he walked over to the nearby front desk, squeezed out some hand sanitizer, and washed his hands repeatedly with disgust before heading out of the pet store. As he approached the door, he suddenly turned around, staring coldly at Lin Yi with an icy, bone-chilling gaze. It doesn't matter that I didn't kill this little beast today. There are plenty of stray cats in the park. If I didn't kill this one, I'll find another 10 to replace it. They're so dumb, a handful of cat food is enough to lure them in. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Mr. Lawyer, I know I can't stop you, so why don't we make a bet? A bet? Interesting. What do you want to bet on? The young man stopped in his tracks. Let's bet on whether you'll face retribution today. You've cruelly killed so many animals. Retribution will come for you sooner or later. Oh, then I'll bet I won't face any retribution. I've always been lucky. The young man was full of confidence. Alright, I'm leaving now, or those pesky cats will all hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he nonchalantly walked out of the pet shop. However, not long after he stepped out of the shop, a tire came flying from the main road in the distance. The rapidly spinning tire struck him accurately, causing him to collapse to the ground instantly, with blood quickly staining the floor. The people in the pet shop, who were still gnashing their teeth, froze in shock at the sudden scene. From the moment the deranged youth walked out of the pet shop to being hit by the tire, only about 10 seconds had passed. The people in the pet shop hadn't reacted yet, and by the time they came to their senses, the deranged youth was already lying in a pool of blood. They rushed out of the shop immediately, and what greeted their eyes was the deranged youth lying in a pool of blood and the large truck tire quietly resting not far away. Although he'd been knocked down, he hadn't lost consciousness completely. Blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled desperately to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. His arms and legs were twisted at odd angles. Clearly, the impact had not only severely damaged his internal organs, but also broken his limbs. In this state, there was no way he could stand. He couldn't even move. All he could do was lift his head and shout to the others. Help, help, help me, quick, call 120. I don't want to die yet. After saying this, as if using up the last of their strength, they closed their eyes, their head drooping, their fate unknown. Seeing this scene, the people who had just rushed out of the pet shop and the onlookers all gasped in shock. Oh my god, could he be dead? Where did this tire come from? Such a big thing. How did it just happen to hit him? I just saw that tire fall off a large truck. It didn't hit any cars or pedestrians along the way, so how did it end up hitting him? Yeah, there's absolutely no one around here, just him alone. Listening to the onlookers' discussion, a middle-aged man holding a cat in his arms quickly said, I'm telling you, this is karma. This man is a cat abuser. No one knows how many cats he's harmed before. Just now, a young guy even said he would face retribution, and what happened? As soon as he stepped out, he got hit by that tire. I also think this is karma. Just now, he came out saying he was going to kill 10 cats today. This is outright abuse of life. Even the divine couldn't help but deliver punishment, said an ant holding prayer beads, her face showing an indescribable complex expression. He deserves it. How could those cats possibly provoke him? This is all the bad karma he's accumulated, and sooner or later, he had to pay for it. He just broke that kitten's legs, and now his own hands and feet are broken. This is karma, another person said angrily. People act, and heaven watches. You have to be careful with your words. This young man was too arrogant. Even the heavens couldn't tolerate it, someone remarked with emotion. Looking at the miserable state of the perverted young man in front of them, none of the onlookers felt any sympathy. Instead, some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, someone still dialed 120 for emergency medical assistance. While the majority of people were watching the half-dead perverted young man, a group of people walking out of the pet shop turned their attention to Lin Yi. He first exposed the truth about the perverted youth abusing a cat, then performed his ability to communicate with pets in front of everyone. Just now, he even predicted that the perverted youth would face retribution today. His various actions sparked great interest in Lin Yi among the crowd, especially from the pet doctor Zhou Rui. While everyone was still observing Lin Yi, Zhou Rui walked straight up to him, her eyes full of excitement. Hello, sir, I am Joe Rue, the pet doctor here. May I ask how you manage to communicate with pets? As she spoke, she took out her phone and opened a document. This is my doctoral thesis, and this is my master's thesis. I have been dedicated to finding a way for humans and pets to communicate without barriers. Of course, if it involves your personal privacy or core techniques, just pretend I didn't ask. I simply wish to exchange ideas and discuss with you. Hearing this, Lin Yi casually said, it's indeed inconvenient to disclose, and I think it can't be replicated or studied. If I have to say, it should be a kind of innate special talent. I'm really sorry. These words brought a hint of disappointment to Joe Rue's face. I see, it really can't be replicated. But I think we can still explore the topic of pet communication in the future. Would it be possible to exchange contact information? Don't worry, I won't bother you. As she said this, Joe Rue's face showed a hint of unease, fearing rejection. Alright then, you can scan me. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi opened the green bubble app and brought up his personal QR code. Okay, thank you. Joe Rue's face lit up with delight as she took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and sent a friend request. The people in the nearby pet shop exchanged glances. Usually, others would take the initiative to ask Joe Rue for her contact information, but this time, it was Joe Rue who actively asked a man for his. The two became friends, and Lin Yi left the pet shop with the newly purchased pet food. Just as he left, an ambulance arrived. Two paramedics rushed out of the vehicle, checked the injuries of the deranged youth, and kept shaking their heads. Lin Yi watched the scene unfold, gaining a new understanding of the power of magical artifacts. I never expected these magical artifacts to be so powerful that they could interfere with the causality of reality. Hope that truck driver bought full insurance, otherwise the innocent person would be out of luck. After saying that, Lin Yi walked toward the rented community. 10 minutes later, he returned to his rented apartment. After quickly organizing the things he had bought, the room instantly felt like home. You two can come out now. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the black cat Black and the crow Brian emerged from his clothes. Once the two little creatures came out, they circled the room carefully, as if inspecting their territory. After finishing their inspection, they began devouring the food Lin Yi had bought. To Lin Yi's surprise, Brian seemed to dislike bird food and instead preferred Black's cat food and canned cat meals, almost starting a fight over a can of cat food. Until Lin Yi sternly scolded them, the two little ones finally stopped. While they ate peacefully, Lin Yi lay back on the bed and casually opened the system panel. The daily tasks were already completed, and today's magic coins had been successfully credited. It was the perfect time to pocket the two special items on sale today. Since he was still short of 200 coins, he topped up another 20,000 yuan. Watching the magic coin count jump from 200 to 400, he decisively purchased the fairy prank silver coin and the skill point. A flash of white light appeared, and a silver coin, the size of a 1 yuan coin and exquisitely designed, materialized in his hand. One side of the coin was engraved with magical symbols, while the other featured a mischievous fairy. A faint yet powerful magical energy flowed within the coin. As he purchased the fairy prank silver coin, the system backpack's illustrated guide simultaneously updated its content. Fairy prank silver coin. Item level, intermediate magical artifact. Information, a special magical artifact gifted by the fairy tribe to magicians, containing an evil and cunning fairy that knows everything in the world. Effect 1, you can ask the fairy 10 questions daily, and the fairy will give you answers, heads for yes, tails for no. Effect 2, when you toss the silver coin high and guess heads or tails, guessing correctly grants a luck bonus, while guessing wrong results in a prank by the fairy, limited to once per day. Warning, if you rely too much on this silver coin to make decisions, you will be completely bewitched by the fairy and eventually transform into an ugly fairy. Lin Yi looked at the detailed description of the fairy silver coin in the illustrated guide, and his brow furrowed slightly. There are clearly two effects, so why does the shop only display one? And what does this last sentence mean? Using it too much actually has side effects? Staring at the rough-looking goblin on the reverse side of the silver coin, he immediately decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would never use this thing to make important decisions. As for the second effect of the silver coin, it also came with side effects. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of prank the goblin might play, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. He couldn't guarantee he'd guess correctly every time. After all, he didn't have the ability to foresee the future. Wait, foresight ability. If I have Black predict in advance whether the coin will land heads or tails, wouldn't I be able to guess correctly 100% of the time? A sudden flash of inspiration lit up Lin Yi's mind, and his eyes immediately brightened. He quickly picked up Black, who was eating cat food. Black, help me predict what will happen in the next minute. As soon as the words were spoken, Blake activated his ability, and a scene appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He tossed the silver coin high into the air, and when his hand moved away, the front side of the coin faced upward. Awesome! Seeing the image of the silver coin, Lin Yi quickly placed Blake back in his original spot, then pinched the silver coin between his right thumb and forefinger. With a flick of his thumb, the silver coin soared into the air, spinning rapidly. Lin Yi looked up at the coin and murmured softly, I guess it's heads this time. As soon as as the words were spoken, he reached out his right hand toward the falling coin and caught it steadily. Then, he slowly opened his palm. In the next moment, the magical rune on the front side of the silver coin was clearly displayed before his eyes. Yes, this trick really works. Just as he was brimming with excitement, a white light flew out from the silver coin and attached itself to him. Other than that, there was no sensation at all. That's it? Have I now received the blessing of luck? Why don't I feel anything special? Maybe it just needs some time to take effect. He didn't think much and turned his gaze back to the system panel, this time focusing on the personal information interface. Magic possessed, mage hand plus light spell plus comprehend languages plus cleaning spell plus. Magical items possessed, Archmage Roger's transforming gold watch, card master Trist's destiny cards, fairy prank silver coin. Magical pets possessed, Blake, Brian. Basic attributes, strength 7, constitution 8, spirit 10, agility 8, magic 30. At this moment, his various stats had undergone significant changes compared to when he first obtained the system. The number of spells had increased to 4, and each spell had a plus sign next to it, indicating that skill points could be used for upgrades. As for which spell to upgrade, Lin Yi had already made up his mind. There was no doubt it would be the most practical one at present, Mage's Hand. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign next to Mage's Hand. In the next second, the words Mage's Hand twisted and transformed before his eyes, quickly turning into another set of words, Archmage's Hand. Seeing these 5 words, Lin Yi almost collapsed to the ground. What the heck is this? The upgrade just added a grade in front? That's way too perfunctory. Just as he couldn't help but complain, a flood of brand new memories surged into his mind. Those memories told him that he had become a seasoned magic scholar. Through diligent research, he had modified the traditional Mage's Hand, ultimately upgrading it to the Great Mage's Hand. Not only has the power been enhanced, but it has also gained some brand new abilities. Archmage's Hand Tier 0 non-attribute arcane magic, consuming 2 mana points per use. It can condense into an invisible Mage's Hand to assist in various tasks, capable of splitting into 2 pairs of Mage's Hands, allowing for the control of an additional pair. Special effect, Invisible Servant transforms the Mage's Hand into an invisible servant, capable of handling simple tasks and casting basic spells on your behalf. The Invisible Servant consumes 1 mana point per minute of existence, possesses abilities equivalent to the original body, and deducts casting mana from the original body. It can be upgraded. Feeling the memories of the upgraded version of the Mage's Hand in his mind, Lin Yi's face revealed a look of sudden realization. Overall, the upgraded Mage Hand has indeed been enhanced in all aspects. First is the casting range, which originally allowed control within a 10-meter radius, but has now been doubled. The weight capacity has also increased from 100 pounds to 200 pounds, with both hands combined able to carry a total of 400 pounds. Wait, now it can even split into 4 hands. This way, it can accomplish even more tasks. Lin Yi gently waved his hand at the large bed in the room, and the bed floated up. With another wave, the desk beside it also levitated. With yet another wave, the chair and wardrobe all floated into the air, for invisible large hands steadily supported them, which to ordinary people would simply appear as levitation. This way, he could even pretend to be a telekinesis master in the future. After playing enough, he gently waved his hand and returned the 4 items to their original positions. The next second, he cast the Mage Hand spell again. The originally floating 4 invisible Mage Hands quickly converged and, under his gaze, gradually took shape, transforming into a transparent humanoid aggregate. This humanoid aggregate was none other than the Invisible Servant. It not only possesses all the characteristics of a Mage's Hand but also has a certain level of intelligence, capable of following simple instructions to complete tasks. For example, having it do laundry, clean the house, or even feed pets. Out of curiosity, Lin Yi even dressed it in his own clothes. Although it is transparent, with a mask, hat, sunglasses, and gloves on, it looks almost indistinguishable from a real person from a distance. A dummy without a physical form but fully functional instantly sparked Lin Yi's imagination. If I let it become an assassin, wouldn't it leave no traces behind? It could also act as my stand-in, perform a disappearing act, and create the illusion of vanishing into thin air. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the invisible servant before him was highly practical, especially suitable for use in magic performances. Tonight's magic show is just the right opportunity to try it out. Just as Lin Yi was about to have the invisible servant do something else, the door was suddenly knocked on. Hearing the knock, he hurriedly dismissed the invisible servant. The next second, the clothes on the invisible servant fell to the ground. He casually cast a cleaning spell, and the clothes automatically flew to the bed nearby. Then, he gave Blake and Brian a look, and the 2 little ones immediately transformed into doll-like figures. After confirming there was nothing else in the room, he opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a slender beauty dressed stylishly and wearing exquisite makeup appeared before him. The other party's first sentence left him a bit stunned. "Hey handsome, sorry to bother you, but could you do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend?" Ha! Hearing this, Lin Yi was dumbfounded on the spot. The lucky effect is way too obvious, isn't it? After a moment moment of confusion, Lin Yi recognized the beautiful woman in front of him. Although she was wearing makeup and had changed her clothes, her general facial features were extremely similar to the girl he had seen earlier in the restroom. Considering her schedule, it could be basically confirmed that she was the female streamer living here. The facts were just as he had expected. The thing is, handsome, I live in the secondary bedroom and I'm a streamer. I once had a meal with a local guy and now he wants to pursue me, but I don't like him. Somehow, he found out my address and is now outside the neighborhood. The slender beauty, afraid Lin Yi might misunderstand, quickly explained. After hearing her words, a look of understanding appeared on Lin Yi's face. So you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to make him completely give up, right? Yes, yes, yes. The slender beauty nodded repeatedly. I don't like him, and I can't keep stringing him along. Then why don't you like him? Is it because he's too ugly? Lin Yi asked curiously. Being ugly isn't a big deal. I don't care much about looks. The problem is he has a wife and wants me to be the other woman. How could I possibly agree to that? The slender beauty said with a bitter smile. Although I'm very short on money, I absolutely can't do something so disgraceful. Ha, that outrageous? Lin Yi widened his eyes. That's right, I admit that many female streamers do certain things with these big shots for money, but I absolutely won't. I need to make it clear to him, which is why I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't worry, this won't affect you at all. You just need to show up. Speaking, the slender beauty's eyes were full of pleading. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, wait for me a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Change clothes? A trace of doubt appeared on the slender beauty's face. I can't just go out wearing these big shorts and flip-flops, can I? I can't embarrass you. Lin Yi smiled and pointed at himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and went into the room, closing the door behind him. When he came out again, he was already dressed in the casual outfit Hu Dai had bought for him, and had styled his hair with gel. As soon as he appeared, the slender beauty standing at the door immediately lit up with excitement. I didn't notice earlier, turns out you're so handsome. By the way, my name is Qin Yushue. What's your name? Let's coordinate in advance to avoid slipping up. My name is Lin Yi. Lin as in forest, and Yi as in night. Qin Yushue, your name is truly poetic. Your name sounds pretty nice too, Qin Yushue said with a smile. Alright, stop complimenting each other. Let's hurry down and finish this quickly. Okay. Qin Yushue nodded. The two walked out of the room at the same time and took the elevator downstairs together. As they were about to reach the entrance of the community, Qin Yushue suddenly stopped in her tracks. Wait, don't you think things are a bit weird between us right now? Lin Yi, who was walking ahead, paused for a moment. Weird? How so? Have you never been in a relationship before? Qin Yushue asked in return. No. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. No wonder. Do you think real couples would be like us, one in front and one behind, with a distance of thousands of miles in between? Qin Yushue said with a hint of reproach. Seeing Qin Yushue far behind him, Lin Yi quickly walked to her side. But Qin Yushue still shook her head. No, you're too far away from me, and I don't have any charge on me. Then get a little closer. Lin Yi took half a step closer to her, leaving half a meter between them. Qin Yushue sighed softly, and in the next second, she suddenly hooked her arm around his without giving him any chance to react. Lin Yi felt a soft, tender little hand being placed into his palm, with 4 fingers interlocking tightly with his. The soft sensation left him momentarily dazed. Alright, now this looks proper. Why are your fingers so stiff? You don't need to grip so tightly, just relax a bit. You seem pretty nervous. Don't tell me you've never held a girl's hand before? In Qin Yushue's puzzled gaze, Lin Yi, with reddened cheeks, stiffly nodded. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yushue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then I guess I'm pretty lucky. You're even shyer than me, like a little bride. Take a deep breath, relax, or else others might notice later. Oh. Lin Yi responded mechanically, taking 2 deep breaths before slowly returning to normal. To ease the awkwardness, he held Qin Yushue's hand as they walked outside and curiously asked, "What do you usually stream?" "Calligraphy, painting, and occasionally playing the piano," Qin Yushue replied, then curiously looked at Lin Yi. "Are you a student? What do you do?" "Yes, I'm a student at Jinghai University of Science and Technology, currently a freshman," Lin Yi replied. "Wow, Jinghai University of Science and Technology, the admission score is so high. You must be a top student," Qin Yushue said with admiration. "I'm from Jinghai Normal College, just graduated this year," Lin Yi said. The two continued chatting intermittently, gradually growing closer, and the atmosphere became less awkward. Soon, they walked out of the neighborhood, arm in arm, holding hands. Lin Yi wanted to ask about the man pursuing Qin Yushue, and his gaze fell on a luxury car parked across the street. A man in his 30s wearing a suit stood by the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. He was leaning against the car, playing on his phone, seemingly unaware of Lin Yi and Qin Yushue. "Is it that guy over there?" Lin Yi pointed. "It's him," Qin Yushue nodded. "He looks pretty decent, though. And he dares to openly pursue a mistress?" Lin Yi said, puzzled. "One cannot judge a book by its cover. In today's society, there are plenty of hypocrites. He told me that his relationship with his wife wife had broken down, and although they haven't divorced, they are already separated. Of course, that's what he said. Men who cheat usually say that. Who knows what the real situation is in their family? Shin Yushue said with a bitter smile. I definitely don't want his wife showing up at my door one day with people that cause trouble, getting beaten up as a mistress, earning no money and still getting hurt. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. True. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's make it clear today and tell him not to bother me anymore. Shin Yushue said. Well, I'll go over and explain it to him right now. Let's go. After saying this, she continued holding Lin Yi's arm and walked toward the other side of the street. As they approached the man in the suit, he finally noticed her presence. At first, a smile appeared on his face, but it quickly vanished when he saw Lin Yi standing next to Shin Yushue. Before he could speak, Shin Yushue took the initiative. Didn't you say you didn't believe I had a boyfriend? Well, I've brought him here in front of you. Do you believe me now? I've already made it clear on the phone. There's no possibility between us. I love my boyfriend very much, and he loves me too. And all the gifts you previously gave me as tips, I will return them to you. Don't bother me anymore, or I'm afraid my boyfriend will get jealous. After saying this, Shin Yushue sweetly leaned on Lin Yi's shoulder, even tugging his arm with her left hand, signaling him to hold her tighter. It took Lin Yi a moment to understand her meaning, and he immediately extended his right hand to wrap around Shin Yushue's slender waist. The sight of the two looking so sweet together made the man in the suit's face twist in anger, his fists clenched tightly, creaking audibly. But he suddenly seemed to think of something, and the anger on his face gradually faded. Xiaoxue, I know you're lying to me. This person is not your boyfriend at all. You just brought him here to make me back off. So what if you really have a boyfriend? Whatever he can give you, I can give too. Whatever he can't give you, I can still give. As long as you're willing to be with me, you won't have to live in this shabby place anymore. I'll throw money and resources at you, make you a top streamer, and let you live the life you've always dreamed of. These are things he can't give you. Listening to the man in the suit, Shin Yushue was about to retort when Lin Yi gently patted her back and then stepped forward. Xiaoshue's future is complete with me. She doesn't need anything from you. Her dream life is spending every single day with me. Besides, you just said something wrong. There are some things I can give her that you can't. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least in your 30s, right? I'm not even 20 yet, and I've heard that men over 25 start to decline. I can go 7 times a night, can you? As soon as Lin Yi said this, Shin Yushue, who was being shielded behind him, was momentarily stunned, and her cheeks instantly turned so red they seemed ready to drip blood. The man in the suit blushed as well, but it wasn't out of shyness, it was out of anger. What made him even more furious was Lin Yi's next words. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharp blade. Look at you, getting all worked up, it must mean I'm right. Before chasing after girls, go back and take care of your health first, old man. You! The man in the suit almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Extremely furious, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. However, just as he swung his fist, Lin Yi caught it with one hand. With the Archmage's blessing, his grip strength at this moment reached several hundred pounds. With just a slight exertion, the man in the suit broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Uncle, it seems like you're really quite weak, huh? Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he spoke with a light chuckle. Ha! Also, it seems like your car is starting to roll downhill. Hearing this, the man in the suit reflexively turned his head to look. With just one glance, he saw that the car parked by the roadside had somehow started moving on its own, slowly sliding toward the main road. Before long, accompanied by a loud crash, a passing garbage truck collided with it. The garbage truck tipped over, spilling its entire load of trash onto his luxury car. This sudden scene completely shattered the man in the suit's composure. Uncle, go check your car quickly, Lin Yi reminded. By the way, the car isn't rented, is it? If it's rented, that would be troublesome. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the man in the suit broke out in a cold sweat. Ignoring Lin Yi and Shin Yushue, he stumbled and ran toward his luxury car. From the moment the man in the suit completely lost his composure to the luxury car being hit by the garbage truck, it was only a matter of seconds. Shin Yushue, who witnessed the entire scene, slightly opened her mouth, her face full of surprise, and the blush from earlier shyness had not yet faded. It wasn't until the man in the suit came to the car and started throwing out bags of trash that she slowly came back to her senses. At that moment, she suddenly felt Lin Yi let go of her hand. Looking over with a puzzled gaze, she saw Lin Yi bending down to pick up the flowers that had just been thrown to the ground by the man in the suit. He first gently brushed off the dust on the flowers, then pulled off the card from the bouquet and flicked it with his fingers, sending it precisely into the trash can nearby. The next second, he walked over to Shin Yushue with the bouquet in hand. Seeing the flowers in Lin Yi's hand, Shin Yushue frowned in disdain and said, "Throw it away. Why bother picking it up again? It's too wasteful to throw them away, and the flowers are innocent. They have no choice over who buys them, right?" Lin Yi said calmly. However, his flower arrangement is indeed tacky. The bright red and purple colors don't really suit you. As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled a few flowers out of the bouquet. Seeing this, Shin Yushue asked curiously, "What are you doing? Switch it up, close your eyes." All right. Although she didn't understand Lin Yi's intention, she obediently closed her eyes. eyes. The moment she closed her eyes, Lin Yi quietly replaced a few overly bright flowers with the ones he bought last night at the night market near the school. Alright, it's done. You can open your eyes now. Shin Yushua obediently opened her eyes and saw the bouquet in Lin Yi's hand, instantly revealing an expression of disbelief. The original roses had been replaced by a sunflower, accompanied by a few pure white daisies, making the bouquet instantly much fresher. How is it? Is it better now? Shin Yushua instinctively nodded repeatedly. Then take it back, it can serve as a decoration in your room. Looking at Shin Yushua's slightly dazed and adorable expression, Lin Yi gently placed the flower into her hand. She took the flower, and it took her a while to react, her eyes filled with surprise and shyness. No need to thank me. Don't take what I said earlier to heart, I just wanted to provoke that person, and sure enough, he couldn't handle it. Men understand men best. Hee, I don't mind, what you said makes sense. My sister told me that when looking for a partner, you must find someone young, because older ones lack stamina. Shin Yushua suddenly chuckled. I'm just kidding, actually, I'm not too sure either. You've helped me a lot this time, I really need to thank you properly. As she spoke, she took out her phone and glanced at the time. It's almost dinner time. How about this? I'll cook for you later, okay? You can cook? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Of course. I cook for myself every day, though I can only make some simple home-cooked dishes, Shin Yushua said proudly. Home-cooked dishes are fine. I haven't decided what to eat for dinner anyway. Then it's settled. Let's go buy groceries now. After saying that, Shin Yushua pulled Lin Yi toward the small vegetable market next to the neighborhood. Unlike their earlier walk, this time the two deliberately kept their distance, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. After buying groceries, the two returned to their residence together. Shin Yushua tied on an apron and went into the kitchen outside to start cooking, while Lin Yi began planning his magic performance for tonight at the Black Rose Bar. Last night's debut had already earned him a good reputation at the Black Rose Bar, and early in the morning, Dai sent a message saying that the guests had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. This second performance must not have any mistakes, even if it couldn't be as stunning as the first, it had to leave the audience amazed. Coincidentally, the mage hand had also been upgraded, so he decided to create an entirely new magic show centered around the upgraded mage hand. A flash of inspiration struck, and his gaze locked onto the bedsheet and clothes on the bed nearby. With a thought, the mage hand was instantly activated, and the bedsheet that had been lying flat on the bed suddenly floated up, moving freely as if it had come to life. Once the bedsheet rose, it quickly formed a circle. A few seconds later, the bedsheet suddenly dropped to the ground with a swish, and a figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the sheet. This figure was dressed in Lin Yi's clothes, wearing a top hat and white gloves, but eerily, its face was completely blank. Not only was the face empty, but the wrists and the area below the pant legs were also void of anything. It was as if an invisible person was wearing his clothes. In fact, that was exactly the case. At this moment, the one wearing the outfit was the invisible servant. Looking at the humanoid invisible servant, Lin Yi first examined it up and down, then took out a pure white mask from the system backpack, large enough to cover the entire face. Next, he found a pair of leather shoes and long socks to put on, and finally adjusted the sleeves slightly to pull them outward. After handling the details, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad. In a dimly lit environment, it should be hard to tell that it's a fake person. After speaking, Lin Yi took out Roger's gold watch and pressed the button. With a swish, his clothes instantly transformed into the same style as the invisible servants. After putting on a pure white mask identical to the invisible servants, he walked with the servant to the dressing mirror in the room. Looking at himself and the invisible servant in the mirror, Lin Yi could hardly tell who was real and who was fake. If even he couldn't distinguish, it would naturally be even harder for others to recognize. But this still seems to lack something. I need to add a few more elements. As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room again, finally settling on the dressing mirror in front of him. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, inspiration suddenly struck him, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward as he murmured to himself, I'll use this as the opening act. I really hope you won't be too scared when the time comes. Just as he finalized the main theme for tonight's magic performance, Shin Yushua's voice came from outside the door. Dinner is ready. Hearing the sound, Lin Yi quickly snapped his fingers, disabling the invisibility of the invisible servant. At the same time, he pressed the Roger gold watch, switching back to his original appearance. After casually tidying up the bedsheet, he opened the door and walked out. As the door opened, he saw Shin Yushua wearing an apron, dressed in casual home clothes, with her hair tied up at the back of her head, walking out of the kitchen carrying a dish. On the dining table, the fresh flowers Lin Yi had previously given her were still placed there. For some reason, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged in Lin Yi's heart. Perhaps this is the taste of home. Thinking of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Let me help you. The dishes were not particularly lavish, but Lin Yi ate with great joy. During the meal, the two of them chatted about their daily lives. When Shin Yushua learned that Lin Yi's side job was being a magician, she was quite surprised. So you perform magic at the bar every every night? For now, yes. I might come back late at night. Will that disturb your rest? I won't. I usually finish my livestream around 2 or 3 in the morning. That must be pretty exhausting for you. It's not exhausting. It's much better than working outside like a horse or ox. At least I don't have to deal with bosses making empty promises or colleagues being passive-aggressive. I'm very satisfied with my current life. The two chatted while finishing their meal. Afterward, Shin Yushue prepared to wash the dishes, but Lin Yi stopped her. You cooked, so how can I let you wash the dishes? Leave them there, I'll take care of it. Don't worry, I'm a professional when it comes to washing dishes. Alright then, thank you for your hard work. I'll just prepare for my evening livestream. After Shin Yushue went into the room, Lin Yi cast a cleaning spell while tossing the dishes into the sink. In an instant, all the grease on the utensils vanished, as if it had willingly flowed into the drain. Seeing this, Lin Yi cast another cleaning spell toward the kitchen. The various stains and grime in the kitchen quickly gathered into a black lump and fell into the trash can. In the blink of an eye, the entire kitchen looked brand new, as if it had just undergone a deep cleaning. To avoid arousing Shin Yushue's suspicion, he deliberately turned on the faucet to create some water sounds. After returning the tableware and kitchen utensils to their places, he casually used a cleaning spell to tidy up the common area as well. With one sweep of the spell, the common area instantly became clean and orderly. Trash automatically entered the trash bin, dust gathered into small clumps, and the floor was polished to the point of reflecting images. Once everything was ready, he returned to his room to pick up the props needed for the evening's performance, took Blake and Brian with him, and left the rental apartment. To enhance the effects of the evening's performance, he still needed to buy some additional items. Not long after he left, Shin Yushue emerged from her room. Seeing the spotless common area and kitchen, her eyes were filled with surprise, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Oh my, could he be the snail girl in disguise?" She continued to talk to herself. It seems my wish from yesterday really came true. Heaven has blessed me with a great roommate. But seriously, can he really manage 7 times? She shook her head and mocked herself. What am I even thinking? Hours flew by, and night fell once again over Jinghai. The Black Rose Bar hung up its open sign at the entrance. As soon as the evening business hours began, the Black Rose Bar was already bustling with activity. Women dressed in various styles entered the bar one after another, seeking their own pleasures. "Let me tell you, there's a new magician here, and he's absolutely amazing," said a flamboyantly dressed woman with heavy makeup, enthusiastically recommending Lin Yi's magic to her companions as they entered the bar. However, several of her companions were indifferent. "What's so great about magic? I came here to listen to music. The lead singer here used to sing pretty well." Exactly, magic is just a few old tricks, at best fooling people like you who haven't seen much of the world. Come on, since we're here, we're not here for the performance, we're here to drink. I'm treating today, so don't slack off. The heavily made-up woman saw her companions didn't believe her and quickly added, "Really, I'm not lying to you. That magician's tricks are practically like magic." "Oh, come on, skilled magicians wouldn't come here to perform, would they? If you want to see magic, I actually know a professional magician. I'll take you to see him sometime." The companions chatted as they found a booth to sit down. At this moment, not only were they discussing, but customers who had been there the previous night were also talking about Lin Yi's magic. Huang Ying and her group of girlfriends were among them, with the bar owner Hu Dai accompanying them. "An international supermodel is here again today? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were busy lately?" Hu Dai teased as she poured wine for Huang Ying. "Busy people can't come to your place? I'm busy during the day, and only at night do I want to come here to relax. What, am I not welcome?" Huang Ying pulled out a cigarette, and just as she was about to light it, Hu Dai handed her a lighter. After lighting the cigarette, Hu Dai smiled and said, "How could you not be welcome? You're the patron saint of our place." "Oh, then how do you plan to repay me, your patron saint?" Huang Ying smirked mischievously, suddenly pulling the floral cheongsam-clad Hu Dai into her arms. She blew a smoke ring toward her delicate face and was about to kiss her, but Hu Dai blocked her with her hand. "You know, I'm straight, so what if you're straight? I happen to like straight ones." Huang Ying smiled faintly, released Hu Dai, flicked the ash off her cigarette, and casually asked, "Is your little brother performing tonight?" "Of course, I came. I signed a long-term contract with him. He's preparing backstage right now." "Oh, so you came here today just for him?" Hu Dai suddenly understood. "I just want to see what amazing magic tricks he'll bring tonight. Hopefully, it won't be the same old tricks from yesterday." "Definitely not. He said there will be brand new magic performances tonight, guaranteed to dazzle all the audience." So confident. Huang Ying picked up her wine glass and took a gentle sip. Hu Dai heard this, looked down at her phone, and said, "It's almost time, it's about to start." As soon as the words were spoken, the people in the booth all turned their eyes toward the small stage in the center. At the same time, a short, uniquely dressed red-haired girl carrying a bowl of spicy hot pot walked into the bar with a group of girls who looked like trendy youngsters. Seeing that no one was in front of the stage, the red-haired girl let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, good, the performance hasn't started yet. It's all your fault for insisting on eating spicy hot pot," shit, almost made me late, she complained. This red-haired girl was none other than Song Bauer, who had taken the stage to dismantle Lin Yetai's performance last night, followed by the younger girls she had recruited. Hearing her words, the spirited younger girls responded helplessly. Boss, you can't be so heartless. Didn't you eat too? And you ordered the most. Yeah, you ate $30 worth all by yourself, while the rest of us combined only ate $50. And you made us walk so far. Enough, I'm the boss, so listen to me. Otherwise, I won't treat you to food anymore. Song Bauer widened her eyes and said sternly, so what if we go that far? Aren't we out here hustling, running around all day? Upon hearing this, they immediately quieted down. These spirited young girls used to consider it lucky to have 2 meals in 3 days. Thanks to Song Bauer becoming their leader, they could now eat there, fill every day and even occasionally sing karaoke or visit bars. Where else could they find a leader like her? Naturally, they followed her every word. Let's go over there and find a good spot. With that, Song Bauer, holding her spicy hot pot, led the girls to a spot near the small stage. Not long after, a woman wearing a baseball cap and large dark sunglasses, along with a slightly chubby girl in big black framed glasses, walked into the bar. The first thing the woman in sunglasses did after entering was to take them off and glance around at the customers. Are you sure no one will take pictures here? She asked. The girl with glasses quickly replied, no way, this is a famous all-women's bar in Jinghai. The owner has strong connections, those paparazzi can't get in. Don't worry, sis. That's good. I've been feeling a bit stressed lately. Let's just have some drinks tonight. Sis, don't overthink it. Those people online are just talking nonsense, making a fuss over nothing. That Jason is just taking the opportunity to raise the price. I know, but I still feel annoyed. Come on, let's find a place to sit. After saying that, the woman in sunglasses put her sunglasses back on and followed the slightly chubby girl toward the booth area. As soon as they sat down, the explosive music in the bar suddenly came to an abrupt stop. This unexpected change immediately drew the attention of customers in the dance floor area, the lounge area, and the booth area. Some regular customers who came last night immediately realized the performance was about to begin, while new customers showed curious expressions. At this moment, the slightly excited voice of the MC came from the stage. Dear customers, beautiful ladies, on this long night, we have prepared a wonderful show for you. Today's performer is still the magical master from another world, Yi Lin. Let us welcome him with the warmest applause. As soon as the MC finished speaking, cheers erupted in the bar. Immediately afterward, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. Accompanied by music with a fantastical tone, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the deepest part of the stage. The eyes of everyone in the bar instinctively focused on that spot. There, a round table had somehow appeared, with a large square box placed on top of it. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, the large box unexpectedly opened on its own, as if an invisible giant hand had lifted the lid. Immediately afterward, a black cloth about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide suddenly flew out of the box. After flying out, the black cloth began to form a circle, slowly rotating at the center of the stage. This magical scene left all the audience present dumbfounded. However, the scene that followed completely overturned their understanding. As soon as MC finished speaking, the audience naturally anticipated the magician's appearance. But no one expected that the magician did not show up. Instead, a mysterious black cloth slowly floated out. This black cloth was extraordinarily large and completely opaque. No one could discern what force was controlling it from behind. Just as everyone was bewildered and filled with awe, the black cloth suddenly seemed to lose its support and quietly slipped to the ground. The moment the black cloth fell to the ground, the stage lights suddenly lit up. Hundreds of eyes stared intently as a figure cloaked entirely in black appeared in the center of the black cloth. The cloaked figure slowly removed the cape, revealing a man dressed in a gentleman's suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and a white mask covering his face, standing upright at the center of the stage. The next moment, he slowly opened his arms. Lin Ye's voice immediately rang out from the speakers on both sides of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. Are you ready to witness tonight's miracle? Wow! The bar instantly erupted, the audience bursting into thunderous applause, their eyes filled with surprise and amazement. Oh my god, he actually appeared so effortlessly. I didn't see at all how he came out just now. I only saw that piece of black cloth floating in the air. When and where did he slip in? Could it be that he came out from under the stage? As expected of a magician, his entrance is truly unique. Isn't this the legendary human transformation trick? Truly spectacular. Could it be that he used a visual blind spot we couldn't see? The stage is so small, surrounded by the audience on all sides. Where would a blind spot come from? How about that? I told you long ago, the magicians here are really something else. But why does he wear a mask? Maybe to add a sense of mystery. While everyone was still stunned by Lin Ye's dazzling entrance, his voice once again came from both sides of the stage. Tonight, the first magic trick I will present to you is called levitation. As long as I cast the levitation spell on an object, no matter what it is, it can fly. For example, this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye walked over to the round table where the box had just been placed. He gently tapped the round table, and the table table, with a diameter of about half a meter, began to slowly rise into the air. Without any support, he brought the floating round table to the center of the stage. The bar instantly fell silent, and everyone couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Lin Yi also lightly touched the round table with his hand, confirming that it had no hidden supports. Just as everyone was immersed in amazement, a woman in her 30s stepped forward and questioned, "Would you dare to use something we provide? Who knows if this table of yours is a specially made magic prop?" As soon as she said this, many people in the bar nodded in agreement, thinking it made sense. Lin Yi calmly nodded in response. "I said, anything is fine. If you think this table is my magic prop, then I won't use it." As soon as he finished speaking, the round table slowly descended back onto the stage. He then picked up the black cloth and covered the table. When he lifted the cloth again, the round table had mysteriously disappeared. This unintentional move once again left everyone present utterly astonished. The woman in sunglasses sitting in a nearby booth had a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Who would have thought that in such a small bar, I could encounter such an impressive magician? It's a pity he's not well known. If he were a bit more famous, I could have him replace Jason for the performance. Sis, what did you just say? Have him replace Jason? That's impossible. Jason was even a Merlin Award nominee. How could a bar's amateur magician take his place? The slightly chubby girl beside her asked in surprise. I'm just saying it casually. Jason not only has solid skills but also a huge following. Forget it, let's not talk about that ungrateful guy anymore. Let's drink. The woman in sunglasses finished speaking and took a big gulp of her drink. At the same time, Lin Yi, who had just put away the round table, turned to the audience by the stage and spoke. I wonder if any guest would be willing to provide some props, anything at all. As long as I cast the levitation spell, I can make it float. As soon as he finished speaking, a female customer handed over a necklace. With a gentle touch, the necklace slowly floated up without any physical contact. After returning the necklace, others began to offer items one after another, including wine, bottles, glasses, bags, and phones. Without exception, as long as the items passed through Lin Yi's hands, they all floated in the air. Even more astonishing, he could make several items float simultaneously, eliciting gasps of amazement from the audience. However, some were still not satisfied. The things you're making float are too light. Can you make something heavy float? Try this. A voice came from the side of the stage, and everyone in the bar turned to look. They saw a tall and burly woman carrying a stainless steel beer keg from the bar. Judging by her struggling appearance, the keg was definitely full of liquid. With 40 liters of beer plus the weight of the keg itself, the total weight exceeded 100 pounds. Seeing this, the customers' expressions instantly changed. This sister is really tough, actually hauling out something this heavy. This thing weighs nearly 100 pounds. It's hard for an average person to even lift it, let alone make it float. Even so, I'd like to see if this magician can finally fail. So far, he hasn't lost yet. The customers whispered among themselves as the girl had already moved the beer keg to the front of the stage. Come on, make it float for me, she said, pulling out a stack of cash. If you can make it float, this 1,000 yuan is yours. Oh, is this customer sure about that? Lin Yi's voice echoed from the sides of the stage. Of course, as long as you can do it. If you can't, then you're just bluffing. The girl's eyes were full of provocation. Alright, it's a deal. Let me give it a try. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he walked over to the beer keg. The next second, he effortlessly lifted the beer keg with one hand in front of everyone. The entire process seemed effortless. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many female customers instantly lit up. Who would have thought he looks so thin and weak, yet has such great strength? Good health means strength, and good health also represents. Lin Yi raised the beer keg above his head with one hand. Before anyone could react, he suddenly let go. The beer keg was about to crash to the ground, causing many female customers around to exclaim in surprise, instinctively thinking it was going to hit the floor. However, just as it was about to hit the ground, the beer keg suddenly stopped, quietly hovering about 20 centimeters above the ground. Then, it slowly rose, floating to the level of Lin Yi's chest, as if Blue Star had lost its gravitational pull on it. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The 100-pound beer keg quietly hovered in front of Lin Yi. After circling around the keg, he slowly set it down. When the keg touched the ground, it made no sound, but the bar instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone stared at Lin Yi with incredulous eyes. That beer keg actually floated just now. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen that girl move it with my own eyes, I would have thought that beer keg was a balloon. What kind of principle is this? Has Blue Star lost its gravity, or does the beer keg have no weight? It's completely unscientific. Could he really know magic? I don't understand it. The more I look, the less I understand. But no matter what, this magic trick is absolutely brilliant, so brilliant it's unbelievable. For a moment, everyone's words were filled with surprise and amazement. The girl who had just moved the beer keg looked as if she had seen a ghost. Shortly after the keg hit the ground, she immediately ran over and struggled to lift it again. This action proved to everyone that there was nothing wrong with the beer keg itself. She placed the beer keg back on the ground and looked at Lin Yi with a wry smile. smile. I completely admit defeat. This 1,000 yuan is yours. As she spoke, she took out 1,000 yuan in cash. As soon as the cash was taken out, an invisible force gently lifted the bills, making them float slowly into Lin Ye's hand. This scene once again amazed everyone present, and a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Amid the applause, Lin Ye bowed slightly, his gaze gently sweeping around the stage. As the applause gradually subsided, his voice once again sounded from the nearby speaker. Actually, my levitation technique can not only make inanimate objects float but can also make people float. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to personally experience the feeling of floating? As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the female customers present lit up instantly. They eagerly raised their hands, and many even crowded toward the side of the stage. At that moment, Song Bauer, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly shouted loudly to the group of young women beside her. Don't just stand there, hurry up and think of a way to help me squeeze in. If I can get on stage, I'll give each of you $100 tonight. Quickly, if we're late, there won't be a chance. Motivated by her generous reward, those young girls immediately rolled up their sleeves and charged forward like little calves. One of them even shouted loudly, "Watch out for the hot water, make way." Her shout immediately caused chaos among the people in front. Taking advantage of the commotion, the petite Song Bauer quickly squeezed her way to the front. While the other female customers were still raising their hands, she had already rushed onto the stage. Standing on the stage, she declared with an air of dominance, "Let me do it. No one dare compete with me. Back off, back off. You guys, guard this place for me. If anyone dares to come up, I'll scratch her face." She bared her teeth and claws like a fierce little tiger. The other female customers below the stage, seeing her so aggressive and unreasonable, quickly backed away. As they retreated, they couldn't help but whisper softly, "Where did this little delinquent come from? So rude." Yeah, doesn't Black Rose Bar manage its patrons? Anyone can just come in. As soon as the words were spoken, a woman was tugged by her companion beside her. Name, Lin Yi. Profession, mage. Profession level, apprentice mage. Shoo, keep your voice down. This girl isn't some delinquent, she's the eldest daughter of the Song family, the daughter of old Tiger Song. The eldest daughter of the Song family? Hearing these words, the woman who had just been complaining immediately showed a look of surprise. Magical coins possessed, 0. Yeah, otherwise, do you think an ordinary girl could get into this place? We wouldn't dare offend this young lady. Let her go, she's probably going to bother that magician guy again. Before long, the crowd around the stage dispersed. Seeing this, Song Bauer had a smug smile on her face. As expected, people who make a name for themselves outside have real influence. They're definitely all afraid of me now. After speaking, she turned to look at Lin Yi beside her, placed her hands on her hips, and questioned, "Why didn't you reply to my messages during the day? Is your phone broken? If your phone is broken, I'll get you one that can receive my messages. I'm very angry right now. Unless you can make me float, I won't forgive you. Come on, I want to see how you'll make me float." Just as Song Bauer was getting ready, the others in the bar also showed curious expressions. They all wanted to know how Lin Yi would make a living person float. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly extended both hands. "Grab my hands, hold tight." The sudden words made Song Bauer pause for a moment, then a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. I don't want to." Before the words had even faded, Lin Yi, wearing white gloves, took the initiative to hold her hands, interlocking their fingers tightly. With a swoosh, Song Bauer's cheeks instantly flushed red, and her ears burned with heat. As she appeared somewhat at a loss, Lin Yi spoke again. "Ready for takeoff?" As soon as the words were spoken, Song Bauer felt an invisible force lifting her legs. The next second, her toes slowly left the ground. Originally only about 1.6 meters tall, she gradually rose until she was level with Lin Yi. The crowd witnessing this scene all widened their eyes in astonishment. At this moment, Lin Yi began to spin, and Song Bauer, who was floating in front of him, also started to slowly rotate in the air along with his movements. Round after round, the two of them on the stage seemed to be performing an elegant duet dance. The background music in the bar also changed to a waltz. When the music stopped, Song Bauer's feet slowly touched the ground. Until this moment, her expression remained dazed, as if she found it hard to believe everything that had just happened. When she finally came to her senses, her cheeks flushed even redder. The usually bold and outgoing her now appeared somewhat flustered. "This beautiful lady, the magic show is over. Please step off the stage." Hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Bauer finally snapped out of her daze. Without daring to look back, she hurriedly fled off the stage. After running back to the resting area, she immediately grabbed the ice water on the table and took a big gulp. Just as she finished drinking, a young girl beside her quickly reminded, "Boss, that's alcohol you're drinking." "Ha, alcohol?" Song Bauer quickly lowered her head to look at the cup in her hand upon hearing this. Sure enough, it was a glass of alcohol. Before she could react, a wave of dizziness hit her, and the next second, she collapsed face-first onto the table, overcome by drunkenness. As soon as she fell, the first reaction of the girls around her was, "Oh no, what about today's stage fees?" Meanwhile, the audience in the bar was once again left dumbfounded by Lin Lin Ye's astonishing levitation trick. The large bar erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, like a tidal wave. Many customers eagerly took out tips to show their admiration. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Ye's voice came through the speakers on both sides of the stage. Beautiful ladies and gentlemen, tonight's first magic performance has come to an end. I hope you all have a great time. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the bar's entrance. He's a fraud. Don't let him fool you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the bar's entrance. At that moment, a spotlight also illuminated the doorway. The next second, a figure that no one had expected appeared before their eyes. The female patrons inside the bar, upon seeing the figure clearly, couldn't help but cover their mouths. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people present, Lin Yi, dressed in a black gentleman's suit, wearing a black top hat, and draped in a starry cloak, unexpectedly appeared at the bar's entrance. Both his figure and attire were identical to the Lin Yi on stage, and he even wore a pure white mask on his face. The crowd alternated their gaze between the stage and the bar entrance, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. My god, how can there be two Lin Yis? This is absurd. One on stage, and another off stage. Could it be a clone? The two people really look exactly the same. Wow, I didn't expect a surprise like this. This must be part of tonight's magic show. This magician is so talented, it's 100 times more impressive than the magic at the Spring Festival Gala. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming performances. The customers were all expressing their shock, while Huang Ying, sitting in the booth, also looked toward the stage with great interest. This little brother keeps surprising me, not only with magic but also with a storyline. Did you know about this? Hearing this, Hu Dai beside her shook her head. I didn't know. He just said tonight's magic would be a bit different. I don't understand magic either, so apart from cooperating with the tasks he arranged, I never interfere with his magic performances. It seems you've really struck gold. With his skills, he's definitely not an amateur magician, and even professional magicians might not be better than him. You better keep a close eye on him and don't let anyone else snatch him away. Otherwise, you might as well just take him for yourself. A pure and innocent guy like him, once he gets a taste of sweetness, he definitely won't be able to leave you. Huang Ying teased with a playful expression. Hu Dai spat lightly. Don't talk nonsense. If he were just an ordinary amateur magician, I might be able to keep him. But with the magical talent he's shown, he deserves a bigger stage. If he can have a better future, why would I hold him back? His future is destined not to belong here. He is bound to shine even brighter. Perhaps before long, the two of us will no longer be part of the same world. After speaking, Hu Dai stared at Lin Yi on the stage with a complex expression. Genius. He truly is a genius. It seems I underestimated him before. Although his stage presence is still a bit raw, his magic techniques and skills are already near perfect. With a little training, such talent is bound to shine brightly in the future. In another booth, the woman who had been wearing sunglasses earlier took them off, her beautiful eyes filled with delight. I even feel that Jason's magic skills are inferior to his. Monica, after the performance, help me get his contact information. If possible, it would be best to invite him for a face-to-face conversation. Okay, sis, but what exactly is he planning to do next, and why did he bring someone dressed exactly the same? The slightly chubby girl asked with a puzzled expression while munching on the snacks on the table. Not only was she curious, but the other customers present were also pondering the same question in their minds. However, what happened next left everyone with an unforgettable memory for life. They saw Lin Yi, who was standing at the entrance of the bar, suddenly stride toward the stage with an imposing aura. When the two Lin Yis stood side by side, the one who appeared later pointed at the earlier one and said coldly, "He's a fake. He's not Lin Yi at all. Don't let him fool you." A fake? Why would he pretend to be you? A spectator near the stage asked jokingly. Because he wants to replace me. Then who is he really? He is my mirrored duplicate. I accidentally let him escape from the mirror while I was looking into it. Lin Yi's words immediately made the customers present look at each other in confusion, and many couldn't help but burst into laughter on the spot. Ah, that's hilarious. This magician really knows how to act. Yeah, truly a master of stirring things up. Mirrored duplicate, what's this new trick? Looks like I can't perform magic anymore. I can't help but laugh. Sounds so convincing. Didn't expect magic to come with a storyline, always striving for novelty. Obviously, everyone did not believe Lin Yi's words and just found them very amusing. It seems you don't quite believe me. Then let me show you. Whatever magic I perform, my mirrored duplicate can imitate it exactly. As soon as he finished speaking, a card appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. At the same time, another Lin Yi conjured a card with his bare hands. Lin Yi waved his hand to produce a flower, and the other Lin Yi did the same. The two began a magic duel on the stage. The audience watched with great interest. After the bare-handed transformation ended, the two simultaneously performed levitation. They even used levitation to control a rope in front of everyone, performing a tug-of-war. Witnessing the limp rope being straightened without any physical contact, the crowd once again responded with enthusiastic applause. That's really interesting. Did he invite another magician to partner with him? Or could it really be a duplicate? it. It's simply double the joy. I have to come again tomorrow. After the floating spell disguised as Mage Hand ended, the two cast a light spell, conjuring glowing butterflies. They each raised their hands, and dozens of glowing butterflies flew out from their palms. The two cast the light spell simultaneously, filling the entire bar with the shimmering light and shadows of glowing butterflies. Those who had seen this magic trick before couldn't help but exclaim, let alone the first-timers. When the fluorescent butterflies dispersed, Lin Yi, standing on the right, suddenly sighed. Everyone must have seen it. The magic I can perform, this mirror duplicate can do as well. Today, he even turned off my phone alarm, almost making me sleep through everything. Luckily, I woke up in time, or else he would have completed the entire performance for me tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, a customer pretended to ask in confusion, isn't that great? Let him work for you, and you can still get paid without working. You're right. I believe if you had clones working for you, you'd be very happy too. But have you ever thought about this? If one day he becomes exactly like you, could he replace you at will, or even kill you to take your place? So I advise everyone, don't casually look in the mirror, because you never know when the you in the mirror might come out. At this point, Lin Yi's tone suddenly turned grim. However, everyone still felt that he was just putting on an act. Fortunately, I already found a way to deal with the mirror man. As long as I take out a mirror, I can send him back to the mirror world. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lin Yi on the right brought out a huge dressing mirror from backstage. When he took out the mirror, although the Lin Yi on the left had an indistinct face, his panic could still be felt. The next moment, he turned and quickly ran toward the bottom of the stage. But before he could run far, Lin Yi stretched out his right hand, and an invisible force instantly yanked him back, making him stagger backward. Get in there! With a loud shout from Lin Yi, the other Lin Yi was forcibly pulled onto the dressing mirror. At this moment, the entire bar had already fallen into an eerie silence, not a sound to be heard. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the mirror, and the Lin Yi who had been absorbed suddenly vanished with a swish, as if he had truly been sucked into the mirror. In the end, only the white mask he had been wearing was left, lying alone on the floor in front of the mirror. With this, the two Lin Yis originally on the stage were reduced to just one. Facing the numerous spectators in the bar, the remaining Lin Yi slowly bent down and picked up the white mask from the floor. Immediately, his faint voice echoed in the silent bar. Remember, everyone, never look in the mirror at midnight, and definitely don't say, I wish someone could replace me, in front of it. Otherwise, be careful, the version of you in the mirror might actually come out one day. By the way, take a guess, am I the real Yilin right now, or the mirror version of Yilin? As he spoke, Lin Yi walked to the mirror, slowly removed his mask, revealing his handsome profile. In the mirror, an identical profile was reflected. At this moment, a chill swept through the bodies of the many customers in the bar. A few minutes ago, in everyone's eyes, the mirror replicant mentioned by Lin Yi was nothing more than a gimmick he was playing up. That so-called replicant was simply another magician he had hired to play a role. However, the incomprehensible scene that had just unfolded completely overturned their understanding. A living person was directly sucked into the mirror right under their noses, disappearing without a trace. Coupled with Lin Yi's final scene facing the mirror and his warning, many timid audience members felt their hair stand on end, even beginning to doubt whether the Lin Yi on stage was truly himself or, as he claimed, had already been replaced by a mirror duplicate. It can be imagined that for quite some time afterward, they would not dare to look into a mirror late at night. Just as the atmosphere at the scene grew a bit eerie, Lin Yi gave everyone a deep bow. Everything that just happened was a magic trick. Please don't take it seriously, and don't pay attention to what I just said. There are no such things as mirror duplicates in this world. If I scared anyone earlier, please allow me to apologize here. Later, I have a small gift prepared for everyone. Thank you all for watching my magic performance. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, cheerful music once again filled the bar. In an instant, the previously terrifying atmosphere was completely dispelled, and the female patrons in the bar seemed to wake from a dream, clapping and cheering one after another. Amid the applause, they couldn't help but loudly discuss with their friends nearby. Phew, that scared me to death. I really thought there were mirror clones in this world. Yeah, turns out it was all just magic effects. Don't you think that scene just now was a bit strange? How did that person suddenly disappear? Maybe he really is a mirror duplicate. Impossible, he already said it was a magic effect, though I can't figure out how he did it no matter how hard I think. If you could figure it out, you should have been the one performing on stage today. I really can't find the right words to describe my feelings right now. Today's magic show truly opened my eyes. Indeed, whether it was the levitation trick earlier or the mirror illusion just now, both were incredible. I'm starting to suspect he might actually be a magician. I think this is the most spectacular magic performance I've ever seen in my life, bar none. Right? I've been saying the magic shows here are amazing, but you didn't believe me before you came. I'm already looking forward to what kind of spectacular performance he'll bring tomorrow. When the customers showered praises, Huang Ying, sitting in the booth, also clapped repeatedly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Although the final act was a bit scary, I will never forget this magic show in my life. How on earth does he create such amazing amazing magic. He's truly a genius. With him here, business will never be bad. Indeed, sometimes I even feel like he might actually know real magic. Sitting beside Huang Ying, Hu Dai looked at Lin Yi with admiration and said, should we invite him over to sit? You're a bit late saying that. Someone has already invited him. Hu Dai smiled helplessly. As she said, at this moment, many female customers gathered around Lin Yi. Some wanted to buy him a drink, some generously tipped him, and others actively invited him to sit at their booth. Lin Yi did not disappoint them. He accepted every drink offered to him. For those who tipped him, he politely expressed his gratitude and even performed a small magic trick on the spot, bringing them a pleasant surprise. As for those who invited him to their booth, he graciously agreed. At this time, in one of the booths, a few girls who looked like college students enthusiastically invited him to sit down and pulled him into their game. Yilin, besides those magic tricks you just did, what other tricks can you perform? Show us something. Yeah, let us see something amazing. I know plenty of magic tricks. You happen to be playing dice, right? Then let's play dice. Lin Yi glanced at the table and said with a smile, dice? What does that have to do with magic? A girl sitting in the booth asked curiously. Of course, it's related. The magic trick I want to perform is guessing the dice's numbers. No matter how you shake them, I can guess them accurately, Lin Yi said confidently. As soon as he said this, several female college students showed skeptical expressions. What if you can't guess it? A short-haired, androgynously dressed girl asked directly. If I can't guess it, you can set any condition you like, Lin Yi said with a slight smile. Oh, any condition at all? The short-haired girl smirked mischievously. That's right, I always keep my word. How about this? Every time you guess wrong, you take off a piece of clothing. At this moment, a girl with a trendy makeup look suddenly stirred things up. As soon as she spoke, the other girls nodded in agreement. Yes, take off your clothes. Take off one piece for every wrong guess. Do you dare? They originally thought Lin Yi would back down, but unexpectedly, he readily nodded in agreement. No problem, but what if I guess correctly? Then we'll strip too. The short-haired girl blurted out decisively without much thought. The other girls nearby showed a hint of concern on their faces, clearly not wanting to play such an intense game. Fortunately, Lin Ye's next words made them breathe a sigh of relief. That's not necessary. If I guess correctly, you just need to drink a glass of wine. Alright, it's settled then, let's get started. Just now, this group of female college students had been making a ruckus, attracting the attention of quite a few nearby customers, especially when they heard that Lin Yi would strip if he lost. A hint of anticipation flashed in some people's eyes. At this moment, the short-haired girl began shaking the dice cup. After shaking it a few times, she placed the cup on the table and looked up at Lin Yi. Alright, your turn to guess. Staring at the dice cup for less than 2 seconds, Lin Yi quickly stated a number. I guess it's 24 points. As soon as the words were spoken, the short-haired girl lifted the dice cup and the people around leaned in to look. When the dice points were revealed, everyone immediately let out a slight gasp. Wow, it really is 24 points. They actually guessed it right. Could he have X-ray vision? Seeing Lin Yi guess so accurately, the short-haired girl picked up the beer in front of her without hesitation and drank it all in one go. The next second, she spoke with a face full of defiance. Bang! She shook the 6 dice again. Only guessing correctly once, everyone thought Lin Yi relied on luck. However, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, 6 times in a row, he accurately guessed the sum of the dice points in each round without a single mistake. The short-haired girl also drank 6 glasses of beer in a row. By the time she finished the 6th glass, she finally couldn't take it anymore, covering her mouth and running to the nearby trash can to throw up. After vomiting, she returned to the booth and gave Lin Yi a thumbs up in front of everyone. I admit it, truly admit it, you're indeed impressive. Moreover, you knew from the start that you'd win 100% and even refused our bet to take off clothes. You're a real man, I truly admire you. But I'm very curious, how exactly did you know the points each time? Hearing the question posed by the short-haired girl, the crowd who had witnessed Lin Yi's glorious achievements all showed curious expressions. Lin Yi also gave his answer in front of them. If I said it was luck, would you believe me? But his answer clearly did not satisfy the crowd. TCH, if you don't want to say it, then don't. What's with the luck excuse? Who could possibly have luck that good? Yeah, once might be luck, but 6 times? You must have some secret we don't know about. Faced with everyone's skepticism, Lin Yi could only smile wryly. This time, he really hadn't used any tricks or activated any magic. It was entirely due to the passive effects of the Destiny card and the Fairy Silver Coin. The Destiny card gave him a certain chance to force a win during gambling, while the Fairy Silver Coin provided a luck boost, increasing the forced win probability to 100%. Because of this, he displayed an unbeatable streak in gambling. If he were to visit a casino now, he would probably win so much that the house would be left fuming. Of course, if he really did that, the house might not even have time to fume before he was beaten up and accused of cheating. Casinos don't believe in luck. After bidding farewell to the table of female college students, Lin Yi was invited to join the table next to them, which was filled with older women. Across from him was a group of women averaging in their 30s and 40s. The one who pulled him over was a middle-aged beauty beauty in her early 40s, still exuding charm. Little magician, don't be shy, come sit next to us aunties. Sisters, don't joke around, there aren't any aunties here, only sisters, right? Lin Yi responded sincerely, and as soon as he finished speaking, the women present burst into laughter. The little magician is quite good with words. I just saw you having fun with the young girls earlier. You wouldn't mind playing a game with us, would you? A woman in her 30s, dressed in a black cheongsam, said as she poured Lin Yi a glass of wine. Of course, I don't mind. I wonder how the ladies want to play. Something simple, guessing ages. If you guess right, we'll give you a big red envelope. If you guess wrong, you'll have to use your tongue to take the ice cube out of the glass. At this moment, another middle-aged woman with short ear-length hair and a sharp outfit suggested mischievously. She didn't forget to grab a cocktail glass from the side, pour out the excess ice, leaving only one cube at the bottom. Her suggestion excited the other women. Lin Yi thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. No problem, but just guessing the age is too simple. I'll add another twist, let's also guess whose phone will receive a message first. As soon as these words were spoken, the women in the booth immediately burst into laughter. I've never seen someone raise the stakes on themselves. This does make it more interesting. Ladies, put your phones on the table with notifications turned on. Agreed. Whoever's phone receives a message first, no matter who sends it, she will cover tonight's bill and also give this little brother 10,000 yuan. No objections, right? No objections. No one has sent me a message in ages. Same here. You all better be careful, though. Don't let some lover send you a message in the middle of the night. Amid the laughter, the group at the booth all took out their phones and placed them on the table. After they set down their phones, Lin Ye's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Guessing someone's age seems simple, but for women, it's extremely challenging. Makeup, hairstyles, outfits, and various external factors can create a significant gap between perceived and actual age. Middle-aged women are even harder to guess. They are often wealthy, take good care of themselves, and undergo beauty treatments like skin boosters and thread lifts. A woman in her 40s might look like she's in her 30s, and one in her 30s might appear to be in her 20s. But Lin Yi was not worried at all. He trusted his luck. After staring at the woman on the far left for a couple of seconds, he blurted out as if without thinking, "You're 38 years old this year." As soon as the words were spoken, the woman on the far left immediately showed a look of surprise. "You guessed right, I am indeed 38 years old. Over the years, you're the first person to figure out my age at a glance. Judging solely from your appearance, it's indeed hard to guess your age, because you don't look 38 at all, at most just a little over 30. But I got lucky, and that's how I guessed correctly," Lin Yi said with a smile. These words made the woman very happy. "You really know how to talk, with such a sweet mouth. If I don't give you a big red envelope, it wouldn't be right." After she finished speaking, she asked Lin Yi to open his payment code and then sent him a red envelope of 1,888 yuan. After that, Lin Yi continued to guess the ages of several other women. Everyone sent Lin Yi a big red envelope after being correctly guessed. When it was the turn of the woman in the black cheongsam, a confident smile appeared on her face. "Little brother, you absolutely can't guess my age. That's not necessarily true. If I'm not mistaken, you should be 42 years old this year." Lin Yi just glanced at her and confidently said. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in the black cheongsam suddenly laughed. "You finally guessed wrong for once, but being able to guess that I'm over 40 is already quite impressive. Unfortunately, I'm only 41 this year, and my ID card also says 41. Hearing Lin Yi's wrong guess, the other women present immediately became excited. However, what Lin Yi said next left them somewhat puzzled. "I won't guess wrong. You are definitely 42 this year. Little brother, I know you don't want to lose, but I'm not lying to you. I really am 41 years old. If you don't believe me, look at my ID card. My birthday is on September 27th, and today is only September 26th. I won't officially turn 42 until tomorrow." As she spoke, the woman in the black cheongsam even took out her ID card, intending to prove she was correct. At that moment, one of her companions beside her suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, it's already 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock?" Hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something and quickly looked at their phones. Just as the person had said, the time had just passed 12 o'clock. But at this moment, what they were paying attention to was not the time, but the date. The screen clearly displayed that it was already September 27th. Seeing this date, everyone turned their gaze toward the woman in the cheongsam. "Miss Ling, if your birthday is on the 27th, then you are indeed already 42 years old now." So he didn't guess wrong, he guessed it right. Everyone in the booth originally thought Lin Yi would definitely fail this time. After all, the woman in the cheongsam had already taken out her ID to prove it, but unexpectedly, Lin Yi still guessed correctly. Even the person involved herself didn't react in time. When she saw the date on her phone, a faint bitter smile immediately appeared on her face. "So it's already the 27th. Come to think of it, I really am 42 years old now. Another year older. Little brother, you actually guessed it right again. I'm impressed." After saying that, the woman in the cheongsam wanted to scan Lin Yi's code to transfer money, but Lin Yi shook his head and refused. "Today is your birthday. How could I accept your money? Just consider it my gift to you. One thing is one thing, as we agreed beforehand, you must accept it. The woman in the cheongsam looked resolute. If you don't accept it, that means you look down on me. Besides, do you think I would care about this little bit of money? As soon as she finished speaking, another woman nearby laughed and said, "That's right, this sister here is the wealthiest among us, with assets worth billions. She owns all the shops on this entire street." Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Lin Yi's face. Although he had learned from Hu Dai that there were quite a few wealthy women here, he hadn't expected someone with a net worth of billions. In the end, he still accepted the transfer from the woman in the cheongsam. But the amount was unexpected. The previous ones were all 1,888 yuan, but this one directly transferred 8,888 yuan. Seeing the transaction details, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot. "It seems like you transferred a bit too much." "Not too much, just consider it a tip for you. Your magic tonight was very impressive. I really liked it," the woman in the cheongsam said with a smile. "Then thank you, sister. By the way, since it's your birthday today, I should give you a gift." As Lin Yi spoke, a hint of amusement flashed in the cheongsam woman's eyes. "So, what birthday gift are you planning to give me?" "Well, it's a birthday, so of course, a birthday cake is a must." "Cake? At this hour of the night, where would a cake come from?" "That's hard to say. How about we make a bet?" "Within 5 minutes, a cake will appear right in front of you," Lin Yi said confidently. The people in the booth immediately became interested upon hearing this, curious about where Lin Yi's confidence came from. It was already midnight, and the only places likely still open nearby were bars and a few convenience stores, none of which would have cakes. While they were still doubting Lin Yi's words, his gaze had already started scanning the surroundings. Just past midnight meant the daily activation of the always win a bet ability from the fate cards was now in effect again. As long as he made a bet, the outcome would inevitably come true in some way. Wanting a birthday cake in itself is not too far-fetched, the key lies in how it will appear. Lin Yi grew more confident the longer he observed, and a faint smile suddenly curved at the corner of his lips. The next second, he stepped toward a booth not far away. "Thank you." As he approached, he noticed a group of teenage girls sitting inside, laughing and playing around. On the table were not only drinks, beverages, and snacks but also a beautifully packaged large cake. Judging by the amount of alcohol, they had likely just met the booth's minimum spending requirement, possibly pooling their money together. When Lin Yi walked up to them, the girls stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. Lin Yi spoke first. "Ladies, whose birthday is it?" As soon as the words were spoken, a girl sitting on the outermost side hurriedly pointed to a quiet-looking girl next to her. It's her birthday today." "I see." Lin Yi nodded and turned his gaze to the quiet girl. "Happy birthday to you." The quiet girl seemed a bit shy and replied, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Next, may I perform a little magic trick for you?" Lin Yi said with a faint smile on his face. The quiet girl was visibly flattered. "Really? Of course, let me think. What kind of magic trick would be good to perform?" Lin Yi pretended to think seriously. "Got it. Is there something you've been wanting to buy recently?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then replied, I want to buy a GoPro 13. An action camera, right? Yes, I'm planning to go skiing the month after next and want to record it." The girl nodded. "Alright, then open your phone and let me see the camera you've chosen." Although she didn't understand what Lin Yi was up to, the girl still complied. After seeing the product page, Lin Yi nodded. "I understand. Next I will use magic to help you fulfill this wish." As soon as the words were spoken, the girls in the booth immediately showed skeptical expressions. "You're not really planning to conjure up a camera, are you? Do you think I can't do it?" Lin Yi still wore a faint smile, full of confidence. The girls shook their heads repeatedly. "Alright, I'll show you right now." Before the words had even faded, a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's right hand. In front of everyone, he used the handkerchief to cover the cake on the table. Seeing this scene, the girls became even more curious. At this moment, Lin Yi pointed at the birthday girl and said, "Come on, make a wish. As long as you make a wish now, it will definitely come true." After speaking, he extended a finger and gently placed it on the cake. Everyone was astonished to see a flame-like glow appear at his fingertip. "Blow it out, and a miracle will happen." With a hint of doubt and a mix of nervousness, the girl slowly approached the cake and closed her eyes. After opening her eyes, she gently blew a breath onto her fingertips. In the next second, the light on Lin Yi's fingertips instantly went out. As soon as the light extinguished, he immediately removed the cloth covering the cake. The moment the cloth was taken away, the faces of several young girls in the booth instantly showed expressions of disbelief. Because the cake that was just on the table has now quietly disappeared, replaced by a stack of brand new, fresh red 100 yuan bills. These bills add up to about 3,000 yuan, just enough to buy the latest model of the GoPro 13. Amid the shocked gazes of several girls, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "Looks like my magic isn't skilled enough to conjure up a camera, but you can take this money and buy one yourselves." "Alright, my magic show ends here. Additionally, I'll cover the expenses for your table as a small gesture of goodwill. Lastly, I wish you all a fun and enjoyable time. See you next time." As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yi turned around around and left with the napkin in hand. It was only after he had walked away that the young girls in the booth slowly came to their senses. As for the cake that had disappeared from the table, they no longer cared about it. After all, that piece of cake was worth at most a little over 100 yuan, but in exchange, they received a full 3,000 yuan. Even their table fees were paid by Lin Yi. What reason did they have to fuss over the cake? When Lin Yi returned to the booth where the group of older women was seated, including the woman in the cheongsam, several of them cast curious glances his way. "Little brother, where did you go just now? I thought you disliked our age and went off to find younger girls. The elder sisters are overthinking it. I was just looking for a birthday cake." Lin Yi, standing beside the booth, answered with a smile. "Did you find it?" The woman in the cheongsam glanced at his hands and asked with a hint of doubt. "It doesn't matter if I can't find it." Lin Yi didn't answer directly but instead took out his phone to check the time. "Just in time. What is just right?" "The timing is just right. I said earlier that there would definitely be a birthday cake within 5 minutes, and now it's only been a little over 4 minutes. That beautiful lady, are you ready to receive your birthday cake?" As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the people in the booth immediately perked up, their eyes darting around as if searching for the birthday cake he mentioned. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly cleared a spot on the table and casually spread out the handkerchief from earlier. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. The next moment, Lin Yi swiftly pinched the center of the handkerchief and abruptly lifted it. As soon as the handkerchief was removed, a beautifully packaged cake magically appeared on the table. The instant the cake appeared, everyone in the booth widened their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. The birthday woman in the cheongsam had a look of surprise and delight shining in her eyes. While everyone was still immersed in the stunning performance of Lin Yi conjuring a cake with his bare hands, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "This beautiful lady, since you are the birthday star today, why don't you personally open this cake?" As soon as the words fell, the group finally came to their senses, occasionally looking at the cake on the table and then at Lin Yi. TSK, what a surprise. I didn't expect you actually conjured up a cake. That's incredible. I didn't even blink just now. How did he manage to conjure it? This is the most amazing magic performance of the night. Sisterling, I'm a bit jealous. Why isn't it my birthday? Having such a handsome guy perform magic up close and even conjure up a cake, Sisterling's birthday this time is truly so much fun. Birthday girl, stop spacing out and quickly open the cake. Yes, hurry and open it. You didn't even mention it was your birthday today. If you'd told us earlier, we would have prepared the cake long ago. Several women praised Lin Yi's magic while urging the woman in the cheongsam to unwrap the cake. Under everyone's urging, she quickly unwrapped the cake, revealing a delicate cake. In addition to the cake, there were 2 number candles, exactly 18. When the 18 candles were lit, the smile on her face was almost uncontrollable, and a hint of emotion flickered in her eyes. The next moment, she looked sincerely at Lin Yi. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable birthday experience. I haven't celebrated my birthday in many years, nor have I had a birthday cake. Today, I am truly happy." After saying this, she took out an exquisite business card from her bag and handed it to Lin Yi. "If you ever run into any trouble in Jinghai, feel free to call me. I, Shin Cooling, still have some connections and resources here in Jinghai." Lin Yi glanced at the business card handed over by the woman in the cheongsam, took a quick look, and then put it away. "You're welcome. You're a guest here, and making you happy is my duty. If there's nothing else, I need to prepare for the next magic trick." Just as Lin Yi was about to get up and leave, Shin Cooling suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment, did you forget something?" As she spoke, she pointed to her phone. Seeing the phone, Lin Yi then remembered the bet they had made earlier. "Sorry, I almost forgot. But just now, your phones must have already received the message. Now let's start betting. I bet the next person to receive the message will be this lady." Lin Yi's finger pointed to the curly-haired woman who appeared to be the youngest among them. This curly-haired woman seemed to be in her early 30s, with fair skin, no wrinkles on her face, and an extraordinary demeanor. However, when Lin Yi pointed at her, she shook her head. "Oh, impossible, this is my personal number. Only my family would call me on it. They usually wouldn't contact me after 11:30, and now it's already past midnight. They would have been asleep long ago." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone chimed with a message notification. Everyone in the booth turned to look at her phone, and she herself seemed a bit bewildered. "What's going on? Someone's really messaging you at this time? Who is it, looking for you at this hour?" This little handsome guy guessed it right again. The little handsome guy is truly amazing. Looks like you'll have to pick up the tab today. Stunned for a moment, the woman quickly unlocked her phone to check the message. After reading it, a faint bitter smile appeared on her face. "It's from 10086, reminding me that my phone balance is insufficient." Hearing her say this, everyone exchanged glances. Although the message wasn't sent by a person, it was still considered receiving a message, so naturally, Lin Yi won. The curly-haired woman didn't make any excuses and immediately transferred 10,000 to Lin Yi. After completing the transfer, she curiously asked, "Little brother, do you know how to tell fortunes? How can you guess so accurately every time?" As soon as she asked this question, the others in the booth also cast curious glances. Yeah, it can't all just be luck, right? Faced with everyone's curiosity, Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. I do know a little, but I'm not a professional. Really? I didn't expect you to be so versatile. Can you give me a reading? Don't worry, I won't let you do it for free. I'll pay you for it, the curly-haired woman said enthusiastically. Do one for us too. If it's accurate, we'll pay you as well. Others also expressed interest one after another. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lin Yi glanced at the time and nodded in agreement. Alright, since all of you sisters are being so generous, I'll give each of you a divination. However, your questions can't be too specific. I can only tell you whether the result is yes or no. Then I'll go first. The curly-haired woman thought for a moment and posed her question. I have a project on hand, with significant profits but also considerable risks. I want to know whether I should take on this project. After listening to her, Lin Yi casually took out a fairy silver coin, tossed it high into the air, caught it with one hand, and glanced at the coin's sides. Seeing the reverse side, he shook his head at the curly-haired woman. I don't recommend you do this project. If you do, you'll definitely lose money. Of course, you don't have to believe me. Alright, I'll listen to you. I won't do this project. Honestly, I was feeling a bit uncertain about it myself. The curly-haired woman immediately gave up on the investment plan and even transferred a divination fee to Lin Yi. Seeing this, others also began to raise their own questions. Each time, Lin Yi used a fairy silver coin to provide an answer. Some asked about business, some about health, and others about relationships. For every question, he gave a firm response. With his previous performance, everyone chose to trust Lin Yi. The other party got the answers they wanted, while Lin Yi received their rewards. After making the rounds, Lin Yi's balance increased by over 10,000. After bidding farewell to the group of wealthy ladies, he was invited over by several other tables. In succession, time slipped away in this atmosphere, and soon it was nearing 1 a.m. He only needed to perform one final exit magic trick to perfectly conclude today's task. When the MC called his name, everyone in the bar instinctively paused what they were doing, their gazes all turning toward the small central stage. The previously booming music gradually came to a halt. As soon as Lin Yi stepped onto the stage and merely took off his hat, the bar erupted into enthusiastic applause. Thank you, ladies, for your applause, and thank you for enjoying my magic tricks. Next, I will present to you the final small magic trick of the day here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi seemed to remember something and turned to look at the mirror behind him. This mirror is still here. To prevent that mirror duplicate from jumping out to ambush me, I'd better cover it up first. After speaking, he casually picked up a piece of black cloth from the nearby table and covered the entire dressing mirror. Once the mirror was completely covered, he let out a long sigh of relief, looking visibly relaxed. Everyone, seeing his exaggerated expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, now I can perform my magic tricks with peace of mind. Next, I will perform the flying card trick. As soon as he finished speaking, a deck of cards appeared out of thin air in his hand. I can manipulate this deck of cards at will and make them fly. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the bar immediately showed disappointed expressions. Clearly, this magic trick failed to meet their expectations. After all, the previous two tricks were so stunning that this one seemed rather dull in comparison. However, the situation quickly changed. Especially among Lin Yi's audience, more and more people began to show expressions of terror. At first, it was only a few, but as Lin Yi continued his narration, more people displayed looks of fear, with some even instinctively covering their mouths. Following their gaze, one could see a chilling scene unfolding in the mirror not far behind Lin Yi, which was covered by a black cloth. Without anyone touching it, the black cloth began to move on its own. Then, a human face slowly emerged above the mirror, gradually pressing out of the mirror's surface and lifting the black cloth. Before long, a head clearly appeared under the black cloth. The head pressed against the cloth, emerging from the mirror. Those with weaker nerves couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and their cries quickly alerted more people. Hu Dai and her companions sitting in the booth, the woman wearing sunglasses from earlier, and the guests who had just interacted with Lin Yi all noticed the strange occurrence in the mirror. The next second, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. A figure suddenly burst completely out of the mirror. The black cloth draped over him, making him look like a ghost. His hand seemed to be tightly gripping a dagger. The moment he rushed out of the mirror, he lunged directly at Lin Yi. The people in the bar instantly forgot that Lin Yi was performing magic on stage and shouted warnings. Watch out! There's danger behind you. Move! Get out of the way! Lin Yi on stage finally reacted. What's behind me? He turned to look, only to see the figure wrapped in the black cloth already raising the dagger, mere inches away, and without hesitation, plunging it fiercely into his chest. The gleaming dagger sank deep into his body. Lin Yi's face was full of shock as he looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest. His body swayed unsteadily and slowly fell to the ground. After collapsing, he struggled to lift his right hand, pointing at the attacker wrapped entirely in black cloth. Shortly after, his head tilted to the side, completely losing any signs of life. As soon as Lin Yi stopped moving, the figure draped in black cloth suddenly tore off the fabric covering their entire body, revealing a white mask identical to Lin Ye's. The bar instantly erupted in waves of exclamations. What is going on? Is this magic or reality? Was the magician just killed? Isn't that too scary? Can this still be considered magic? I feel like my brain is about to short-circuit. A person suddenly appeared in the mirror, and that person even killed the magician. So, was it the mirror duplicate who killed the original? Is this a real murder case, or just part of his magic performance? I can hardly tell anymore. Should we call the police? I keep feeling like he might really be dead. No way, could someone actually die performing a magic trick? Of course, not everyone was scared. Some believed they had already seen through everything. Don't rush to call the police just yet. I have a feeling there's a twist coming. If this is magic, I would call this performance the best of the show. That's right, the person who came out later must be fake. He was wearing a mask, probably a stand-in. Exactly, that mirror must have a mechanism, with a stand-in actor hidden inside. This is all just a play, don't take it too seriously. Or what? Are you saying a clone really crawled out of the mirror and killed the original? This isn't sorcery, it's a magic trick. I saw through it long ago. However, the next scene made their expressions change drastically. The masked man who had just emerged from the black cloth suddenly tore off the mask on his face. The moment the mask was removed, Lin Ye's handsome face was revealed. Seeing this face, the entire audience instantly fell silent, especially those who had just thought the masked man was a stand-in. At this moment, their minds could hardly process what was happening. Unconsciously, they turned their gaze to Lin Yi, who was lying on the ground. Two identical Lin Yes, making it impossible to tell who was real and who was fake. Even their clothes were exactly the same. This unbelievable scene not only shocked everyone but also sent chills down their spines. At this moment, the living Lin Yi spoke. He lowered his head, staring at the corpse on the ground, and said grimly, Finally, the day has come. After being your reflection for so many years, today it's my turn to be the protagonist. You can leave in peace. I will live well on your behalf. These words once again caused everyone's expressions at the scene to change drastically. At this moment, they already believed that the person standing on the stage was the so-called mirror duplicate. But just then, Lin Yi, who was originally thought to be dead on the ground, suddenly stood up. Without a second thought, he pulled out the dagger embedded in his chest and thrust it fiercely at the mirror image, snarling, "Damn it, it's you!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the dagger plunged into the mirror image's chest. This sudden turn of events once again left everyone in the bar dumbfounded, especially when they saw two identical Lin Yes stabbing each other on the stage. What on earth is going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with such confusion at this moment. At this time, the customers in the bar had no mind to pay attention to anything else, their eyes fixed on the stage. Shock, bewilderment, panic, and other emotions intertwined and flickered in their eyes. It could be said that the scene unfolding on the stage was completely beyond their expectations. At this moment, the two Lin Yes started fighting again. The stabbed mirror image seemed uninjured. The next second, one of them suddenly conjured a rapier in his hand, and the other, unwilling to be outdone, also produced a rapier. The two Lin Yes began a sword fight on the stage. After exchanging blows for a while, one of them fiercely pierced the other's body with the blade of the sword. Lin Yi, who was pierced by the sword, staggered backward repeatedly, soon retreating to the edge of the mirror. Seizing the opportunity, the uninjured Lin Yi suddenly grabbed the other's neck and pressed him toward the mirror. "Get in there!" Seeing this scene, the audience's hearts were in their throats. However, at that moment, the lights in the bar suddenly went out. In an instant, the entire bar was plunged into darkness. The darkness didn't last long. In less than 2 seconds, the lights came back on. As the lights came on, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the stage. When they saw the scene on the stage clearly, they once again showed expressions of shock. At this moment, there was no one on the stage. The two Lin Yes, who had just been at each other's throats, had both disappeared. All that remained was a solitary dressing mirror standing alone in the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, this originally ordinary dressing mirror now exuded a hint of eeriness. Suddenly, the mirror slightly trembled without anyone touching it. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds came from the surface of the mirror. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, cracks began to appear on the mirror's surface, spreading rapidly and covering the entire mirror. The massive dressing mirror instantly shattered into pieces, with shards of glass scattering all over the ground. At the same time as these fragments hit the ground, a white mask also slid out from the mirror. At this moment, the spacious bar once again fell into a deathly silence, and everyone seemed frozen in place as if under a spell. The next second, Lin Ye's cold and eerie voice suddenly came from the speakers on both sides of the stage. "I will be back." This sudden remark sent chills down everyone's spine. A faint, bone-chilling atmosphere of terror quickly spread throughout the bar. Amid the awkward silence as everyone exchanged uneasy glances, cheerful music began to play again in the bar. Accompanied by the lively melody, a figure slowly emerged from the side of the stage, walked straight to the white mask on the ground, and bent down to pick it up. Beautiful ladies, today's magic show has come to an end. Thank you all for watching. If the performance just now scared anyone, I sincerely apologize to you here. Everything on stage is purely an act. it. Please don't take it seriously and believe in science. Thank you all. As the words fell, Lin Yi, dressed in a black suit, slowly removed the top hat from his head and bowed deeply to the audience. At the same time, he took out the dagger and rapier he had used in the performance and gently poked his own hand. The dagger quickly retracted the moment it touched, and the rapier reacted the same way. It was only at this moment that everyone in the bar seemed to wake up from a dream. In an instant, the bar erupted with enthusiastic applause, and the people who had been immersed in the terrifying atmosphere moments ago now showed excited expressions on their faces. Haha, I told you, how could something like that really happen? It must have all been magic effects, so the props were all fake. I was really fooled by him and almost called the police out of fear. Me too, I was scared to death just now. Honestly, this magician's acting is absolutely incredible. I've seen quite a few magic shows, but this kind of performance with a storyline is the first time for me. It's really interesting and absolutely amazing. If he hadn't said it was all fake, I wouldn't dare sleep tonight and would have to cover the mirror with something. But speaking of which, even if the props are fake, how do you explain that mirror person just now? He clearly looked exactly like the magician. That's special effects makeup, don't you get it? Plus, the stage lighting was so dim. Haven't you seen those makeup bloggers who can look exactly like someone after putting on makeup? Maybe it's twins. Although I don't understand the specific principle, this final magic trick really surprised me so much. I feel like I'd be letting him down if I didn't spend more money to support his amazing performance. He's the most incredible magician I've ever seen. I'll definitely come again tomorrow. This magic is just like real magic. It's incredible. At this moment, everyone had long forgotten the earlier terror, their hearts filled with admiration for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the woman wearing sunglasses sitting in the booth also showed an extremely excited expression on her face. At this moment, she was no different from the other customers, her heart filled with astonishment. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. I can't even tell if what he just performed was actually magic. Jason's magic is simply child's play compared to his, and these all seem to be original tricks. If he came up with them himself, then he is absolutely a top-tier magic genius. Talents like him are exactly what we need at Magic Mirror. As long as we package and promote him well, he is bound to become a rising star. After saying this, the woman in sunglasses turned to the female assistant who was clapping nearby, her tone full of anticipation. Monica, sis, what's wrong? The female assistant immediately reacted and asked hurriedly, go and get that magician's contact information, give him my business card, and let him know I want to talk to him privately. Set the time for tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. As she spoke, the woman in sunglasses took out a business card from her pocket. The female assistant, holding the business card, suddenly asked, what if he doesn't want to see you? Just tell him my identity, he'll definitely want to see me, the woman in sunglasses said confidently. Alright, I'll go right away. With that, the female assistant got up and walked in Lin Yi's direction. At this moment, Lin Yi was already surrounded by a group of enthusiastic female customers. Some were asking for his contact information, some were giving him gifts, and others were simply taking the opportunity to flirt. Lin Yi could only deal with them helplessly. After quite a while, he finally managed to send these passionate customers away one by one. He casually touched his face and realized his palm was covered in lipstick marks. Just as he was smiling wryly in resignation, a wet wipe was handed to him. Accompanying the wet wipe was Hudai's slightly teasing voice. Looks like you're becoming more and more popular now. Lin Yi took the wet wipe, wiped his face, and said with a bitter smile, being too popular doesn't seem to be such a good thing. You'll get used to this kind of life very soon. Oh, here, take this, Hudai said as she handed over a box. Lin Yi saw the box and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Turns out it was a brand new phone box, and it looked like the latest model of the Fruit brand phone. Consider it an employee benefit from me. Your phone is too old. Yesterday, I saw you struggling for ages just to open the Green Bubble app. While shopping during the day today, I bought you a new one. Hearing Hudai's words, Lin Yi glanced at his own 100 yuan phone, which had been given as a freebie when he signed up for a phone plan upon entering school. Then thank you, sis. I'll take this phone. When you get back, get a new SIM card. Use that number to add them if they want your contact info, or else you can forget about having peace in the future. As she spoke, Hudai casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Alright, it's getting late. Head back early and stay safe on the way. Okay, I was just about to head back too. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something. His expression turned serious as he looked earnestly at Hudai. Sis, have you had any doubts recently, or is there something you need to make a decision about? Something I'm confused about? Let me think. It seems there is one thing, but it's something I have to decide on my own. No one else can help me. Not necessarily, tell me first. Hudai first smiled, but in the blink of an eye, the smile disappeared. My sister is about to undergo a minor surgery. I want to know if I can safely get off the operating table. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yi's expression instantly froze. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a fairy silver coin, tossed it high in front of Hudai, and then caught it in one swift motion. Looking at the coin, his gaze suddenly subtly shifted. However, the next second, a smile returned to his face. Don't worry, sis. This time you'll definitely complete the surgery successfully. What I say is always accurate. If you don't believe me, go ask the customers over there. Hudai smiled upon hearing this. Alright, then I believe you. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yi turned and walked toward the bar's exit. The moment he turned, the smile on his face disappeared, because when the silver coin landed just now, it was tails up. The fairy silver coin never makes mistakes. Tails up meant that Hudai would not be able to walk off the operating table. In other words, this surgery would claim her life. Although Lin Yi had only known Hudai for 2 days, he could deeply feel the care this big sister had shown him. What kind of illness does she have to require such a dangerous surgery? Hopefully, the day of the surgery won't come too soon. Lin Yi, feeling conflicted, had just reached the entrance of the bar when a slightly chubby girl wearing large black-framed glasses hurried over. Please wait a moment. Our boss wants to meet you. This is her business card. The girl blocked Lin Yi's path and quickly handed over a business card. Your boss wants to see me? Yes, she hopes to meet with you alone at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yi took the business card with a puzzled expression. When he saw the name on the card, his expression subtly changed. Magic Mirror Space? Is that the famous performance company? Yes, our Magic Mirror Time is one of the top 3 performance companies in Manhwa, and my boss is none other than Ms. Yao Shuiying, the general manager and chief performance planner of Magic Mirror Time. You must have heard of her name, right? I've heard of her. She's the female CEO who was exposed on Dueling for allegedly puying her artists for a long time. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, No, that's all online rumors. The media doesn't understand the truth at all. Sister Shuiying is nothing like what they say. Oh, I see. But I have something to do tomorrow at 2 p.m., so I might not be able to meet her. Also, I'm already off work now. Sorry. I'll take your business card. Let's arrange another time when we're free, Lin Yi said before heading straight out of the bar. The slightly chubby girl saw this and hurried back to the woman in sunglasses. The woman in sunglasses, holding a glass of wine, calmly spoke while sipping her drink. He agreed, right? Where are you meeting tomorrow? He refused. What? The woman in sunglasses immediately lost her composure. He actually dared to reject me. Didn't you tell him who I am? I did, but he said he doesn't have time tomorrow, the slightly chubby girl said awkwardly. This is the first time someone has dared to reject me. Go investigate his background, and preferably find out where he lives. If he doesn't want to meet me, I insist on meeting him. Okay, sis. If we can win him over, we can replace Jason in this High Tian miracle performance. By then, I want Jason to understand that if I can make him famous, I can certainly make others famous too. After leaving the bar, Lin Yu was about to hail a cab in the nearby street when he suddenly saw a few intoxicated young women carrying a girl and staggering off to the side. The girl had red hair, a cute little backpack on her back, and a small bear hanging from the bottom of the bag. Seeing that little bear, Lin Yi instantly recognized the girl's identity. It's her? What happened to her? Is she drunk? The her he referred to was none other than Song Bauer, who had voluntarily gone on stage tonight to let him perform the levitation trick. Just as Lin Yi was staring intently at Song Bauer's back, a group of people suddenly rushed out from a nearby alley. This group of menacing thugs brandished clubs and machetes. The moment they appeared, they surrounded Song Bauer and her crew of rebellious girls. Instantly, the girls' faces went pale, panic written all over them. At that moment, a burly man wielding a club barked harshly. Let this woman go, and you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as the words fell, the spirited young women looked at each other, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. But they did not loosen their grip. Instead, they became even more resolute in protecting Song Bauer in the middle. Can't let go, she's our boss, no one can touch her. A girl with dreadlocks and tattoos all over her arms shouted fiercely. As soon as she finished speaking, the burly leader slapped her. The dreadlocked girl was knocked to the ground on the spot, her whole body limp and powerless. Where did this little punk come from? Get lost quickly, we're not joking with you. Watch out, or I'll slash your face with a knife. Seeing their companion being hit, the other spirited girls instantly burned with anger. I'll fight to the death. But how could they stand a chance against this group of burly men? Soon, another girl was punched in the stomach and collapsed to the ground in pain. At this moment, they were like a flock of sheep facing a pack of vicious wolves. Yet they still did not give up on protecting Song Bauer. Seeing this, the burly leader sneered and said, Didn't expect you little punks to be so loyal. Since you won't let her go, don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, teach them a harsh lesson. Just as the burly men were about to make a move, a somewhat familiar voice came from the side. A group of grown men bullying a bunch of little girls, how shameless. Hearing this, the burly men immediately looked in the direction of the voice. With just one glance, they saw that familiar figure. It was the masked man who had almost blinded them with his light last night. Seeing the masked man, the burly man involuntarily shivered, as if the events of last night replayed in his mind. But when he thought about the dozen people he had brought with him today, he regained his courage. It's you again, kid. good. Yesterday you ruined our plans, and today you still dare to show up. Today, we won't fall for your tricks again. As he spoke, he took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on, while reminding his subordinates to wear their sunglasses as well. Let's see how you dazzle my eyes today, the burly man said fiercely. On the other side, Lin Yi, wearing a mask, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. With this, I really can't look directly into your eyes, but today, other parts of you are going to suffer. Where should I hit you? Let me think, where's the best place? Oh right, your faces. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi made a slapping motion in the air toward the group. In the next instant, the burly thug closest to him felt a tremendous force slam into his face, sending him flying sideways. When he hit the ground, several bloody teeth spilled from his mouth. The other gang members stared in confusion, unable to comprehend how the burly man had been sent flying for no reason. At that moment, Lin Yi strode towards them, slapping the air with each step, and with every invisible slap, another thug was sent hurtling through the air. Clap, clap, clap. By the time he walked up to the group, they were all sprawled on the ground, their faces swollen like pig heads. They whimpered as they retreated, their eyes filled with fear of Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, the masked Lin Yi smiled faintly. Next time, remember to protect your face better. Get lost, or I'll have to hit you again. After saying this, he raised his hand. Those people, startled into a reflexive reaction, scrambled to their feet, turned around, and bolted, disappearing from sight in an instant. After they left, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the drunken Song Bauer and the few spirited young girls surrounding her. Seeing that they were struggling a bit, he extended his right hand directly. Hand her over to me. Over 10 minutes later, Lin Yi carried Song Bauer on his back to a nearby hotel. Take good care of her and don't let her leave the hotel for now, understood? Hearing this, the group of spirited young women nodded repeatedly, their eyes showing a hint of admiration. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi turned and left the hotel, hailing a cab to head back to his rental apartment. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, he first took out his phone and sent a message to Hu Dai, letting her know he was already home. Then, he opened the system interface. It was already past midnight, and the daily sign-in, daily tasks, and the mysterious shop should have refreshed. He was filled with anticipation, eager to find out what new spell he might draw today and what magical items might appear in the mysterious shop. Today marks the 4th day since Lin Yi acquired the system. As usual, the system's reward of 10 magic points has already been automatically credited, and his magic limit has increased from 30 points to 40 points. In addition, the 4th day's sign-in treasure chest has also lit up. Considering that he was still in the taxi, he did not immediately claim the treasure chest but instead turned his attention to the mysterious shop. Opening the mysterious shop, 3 items came into view. 3 items again today. It seems that yesterday's situation with only 1 item was just an exception, he muttered to himself, then shifted his focus to the 3 items. Master level magic undead canopy. Upon use, you can learn the master level magic undead canopy, which, when activated, summons an undead catastrophe. Price, 1 million magic coins. Eye of Agamotto epic artifact, one of the Supreme Sorcerer's treasures, possessing the powerful ability to glimpse into the past and future. Price, 50 million magic coins. What on earth is going on? Special offered LeBlanc's secret magic staff, incomplete, the exclusive magical item of the renowned sorceress LeBlanc, sealed with powerful mirror magic inside. Though incomplete, it can still unleash part of LeBlanc's abilities. I don't need advice, I can provide an outsider's perspective myself. Price, 500 magic coins. Seeing these 3 items, Lin Yi understood clearly that the first 2 were merely for display, meant for him to look at. One priced at 1 million magic coins, the other as high as 50 million magic coins. Who could afford such prices? What exactly is this Eye of Agamotto? How can it be so expensive? If it only observes the past and future, the price definitely shouldn't be this high. It can't possibly reverse time, can it? As for that undead canopy, I wouldn't buy it even if I had the money. Eliminating the first 2 items, his gaze locked onto the last one. Without a doubt, this was the thing he had to figure out a way to acquire tonight. Although the price of 500 was a bit steep, he had earned quite a bit in tips at the Black Rose Bar tonight, so completing today's daily task wouldn't be an issue. What exactly is today's daily task? As he spoke, he closed the mysterious shop and opened the task interface. The next second, a new daily task appeared before him. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, in addition to mastering extensive magical knowledge, you also need to possess a brave heart. Use magic to defeat at least 15 monsters or bandits from the evil faction. Task rewards: 300 magic coins, noble swordsmanship. Task completion progress, 13/15. Looking at the task details, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. Monsters? Bandits? This is the real world. Where am I supposed to find monsters and bandits? This task is simply making things difficult for me. Wait, what's going on with the task progress now? Staring at the 13/15 below, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly recalled the unidentified group who had attempted to kidnap Song Bauer not long ago. He remembered that there were exactly 13 of them. Looks like the system considers them as bandits. What a pity. If there were 2 more of them, my task task would be completed. Should I go back now and teach them another lesson? He dismissed the thought as soon as it arose. First, the system might not acknowledge it, and second, those people had probably run off to who knows where and definitely wouldn't be waiting for him in the same spot. That's right, those guys tried to kidnap Song Bauer yesterday, and they came again today, which means Song Bauer is very important to them. As long as I can ask Song Bauer who has their eyes on her, maybe I can find those people, give them a beating, and complete the task. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded slightly, and Song Bauer's figure appeared in his mind. Speaking of which, what exactly is her identity? Why does someone want to kidnap her every day? I'll have to ask her properly tomorrow during the day. Just as he was pondering, the taxi had already arrived at the entrance of the residential complex where he rented. After getting out of the car, he went straight home. It was already past 3 in the morning, and considering that his roommates might have already gone to bed, he moved cautiously, afraid of making any noise. As he passed by Qin Yushua's door, he could still hear voices coming from inside, clearly indicating that Qin Yushua hadn't finished her livestream. When he reached his own door, he was surprised to see a plastic bag hanging on the doorknob. Inside the bag was a cup of iced milk tea and a hot snack, obviously prepared especially for him by Qin Yushua. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Looks like I've met a kind-hearted person. He took off the plastic bag, opened the door, and walked inside. As soon as he entered the house, Black and Brian eagerly jumped off him. He casually locked the door, turned on the light, took off his clothes, and headed straight into the bathroom. Although he could use a cleaning spell to remove the dirt from his body, he still preferred taking a bath, because taking a bath not only washes away dirt but also relieves fatigue. While bathing, he didn't forget to cast a cleaning spell on his dirty clothes. In an instant, the previously dirty and messy clothes became clean and tidy, as if they had been professionally cleaned at a laundry. Afterward, he cast Mage Hand to automatically hang the clothes on the rack, completing the action in one smooth motion. Even he couldn't help but sigh, magic is truly convenient. After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, he comfortably lay back on the bed. It wasn't very convenient to check in while in the taxi, but now that he's home, he naturally had to claim today's check-in reward. Opening the daily check-in on the system interface, he casually clicked on the reward for the 4th day. The next second, the originally flickering gift pack suddenly dimmed, and at the same time, a white light flew into the system backpack. Ding! Check-in successful. Today's check-in reward has been sent to the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Host. Staring at the white light that flew into the backpack, Lin Yi opened the system backpack without hesitation and immediately took out the gift pack inside. As soon as the gift pack fell into his hands, it turned into a white light and finally condensed into a book. 3 bold characters were prominently written on the book cover: Fire Control. Seeing these 3 characters, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Finally, an offensive spell. So far, Lin Yi had mastered 4 spells: Mage Hand, Illumination, Cleaning, and Comprehend Languages. These spells are all without exception of an auxiliary nature. Only Mage Hand can barely be used for attack, while the rest have no offensive power at all. Of course, he didn't mind this and had no intention of solving problems through combat. The main issue is that these spells aren't flashy enough, completely different from the image of a mage in his mind who manipulates elements like earth, fire, wind, and water in battle. But this time, the Fire Control spell, judging by its name, is entirely different from the previous 4 spells. Therefore, after Lin Yi obtained it, he immediately began learning this spell. In the next instant, a large batch of cultivation memories related to fire control surged into his mind. It's getting more and more interesting. In these memories, he transformed into a seasoned mage who had diligently practiced fire control for decades, mastering it to perfection. However, after he finished receiving these memories, his heart sank halfway, because this fire control technique was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Fire Control Technique, 0th level fire attribute spell. After learning, one can manipulate flames through magic, adjusting their size, shape, temperature, etc. Widely used in alchemy, potion making, and other fields. That's right, this thing can only control fire but cannot create fire out of thin air. It's like some mutants who need to carry a lighter with them to ignite flames. Moreover, this spell is not meant for combat but for assisting in the crafting of potions and magical items. Having this spell is equivalent to carrying a gas stove with you. Lin Yi let out a helpless bitter laugh, then came to terms with it. Controlling fire isn't bad either. At most, I just need to carry a lighter. Lighter, oh, found it. He rummaged through the system backpack for a while and indeed found a lighter. This lighter was stuffed into his hat by a drunk customer at the bar earlier, and it looked quite valuable. Ding! After a crisp and pleasant sound, an orange flame ignited on the lighter. Looking at the flame in front of him, as small as a candlelight, Lin Yi immediately activated the fire control technique. Under his control, the flame detached from the lighter and leaped into the palm of his right hand. With a soft whoosh, the flame, originally the size of a candlelight, instantly surged to half a meter high. As Lin Yi continuously infused magic, the size of the flame kept expanding. Strangely, the flame clearly stayed in the palm of his hand, yet he couldn't feel a trace of heat. With a slight movement of his fingers, the flame turned into a fireball. Another movement, the fireball fireball became a fire sword. Yet another movement, the fire sword transformed into a fiery bird. The fiery bird was vivid and lifelike, flapping its wings continuously in the palm of his hand. The next second, the fiery bird spread its wings and took off, flying around the room, scaring Blake and Brian, who were eating, into running around in panic. To prevent the firebird from igniting the house, he quickly drew it back into his palm. Of course, even if the house were accidentally set on fire, it wouldn't matter, as he could extinguish the flames instantly. After the firebird flew back into his palm, its size rapidly shrank and eventually turned back into a tiny flame. Placing the flame back onto the lighter, Lin Yi closed the lighter's lid again. After this experience, he gained a new understanding of fire control techniques. As the skill description states, apart from not being able to create fire out of thin air, he can manipulate a flame at will. This spell seems to be stronger and cooler than I imagined. Using it for magic performances would definitely attract a lot of attention. Occasionally, I can even pretend to be a fire mage to scare people. By the way, using it to control the heat while cooking is simply unbeatable. Who could possibly understand heat control better than me? Frying an egg, making a pancake, the pan will never burn again, and grilling skewers will definitely reach perfection. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt that the practicality of fire control techniques was extremely high. Now there's only the daily task left unfinished. Tomorrow during the day, I'll contact Song Bauer and ask about those people, what's going on with them and where they can be found. After making up his mind, he set his phone aside, instructed Blake and Brian not to disturb his rest, and then fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was due to becoming a magician, but his mental state was excellent. Even if he only slept 5 or 6 hours at night, he wouldn't feel tired the next day. Early in the morning, he got up and headed to school. 2 days after the military training ended, they finally started formal classes. The schedule for the first day wasn't tight. There was only one early morning class at 8, and after that, there were no other courses. Normally, Lin Yi should have gone back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep like his 3 roommates, but he received a message right after class. Good morning, brother. He didn't even need to look at the nickname to know who sent this message. Thinking about the daily task he needed to complete today, Lin Yi immediately replied with a message. Are you up? If you're up, can I come over to find you now? As soon as the message was sent, Song Bauer, who was still lying in bed at the hotel, suddenly sat up. Her small face was filled with nervousness. Why is he coming to see me? Is he worried and wants to check on me? What should I do? Should I meet him or not? I haven't washed my face, brushed my teeth, or put on makeup. I didn't even shower last night. If he sees me like this, will he think I'm super sloppy? This is a disaster, a total disaster. Should I just turn him down? I don't want him to come see me at all. He has nothing to do with me. Muttering to herself, Song Bauer quickly opened the chat interface with Lin Yi. While thinking about rejecting him, her fingers typed out a different message. Sure, along with an incredibly cute emoji. After sending it, she directly tossed her phone aside and rushed into the bathroom. In the process, she accidentally stepped on a quirky girl lying on the floor. All of you, get out of my room right now. Nobody stays here later. Also, go buy me an eyeliner, an eyebrow pencil, a lipstick, and a cute hair clip. Hearing Song Bauer's words, the quirky girls lying on the floor and the sofa immediately looked full of reluctance. Boss, we haven't even had enough sleep and you're already asking us to help with work? Yeah, I'm still starving. Just as they finished complaining, Song Bauer boldly said, this afternoon, tonight I'll treat you all to hot pot, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to an internet cafe. Plus, everyone gets a cup of milk tea. How about that? As soon as the words were spoken, the previously listless girls immediately perked up. No problem, boss, we're on it. What shade of lipstick? Which eyeliner? Pick whatever you like. Song Bauer said as she pulled a few $100 bills from her small wallet and tossed them to them. All the extra money is yours. Oh, and help me buy a bottle of light and elegant perfume. Okay, no problem, boss. After you finish shopping, find somewhere to hang out on your own. If I don't message you, don't come back. Got it? Got it. Boss, are you going on a blind date? You're imagining things. Oh, I know. It's that magician guy coming to see you. It must be him. Of course not. Song Bauer looked flustered. How could I possibly let him come to see me? Hurry up and leave, or I'll change my mind. Alright, we're leaving. While speaking, that group of lively girls left the room. When only Song Bauer was left in the room, she hurriedly began to wash up and dress. Meanwhile, in the breakfast shop opposite the hotel, 2 men were intently watching the direction of the hotel entrance. When they saw Song Bauer's lively girls walk out of the hotel, they immediately took out their phones and sent a message. After sending it, they headed toward the tea house next door. The 2 of them went up to the 3rd floor of the tea house and headed straight to a private room at the very end. When they reached the door, one of them carefully knocked on it. After a moment, a deep voice came from inside the room. Come in. Hearing the voice, the 2 finally dared to push open the door to the private room. As the private room door slowly opened, a middle-aged man sitting on a solid wood sofa came into view. The man appeared to be in his early 50s, of medium build, with a calm expression devoid of joy or sorrow. However, as he sat there, he exuded an aura of authority without anger. daughter. Beside him, a young woman dressed in a cheongsam knelt, carefully brewing tea for him. Once the tea was ready, the woman in the cheongsam respectfully placed the teacup in front of the middle-aged man. Master Hong, please enjoy your tea. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. You may leave now. Understood, Master Hong. If you need anything, just let me know, the woman replied respectfully. She then stood up and left the private room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. The woman in the cheongsam had just left, and among the two men who had just come upstairs, the tall man hurriedly spoke. Master Hong, Song Tiger's daughter, is currently staying at the hotel across the street. Just now, we saw those little thugs following her out, so there should only be her left in the room now. That's good, Master Hong said coldly. No matter what, we must capture his daughter today. Otherwise, we won't be able to force Song Tiger to comply, and the Wihanu village project will likely be snatched away by him again. Please rest assured, Master Hong. We've made thorough preparations and will definitely succeed in capturing Song Tiger's daughter, the tall man assured with a serious expression. Li Tai said the same thing to me yesterday, and what happened? She escaped time and time again. Don't let me down, Master Hong said as he picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. At that moment, two people suddenly walked out of the small compartment within the private room, dragging a man between them. It was the burly man who had several teeth knocked out by Lin Yi with a slap the previous night. He was now in a pitiful state, his bare upper body covered in scars, and his face swollen like a pig's head from the beating. After being dragged out of the small compartment, he was thrown directly onto the floor in the center of the private room, struggling to breathe and gasping heavily. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two men who had just entered the private room changed drastically, a trace of panic flashing in their eyes. The next moment, they hurriedly assured, Master Hong, please believe us. If we fail to bring Song Tiger's daughter here today, you won't need to lift a finger, we'll cripple ourselves first, then go. But I heard that Song Tiger has assigned an extremely skilled bodyguard to protect his daughter. You need to be careful, Master Hong warned. No matter how skilled he is, he's just one person. We're not useless like Li Tai, the two responded confidently. A minute later, the two left the private room directly. Just as they walked out, Master Hong spoke to the adjacent room, follow them. I still feel a bit uneasy. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a black jacket with a gloomy expression and long hair stepped out of the adjacent room. He said nothing, merely nodded slightly, and then headed out of the private room. A taxi stopped at the hotel entrance, and Lin Yi got out from the back seat. It was he who had brought Song Bauer to this hotel last night, so he was very familiar with the route. Soon, he arrived at Song Bauer's room door, knocked, but heard a series of crackling sounds coming from inside. After a full 2 minutes, the door finally opened. Song Bauer appeared in front of Lin Yi, wearing a cute and innocent little dress, paired with small leather shoes, her makeup sweet and charming. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He instinctively took 2 steps back and glanced at the room number on the door. I didn't go to the wrong room, did I? Brother, what are you looking at? Song Bauer tilted her little head and asked curiously. Nothing, I just feel like you're a bit unfamiliar, so I wondered if I entered the wrong room, Lin Yi said with a smile. Oh, come on, no way. Song Bauer pouted playfully. This is how I usually dress. I only pretended to be like that before to annoy my dad. Really? But your clothes all seem to be new. Stop, stop. Don't say another word. Hurry up and tell me, what exactly do you want from me? Song Bauer tried to hide her embarrassment with anger, placing her hands on her hips. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, why were those people chasing you yesterday and the day before? Do you owe them money? Hearing this, Song Bauer couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just for this? Well, not entirely. I also want to know where they are now. I want to go find them. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Bauer's face immediately lit up with excitement. Brother, you want to help me get revenge, right? Of course. I heard about what happened last night from them. If you hadn't driven them away, I probably would have been captured by them last night. You must be thinking of solving them all at once, defeating them so thoroughly that they won't dare to trouble me again in the future, right? Aha! Faced with Song Bauer's guess, Lin Yi finally nodded. He couldn't possibly say that he went to find those people just to complete the system's monster-killing task. Then, brother, come in. I'll slowly tell you about them. After Lin Yi entered the room, Song Bauer enthusiastically invited him to sit on the bed. The two sat on opposite sides, with a 1-meter distance between them. The thing is, although I don't know exactly who they are, they must have captured me because of my dad. Based on my judgment, they should be Lu Hong's people, because Lu Hong has always had a bad relationship with my dad. Lu Hong? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi vaguely felt he had heard it somewhere before. Yes, Lu Hong. He's the chairman of Hongsheng Group. Do you know that very famous Hongsheng village in Jinghai? Hongsheng village? The one where everyone owns 10 houses on average? Lin Yi asked in surprise. That's right, that one. Lu Hong used to be the biggest thug in Hongsheng village, but later he switched to real estate. With some insider information, his business grew bigger and bigger. My dad is also in real estate, and I heard they're currently competing for a development project. He probably can't win, so he wants to kidnap me to force my dad to compromise, Song Bauer analyzed seriously. How do you know all this? I'm just guessing, I'm not stupid. Besides, I've been through this kind of thing a lot since I was a kid. Kidnappings are almost a regular occurrence for me, so I'm used to it. At this point, Song Bauer suddenly seemed a bit melancholic. If only I didn't have such a dad, I could be like an ordinary child, not having to change schools 4 times a year, not growing up without a single friend, and not losing my mom. Forget it, let's not talk about it. That's just how life is, it can't be changed. After saying this, Song Bauer quickly adjusted her emotions, a smile reappearing on her face. But Lin Yi could still see a faint sadness lingering in her eyes. Just as he was about to comfort her, a knock suddenly came from the door. Hello, room service. Hearing the sound, Song Bauer instinctively prepared to open the door. However, at that moment, a scene suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's mind. 2 men disguised as hotel staff taking advantage of the moment Song Bauer opened the door to knock her out with a drug towel. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi quickly grabbed Song Bauer's hand. Suddenly grabbed by Lin Yi, Song Bauer's face immediately turned red. Brother, you, Shu, the person outside isn't a hotel staff member, Lin Yi said in a low voice. Why isn't the door opening? She should be inside. She must be inside, probably busy with something else right now. A man just went in earlier. Could they be doing something together? Probably not. When the door opens later, I'll grab Song Bauer, and you handle the man. Just use the sedative to knock them both out. Outside the door, 2 men dressed in hotel staff uniforms and pushing carts were whispering softly. They were Lu Hong's subordinates sent to kidnap Song Bauer. Just as they were wondering why Song Bauer was taking so long to open the door, the sound of the door opening suddenly came from inside the room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 immediately prepared to rush in. However, when they pushed the door open and rushed into the room at the fastest speed, they found no one behind the door. Ha! Where is everyone? Before the 2 could react, they suddenly felt something gripping their necks, and then they were lifted high. The next second, under their terrified gaze, the 2 were forcefully slammed together. Bang! With a dull thud, their heads collided violently, and the intense impact left them dizzy and dazed. Immediately afterward, the towel they intended to use to knock out Song Bauer and Lin Yi was pressed against their nose and mouth. In less than 2 seconds, their heads tilted, and they lost consciousness. Just as they fainted, the 2 fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. The daily tasks have been completed, and the rewards have been distributed accordingly. Among them, noble swordsmanship as a knowledge inheritance reward prompted the system to ask, would the host like to receive it immediately? Hearing this prompt, Lin Yi's lips curved into a slight smile, and he secretly felt fortunate. It seems coming to find Song Bauer today was truly a wise decision. Otherwise, this task would have been impossible to complete so easily. He muttered to himself again, there will probably be similar tasks in the future. I hope they won't give up so easily. With that, he chose to receive it without hesitation. He originally thought that noble swordsmanship would be presented in the form of books, like magic, but the reality turned out to be completely different. As soon as he made the decision, a flood of memories instantly surged into his mind. In the memories, he transformed into a noble knight, practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Day after day, year after year, the boy grew into a man. From chopping wooden stakes to slaying monsters, the iron sword in his hand had been swung tens of thousands of times. These memories not only allowed him to master advanced swordsmanship and combat techniques but also deeply ingrained muscle memory. His body underwent changes as well. The muscles in his arms, upper body, and legs were strengthened to varying degrees, and his originally well-proportioned physique became even more robust. His hands became stronger, his legs more agile, and the endurance and explosiveness of his muscles were significantly enhanced. In just 1 or 2 seconds, his previously suboptimal physical condition suddenly surged to the level of an elite athlete, even slightly surpassing it. Feeling the changes in his body and the flood of swordsmanship techniques emerging in his mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. Just as he clenched his fist, sensing the surging power within him, Song Bauer's little head suddenly peeked out from the bathroom. Seeing the 2 people fainted on the ground, her small mouth immediately formed a no shape, her eyes filled with shock. Oh my god, did you kill these 2 people? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. At worst, I'll go home and ask my dad to help you sort it out. He'll definitely be able to handle it. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Impossible, they were just knocked out by the drug they themselves used. I see, these bad guys, coming at this time of all times, what bad luck. Speaking, the furious Song Bauer walked up to the 2 men and gave them a hard kick. Ding! What do we do now, brother? Just leave them like this? Tie them up first and throw them into the bathroom. Lin Yi grabbed a bedsheet, tied up their hands and feet, then bound them face to face together before tossing them into the shower. After tidying up, he turned to look at Song Bauer. You can't stay here. I suggest you go home. As long as you remain outside, they won't give up on kidnapping you. I can't stay with you and protect you all the time either. But I don't want to go home. Song Bauer shook her head and said, besides, why can't you stay by my side and protect me all the time? Because I still have my own matters to handle, Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. Alright then, can you at least have a meal with me, brother? I'll go go home right after. This is my only small request. Alright, it's about mealtime anyway. Let's just grab something nearby. Okay, Song Bao nodded obediently. Then let's go. With that, Lin Yi led Song Bao out of the room. As they walked toward the elevator, at the corner at the end of the hallway, a long-haired man in a black jacket quietly peeked out. He personally watched Lin Yi and Song Bao enter the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, he walked straight to Song Bao's room. Facing the locked door, he took out a small tool, and after a few quick maneuvers, the lock clicked open. Seeing the two people tied up in the shower, he let out a cold snort. As expected, two useless fools. But that person does have some skill, managing to take them down single-handedly. Things just got interesting. After speaking, he left straight away, not taking the elevator but striding quickly toward the stairs. As he hurried downstairs, Lin Yi and Song Bao happened to step out of the elevator. Seeing this, he took the initiative to walk up to the two of them. Under their puzzled gazes, he pulled out a phone from his pocket, encrusted with diamonds and adorned with cute stickers. If you still want your friends to live, don't make a fuss and follow me. Song Bao was still full of confusion just now, but after seeing this phone, her face instantly turned pale. It was the phone of one of her younger sisters. She immediately panicked on the spot, reaching out to grab the long-haired man, but he skillfully dodged. What did you do to them, you bastard? I didn't touch them, but if you don't come with me, I can't guarantee their safety. After saying this, the long-haired man sized up Lin Yi from head to toe. You come with me too. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the hotel. Seeing this scene, combined with the earlier conversation between the two, Lin Yi immediately understood the gravity of the situation. It seems they did more than just a little preparation. This guy's aura is completely different from those people before. Could he really be the legendary professional assassin? Just as he finished speaking, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. The thief leader has issued a challenge to you. As a noble mage, your dignity is inviolable. Teach him a lesson and recruit him as your knight follower. Mission rewards: 500 magic gold coins, knight's breathing technique, exclusive magical weapon, mithril longsword. The sudden notification sound made Lin Yi freeze in place. He really didn't expect to trigger a mission under such circumstances. So, besides daily missions, there are also temporary missions. But the mission content. Looking at the task requirements in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Knight's retainer? What do you mean? You want me to take that guy from earlier as my subordinate? Why would he listen to me? Is it because of my kingly aura? As for teaching him a lesson, that's no problem. Just as Lin Yi was dazed by the sudden system task, Song Bao beside him was getting anxious. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? They must have been caught. As the leader, I have to rescue them, especially since it was because of me that they got caught. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to call my dad. Saying this, she pulled out her phone with a conflicted expression. Lin Yi quickly responded, no need, I'll find a way to save them, don't worry. Besides, even if you call your dad now, he probably won't make it in time. Hearing this, Song Bao seemed to agree. Alright, how could I forget about you, brother? You're so amazing, you can definitely save them. So many bad guys were defeated by you, and that villain just now was no match for you either. Of course, leave it to me. Let's hurry and follow him. After saying that, Lin Yi pulled Song Bao and headed out of the hotel. The long-haired man in the windbreaker seemed to be waiting for them on purpose, so he hadn't gone far. Seeing Lin Yi bringing Song Bao out, he then leisurely put on the hood of his windbreaker and strode toward a nearby alley. Lin Yi followed without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, the long-haired man entered an area of unfinished buildings. He walked straight into a nearly completed building. When Lin Yi arrived with Song Bao, he was already standing at the edge of the rooftop, quietly gazing down. The two stared at each other from a distance. Lin Yi originally intended to go upstairs alone, but after glancing at the pitiful Song Bao beside him, he ultimately decided to take her along. When they reached downstairs, he casually picked up a wooden stick about 1 meter long. 5 minutes later, the two appeared on the rooftop. On the empty rooftop, there was no one else except the long-haired man in a black jacket. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Beside him, Song Bao asked anxiously, where are they? Where did you take them? Before the long-haired man could speak, Lin Yi answered for him, I guess your little sisters weren't taken by you, just their phones were conveniently taken. You just wanted to lure us here. As soon as the words were spoken, the long-haired man laughed. That's right, your friends are indeed not in my hands. I just happened to take one of their phones. Now that you understand this, it's already too late. Before the voice had faded, the long-haired man's gaze locked tightly onto Lin Yi. You must be her bodyguard, right? That bunch of losers under Li Tai were all taken down by you. Your skills should be pretty good. Let's have a fight. If I win, you hand over that woman to me. If I lose, I'll let you go. Very fair. Lin Yi nodded. You must be someone sent by Lu Hong, right? Are you an enforcer, a bodyguard, or an assassin? The long-haired man shook his head. None of those. He did me a favor, so I worked for him for 3 years. This is the last thing I'm doing for him. I see. So, are you strong? Lin Yi suddenly grew curious. Whether I can fight or not, you'll know after a match. match. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired man took off the seasonally inappropriate jacket, revealing his upper body. Though not particularly muscular, every inch of his skin exuded strength. His black tactical vest exposed skin covered in knife wounds, gunshot scars, and large burn marks, making it hard to imagine the life-and-death ordeals he had endured. Looking at his appearance, Lin Yi immediately realized that this long-haired young man in front of him was far from ordinary. However, he was not flustered, as his identity was equally extraordinary. The next second, he took the initiative to walk toward the long-haired man. Accompanied by the man's puzzled gaze, he raised the wooden stick in his hand. "You don't mind if I use a weapon, do you?" "A weapon? Are you referring to that wooden stick?" the long-haired man asked in confusion. "That's right." Lin Yi nodded. "Suit yourself," the long-haired man said nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward like a cheetah, closing the 10-meter distance in an instant. His right fist shot straight toward Lin Yi's chest, as if intending to pierce through him with a single punch. Faced with the ferocious punch, Lin Yi remained motionless, standing elegantly as ever. One hand was clasped behind his back, while the other held a wooden stick upright before his chest, resembling a noble swordsman. It wasn't until the opponent's fist was less than half a meter away that his right hand moved slightly. The wooden stick shot toward the long-haired man's throat like a sharp sword. The wooden stick was longer than an arm, so before the opponent's fist could hit him, the stick would inevitably pierce the long-haired man's throat first. Although it was just a wooden stick, the long-haired man felt an aura as sharp as a sword's edge, leaving no doubt that if struck, his throat would suffer severe damage. Helplessly, he quickly changed his move, sidestepping to avoid the wooden stick while attempting to grab Lin Yi's hand holding the stick. Unfortunately, though he was fast, Lin Yi was even faster. Lin Yi turned the thrust into a horizontal strike, and the wooden stick heavily smashed against the long-haired man's cheek. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and the long-haired man felt a burning pain on his cheek, his head buzzing. Before he could react, Lin Yi swung the stick repeatedly, striking him several times in succession. Stab, slash, slice, chop, thrust, swipe. The long-haired man tried to dodge, but as long as he stayed within the range of Lin Yi's wooden stick, he was bound to be hit. No matter from which angle or how he attacked, the result was always the same. After being struck more than 10 times by Lin Yi, the long-haired man finally gave up attacking and retreated to the side. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yi's feet never left their original position, with only his right hand continuously swinging the wooden stick. In contrast, the long-haired man was drenched in sweat, with marks from the wooden stick visible all over his body. If Lin Yi had been holding a real sword instead of a wooden stick, the long-haired man would have already fallen to the ground as a corpse. The long-haired man looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of wariness. Suddenly, Lin Yi chuckled softly. "Do you know why you can never hit me but always end up getting hit by me?" The long-haired man was momentarily stunned. "Because you're too slow." As soon as these words were spoken, the long-haired man's pride seemed to be wounded. He suddenly pulled a tactical knife from his leg and lunged at Lin Yi. The knife danced fiercely in his hand, with every move aimed directly at Lin Yi's vital points. However, in the end, the long-haired man was still utterly defeated. Lin Yi first struck the back of his hand with a stick, then immediately hit his right fingers with another strike. In pain, the long-haired man dropped the dagger in his hand to the ground. The next moment, Lin Yi pressed one end of the wooden stick directly against his Adam's apple. "Still too slow. Being slow puts you at a disadvantage. Being slow gets you beaten. Although you're quite skilled, you're clearly not my match." Hearing this, the long-haired man seemed as if struck by lightning, his expression instantly turning bewildered and helpless. The long-haired man never expected to lose, and to lose so completely. From start to finish, he had no advantage against Lin Yi, completely reduced to a punching bag. He had always considered his combat skills to be top-notch. After all, these techniques were honed through trials of blood and fire. The number of people who had died at his hands was close to 100, if not 80, yet now, facing Lin Yi, he was like an inexperienced rookie, unable to fight back at all. Shock, confusion, and a sense of loss filled his heart. At this moment, he felt utterly worthless. Seeing him in this state, Lin Yi, who was pressing a wooden stick against his throat, knew in his heart that his provocation had already worked. To truly subdue someone and make them genuinely respect you, you must defeat them in the area they excel at most in the most decisive way, then use words to mock and attack their self-esteem, making them doubt themselves. Now, he had achieved that. But clearly, this was not enough. As Lin Yi put away the wooden stick, he continued to speak. "Your fighting skills are indeed proficient, but not enough. Besides lacking speed, you are short of 2 other things." Hearing this, the long-haired man raised his head in confusion and asked, "What things?" "Unwavering courage and the determination to deliver a fatal blow. Look into my eyes." Lin Yi suddenly raised his voice, causing the long-haired man to instinctively meet his gaze. The next second, Lin Yi suddenly raised the wooden stick and fiercely thrust it toward him. This time, it seemed as if he intended to put him to death. Accompanying the movement, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, the same killing aura as the noble knight in his memory who had slain countless monsters. His hatred for the monsters made him utterly ruthless in battle. The long-haired man was so frightened by the sudden killing intent that he stumbled backward repeatedly and accidentally fell to the ground, his eyes filled with the fear of death. However, when he came to his senses, he realized that Lin Yi hadn't moved at all, and the wooden stick in his hand had already been thrown aside. Covered in cold sweat, he was not only terrified at this moment but also filled with confusion. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "This is the gap between you and me. Go back and practice well." After saying this, Lin Yi prepared to turn and leave. As he turned, he silently counted in his heart, 1, 2, 3. Just as he reached 3, the long-haired man hurriedly called out to him, "Please wait a moment." Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, thinking to himself, "Gotcha." He slowly turned around and pretended to ask in confusion, "What else? Do you want to fight me again?" No. I know I can't beat you, but I want to seek your guidance. I want to become stronger." "Oh, seeking advice?" "Yes." The long-haired man nodded solemnly. "I'm not afraid to tell you. I come from Blood Eagle, one of the 3 major international assassin organizations. For certain reasons, I broke ties with Blood Eagle. I want to go back and take revenge on them, so I must possess greater strength." Through his self-introduction, Lin Yi quickly understood his basic situation. The long-haired man was named Zhou Qing. He used to be an assassin and had also worked as a mercenary. For certain reasons, he was betrayed by his organization, severely injured, and fled to Jinghai, where he was saved by Lu Hong. So he really is a professional assassin. I never thought I would come into contact with someone of this level. Lin Yi secretly sighed in his heart and looked at Zhou Qing again. "I can teach you, but there's one condition: you have to become my subordinate and follow my arrangements. As long as you're willing to follow me, I can not only teach you those skills from earlier but also impart more advanced knowledge to you." Hearing this, Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. "No problem. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'm willing to follow your arrangements." "Great, it's settled then. From now on, I'll take 1 day a week to teach you. I'll decide the time and place. Give me your contact information." As soon as the words were spoken, the two exchanged contact information, and Zhou Cheng willingly became Lin Yi's follower. At the moment Lin Yi subdued him, the system delivered a notification sound indicating the task was completed. "You successfully defeated the bandit leader, gave him a harsh lesson, and even recruited him as your knight retainer. Task completed. You have received the following rewards: 500 magic gold coins, knight's breathing technique, and a mithril longsword. The rewards have been sent to the system backpack. Please check them yourself." Host. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He had been worried that the earlier reward might not count. Just as he relaxed, the prompt sound rang out again. "A magical contract has been automatically signed between you and your knight retainer. From now on, your knight retainer will remain forever loyal to you and will never betray you." Lin Yi looked at Zhou Qing with some confusion, suddenly noticing a tiny magic array flickering at Zhou Qing's brow. The array flashed briefly, but he saw it clearly. As the array disappeared, Zhou Qing's gaze toward him noticeably carried a greater sense of respect. "The system really has this function, huh? With this, I've gained a loyal follower. At that time, I'll just let him be my assistant and bodyguard. After all, I can't handle everything personally." After saying this, Lin Yi let Zhou Qing leave first. As Zhou Qing was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Do you want me to deal with Lu Hong, so he won't trouble you again?" Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. On one hand, he was unwilling to kill people casually, and on the other hand, he was counting on Lu Hong to complete monster-killing tasks in the future. After all, tomorrow's daily task would likely involve killing monsters again. After Zhou Qing left, Song Bauer, who had been watching the whole time, excitedly walked over. "You were amazing just now. Truly impressive. Do you know martial arts? Where did you learn it? Aren't you a magician? What did you say to that person just now? Why did he suddenly become so polite to you?" Faced with Song Bauer's barrage of questions, Lin Yi could only respond casually. Seeing that he couldn't keep up the perfunctory answers, he decided to change the topic. "Let's go eat, have something delicious, and then you have to go home." As soon as these words were spoken, Song Bauer indeed quieted down. "Alright, I know a fancy restaurant that makes amazing dishes. Let me treat you to a meal today, brother." "Sure." In the end, the two enjoyed a luxurious feast at a 5-star hotel in Jinghai City. Just after the meal, a group of people came to take Song Bauer away, accompanied by a burly, broad-shouldered middle-aged man. In front of Song Bauer, the middle-aged man wore a fawning expression, almost groveling to the point of servility. Before getting into the luxury car, Song Bauer said a few words to the middle-aged man and then pointed in Lin Yi's direction. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Finally, Song Bauer waved goodbye to Lin Yi. After Song Bauer's car drove off into the distance, Lin Yi was about to return to school for his afternoon classes when a man in a black suit suddenly jogged up to him. "Hello, sir. This is something our young lady asked me to deliver to you." Lin Yi looked at him in confusion. The man in the suit handed over 2 items, a watch and a letter. The envelope felt stiff, as if there was something else inside. As soon as Lin Yi took them, the man in the suit hurriedly left. "Why would she give me these 2 things? This watch seems to be an international brand." As for the letter, out of curiosity, Lin Yi casually opened the envelope. Inside, apart from the letter, there was also a bank card. "Brother, thank you for saving me so many times, and thank you for having dinner with me today. I'm going home now. This watch belonged to my dad, and I'm giving it to you as a gift. This card contains 5 million. The password is 071008. Although it's not much, it's the New Year's money I've saved for many years. We'll meet again soon, brother. In the bottom right corner of the letter, there was a drawing of a cute little bear. Looking at the contents of the letter, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot. How much is in this card? 5 million. Or is it years of saved up New Year's money? What kind of family is this? But still, even if you're rich, you can't just give it away like this. Lin Yi really wanted to catch up and return the card to Song Bauer, but the luxury car she was in had already disappeared from sight. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something written on the back of the letter. Brother, don't even think about paying me back. I'll go ask Dad for more. Forget 5 million, even if it's 50 million, he has to give it to me, or I'll run away from home again. Seeing this line, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a faint bitter smile. It seems that to her, 5 million really isn't much. After speaking, he casually hailed a taxi and headed straight to the rental apartment. Before returning to school, he needed to check what rewards the system had given him this time and buy some items from the mysterious shop. When he returned to the rental apartment, it was empty. Shin Yushue was sleeping, and the other two roommates had never been seen, as if they didn't exist at all. Upon entering the room, the first thing he did was lock the door behind him. Then he turned his attention to the system backpack. Inside the backpack, there were two items he had never seen before, a book and a sword. Alright. With a thought, the book and the sword fell into his left and right hands, respectively. This book was similar to the previous magic book, except for the color, and the cover bore a few large characters, Knight's breathing technique. The sword was a sheathed Western-style longsword, with the hilt and scabbard inlaid with numerous gemstones and intricate patterns, making it appear very luxurious. The blade was heavy, weighing approximately 10 pounds. Ding! He first glanced at the longsword, then at the book, and finally decided to figure out what this night breathing technique was all about. Putting down the longsword, he focused on the night breathing technique in his hands, and relevant information immediately flooded into his mind. Night breathing technique, an exclusive training method for Imperial Knights, enhancing physical capabilities through breathing. Long-term practice can break the limits of the human body. Seeing this, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Although he is now a magician, he is just a novice. Before mastering noble swordsmanship, his body is no different from an ordinary person. Yet this knight's breathing technique can break the limits of the human body. He couldn't help but wonder, what would someone who has surpassed their limits become? Could such an existence still be considered human? With these questions in mind, he casually opened the knight's breathing technique. In the next moment, the knight's breathing technique transformed into a ball of light and drilled into his mind. A flood of related memories emerged, and he seemed to become an apprentice knight, practicing the knight's breathing technique from that day onward. Through continuous training, he gradually transformed from a frail ordinary person into a powerful warrior capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, shattering giant rocks with a single punch. After the memory ended, Lin Yi discovered that in just a brief moment, his physical body had been further strengthened, and he vaguely sensed a faint aura deep within his body. This aura was faint and elusive, yet it seemed to contain an immense and boundless power. Through the memory just now, he knew this was called a Dochi seed. This was the symbol of entry into the knight's breathing technique. Once the Dochi seed sprouted, he could become a true knight and serve the noble mage master. Thinking of this, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. So it turns out knights work so hard just to follow mages. As expected, mages are the most noble beings no matter where they are. So, this night breathing technique might not be meant for me to practice, but for Zhou Qing. I'll have to teach him when I get the chance. With the system's constraints, he wasn't worried that Zhou Qing would betray him. Feeling his strength increase once again, Lin Yi couldn't help but open his personal information panel. Basic attributes: Strength 17, Constitution 18, Spirit 10, Agility 18, Magic 40. He glanced at the current basic data and was immediately startled. Apart from Spirit, all other attributes had increased by 10 points, more than doubling. The originally highest Spirit attribute had now become the shortcoming. No wonder I feel so strong now. My main attributes are twice as high as an average person's. Even if I can't use magic, I'm already like a little superhuman. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the full-length mirror and took off his shirt. The next second, a nearly perfect physique was reflected in the mirror. His muscles were well-defined, with clear contours and a full shape, exuding both explosive power and aesthetic appeal, as if meticulously sculpted. These were not the bulky muscles built through heavy lifting, but streamlined muscles formed through long-term disciplined training. Now, coupled with his increasingly handsome and resolute face, even he couldn't help but be captivated by his own charm. Not bad, I'm truly becoming more perfect. After saying this, he put on his clothes and picked up the long sword beside him. With a sharp sound, he drew the sword from its sheath, and a chilling gleam immediately reflected in his eyes. This long sword is approximately 1 meter long, with a blade slightly wider than traditional Dragon Kingdom longswords and a long ridge running down the center. The bright blade faintly reveals intricate magical patterns, elegant and mysterious. Mithril longsword, a magical weapon crafted by the Empire's alchemy master, featuring excellent magic conduction properties that can enhance magical power to a certain extent. When a wand is not available, it can barely serve as a substitute. When magic is depleted, it can also be used for close combat slashing. Who says mages aren't skilled in close combat? The functionality of the mithril longsword is not complex, offering only the effect of enhancing magical power. Of course, it can also be used as a melee weapon for slashing. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this, casually sheathing the sword and hanging it at his waist. With the sword hanging by his side, he exuded a certain elegant aristocratic demeanor. Let it serve as a decorative piece, and use it as a magic tool when necessary. After nodding in satisfaction, Lin Yi put the mithril longsword into the system backpack. Now, he had only one thing left to do. He opened the mysterious shop, his gaze fixed intently on today's special item, the arcane staff of the deceptive enchantress, LeBlanc. Through daily and temporary quests, he had accumulated a total of 800 magic coins, and this magical item required only 500 magic coins. Without any hesitation, he bought it immediately. In the next moment, a slender staff about 70 centimeters long, adorned with a diamond-shaped gem at the top and exuding an air of elegance, appeared in his hand. Just as he got it in his hands, Lin Yi felt the surging magic power within the staff, its intensity far surpassing that of the previous magical items. At the same time, a new page in the system backpack's compendium was unveiled, detailing the information about this staff. Secret magic staff of the deceptive enchantress LeBlanc. Item level, mid-tier magical item. Information: LeBlanc the Deceiver's exclusive staff, meticulously crafted by an alchemy master, contains surging magical power within. Effect 1, Mirror Image. Wield the staff to create a mirror image identical to the original body at the current location, while the original body enters stealth mode. Up to 8 mirror images can be created, stealth lasts for 10 seconds, and each activation consumes 5 magic points. Effect 2, Swap. Exchange positions with a mirror image, each activation consumes 5 magic points. Effect 3, Mirror Traverse. Freely shuttle between any two mirrors, with the distance between the two mirrors not exceeding 500 meters, each activation consumes 10 magic points. Staring at the information of the prop in front of him, Lin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, the strength of this mystical staff far exceeded his expectations. 3 effects, each more impressive than the last, every one both flashy and powerful. The first effect can create 8 illusions, while the original body can still turn invisible. Who could possibly distinguish which one is the real him? The second one can freely swap positions with the mirrors. With 8 mirrors scattered in different places, he can appear in any corner at any time. 1 second he might be on the rooftop of the 100th floor, and the next second he could show up downstairs. As for the third one, it's even more impressive. Although the description mentions mirrors, this mirror doesn't necessarily have to be a physical mirror, glass, water surfaces, or any reflective surface counts. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be that the casting range is limited to 500 meters, and each use consumes 10 points of magic. With his current total magic capacity, he can use it at most 4 times before running out. Otherwise, with this set of skills, no one in this world would be able to catch him, and no weapon could kill him. Even a nuclear bomb, he could escape into a mirror's surface a second before it hits. Another powerful magical item. Looks like my magic performances just got some new tricks. In high spirits, Lin Yi immediately tested the effects of the secret magic staff. With a gentle wave of the staff, an identical mirror image of himself instantly appeared in the room. Waving the staff again, a second, third, fourth mirror images kept emerging until the 8th one appeared. 8 identical images of himself nearly filled the entire room, while he silently entered a state of invisibility. Staring at his completely invisible self, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. At this moment, he once again deeply felt the wonder and power of magic. 10 minutes later, he waved his hand to dispel all the mirror images. It wasn't because he was bored, but because the first class of the afternoon was about to start. Oh no, I completely lost track of time. If I'm late for the first class, the teacher will definitely remember me, and then I won't even have a chance to skip class in the future. Looking at the time on his watch, Lin Yi felt a wave of panic. He hurried to school and headed straight for the classroom. But even so, he was still 5 minutes late. Inside the classroom, his classmates and roommates were all sitting obediently. A woman in her early 30s, with short ear-length hair and wearing a white butterfly collar blouse, was interacting with the students from the podium. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi immediately felt uneasy. With an awkward expression, he walked to the classroom door, and the woman on the podium noticed him. Before Lin Yi could open his mouth to report, she asked first, "Student, are you also in our class?" Lin Yi nodded. "Class has already started for 5 minutes. Why are you just arriving?" The teacher glanced at the sports watch on her wrist, her expression serious. Well. Lin Yi couldn't come up with a suitable excuse for a moment. "Hurry up, can you think of any reason?" the teacher urged with a smile. Just as he was at a loss, the female teacher suddenly laughed and said, "What, can't make one up? Hee hee, you saw right through me, teacher." Lin Yi smiled more miserably than if he were crying. How about this? I can let you into the classroom, but you have to perform a talent in front of the whole class on the podium. If everyone thinks it's acceptable, I'll let you step down. What do you all think? As he spoke, the teacher's gaze swept over the students below the podium. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a commotion, especially his roommates, who were shouting the loudest. Teacher, he knows magic. Let him perform a magic trick for everyone. Yes, he's a professional magician. Very impressive. Do one. Encouraged by them, the other classmates also started shouting, all looking eager to watch the show. Hearing that Lin Yi could perform magic, a hint of curiosity flashed in the female teacher's eyes. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, why don't you perform one for us? Everyone, give this student a round of applause. The next second, the classroom was filled with enthusiastic applause. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to brace himself and walk up to the podium, while the female teacher naturally stepped aside to give him the center spot. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes in the classroom were fixed on him. It wasn't that they were particularly curious about what magic trick he would perform, they were more interested in the spectacle, thinking he was just an ordinary student who would at most perform some common tricks seen online. Standing on the podium, Lin Yi spoke gracefully, actually, I'm not a professional magician, at most just a magic enthusiast. Since everyone is so supportive, I'll perform a little magic trick for you. This trick is called Rebirth from Fire. Rebirth from Fire? The classmates in the classroom immediately became interested, their eyes showing a hint of curiosity. At this moment, Lin Ye's gaze suddenly fell on a vase on the podium. Inside the vase was a bouquet of flowers that had long since withered, probably given to a previous teacher by a student. It had been there for an unknown amount of time and had already turned into dried flowers. He casually picked out a withered rose from the bunch. Everyone watching this scene was even more puzzled, not knowing what he intended to do, until Lin Yi spoke. Do you believe I can bring this flower back to life? As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom fell into a moment of stunned silence, followed by everyone shaking their heads in disbelief. Teacher, do you believe it? Lin Yi asked. The short-haired female teacher shook her head repeatedly. I don't believe it. Alright then, the moment to witness a miracle is coming next. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yi flicked his hand, and a lighter crisply appeared in his palm. With a flip of the lighter's lid, a bundle of orange-yellow flames instantly leapt to the top. Immediately afterward, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lin Yi used the lighter to ignite the withered rose in his hand. The moistureless rose instantly turned into a small torch, its dry petals engulfed in roaring flames, exuding a poignant beauty that tugged at the heartstrings. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the flames had transformed into the shape of a rose. Before anyone could react, the entire rose turned into a blazing fireball. As the fireball soared into the air, the classroom erupted in a chorus of gasps. In the next second, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed the fireball. Whoosh, the fireball extinguished, and a fresh, vibrant red rose appeared out of thin air in his hand. This unexpected scene left all the students in the classroom, as well as the teacher standing by the podium, utterly stunned, their eyes filled with awe. At that moment, Lin Yi walked over to the short-haired female teacher with the bouquet of roses in his hand. Teacher, thank you for your hard work. These flowers are for you, he said respectfully. Also, may I go back to class now? The female teacher instinctively accepted the flowers and nodded lightly in a daze. With her permission, Lin Yi walked over to his three roommates under the gaze of the entire class and then sat down. It wasn't until he sat down that the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, accompanied by the murmurs of his three roommates. There you go again, showing off. But you're done for now. This teacher will definitely call on you in every class to answer questions. Exactly, I heard this teacher is super strict and has a bad temper. Lots of seniors have failed her class. Oh, really? What class is this? Lin Yi asked curiously. Foreign language class. Hearing it was a foreign language class, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Although his foreign language skills weren't great, he possessed the ability to master languages. Lin Yi's magic performance had left a small impression on his classmates. Even after he returned to his seat, they were still whispering about it. If he weren't studying civil engineering, he would have already secured the top spot for the university's four-year dating prospects. Just as his roommates had said, he also earned the privilege of being called on in class first. He had just sat down when the female teacher immediately called his name. Today is my first class with you all. Since I'm not familiar with everyone yet, I hope each of you can give a brief self-introduction in English. Let's start with the student who just performed the magic trick. As she spoke, the short-haired female teacher standing on the podium cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi showed a faint wry smile and slowly stood up. However, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he cast a language comprehension spell on the female teacher. As soon as the spell was cast, he instantly felt several new languages appear in his mind. Ha! This teacher is proficient in multiple languages. Besides English, she knows 4 other languages. Unlike his previous ability to understand cat and dog languages, this time he fully mastered other language systems, including grammar, pronunciation, and spelling, as if he were a computer capable capable of switching input methods at will. With a slight sense of amazement, he switched to the English language system. The next second, under the gaze of the female teacher and the entire class, he gave a self-introduction in fluent and standard English. His impeccable English pronunciation immediately stunned everyone in the classroom, and even a hint of admiration flashed in the female teacher's eyes. After the self-introduction, the female teacher curiously said, "Lin Yi, I didn't expect your English to be so good, and your pronunciation is very standard. I've studied and lived in England for over 10 years, but I feel like you're even more fluent than I am. Have you lived abroad before?" As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Lin Yi shook his head. "No, I learned it all by myself." "Self-taught? You mean apart from the school's English classes, you haven't received any other tutoring?" The teacher was even more surprised. "Name, Lin Yi. Profession, mage. Profession level, apprentice mage." Pretty much. Lin Yi secretly felt relieved. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had copied her language skills. "Then you must be a genius. With such a talent for languages, why did you choose to study civil engineering?" the female teacher asked curiously. I saw online that civil engineering was said to be the best choice for an ordinary family to rise up, so I chose it." Lin Yi spoke with a hint of helplessness. Back then, he had seen people online praising civil engineering, thinking that studying this major would ensure a stable job in the future. But after he made his choice, he came across another opinion, saying that studying civil engineering now was as outdated as chasing trends in 1912. "I see. Well, take a seat. Since your English is so good, you'll be the English class representative from now on." Ha! Suddenly being assigned a position left Lin Yi a bit stunned, and he could only sit down helplessly. It was hard to wait for the class to end. He thought he could finally go back and rest, but unexpectedly, his phone suddenly received a group message. The message was from the freshman welcome party preparation group, informing them to gather for the final rehearsal. The moment he saw the message, he remembered that the freshman welcome party was tomorrow night. "Almost forgot, there's the freshman welcome party tomorrow night. In that case, I still have to go. It's not even 4 o'clock now, and there are 2 hours left until the gathering time. What should I do in the meantime?" Just as he was pondering, a familiar-sounding female voice came from not far away. "Hey, classmate, how about checking out the kendo club? We've got cute girls and cool ladies too." "Classmate, want to join the kendo club? The president is a stunning beauty, and joining the club lets you get the seniors' contact info. Classmate, consider the kendo club. We regularly have various activities and gatherings." Hearing this, Lin Yi then noticed that the main road of the school was lined with various clubs recruiting new members. Esports club, street dance club, anime club, go club, badminton club. Each club was bustling with activity, with the street dance club and anime club being the most eye-catching. At the street dance club's booth, 2 handsome guys with abs were enthusiastically dancing, attracting quite a crowd of young female students. The anime club was equally impressive, with several beautiful senior students dressed as anime characters performing otaku dances, wearing black and white stockings, drawing a large group of male students to watch. Although the esports club is slightly less popular, they held a solo competition by the roadside, where senior and junior students eagerly stepped forward to showcase their skills. As for the kendo club that was calling out earlier, it was much quieter. A girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a kendo uniform, was handing out flyers to passing freshmen, but very few were willing to take them. A male student was just about to take one when his companion beside him pulled him back. "Don't go. I heard the kendo club is super intense. They train every day, and for people like us with no foundation, joining means getting beaten up." "But don't they have a beautiful club president?" "Beautiful club president? There are hardly any girls in the kendo club, and I heard the president is a lesbian." "Then I won't go." Shouting for a long time without getting anyone, the ponytailed girl was quite upset, until her gaze unintentionally fell on Lin Yi, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Ha, it's you, Junior. What a coincidence. Do you remember me? We met on the bus last time." Hearing her say this, Lin Yi immediately remembered and even recalled her name. "You are Senior Lu Kiki." Yes. I didn't expect you to remember my name, Junior. You've gotten much more handsome in just a few days. What's the secret to this sudden boost in looks?" "Senior, you're too kind. Are you recruiting people?" "That's right. I'm the vice president of our school's kendo club." "Junior, you're a freshman this year, right? You probably haven't joined any clubs yet. How about considering the kendo club?" Lu Kiki said with a wink. I don't think it's necessary. My schedule is pretty tight, so I plan not to join any clubs." Lin Yi was telling the truth. With classes to attend and performances at the Black Rose Bar, there was no time for club activities. "Hey, Junior, that's not the right attitude. College life is meant to be colorful. By the way, what's your major?" "Civil engineering." "If it's civil engineering, you definitely need to join more clubs. I bet the number of girls in your class can't even fill the fingers on one hand. How are you going to meet girls if you don't join clubs? And if you don't meet girls, how are you going to get out of being single? Without getting out of being single, how can you enjoy a sweet romance? Right now, there's an opportunity right in front of you. Join our kendo club. Our club president is a beauty, standing at 1.75 5 meters tall, with legs a meter long, and fair, smooth skin. Her favorite type is younger guys, and you just happen to be her type. As long as you join the kendo club and take a little initiative, wouldn't a sweet romance naturally follow? Of course, if you're not interested in the tall senior, we also have a petite junior who's just 1.5 meters tall. She has a sweet appearance, a captivating voice, loves wearing lolita and hanfu, and has a variety of stockings, white, black, and patterned. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Lu Kiki stared at Lin Yi with her big, sincere eyes filled with anticipation. But I really don't have the time, senior, Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. Time is like water in your brain. If you squeeze, you'll always find some. If you really don't want to join, at least come take a look with me so I can report back to the president. Please, otherwise she'll think I'm slacking off again. Seeing Lu Kiki's earnest request, Lin Yi had no choice but to nod. Alright, it's settled, just a look. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to meet the president now. Maybe after meeting her, you'll be willing to join. After saying that, Lu Kiki pulled Lin Yi toward the direction of the school gymnasium. It's been almost a month since the start of school, yet Lin Yi hasn't entered the gym even once. Walking into the gym, the first thing that catches the eye is the standard basketball court, followed by badminton courts and other sports areas. In the innermost area, a group of people dressed in kendo uniforms, holding bamboo swords, and wearing protective gear on their faces are fiercely sparring. They are paired up in twos, one attacking and the other defending, exuding an impressive aura. Next to her stood a tall, striking girl with a high ponytail, holding a bamboo sword as she surveyed the scene. From time to time, she stepped forward to give technical guidance to those sparring. Remember, it's not just about using arm strength, you need to engage your entire core. Don't mess up your footwork. Raise your hand 5 centimeters higher and show some spirit. You can't even hold the sword steady, how can you fight others? Pick up the sword. Her cool voice, paired with a serious expression, made people train more earnestly wherever she went. When she was personally instructing a male student on how to exert force, Lu Kiki pulled Lin Yi over to her side. Respected president, I've brought you a junior with great potential. He's very interested in kendo. Don't think I only brought in one person this afternoon because I'm not capable. It's because I know not just anyone can join our kendo club. This one is a top-tier talent, 1 in 100. When saying this, Lu Kiki showed no shyness at all. The tall, sharp-featured girl immediately shot her a glare upon hearing this. Slacking off is slacking off, no need for so many excuses. After speaking, her gaze turned to Lin Yi. She sized him up and down before nodding. Not bad, you look like you exercise regularly. You probably won't be as weak as those few before. Hee, I told you he's a 1 in 100 talent. By the way, President, let me introduce him to you. His name is Lin Yi, a freshman in the civil engineering department this year, and he's also a very skilled magician. Junior Lin Yi, this is our club president, Su Xinyu. Don't be fooled by her cold appearance. Actually, before the sentence was finished, Su Xinyu tapped Lu Kiki's head with a bamboo sword. Ouch! Lu Kiki scratched her head in pain. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be punished with extra practice tonight. Fine, don't say it, but why hit me? Lu Kiki grimaced and said, Junior Lin Yi, don't mind her. Although our president likes hitting people, she actually prefers being hit. She's a... Su Xinyu tapped Lu Kiki's head with her sword again. Stop talking nonsense. As the two exchanged words, Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the kendo club members who were training nearby. These people seemed to have been practicing for some time. They had the basic routines down, but their fundamentals were clearly lacking. Their hands were weak, their footwork unsteady, and their moves stiff and mechanical. Lin Yi was initially curious about the kendo club, but after watching their performance, he couldn't help but shake his head. This action of shaking his head was also caught by Su Xinyu. Without hesitation, she asked, Classmate, I just saw you shaking your head. Are you not interested in our kendo club? Are you asking me? Lin Yi looked at Su Xinyu, slightly distracted. Yes, I saw you shaking your head just now, with a hint of disappointment. Do you think our kendo club is boring? It's not that. Swordsmanship itself is indeed quite interesting, but I feel their duels are too rigid and stiff, somewhat different from what I imagined. Lin Yi believed he had spoken very tactfully, yet Su Xinyu frowned upon hearing his words. Swordsmanship is supposed to be like this. Maybe you've been misled by film and television works. That's absolutely not the case. Swordsmanship is about the art of killing, not performance. The training here is merely to make the movements more standard and aesthetically pleasing, with no practical combat value at all. Lin Yi shook his head. Su Xinyu sneered coldly. Does this classmate happen to have some research on kendo? Not exactly research, just know a little about it, Lin Yi replied calmly. Alright then, since you understand, why not spar with one of our club members? Let me see your so-called practical skills, and perhaps you can point out some shortcomings in our training, Su Xinyu said, clearly displeased. At this moment, Lu Kiki quietly tugged on Lin Yi's sleeve and whispered a reminder. Junior, stop talking. Our club president's family runs a kendo dojo. She started learning kendo at the age of 5 and is now a professional 8th dan. There's no way you know more than her. After advising Lin Yi, Lu Kiki quickly walked over to Su Xinyu and said, President, let's forget about the sparring. Junior Lin Yi was just speaking casually. However, her persuasion was ineffective. The next second, Su Xinyu called out to a male student who was sparring in the arena. Fang Zhua, come over here. There's a student who wants to experience kendo. Spar with him briefly. As soon as the words were spoken, the boy took off his protective gear and cheerfully ran over to Su Xinyu, asking, President, is this the junior who wants to give it a try? Yes, it's him. He seems to have some insights into kendo. You two can spar a bit. He probably hasn't handled a sword much, so go easy on him. No problem. The boy readily agreed and immediately grabbed a bamboo sword from the side, handing it to Lin Yi. Junior, let's have a simple exchange. Don't worry, I won't go all out. Lin Yi took the bamboo sword and followed the boy into the arena. The kendo club members, who had been training, all stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi and the boy stood facing each other. Junior, don't be nervous. It's okay if you lose. After all, it's your first experience, the boy said as he got into position, trying to reassure Lin Yi. How about I let you attack me a few rounds first? Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. No need, senior, just attack as usual. I still have some foundation. Then I won't hold back. As soon as Fang Zhua finished speaking, he quickly charged toward Lin Yi, raising his hand for the simplest vertical slash. Ding! A normal person would either block or dodge this move, but Lin Yi neither dodged nor evaded. He simply held the bamboo sword horizontally in front of him, his posture straight, resembling a sharp blade. Just as Fang Zhua's sword strike was about to fall, Lin Yi suddenly sidestepped to dodge the attack, while his right hand swung the bamboo sword fiercely onto the opponent's blade, following through with a flick. The opponent immediately felt a surge of immense force, his palm went numb, and the bamboo sword flew out of his hand. By the time Fang Zhua reacted, his bamboo sword had already been flicked away, and the tip of Lin Yi's bamboo sword was pressed against his throat. The entire process took only a few seconds, and most people hadn't even reacted yet. When they came to their senses, Fang Zhua was actually empty-handed, with Lin Yi's bamboo sword pressed against his throat. The members of the kendo club immediately erupted in an uproar. What just happened? Where did Fang Zhua's sword go? Yeah, I just blinked, and he already lost? This doesn't make sense. Fang Zhua is a senior member and has been practicing kendo for 3 years. How could he lose so quickly? Not only were the members of the kendo club shocked, but even the president, Su Xinyu, suddenly looked grim. She had been closely watching the match between the two. She thought that Fang Zhua, after 3 years of hard training, would surely defeat Lin Yi, who only talked theory. Unexpectedly, Fang Zhua couldn't even last 5 seconds and lost so completely. At this moment, Lin Yi calmly looked at Fang Zhua and said, You lost. Your flaws are simply too many. However, this is not your fault. It's the content you've learned that has significant shortcomings, so there's no need to feel discouraged. Lin Yi's words not only failed to comfort Fang Zhua but also completely enraged Su Xinyu. What did you say? Are you questioning my teaching content? I wouldn't call it questioning, just stating a fact. If the kendo of the kendo club is only this much, then I really can't muster much interest, Lin Yi said, his tone as calm as ever. Good, good, good. Then let me see if your strength matches your stubbornness. After Su Xinyu finished speaking, she picked up the bamboo sword and walked to Fang Zhua's position. Go rest on the side, extra practice tonight. Hearing this, Fang Zhua showed a faint bitter smile on his face. Now I'll personally compete with you to see if there's any problem with my teaching. After speaking, Su Xinyu raised her sword-like eyebrows, pointing the bamboo sword in her hand at Lin Yi. Come on, make your move first. Alright, then I won't hold back. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi looked helpless and attacked Su Xinyu with a single-handed grip on his sword. Before Lin Yi even got close, Su Xinyu could feel a sharp aura emanating from him, instantly realizing that Lin Yi was far more complex than she had imagined. Unfortunately, by the time she realized this, it was already too late. Just as she raised her bamboo sword to counter, Lin Yi, as before, swiftly knocked the bamboo sword out of her hand in just a few moves. Then, he suddenly struck her head with such speed that she had no time to react. Only felt a gust of strong wind rushing toward her face, instinctively closing her eyes. Just as she thought she was about to be struck heavily, Lin Yi's bamboo sword stopped less than half a centimeter away from her scalp, the bangs on both sides of her forehead gently fluttering in the breeze. After waiting for a long time without the sword falling, she hurriedly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lin Yi lightly tapped the top of her head with the bamboo sword. The force was not strong, yet it caused no harm. Stunned by the strike, Su Xinyu froze, while the other members of the kendo club seemed paralyzed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The members of the kendo club never expected Su Xinyu to lose, let alone lose so miserably, defeated without even making a single move. If it had been a real fight with actual swords, Su Xinyu would likely have been dead by now. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. You lost. Hearing this, Su Xinyu, who had been lightly tapped on the head with the bamboo sword, snapped out of her daze. Like the other club members beside her, her eyes were filled with disbelief. I actually lost? Impossible. I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was 5. How could I admit defeat? At this moment, she seemed as if her faith had collapsed, her face full of confusion. This isn't a problem of your talent, nor is it a fault of your effort, but rather an issue of direction. Listen, the swordsmanship I have learned is far superior to yours, so no matter how talented or hard-working you are, it will all be in vain. Afraid of shattering her confidence, Lin Yi quickly comforted her. However, his words not only failed to comfort Su Xinyu but made her feel even worse. You're talking nonsense. Isn't swordsmanship all the same? How can there be differences in level? How could it be the same? Swordsmanship, to put it bluntly, is just a set of techniques, and techniques naturally vary in quality. Take slashing, for example, there can be significant differences. After Lin Yi finished speaking, his gaze turned sharp again. The next moment, right in front of Su Xinyu, he swung his bamboo sword through the air. It was clearly just a bamboo sword, yet when slashing, it tore through the air with a whooshing sound, evidently reaching an extreme speed. Not just slashing, but also thrusting, slicing, flicking, lunging, and sweeping. Each move is different. Lin Yi demonstrated the basic routines of noble swordsmanship on the spot. A set of sword techniques flowed seamlessly like running water, swift and composed, combining ferocity with elegance. After finishing the sword moves, he sheathed his sword, placed his left hand naturally behind his back, held the sword with his right hand in front of his chest, and breathed steadily as usual, without the slightest disorder. Su Xinyu and the members of the Kendo Club, who had witnessed everything, were once again deeply shocked. Clearly, the noble swordsmanship Lin Yi had just displayed had left a profound impact on them. Did you see it clearly? The same sword moves can have completely different effects in the hands of different people. While the moves remain unchanged, the sword's momentum is constantly evolving. So, I meant no offense to your Kendo Club just now, I simply find it somewhat unimpressive. I hope you can understand. Lin Yi spoke in a gentle tone, then lightly tossed the bamboo sword in his hand. The bamboo sword seemed to have eyes, landing precisely in the sword basket over 10 meters away. After that, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Su Xinyu's voice rang out from behind him. This student, please wait a moment. Lin Yi was about to ask her what else she needed when the system notification suddenly sounded. You have deeply impressed a knight apprentice. She is willing to follow you and become your knight attendant. Do you accept? Ha! Upon hearing the notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but pause for a moment. At this moment, Su Xinyu had already run up to him. Student Lin Yi, I was the one who was rude earlier. Your kendo is indeed a cut above mine, making me realize there is always someone better out there. I want to learn kendo from you. Of course, I won't learn for free. I'm willing to pay tuition. Learn kendo from me? Lin Yi looked at her with a face full of surprise. That's right. Su Xinyu nodded firmly. I have reasons that leave me no choice but to learn. Su Xinyu didn't elaborate further. Then how much can you pay for tuition? 1,000. Su Xinyu thought for a moment and replied, 1,000 yuan per class, with each class counting as 1 hour. Alright, then I'll teach you. Upon hearing that one lesson was 1,000, Lin Yi immediately agreed. After all, he was already going to teach Zhou Cheng, so teaching one person or two didn't make much of a difference. He even thought to himself that perhaps he should charge Zhou Cheng some tuition as well. After all, Zhou Cheng was an assassin and likely had plenty of savings. Hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Su Xinyu was overjoyed. Thank you. Let's exchange contact information. You can decide the time and place for the lessons. As soon as the words were spoken, the two exchanged contact information. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. The magic contract is established, and she has officially become your knight retainer. Once she becomes a formal knight, you may confer upon her the title of guardian. Knight. A great mage is often surrounded by a group of powerful followers serving them. Before becoming the Supreme Mage, you may confer up to 12 guardian knights. As the system voice faded, a magical array invisible to ordinary people flickered briefly on Su Xinyu's forehead. Just like when he previously subdued Zhou Cheng, she also officially became Lin Yi's knight retainer. Seeing this scene, a trace of curiosity flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. What exactly is the purpose of a guardian knight? Guardian knights will fight for you with their lives, provide various support and assistance, and can also activate exclusive knight skills. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then fell into thought. Yes, the system is right. Whether it's Zhou Cheng or Su Xinyu, they each have their own areas of expertise and backgrounds. One is a professional assassin, the other comes from a family that runs a kendo dojo. They must have their own connections and networks. By recruiting them, I can leverage these resources. In the future, I can rely on them to earn more money. Maybe, aside from discounted items, I'll even be able to afford other regular goods. I'll nurture them, and they'll help me succeed. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his heart. As the only magician in this world, his future would not be limited to the school, nor merely to the Black Rose Bar. He would have a much broader horizon. Excited, he greeted Su Xinyu and Lu Kiki, then left the gymnasium under the watchful eyes of the Kendo Club members. At this moment, it was already close to 5 o'clock, with less than an hour left until the final rehearsal for the welcome party. Lin Yi didn't do anything else and went straight to the rehearsal gathering spot, the school's multifunctional performance hall. When he arrived, the spacious hall was already bustling with people, packed with teachers and students who had come for the rehearsal. Among them were not only performers like him but also members of the student council, some members of the university's art troupe, and, of course, a few curious students who came to watch the excitement. The entire hall had at least 500 or 600 people. Whether they were performers or staff, everyone was incredibly busy at the moment. What surprised Lin Yi a little was that the performers present, regardless of what they were performing, were almost all wearing heavy makeup, and dressed in their performance costumes, each one flamboyantly adorned and colorful. In comparison, he himself looked like an amateur. Seeing how seriously they were taking it, Lin Yi quickly glanced at the group chat and realized that the previous message had specifically emphasized that all performers must wear performance costumes, and the school would reimburse the rental costs after the performance. I actually overlooked that part, he thought to himself in frustration. Just as he was feeling utterly embarrassed, a staff member from the arts department responsible for coordinating the performers began calling out the names of the programs one by one. Each time she called out a program name, the corresponding performers would step forward to check in with her. Before long, she called out the words Mage's Hand. Hearing those words, Lin Yi hurriedly walked up to her. Lin Yi walked over, and the staff member from the literature and arts department was visibly stunned for a moment. Are you the performer of the magic act Mage's Hand? She asked. That's me. Lin Yi nodded. Are you going to perform wearing this outfit? The staff member looked him up and down. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to change clothes, Lin Yi said. Do you want to go back and change before coming? Today's rehearsal is the final one, a full dress rehearsal, and we must ensure there are no issues, the staff member said seriously, looking at him. Lin Yi shook his head. No need, because costume changes are part of my performance. Oh, I almost forgot you're performing magic. Now I'm really looking forward to it. Alright, go wait in the waiting area over there. We'll call you on stage in order. You're the 8th act, so it'll be your turn after the crosstalk performance. Okay, Lin Yi responded and walked toward the waiting area. At this moment, other performers for the upcoming acts were also waiting in the area. Seeing Lin Yi come over alone, two boys dressed in traditional long gowns, clearly crosstalk performers, one chubby and one skinny, hurried over. Hey, classmate, what are you performing? Singing? Why are you by yourself? The chubby one asked curiously. Definitely singing, the skinny guy echoed. No, I'm not a singer, I perform magic tricks, Lin Yi smiled. Magic? Wow, bro, that's some skill you've got there. Are you guys like us, accidentally picked by drawing lots? If we hadn't been chosen, we wouldn't have wanted to come either, the chubby guy said. Who wouldn't agree? The skinny guy echoed. How could the two of us perform crosstalk? I actually think you two are quite suited for crosstalk. Lin Yi glanced at them and said seriously. I wasn't chosen by drawing lots, I was betrayed by my roommate. Is that so? Then you're pretty unlucky. What kind of situation is this? Are you from Tianjin? How do you know? The fat man asked in surprise. Do I have an accent when I speak? No. The skinny man shook his head. By the way, brother, are you nervous? There are quite a few big shots at this welcome party. Both of us are pretty nervous. Exactly. Not too bad, not really nervous. I think you two don't seem too nervous either. Lin Yi suppressed a smile, feeling that his stereotype of people from Tianjin had deepened even further. I just look calm, but in reality, I'm about to pee my pants. It's okay, bro. None of us are professionals. Just do your best on stage. It's not like it's the Spring Festival Gala. No need to be so nervous. Just imagine everyone in the audience as pigs. Alright, thank you guys. I was a bit nervous before, but I feel much better now. Lin Yi smiled at them. Don't mention it. Of course, my son and I will be cheering for you from the audience later. You rascal. After chatting with these two optimists for a while, Lin Yi's nervousness instantly disappeared. On the other hand, the people nearby were visibly tense, some were taking deep breaths repeatedly, while others were doing last-minute rehearsals. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, the rehearsal officially began. Accompanied by stirring music, two hosts stepped onto the stage. The male host was impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, looking handsome and upright. The female host wore a light blue floor-length gown, exuding both intellectual elegance and stunning beauty. The former was Si Yunhua, the campus heartthrob of Jinghai University of Technology, while the latter was Xia Shiyu, the campus belle. Both were prominent figures at Jinghai University of Technology, akin to the gods and goddesses of the campus. As soon as they appeared, waves of cheers erupted from the audience. Hearing the enthusiastic applause around him, Si Yunhua couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. Immediately afterward, the two began reciting the opening remarks, just like in a formal gala. Once the opening remarks concluded, the first song and dance performance officially began. The performers were members of the Jinghai University of Technology student art troupe, each of professional caliber. Their opening dance instantly captivated everyone present, even Lin Yi couldn't help but nod in approval repeatedly. Professional is indeed professional. Watching their performance makes me feel even more pressured, Lin Yi murmured softly. Exactly, said the comedy duo sitting next to Lin Yi, agreeing while encouraging him not to worry too much. Then, they casually brought up the question previously mentioned by the student council staff member. Brother, why are you dressed so casually? Indeed, another person chimed in. in, our skills aren't enough. We need to keep up appearances. Look at the two of us, just one glance and people can tell we're crosstalk performers. Plus, with these looks, we appear professional. Never heard of that theory, Lin Yi responded calmly. No worries, I brought clothes with me. I'll change into them before the performance, Lin Yi said, his gaze firmly fixed on the stage, exuding an air of composure. The three of them chatted intermittently, sometimes discussing the performances on stage, other times talking about the most beautiful girl present. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was the crosstalk duo's turn to perform. As soon as they took the stage, they fell flat on their faces due to nervousness, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Subsequently, they lived up to the reputation of being Tianjin people, performing exceptionally well with constant laughter throughout the act, even making Lin Yi chuckle. Those two were just pretending to be clueless earlier, weren't they? They even claimed they weren't professionals, but this looks pretty professional to me, Lin Yi remarked. Indeed, none of the finalists are simple, someone nearby chimed in. As the performance reached its climax, the pace quickened, and the humor kept coming, rivaling the quality of professional crosstalk in theaters. When the two finished their act and bowed in thanks, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Amidst the applause, the two jokesters quickly stepped off the stage and returned to Lin Yi's side, still not forgetting to comfort him repeatedly. Brother, don't worry, it's okay if the performance isn't great. Good luck, the other person also said. Listening to their encouragement, Lin Yi nodded. Just then, the host on stage stepped forward to announce, we just enjoyed a hilarious comedy performance, and next, we will witness a magical feast. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome Lin Yi from Class 1 of Civil Engineering, Grade 25, who will bring us the magic show, Mage's Hand. Please. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned toward the edge of the stage. Lin Yi, dressed in casual attire, without makeup or a styled haircut, looked as if he had rushed over right after class, slowly walked onto the stage. Compared to the previous performers, who were glamorous and well-presented, he appeared particularly ordinary, except for his handsome face and upright posture. Just as the Chubby brothers had mentioned, professional attire does indeed make one look more professional. Those who had seen Lin Yi perform before could somewhat understand, while those who hadn't couldn't help but wonder if he had been called up at the last minute and was forcing himself to go on stage. At that moment, Lin Yi walked to the center of the stage and confidently and graciously spoke, everyone, I sincerely apologize. I had class this afternoon, so I didn't have time to return to the dormitory to change. Please give me 1 minute, and I'll immediately change into the costume for this performance. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience immediately showed expressions of surprise. What is he doing? Changing clothes on stage? No way, is he really going to change on stage? Actually, it's not impossible. He has a pretty good figure. I wonder if he has abs, a girl said, her eyes sparkling. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly made a motion as if he were about to take off his clothes. Seeing his action, everyone present was stunned. However, in the next second, Lin Yi smiled and suddenly stopped. Almost forgot you all were watching me. Better to cover up a bit, he said, reaching into his jacket pocket. The crowd watched as he pulled out a large black cloth. He raised the black cloth high above his head with one hand, and what was even more astonishing was that, even though he had let go, the cloth did not fall at all. Before everyone could ponder the mystery, pieces of clothing were thrown out from behind the black cloth jackets, inner layers, shoes, socks. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes once again. Just as Lin Yi tossed out the socks, the black cloth suddenly fell. A burst of exclamations involuntarily arose at the scene, and several girls instinctively covered their eyes. However, when the black cloth completely hit the ground, the sight before them was entirely different from what they had imagined. When the black cloth fell, everyone in the auditorium was already prepared to see Lin Yi appear stark naked. However, they never expected that as the black cloth dropped, the Lin Yi before their eyes was not in the nude. At this moment, he was dressed in a black gentleman's suit, wearing a gentleman's top hat, a bow tie around his neck, a golden watch chain peeking out of his pocket, and a pair of pristine white gloves on his hands, exuding elegance and charm. He even had a light touch of makeup on his face. When he appeared in such an image, the scene erupted in exclamations once again. Whether it was the onlooking students or the performers, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god, did he change his outfit? Is this even reasonable? How did he manage to change his entire outfit in such a short time? What on earth did I just miss? If I could change clothes that fast, I could sleep 2 more minutes before my 8 a.m. class. I've seen face changing, but this is the first time I've seen outfit changing. I know this trick. Isn't it just wearing another layer underneath? Like face changing, you gently pull the string, the outer layer comes off, and the inner layer is revealed. You mean he was wearing another set of clothes underneath just now? That doesn't really seem like it. Exactly, wearing 2 layers of clothes in this season. Is he trying to overheat himself? And how do you explain the hat on his head? The hat is easy to explain, but what confuses me the most is that he seems to have put on makeup. Didn't anyone notice he looks more handsome? That's true, this is a bit unscientific. For a moment, everyone was fervently discussing how Lin Yi managed to complete the costume change in such a short time. After discussing practicing for a long time, no one could come up with a definite answer. At this moment, Lin Yi on the stage slowly bent down to pick up the black cloth and the clothes he had just taken off. He gently shook the black cloth in his hand, and those clothes, shoes, and socks instantly vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he folded the black cloth and stuffed it into his palm. As the motion was completed, the large piece of black cloth astonishingly vanished into thin air from his hand. This simple trick once again earned enthusiastic applause from the entire audience. Alright, the outfit has been changed, and our magic show officially begins. Now, everyone must be curious about how I managed to change my outfit so quickly just now. Actually, it's very simple, because I'm not just a magician, I'm also a real wizard. Do you believe me? Lin Yi had just finished speaking when everyone shook their heads, expressing doubt. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so next, I will prove to everyone that I am a true magician. To prove this, I will demonstrate a skill that every magician must possess, the mage's hand. This magic can effectively help us accomplish various tasks. As he spoke, Lin Yi took a white glove out of his pocket. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he gently blew a breath onto the glove. In the next second, the originally empty white glove suddenly puffed up on its own, gradually forming the shape of a hand. When Lin Yi let go of the glove, it unexpectedly floated in front of him, as if it were a real hand. This scene immediately left the audience present dumbfounded. What happened next completely overturned their understanding. The white glove, without any contact from Lin Yi, actually started moving to the side on its own. Hey, where are you running off to? Come back here, Lin Yi shouted. Pretending to be extremely surprised, Lin Yi immediately chased after the white glove, grabbed it, and forcefully pulled it back. His face quickly showed an expression of exertion, with his arm and body straining. Seeing this scene, the audience below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This guy's performance of interacting with something invisible is amazing. It really looks like he's wrestling with an actual hand. Indeed, the acting is so realistic. This magic trick looks pretty interesting, but it seems to be missing just a little something. Just as the boy finished saying this, the white glove suddenly flew into the air, and Lin Yi, who was holding onto it tightly, was lifted up, briefly hovering for 2 seconds. Although he landed again 2 seconds later, the sudden scene still startled everyone. Before everyone could react, Lin Yi took out a white glove. Alright, you refuse to come back, huh? Then I'll have to catch you and bring you back. As he spoke, he blew a breath onto the second glove. The next second, this white glove also transformed into the shape of a hand. Go, bring that guy back to me. As soon as the words were spoken, the second white glove flew toward the first one. The two gloves began fighting in front of everyone, and no matter how you looked at it, the scene was bizarre and eerie. In the end, the second glove successfully pulled the first one back. Two invisible hands wearing white gloves floated on either side of Lin Yi. This is the mage hand. With them, it's like having 2 extra hands, allowing me to do things I couldn't before, like brushing my teeth while replying to my girlfriend's messages. As he spoke, a toothbrush suddenly appeared in his right hand out of thin air. Pretending to brush his teeth, one of the floating mage hands quietly took a phone out of his pocket. Of course, this way both hands are still free, and we can do other things, like grabbing a towel from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, another mage hand pulled a handkerchief out of his other pocket. The remaining left hand can also tidy up the hairstyle in the meantime. As he spoke, he adjusted the bangs under the brim of his hat. Seeing this scene, the audience below the stage widened their eyes, racking their brains to figure out how Lin Yi managed to do it. Not only can we reply to messages while brushing our teeth, but we can also play games while eating snacks. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly put away the toothbrush, took out a keyboard from behind, and began typing with both hands while using the mage's hand to tear open a bag of snacks and feed himself. If a girlfriend sends a message, we can also reply immediately to avoid being dumped for being too engrossed in gaming. Besides this, the mage's hand has many other wonderful uses. In front of everyone, Lin Yi once again controlled two mage's hands to perform various unexpected actions, such as taking photos remotely, writing 2 assignments at the same time, and even folding paper cranes. The audience below watched in amazement. Alright, after showcasing the various functions of the mage's hand, next I will use them to accomplish one final task. Hearing this, everyone immediately became very interested. Before they could react, 2 mage hands flew toward the curtains on both sides of the stage and, under the gaze of the entire audience, drew the curtains together in the middle. When the curtains were fully closed, Lin Yi's voice came from behind them. Everyone, my magic performance ends here. See you next time. As soon as the words fell, the curtains slowly opened. Lin Yi's figure was no longer visible on the stage, and the 2 mage hands had quietly disappeared behind the curtain. Gazing at the empty stage, the audience below began searching for Lin Yi's whereabouts. But no matter whether on the stage or at the sides, his figure could not be found. Just as everyone was feeling lost, Lin Yi's voice suddenly came from a dark corner at the back of the auditorium. There's no need to look for me, I'm right here. Hearing the voice, everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the dark area at the back of the auditorium. The next second, Lin Yi's figure emerged from the corner, with a smooth tiled wall beside him. The reason Lin Yi appeared at the back of the performance hall was because he had temporarily activated the mirror traversal rehearsal effect of the secret technique poem. Originally, he just wanted to test the waters and bring a little surprise to the audience present. Unexpectedly, the effect turned out to be remarkably good. Using the reflective floor beneath his feet as a starting point, he headed straight for the tiled wall in the far corner of the performance hall and successfully traversed with ease. Moreover, his performance was exceptionally brilliant. After the audience was stunned for a while, the performance hall immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause, far surpassing the reactions to the previous programs. Clearly, everyone was amazed by his exit move. From the instant costume change at the beginning, to the magical wizard's hand in the middle, and finally the teleportation at the end, this series of performances left everyone dazzled. So, there was not only applause at the scene but also bursts of screams. Wow, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. How did he suddenly run from the stage to that spot? What's the principle behind this? The curtain closed in just a few seconds. Could he be Bolt? Running so far in just a few seconds, could there be a hidden passage or mechanism under the stage? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This guy's magic is definitely professional level. Why? I didn't understand a single one of his tricks today. Impossible. Every profession has its own expertise. You're not a magician, so naturally, you can't understand his performance. I would rate his magic as the MVP of the event. It was truly amazing. Good looking and so skilled at magic. This guy's dating prospects are secured for all 4 years of college. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about his handsome face. This modeling is just incredible. How can one person be both good looking and so talented? It's really envy-inducing. For a moment, the people on site were full of praise. At this moment, Lin Yi was about to return to his seat. Before he could sit down, a student council staff member hurriedly ran to the host and whispered a few words. No problem. The female host, Xiaoxiyu, listened and her expression subtly changed. What? Didn't they say they could make it? They're still not recovered from food poisoning? Yes, they originally thought they could recover, but the situation worsened in the afternoon, and they were sent to get in 4 drip, so they can't make it at the last minute. They might not even be able to perform tomorrow. Getting food poisoning at this time is really unlucky. Luckily, today is just the rehearsal. If it were the official performance, it would be a big problem. The male host, Si Yunchua, looked visibly annoyed. It seems we'll have to skip their program for now and let the one after next fill in. But that way, the total duration of the gala won't be enough, and besides, our special guest, Senior Zhou Yundi, can only arrive after 8:30. Xiaoxiyu shook her head as she spoke. Now we either add a temporary program, extend the time of the previous program, or add another leadership speech segment. Forget it. The school leaders, department leaders, faculty leaders, and student representatives have all already spoken. Who else can we ask to speak? It's not appropriate to use half the time of a gala for speeches. At this moment, a student council leader suddenly chimed in. How about letting the host interact with that magician from earlier? The system responded. I see that the Spring Festival Gala is always like this. Other programs can't easily extend their duration, but magic is different. You can even have him perform an impromptu small magic trick. As soon as he said this, he immediately won nods of agreement from everyone present. That's a great idea, and his magic performance just now was so amazing. The audience will definitely enjoy interacting with him. Even if he performs another trick, they won't get tired of it. Exactly. I also want to see him perform again. I'm sure the audience feels the same way. Then it's settled. Later, we'll invite him on stage to interact with the audience. I remember he performed a few impromptu magic tricks during the selection process, and they were all very good. After some discussion, the group quickly reached a consensus. Afterward, a student council staff member walked over to Lin Yi and explained the situation to him. Lin Yi hesitated slightly, then nodded. Seeing him nod, the female host Xiaoxiyu slowly stepped onto the stage. Thank you, Lin Yi, for bringing us such an amazing magic performance. It was truly incredible. Did everyone find it exciting? As soon as she finished speaking, the audience responded in unison. Exciting! Have you all seen enough? Since everyone seems to want more, I'd like to invite Lin Yi back on stage to perform 2 more magic tricks. Meanwhile, I'll take the opportunity to learn a thing or two from him. Let's give him a warm welcome. The next second, Lin Yi, who had just stepped off the stage, made a second appearance. After coming on stage, he walked straight to Xiaoxiyu's side. Hello, Lin Yi. Your magic performance just now was absolutely stunning. I've had a strong interest in magic since I was a child. Although I know I probably can't learn it myself, I'd still like to participate in some way. Is there a magic trick suitable for me to join in, or perhaps one that everyone here can participate in? As a professional host, Xiaoxiyu quickly found a point to steer the conversation. Hearing her words, Lin Yi first pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded. Actually, I think you also have a strong talent for magic. As long as you recite the spell I teach you, you can perform magic. Of course it's true. Once you learn my magic, you can also perform amazing tricks. Now, let me teach you the spell first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi leaned in and whispered a few words into Xiaoxiyu's ear. After listening, Xiaoxiyu nodded repeatedly. Alright, you you have now memorized the magic spell. Just recite it silently in your mind later and you'll be able to perform magic. Does everyone believe that the host has already learned magic? As soon as Lin Yi said this, the audience below burst into laughter but remained silent, clearly half believing and half doubting. It seems everyone still doesn't quite believe you, so why don't you give them a demonstration? Speaking, Lin Yi took out the handkerchief he had used during the previous performance from his pocket and gently covered his right hand with it. You now possess magic. Say the name of a fruit, and it will immediately appear in my hand. Give it a try. Can this really work? Even Xia Shiyu was a bit skeptical. Of course, there's no problem. The more you believe you have magic, the higher the success rate. Go ahead and say it confidently. Alright, let me try. I want a banana now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi let out a startled cry. Ha! It seems like there's really something extra in my hand. After saying that, he reached his left hand into the handkerchief in his right hand to search. The next second, he pulled out a cucumber in front of everyone. Holding the cucumber, he looked utterly confused. This isn't right, isn't it supposed to be a banana? How did it turn into a cucumber? It seems you still don't quite believe in your ability to perform magic. One more time. After nodding, Xia Shiyu's gaze became resolute. I want a banana. Here we go again. Here we go again. Lin Yi fumbled under the square scarf once more, and then actually pulled out a bunch of bananas in front of everyone. Congratulations, the magic worked. This time you really conjured bananas. Looking at the bunch of bananas in Lin Yi's hand, Xia Shiyu's eyes widened instantly. Do you believe now that you can use magic? Xia Shiyu subconsciously nodded. Not only that, the magic within you far exceeds your imagination. Extend your right hand. Xia Shiyu obediently stretched out her fair and smooth right hand. Place your right hand in the palm of my hand. Lin Yi also extended his right hand. Seeing this, Xia Shiyu hesitantly placed her hand in his palm. Now close your eyes and imagine a force flowing from your body into your palm. She complied, and as soon as she closed her eyes, the audience below widened their eyes in astonishment. A white light suddenly blossomed in the center of Xia Shiyu's palm. At first, it was as small as a candle flame, but it gradually grew larger until it was the size of a basketball. The basketball-sized ball of light floated above her palm, emitting a soft white glow. The halo within it flowed mysteriously, unfathomable and enchanting. Now, please open your eyes. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xia Shiyu quickly opened her eyes. What came into view was the white source of light in her palm. A miraculous scene unfolded as the ball of white light slowly bloomed like a flower bud, eventually transforming into a white lotus entirely composed of radiant light. The moment the white lotus bloomed in her palm, the entire audience held their breath, their eyes filled with astonishment. If Lin Yi pulling out a cucumber and a banana from under the square scarf earlier had only slightly surprised the crowd, then at this moment, when the pure white lotus bloomed in Xia Shiyu's palm, their hearts were already filled with shock. Not even a single exclamation escaped. All eyes were fixed intently on the pure white lotus in Xia Shiyu's palm. A variety of complex emotions intertwined and surfaced on everyone's faces. Even those who usually enjoyed deciphering Lin Yi's magic tricks, the so-called mystery solvers, were silent this time, because the scene before them had already exceeded their range of understanding. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out how it was achieved. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the quiet performance hall. Actually, each of us harbors immense magic within our bodies, but most people go their entire lives without being able to awaken it. And I, along with this beautiful host, are the rare 1 in 10,000 individuals capable of awakening our innate magical talents. This lotus flower is the manifestation of her magic. Alright, host, you can take back your magic now. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, not only did the audience come back to their senses, but Xia Shiyu, holding the lotus flower in her palms, also seemed to wake up from a dream. That's right. Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, the lotus flower in her hand transformed back into the shape of a ball of light, then gradually shrank until it completely disappeared. The moment the ball of light vanished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, continuing without pause. The applause lasted for over a full minute before it gradually subsided. After the applause died down, Lin Yi released Xia Shiyu's hand, turned to face the audience, and gave a hat-tipping bow. Thank you all for enjoying my magic performance. By the way, does anyone want a banana? As he spoke, he held up the bunch of bananas he had just conjured. The audience below raised their right hands one after another upon hearing this. Me, give it to me. I want to eat a banana too. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. So many people like eating bananas, but it seems like I don't have enough bananas here. What should I do? If only I could make the bananas bigger. I've got it. I'll pump some air into the bananas. After pumping, they should get bigger. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi pulled out a balloon pump from behind his clothes, holding a banana in one hand and a pump in the other. It seems like my hands aren't enough. Looks like I'll have to use magic again. The next second, he pulled a white glove out of his pocket. As soon as the white glove was taken out, it transformed into a realistic hand shape. Hold the banana tightly. The white gloves obediently took the banana, and Lin Yi promptly aimed the pump up at the banana and began to inflate it. Watching this absurd and comical scene, everyone couldn't help but show a look of confusion. What is he doing? Is he really inflating a banana? Wow. Will this work? I don't know, maybe it really will. Just as everyone was curious about what would happen next, the banana held by the white glove suddenly expanded dozens of times. Sigh. The banana, originally only palm-sized, instantly turned into a plush banana pillow as big as a cushion. The fluffy banana pillow appeared, causing another uproar at the scene. Holy crap, that's amazing. Is this some kind of magic? Damn it. Could it be an illusion? That's not right. How is this even possible? Where did such a big banana come from? This is obviously not a real banana. It must be a plush toy. Even if it's a plush toy, it's way too exaggerated. I'm impressed, completely impressed. We're all freshmen. How can they be so amazing? And at this moment, the most shocked person was naturally Xiaoxiyu, who was standing right next to Lin Yi. Everyone else was watching from a distance, but the gap between her and Lin Yi was less than a meter. When Lin Yi said he was going to inflate the banana, her gaze never left that banana. Yet, even so, she still couldn't figure out how that small banana suddenly turned into this giant banana plush toy. Her face was full of daze, and she secretly marveled in her heart. What kind of magic is this? Just as she was still in a daze, Lin Yi suddenly handed the banana pillow over to her. It seems my magic failed, and I only managed to conjure one. In that case, I'll give it to the host. Ha? Give it to me? Xiaoxiyu looked at him with a face full of confusion. Yes, it's for you. Thank you for cooperating with my magic performance just now. The time is almost up. I should step down now, or I'll delay everyone from enjoying the next exciting program. Goodbye, everyone. After saying this, Lin Yi prepared to leave the stage. Xiaoxiyu reacted quickly and hurriedly asked, Lin Yi, may I ask you one more question? How exactly did you perform those magic tricks just now? As soon as Xiaoxiyu asked the question, everyone present immediately perked up their ears. Clearly, everyone was eager to know the answer. Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, you don't have to answer. Lin Yi smiled and replied, there's nothing inconvenient about it. In fact, I already told everyone at the very beginning of the performance. Actually, I'm not a magician, but a wizard. What you just saw wasn't magic tricks, but real magic. Sometimes, people need to trust their own eyes. With that, he casually put the hat he had just taken off back on and gracefully walked off the stage. However, the people present were obviously skeptical of his answer. No one would believe that there were really wizards in this world. They just thought Lin Yi was making a small joke. As soon as Lin Yi left the stage, applause erupted once again. After returning to his seat, the comedy duo immediately leaned over. Buddy, you're really something. You hide it better than anyone else. You're totally playing the fool to catch the tiger. You're undoubtedly the best of the night. Necessary. Both of us have become clowns now. How rare. Listening to their compliments, Lin Yi remained very calm. Actually, it's nothing, just a normal performance. By the way, how many programs are left? Only 5 left. It should be over soon. As he spoke, Lin Ye's gaze swept toward the watch on his wrist that Song Bauer had given him. Unknowingly, it was already past 7 o'clock. He was only thinking about quickly finishing the rehearsal and then preparing for the evening's performance at the Black Rose Bar. More importantly, he hadn't had dinner yet and didn't want to go on stage with an empty stomach. Time quickly reached 8:30. As soon as the rehearsal ended, Lin Yi swiftly headed out of the multifunctional performance hall. Walking into the unlit emergency exit, he casually took out the Roger Gold watch and pressed the button. By the time he walked out of the emergency exit, his clothes had already changed into casual attire. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: hurry up and eat. By this time, there was usually nothing good left in the cafeteria, so he decided to head straight to the food street outside the campus and grab something to eat. As soon as he stepped out of the school, he vaguely felt that someone was following him. This was not an illusion but a genuine sense of awareness. Who on earth is following me? With doubts in his heart, Lin Yi casually found a stall, ordered some food, and sat down to slowly savor it. Meanwhile, at another stall not far away, a young woman wearing large sunglasses and dressed fashionably was eating skewers with a slightly chubby girl. While eating the skewers, the two kept sneaking glances in Lin Ye's direction. Sis, do we really need to follow him in person? Is he really that important? At the small table next to the barbecue stand, a slightly chubby girl was drinking a beverage, gnawing on honey-glazed chicken wings, and chatting with the woman in sunglasses. They were the same two from the Black Rose Bar last night. Of course he's important. Today, Jason came to me again with his demands, even saying that if I don't agree, he'll quit the show and tell his fans he has depression. The reason he's so arrogant is that he thinks no one can replace his position in the magic mirror. I must find someone to replace him. Drink less soda. Look at how much weight you've gained. The woman in sunglasses glanced disdainfully at the slightly chubby girl. I'm not a celebrity. I don't need to manage my figure. I'll eat whatever I want. Living like you, drinking plain water and eating vegetable leaves every day, what's the point of living? Sis, try the honey-glazed roasted wings from this place. They're really delicious, and you won't gain weight from just one bite. As she spoke, the girl handed the remaining honey-glazed roasted wing in her hand to the woman in sunglasses. I won't won't eat it, it's too greasy. Even so, the woman in sunglasses couldn't help but let her gaze fall on the grilled wings. Oh, it's fine, really. Occasionally eating something greasy to trick your body is the only way to boost your metabolism. If you starve yourself for too long and your metabolism drops, you'll end up stuck in a plateau. Is that true? The woman in sunglasses asked, half doubtful. That's indeed the case. The slightly chubby girl nodded repeatedly. Then can I take a bite? The next moment, the woman in sunglasses picked up the skewer of honey-glazed chicken wings and took a big bite. Their honey-glazed roasted wings are indeed delicious. Let's get 4 more. Alright, sis, try this iced jelly again. It's delicious, and it's cold, with almost no calories. Your digestive system even burns calories to process it. Rounding it up, eating a bowl of iced jelly actually results in a calorie deficit. Makes sense. Boss, bring a few more skewers of grilled pork belly to replenish some quality fat. 2 servings of steamed oysters, please. 1 serving of sizzling beef to replenish protein. Sis, wrap this in lettuce to eat. It can supplement vitamins and dietary fiber, and also help with digestion. That was filling. Although the environment outside isn't very clean, the taste was really good. Lin Yi picked up a napkin from the table, wiped his mouth, and then got up to leave the small stall. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the oppressive sensation of being followed and watched had completely disappeared. What's going on? Why did it stop halfway? Forget it, doesn't matter. He was just an ordinary student and really couldn't think of any reason why he would be targeted. He glanced at his watch. It was already 9:30 in the evening, still an hour and a half until the Black Rose Bar opened, and it only takes him half an hour by taxi to get there. In other words, he now has a full hour of free time. I've been in school for so long, but it seems like I haven't properly explored the area around campus. This is a good chance to take a stroll and digest a bit. With that, Lin Yi began to wander aimlessly around the school. The Jinghai University of Technology, where he studied, is located in the University District of Jinghai City, surrounded by several other universities and multiple residential communities. At this moment, the nightlife was just beginning, with bustling crowds and an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Along the streets, there were not only various late-night snack stalls but also numerous booths selling small items. Flower vendors, fruit sellers, toy sellers, clothing and shoe vendors, and accessory sellers, everything was available. Considering that the upcoming magic performance might require many props, Lin Yi bought some items he thought could be useful. Anyway, the system backpack has plenty of capacity, so there's no need to worry about running out of space. Whenever he was about to drop the things in his hands, he would find a corner without people or surveillance and toss the items into the system backpack. Walking and shopping like this, Lin Yi unknowingly arrived at a stall selling books. Like most books sold at street stalls, the books here were sold by weight and were mostly pirated or unsellable editions. Many college students like him, out for a stroll, were also browsing and picking through the books at the stall. To Lin Yi's surprise, among these books, there were even ones teaching magic tricks. There were works by well-known domestic magicians as well as books by masters from the international magic community. Seeing these books, he immediately became interested. Although he could perfectly replicate various magic tricks with magic, many techniques in modern magic still held reference value for him. More importantly, he needed to use magic tricks to disguise his magic, and mastering a large number of magic techniques was undoubtedly a great advantage. So, he did not hesitate to buy these books on magic. Just as he was about to pay, the bookstall owner suddenly spoke. "Young man, you must be quite interested in magic to buy these books, right? Well, I have 2 more rare books here that you'll definitely like." "Oh, boss, you have rare books here too?" A hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Yi's face. "Of course, I have plenty of good stuff. Wait a moment, I'll go get them for you." Speaking, the bookstall owner turned around, walked to the side, opened a large box, rummaged for a while, and took out 5 books that looked quite old. The pages were yellowed, the printing was rough, and the covers were damaged, clearly books from the last century. He laid the books out in front of Lin Yi. The titles were, in order, Immortal Illusions, The Goose Illusion Collection, The Goose Illusion Sequel, The Goose Illusion Appendix, and Illustrated World Magic. Looking at the names of these books, Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily flashed with a hint of surprise. After all, he had previously been somewhat of a magic enthusiast, so he was naturally familiar with the titles of these books. Unlike the modern magic works from earlier, the books before him were ancient magic classics from the Dragon Kingdom. In ancient Dragon Kingdom, magic was referred to as illusion arts, with the earliest records tracing back to the Western Zhou period. At that time, illusion arts were almost synonymous with immortals. Techniques like fish transforming into a yellow dragon and shrinking the earth to inches were renowned illusionary feats of the era. Unexpectedly, such rare and ancient folk books could be found at a simple street stall. "Young man, you seem to really like magic. Since fate has brought us together, I'll sell you these treasured books at a discount. How about it?" The stall owner, noticing Lin Yi's keen interest in the books, said with a smile. Lin Yi was indeed moved and nodded without hesitation. "I'll take all 5 of these." "Name your price, boss." "Young man, you're really straightforward. These 5 are rare. Out of of print editions that I spent a lot of money to acquire. I'll charge you 1,000 yuan. 1,000? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. How about this? I'll throw in those modern magic books from earlier for free. The boss quickly added when he saw Lin Yi hesitating. Alright then, Lin Yi said, directly scanning the code to make the payment, successfully acquiring these 5 ancient magic books from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as he walked away from the bookstall, the owner took out 5 identical books from the wooden box, placing them under the other books, quietly waiting for the next destined customer. Lin Yi had just bought the books and was about to open them to see what ancient illusions were like when suddenly, a commotion and shouting came from the front of the night market. Following the sound, he vaguely saw flames emerging from a nearby residential building. It was clearly on fire. The residential area next to the night market is relatively old, with shops on the ground floor and residences above, creating a complex environment. Several universities are gathered here, and many people do business in the area. Combined with office workers returning from work in the evening and idle university students, the night market streets are bustling with people and vehicles. When flames rose from the direction of the residential area, the crowd of onlookers quickly moved toward that side. As Lin Yi approached, the first thing that caught his eye was a room on the 4th floor of a 6-story building, less than 30 meters away, engulfed in flames. The fire was fierce, with flames spewing out of the windows like a dragon and showing signs of spreading to the neighboring houses. Given the current burning situation and the building's structure, the entire building might be engulfed in flames within 10 minutes. Just as Lin Yi was feeling curious, a few elderly people not far ahead had already started discussing animatedly. How could this happen out of nowhere? How did it catch fire? Who knows? But it's not surprising that this house caught fire. Their place is filled with collected cardboard and plastic bottles, piled up with trash everywhere. Could this be Granny Wu's house, the one who collects junk? Yes, it's her house. She even filled the hallway with junk. The community has talked to her several times, warning her that piling up those things could easily cause a fire, but she just wouldn't listen. And now, something has finally happened. No wonder the fire spread so fiercely. The house was packed with stuff. Well, now it's done. A single fire not only burned her junk but also took her house. I think she deserves it. She clearly has a pension, and her children give her money every month, yet she insists on competing with those who can't even afford to eat for scraps. A little lesson won't hurt her. She may have learned her lesson, but the other residents in this building are the ones suffering. So much of their hard work is gone. 119 has already been called. The firefighters will be here soon. Just as the elderly were chatting, crackling sounds suddenly came from the burning room, followed by sparks shooting out of the window like fireworks. After these sparks flew out, they unexpectedly ignited the clothes and quilts hanging on the balcony of an apartment across the way. In the blink of an eye, that balcony was also engulfed in raging flames. The fire in the burning room had already spiraled out of control, spreading to the neighboring apartments above, below, and on both sides. The fire grew increasingly fierce, and the sound of fire truck sirens came from the entrance of the night market street. The sirens grew closer and soon reached the location where everyone was gathered. Just when everyone thought the fire would soon be extinguished, an unexpected situation occurred. Due to the dense crowd and traffic in the night market, the fire truck was unable to enter the scene for the time being. Even more shocking was that, at some point, a little boy with no clothes on appeared on the upper floor of the burning building. The boy stood on the windowsill of his home, crying his heart out, while flames leaped high beside him. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Look, there's still a child over there. Didn't they say everyone in this building had already escaped? Why is there still a child left inside? Where are the adults of this household? How could they leave the child at home? Who knows how to contact this family? Quickly get them to come back. I know, it's a young couple working jobs. The father delivers food, and the mother works at a convenience store. They often leave the child at home alone. Truly audacious. What should we do? The fire truck can't get in, the child's parents aren't here, and there's an anti-theft window. If we delay any longer, the child will be burned to death. It's really heartbreaking. Everyone, stop standing around and quickly help clear the traffic. Yes, hurry up, clear the way, move those cars blocking the road, and relocate the stalls. Life comes first. As soon as the words were spoken, the enthusiastic crowd on site immediately sprang into action. Some began dispersing the crowd, others directed traffic, and all vehicles and stalls obstructing the way were swiftly moved aside. At this moment, strangers who had never met before displayed unprecedented unity. Despite their efforts, the night market's roads were complex, and this was an old residential area with outdated facilities and roads. Completely clearing the way would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. The fire was unpredictable, and no one could foresee what might happen in 20 minutes. While everyone was working together to carry out the rescue, in an unnoticed corner, Lin Yi quietly released his invisible servant. The invisible servant slowly ascended and soon arrived in front of the burning building. Intangible and formless, it hovered in midair close to the fire and the trapped child. Without hesitation, Lin Yi used the invisible servant to cast a fire control spell. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The raging flames inside the fire scene seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force force and began flying out of the building. Clusters of fire gathered like swallows returning to their nests, gradually converging in front of the invisible servant to form a massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter. From a distance, it looked like a small sun. How could such a spectacle not attract attention? Almost everyone in the night market was stunned by the scene. Whether they had been busy rescuing or merely watching, at this moment, they stood frozen as if rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on the fireball that continued to absorb the surrounding flames. Before the crowd could react, the flames from the previous fire points had already been completely absorbed by the fireball, which rapidly expanded in diameter from 3 meters to 5 meters. The 5-meter-wide fireball hung in mid-air, illuminating most of the block. As the flames were absorbed, the burning residential buildings stopped emitting smoke and fire, and the blaze was instantly brought under control. However, the crowd's attention was no longer on the fire scene but entirely focused on the massive fireball. At that moment, the fireball suddenly began to change shape, first stretching into an elongated form, then transforming into a 10-meter-long fire dragon with prominent horns and distinct scales. As soon as the fire dragon appeared, the scene erupted with exclamations of astonishment. In the next moment, the enormous fire dragon soared into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. After ascending to a high altitude, the fire dragon gradually dissipated without a trace. This spectacle was utterly breathtaking for everyone present, likely to remain unforgettable for a lifetime. Undoubtedly, this phenomenon would dominate tomorrow's trending headlines, becoming yet another unsolved mystery of the new Dragon Nation, leaving countless experts scratching their heads. As for Lin Yi, the mastermind behind the scene, he quietly blended into the crowd after ensuring the fire was extinguished. While everyone else was looking up, searching for the fire dragon that had just vanished, his figure had already disappeared into the bustling depths of the brightly lit night market. After leaving the night market, Lin Yi got into a taxi, told the driver his destination, and quietly sat in the back seat. He had already put the matter of extinguishing the fire with his fire control technique out of his mind. Not only had he just saved a fire, but it also made him realize that this seemingly inconspicuous Tier 0 fire control technique was far more practical than he had imagined. It even sparked new magical inspiration in him. Glancing at the time and feeling bored, Lin Yi casually pulled out a magic book he had bought from a street stall. Upon opening it, he discovered it was one of the so-called rare ancient texts, compilation of goose illusions. The title alone piqued his strong interest in its contents. This book was compiled by Qing dynasty illusionists, summarizing the extraordinary techniques of their predecessors and documenting a wealth of folk magic. Opening the book, the content did not disappoint him. Those illusions could only be described as mystical, from instant melon growth, beauty reshaping her brows, pushing a table into a wall, collecting mosquitoes at night, gathering mice in daylight, to the more complex wall passing technique, decapitation technique, and immortal's rope. Everything was included. Moreover, the book categorized the illusions into different sections: the hand technique section, the silk thread section, the color play section, the transportation section, the potion section, and the most mysterious symbol section. Some of the illusions Lin Yi could understand, even roughly deducing their principles, but others were completely inexplicable, such as the top-ranked instant melon growth. According to the book, with just a few watermelon seeds, one could grow watermelons on the spot. There was also an illusion called instant pear growth, similar to instant melon growth, where a single carrying pole could grow a pear tree laden with fruit. These illusions were completely incomprehensible to Lin Yi from a scientific perspective, just as ordinary people couldn't understand his magic tricks. In addition, the book also recorded the 4 top ancient illusions: fish and dragon spread, phoenix holding a book, yellow dragon transformation, and divine turtle carrying a mountain. These 4 illusions were so fantastical that they almost defied reality. Either the recorder exaggerated the effects due to limited knowledge, or they relied on large-scale hypnosis, otherwise, they were simply inexplicable. Unfortunately, the book doesn't mention a single word about the principles behind these illusions, and the descriptions are extremely vague. As Lin Yi, the mastermind behind the scenes, saw the fire extinguished, he quickly blended into the crowd. While everyone turned their gaze to the sky, trying to locate the fire dragon that had just vanished, his figure had already quietly disappeared into the bustling night market. After leaving the night market, Lin Yi got into a taxi. After telling the driver his destination, he sat quietly in the back seat. The matter of using fire control techniques to extinguish the fire was already far from his mind. Not only had he just saved a fire, but he also realized that this seemingly ordinary Tier 0 fire control technique was far more practical than he had imagined. It even sparked his inspiration for magic. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Yi glanced at the time and casually pulled out a magic book he had bought from a street stall. Upon opening it, he discovered it was one of the so-called rare ancient texts, the Goose Illusion compilation. The title alone piqued his curiosity. This book was compiled by illusionists of the Qing dynasty, summarizing the extraordinary techniques of their predecessors and recording numerous folk secrets. As he flipped through the pages, the content did not disappoint. It could only be described as mystical. Whether it was instant melon growth, growth beauty transferring her eyebrows, pushing a table into a wall, collecting mosquitoes at night, gathering mice during the day, or more complex techniques like wall passing, decapitation, and celestial rope tricks. It seemed to include everything. The book also categorized illusions into different schools: the hand technique school, silk thread school, color play school, transportation school, medicine technique school, and the most mysterious symbol technique school. Some illusions Lin Yi could understand and roughly guess their principles, but some were completely unbreakable, such as the top-ranked instant melon growth. According to the book, performing this illusion only required a few watermelon seeds to grow watermelons on the spot. There was also the pear growth illusion, similar to instant melon growth, where even with just a single carrying pole, a pear tree laden with fruit could grow from the ground. These illusions left him utterly baffled from a scientific perspective, much like how ordinary people viewed his magic tricks. Additionally, the book recorded the 4 top-tier ancient illusions: fish and dragon spread, phoenix holding a book, yellow dragon transformation, and divine turtle carrying a mountain. Each of these illusions was more mysterious than the last, almost detached from reality. Either the recorder lacked sufficient knowledge and exaggerated the effects of the illusions, or large-scale hypnosis was employed, otherwise, they were completely inexplicable. Unfortunately, this book doesn't mention a single word about the principles behind these illusions, only some vague descriptions. Lin Yi thought to himself, but it doesn't matter. I only need to understand the presentation of these illusions to recreate them with magic. If anyone questions me in the future, I can attribute everything to these ancient illusions and deflect all doubts, he muttered to himself as he immersed himself in flipping through the pages. Although he hadn't learned those top-tier illusions, he had mastered some basic illusion techniques. By the time he had roughly finished flipping through the book, the taxi had already arrived at its destination, the Black Rose Bar. At this moment, there were still about 15 minutes until the bar officially opened at 11 o'clock. The door was closed, making the entrance appear much quieter. What puzzled him was that, at this time of day, even if the bar hadn't opened yet, there would usually be quite a few guests waiting at the entrance. But today, the number of people at the door was noticeably fewer. After entering the bar and seeing Hudai, he couldn't help but ask, "Sis, why is the bar entrance so quiet today? Is there some special situation?" Butterfly was sitting at the bar drinking. Upon hearing this, she slowly put down her glass and smiled faintly. "Didn't you notice when you came? A new bar just opened at the corner across the street. Today, all drinks are half price, and they've even invited a professional performance team. So, a lot of people went there." "Really? Aren't you worried about losing business, sis?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "What's there to worry about?" Butterfly said with a smile. "Do you know how many bars are on this street? And how many of them close down within 2 months? Old customers may leave, but new ones will always take their place." After saying this, she casually picked up a cigarette, ready to light it, but then put it back. "Forget it, I won't smoke. You probably don't like the smell of smoke either." While the two were chatting, Yodo, a bartender, suddenly ran up to Hudai with a worried expression. "Sis, the bar across the street seems to be hosting another event. They've drawn away all the customers from our entrance. If this keeps up, our place might be dead tonight. Shouldn't you go check it out?" Hearing Yoyo's words, Hudai raised an eyebrow. "It seems our new competitor isn't playing fair. Do they not understand the rules of Bar Street? In that case, I suppose I should go meet them." As soon as she finished speaking, Hudai, dressed in a moonwhite cheongsam, headed toward the bar's entrance. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly turned back to look at Lin Yi. "Aren't you coming to join the fun?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Before long, he followed Hudai to the entrance of another bar less than 50 meters away from Black Rose Bar. This bar, named Night Demon, surpassed Black Rose in both size and exterior design. Thanks to its corner location, it had a large open space in front, which had been transformed into a small plaza. The plaza featured artistic sculptures, color-changing fountains synchronized with music, and an open stage. At that moment, a rock band was passionately performing on the stage. A line of exceptionally attractive male and female staff stood at the entrance. Passers-by and those heading to various bars for their nightlife stopped to watch. Beside the stage, the MC enthusiastically introduced Night Demon Bar's opening promotions and membership deals while interacting with the crowd. By simply playing a rock-paper-scissors game with him, participants could win various prizes. Strangely enough, no one had managed to beat him so far. The more people lost, the more determined others became to challenge him. At one point, after a girl lost a round, the MC, who had a roguishly handsome charm, gave a confident smile. "I am the god of rock-paper-scissors. No one can beat me. Of course, I still want to thank this brave young lady. Here's an 80% off drink voucher for you. With this, you can get an additional 50% off the already half-priced drinks inside." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl who had just lost beamed with joy, took the voucher, and walked straight into the bar. At the entrance, a tall and handsome staff member immediately extended his hand to welcome her. Such perks and treatment instantly made the other onlookers eager to join in. "Who else wants to challenge me? If you beat me, I'll cover all your expenses at Night Demon Bar tonight. Beat me twice, and I'll give you the latest Fruit 16 phone. If you can beat me 5 times in a row, this Demi SU7 Ultra car right here is yours. Anyone up for the challenge? As soon as he finished speaking, a stunning woman unveiled a red cloth beside him, revealing a brand new Demi SU7 Ultra car underneath. With the MC's shout and the sight of the expensive car, the atmosphere instantly ignited, and countless people were itching to try. Watching this, Lin Yi thought to himself that the other bars on this street would likely suffer tonight, and Black Rose Bar would be no exception. This would undoubtedly impact their revenue. With this in mind, he turned to Hu Dai and said, "Sis, I remember your phone isn't the latest model. How about I win one for you?" As soon as Lin Yi said this, not only did Hu Dai turn to look at him, but the surrounding crowd also shifted their attention to him. So far, dozens of people have played rock paper scissors with that MC, but no one has managed to beat him. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's moves. Most people just play for the drinks and other rewards, without any real hope of winning. Because of this, when Lin Yi said those words, a group of young men and women around him immediately focused their attention on him. A flamboyantly dressed, makeup-wearing blonde youth couldn't help but laugh and say, "Buddy, you're really bragging big time. Do you actually think you can beat him? You're oversimplifying things." "Exactly. Did you see anyone beat him just now?" "Not at all, and let me tell you, this guy isn't just anyone. He used to be the top marketing expert at Black Gold Bar, and Night Demon Bar spent a fortune to poach him." A silver-haired youth standing next to the blonde chimed in. "I played with him before when I went to Black Gold Bar. Back then, if you won at rock paper scissors, you'd get your table fee waived, but if you lost, you'd have to drink a bottle of beer. That night, I drank so much I ended up in the hospital and didn't step foot in a bar for the next month," another red-haired guy said while holding a girl beside him. "I think you should just give it up." After they finished speaking, Hu Dai also chimed in. "I know this person too. He's very famous in the circle. I didn't expect him to be poached by Night Demon Bar this time. The owner of this bar is really capable." "Really? Isn't rock paper scissors just based on luck? Then how can he win 100% of the time?" Hearing the conversation of the people nearby, Lin Yi curiously looked at the roguishly handsome man on the stage. "I'm not too sure about that." Hu Dai shook her head. At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from the side. "It's magic. He used some magic tricks." Lin Yi immediately turned his head upon hearing this and saw a tattooed beauty with a hot figure wearing a crop top. "Magic? What does rock paper scissors have to do with magic?" The tattooed beauty smiled and said, "Of course there's a connection. Didn't you notice that every time he throws his hand, he says a few words to his opponent? His eyes are always fixed on them. This is actually a type of mental magic, also called rock paper scissors magic, which combines psychology and game theory. The core of pure mental rock paper scissors magic is to suggest the opponent's previous moves, while controlling the rhythm very quickly, leaving no time for the opponent to think. He keeps talking to the opponent to distract them, forcing them to rely solely on their subconscious to make a move. To achieve a 100% win rate like him, it requires a lot of practice. If you want to beat him, the first rule is not to listen to his nonsense, the second is not to look into his eyes. It's best to play with your eyes closed, that way, your chances of winning will be slightly higher." After listening to the tattooed beauty's explanation, Lin Yi suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. I never thought there would be so much knowledge behind rock paper scissors. So, he's not afraid of losing at all. Otherwise, do you think the Night Demon Bar is doing charity, giving out so many prizes? You better save your energy. Look, someone else just lost again." As soon as the words were spoken, another person on stage lost to that roguishly handsome man. One after another, people kept stepping forward, each thinking they could win once by luck, but all ended up losing to the roguishly handsome man on stage. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke again. "They will lose, but I might not. Rock paper scissors ultimately depends on luck, and as it happens, my luck has always been pretty good." "Alright then, let's see if you still don't believe in fate." The tattooed beauty shook her head helplessly. "Bro, if you win, I'll cover all your expenses tonight," the blonde teased from the side. Yes, if this handsome guy wins, I'll give you my contact info." The girl who came with the blonde threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. "That's not necessary." Lin Yi smiled faintly and turned to look at Hu Dai. "Sis, I suddenly feel like you're still missing a car. I'll go win that car back for you." After saying this, he strode toward the stage under Hu Dai's surprised gaze. Just then, another customer lost to that roguishly handsome man. "Who else?" I asked. "Who else? If you have a dream, step up quickly. Opportunities are running out, and we're about to move to the next stage." As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yi had already squeezed to the front of the crowd, raising his right hand. "I want to give it a try." As soon as he said this, the roguishly handsome man immediately turned his gaze toward him. "This customer wants to give it a try? Then please come on stage." As Lin Yi stepped onto the stage, the roguishly handsome man gave him a serious once-over. "Who would have thought it would be such a handsome guy? I always thought I was pretty good looking, but compared to this guy, I'm way out of his league. I almost feel a bit inferior. What do you all think? Isn't this guy handsome?" As soon as the roguishly handsome man finished speaking, many female customers in the audience erupted into cheers. Handsome guy, you're so good looking. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, as long as you beat me today, I'll give you the contact information of the prettiest girl at the Night Demon Bar. Don't worry if you lose. If you lose, I also have a small gift prepared for you. Are you ready? Hearing the roguishly handsome man's words, Lin Yi nodded calmly. Alright then, let's begin. Rock, paper, scissors. Under the gaze of all the customers, the roguishly handsome man and Lin Yi stood face to face, striking at the same time. After throwing his punch, the roguishly handsome man didn't even bother to check the result. With a face full of confidence, he said, "Sorry to say, handsome, but you lost. Here's an 80% discount coupon for our bar. Take it, it's valid for the whole night." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Seeing a faint, almost imperceptible smile on Lin Yi's face, he couldn't help but look down, and was instantly stunned. The robe-looking man played scissors, while Lin Yi surprisingly played rock, which meant that this round wasn't his win, but Lin Yi's. The robe-looking man was full of disbelief, completely unable to understand how he could lose. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "Sorry, it seems I won. I guess this 20% off coupon won't be needed, right?" The roguishly handsome man came to his senses, first nodded, then forced a slight smile and calmly said, "Didn't expect the handsome guy to have such good luck. Well, congratulations. Tonight, all your expenses at the Night Demon Bar are on me." The scene instantly erupted in cheers, as if they themselves were the ones who had won. "Next, please." The roguishly handsome man had just finished speaking when Lin Yi interrupted. "Wait a moment, didn't you just say that if I won, I could continue challenging? I actually quite want that phone. I feel like my luck is pretty good today. Let's go one more time." As soon as he said this, the roguishly handsome man's expression immediately became a bit unnatural, while the crowd below, eager for drama, started jeering. "One more time, one more time." Perhaps influenced by the crowd's cheers, or maybe confident in his own skills, the roguishly handsome man finally agreed. "Alright, let's compete again, but let me make it clear, if you lose this time, the reward you won the first time will be completely nullified. If you accept, we'll continue." He originally thought this would scare Lin Yi away, but to his surprise, the other party showed no fear. Could he really know magic? Then let's begin. This time, I won't hold back. Rock, paper, scissors. At the moment they said scissors, the roguishly handsome man and Lin Yi threw their punches simultaneously. All eyes in the audience were focused on the two of them. The next second, the crowd erupted into cheers once again, because Lin Yi had won again. The roguishly handsome man played rock, but Lin Yi played paper. At this moment, the roguishly handsome man was drenched in sweat.